What's up, everyone? My name's Levin2K, and I'm in the lobby with the one and only Thomas HD. Yo, it's a pleasure to have you with me, Thomas. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
There is nobody in the history of Fortnite that is better with a sniper rifle in their hands. How are you so good?
I don't know, I can't explain it. I'm just too good, I guess.
You've genuinely been one of the best players in the region for such a long time. You've achieved so much. So many people quit and they can't maintain that high level, but you've done it for seasons and seasons and seasons. So, how have you done it?
When I enjoy playing the game, I'm like grinding every day, and sometimes you need breaks as well. So you have to like take breaks like when you know it's time. The breaks are like so important.
You don't actually switch up your teammates much, right? You always stick with people, you're quite loyal. Is that because, you know, you pick players who you want to have fun with and who you can have fun with?
It's like important to have fun with your duo or trio. Like that's 100% like the best part.
Obviously, you're playing with Tayson now, and you guys are doing, you know, really well together. Do you guys sort of realize like we are two of the best Fortnite players ever? Do you use that sort of when you go into games?
Yeah, I think. But the matter is like we have to get off spawn, and then like mid-game fights and stuff. We don't lose that. We just have to get to late game.
Yeah.
Like the main problem is like off spawn, because it's just most likely 50-50.
Yeah. You guys obviously did really well last season. You've always come very close, but you know, you're still yet to get that victory royale in the FNCS. Why have you not won an FNCS yet?
I feel like I've been unlucky in the last like games in the big tournaments, and it's always like so close.
Was there one FNCS where you really just thought you had it?
With Anas and Flick, we were like second last game, and we died like pretty early in the edge zone, and Janice and them won the game.
Thomas, where can the people find you if they want to, you know, check you out, check out some of your gameplay? Where can the people find you online?
Thomas HD everywhere.
Thomas HD everywhere.
Every socials.
You guys know where to find him. Thomas, it's been a pleasure. It's been in the lobby with Levin2K and Thomas HD.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, burst assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
Today in the FNCS. It's the last chance for teams to secure a spot in finals next weekend. Deox and Waffler played a very consistent game, but were 1 point away from qualifying. If they can repeat their performance, and with a little luck, they'll easily make it to the finals. Will they seize the moment? An explosive start by ADN and Hardfind led to a new single-game Elam record in EU set lobbies. They're definitely a duo to look out for today. Decitos and Reason, one of the strongest EU duos, are still yet to board the battle bus in semifinals. Without the experience of previous days, will they stamp their ticket? Find out now on FNCS EU Semifinal 3.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is the final day of semifinals. we have 12 spots left to try and fill going into next week's finals. Which duos will make it and which will have to watch from the sidelines? Well, that's what we're here to find out. This is the FNCS. Oh man, you can already tell my heart's racing. I'm nervous, but I'm also excited to be here. With 12 spots, we got to see which duels will make them, fill them, and of course, prepare our minds and our hearts for next week's finals. But first, let me introduce some analysts that will be hanging out with us all day. It's none other than Reese Hub and, of course, Minnie. Hello. Hello.
We didn't plan that. Totally.
We didn't rehearse it.
This is what happens when we don't talk about our intro. Is things like this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've had 3 days on the sets. We got to like switch it up.
Getting comfortable now.
Up. Yeah.
Too comfortable.
How you guys feeling? This is day 3 of semifinals.
Last Chance Saloon. This is where it gets real. This is where the reboot style of games really start to kick in. It's the last chance for these teams to qualify. This is the moment, Reese. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is where like excitement peaks up to the max when it comes to semis, because like the first day can be a little bit slow. Day 2 yesterday was so good, and then today like we're gonna have some good games. In particular, that game 6, like it's explosive every single time.
I know, and a lot of these duos, I'm sure they're feeling that pressure, right? They're thinking, okay, if we get a victory out, this will change everything, or we have to try and make those consistency points, the placement. We'll have to see how it all goes. But let's talk about the show. Now, you guys have been with us. You know how this goes. Come on, Minnie, let's go over here. This is the broadcast schedule. So, typically, FNCS season to season, this is what this looks like, right? We start off with 3 qualifiers. We then move on to semifinals, and we end on the finals. Prize money and the new Axe of Champions all on the line. That's next weekend. So if you like what you're seeing, make sure to come back then. We got to talk about what's next, though. Reese, what you got?
Next is the entire layout for the entire FNCS series. We've got blocked up here, right? But there's something we've actually got to pay attention to. Session number 3 of the semifinals. All of those qualifiers on the far left already happened. We've already picked our teams. The first 2 sessions of the semifinals already happened this weekend. We have some fantastic teams qualified through to the finals, but today is what we really have to focus on. The top 6. Only 6 teams will advance from consistency points across these 6 games, and every single Victory Royale will also qualify through. So 12 teams total will qualify through today, and this is the last 12 teams. If they're gonna have to gain some points to do that though, how's that gonna look?
Yep, they will indeed. And we can see the points breakdown right here. As you can see right there, Victory are 1,000 points. Now, I'm not 11, so I can't reach that, but you can see it. 1,000 points all the way up there. Of course, that's what's going to be qualifying these teams through to the finals. But, of course, there is another way of doing that. You can qual through the consistency. We can see the points breakdown here as well. The cascading placement points kicking in at 25th place. And, of course, each elimination being worth 3 points. Zeke, this is going to be a great thing to look at today and how these teams sort of manipulate this.
I know, man, and I'm really excited to see today, can some of that top 6 get a victory out, then make room for the rest, right? That 7th place, then move up. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. First, let's talk about the qualified players coming into today.
Yeah, the qualified players. This is going to be the top 50 players, top 25 teams who've made it through so far. A host of names from the EU, the best of the best. But one that stands out in particular, Diox and Waffler. If you were here yesterday, a tragic story, in all honesty. They missed out by 1 point. They could have qualified, and 1 game they came like 26. So if they'd last 1 more like kind of threshold in placement, that would have been a qualification for them.
Yep, even just 1 more elimination in that end game, in those final moments. And what I find really interesting about this duo is they're sort of switching up drop spots a little bit. We've seen them landing at sort of really interesting locations, not even POIs,
no.
And landing towards like the sort of the boat on the outside of the map as well. We're seeing them pick up launch pads. We're seeing them just sort of get all the scraps of the loot.
Yeah, I mean, they just basically go everywhere, right? They're not really a team that goes in a POI. They just want to make sure they're safe off spawn. They want to make sure they stay in. And for that reason, like, they're going to try to go for consistency, not like a Victory Royale.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Another team we're going to be talking about, though, is, of course, Lolas and Esti. Now, these guys had a very good day yesterday. Yeah. Also, 1 elimination off qualification. So, very close to them yesterday. We saw a great Lolas pop off yesterday in the earlier stages. I think they can do it, Reese. How do you think they have to go about this?
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, though, like, I think without that 1 big pop-off game that they had, they don't look as good on the leaderboard. You know, that was a crazy game that they had, a 2nd place. But outside of it, they had like 2 other good games, and, you know, there were favorable zones. Now, they played fantastically. I'm not trying to say that, but is that replicatable today? I'm not entirely convinced by that. But we move over to the next 50 well, I was going to say teams, players that we have here. It's easy to mess it up.
It is.
One that sticks out to me, of course, ADN and Hardfind. They popped off. Talk about pop-offs already. 13 elimination game yesterday. Like, this was explosive from them.
Yeah, and I believe that was the highest elimination game of the day, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, Hardfind and Aiden popping off in. Did we say Aiden Groves? I think we're going to say Aiden Groves.
We said Aiden Groves?
Yeah.
I'm not sure we should stick with it yet.
Yeah, maybe not quite. But what I find really interesting about this team is they haven't actually made a set lobby before the semi-finals so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can get that win, whether they have the experience or not. They don't really, so it's going to be close.
They are a team who wins games, though, right?
They are.
And they're contested off spawn still. We've seen that they can win off spawn pretty consistently, right? But I'm not sure it's enough to get like a top 6 on the leaderboard, right? These guys are game winners. They're a height team.
Yeah.
I think that's probably their best avenue if they want to qualify.
Yeah, definitely. And finally, another team we're going to be talking about is, of course, Egra and Voxy. Now, this is a team that have been playing for a very, very long time. Now, do you remember the Daily Trio Cups race back
very
in
fondly.
Chapter 2, Season 3?
Very fondly,
Great times. But these guys actually started playing all the way back then, a very, very OG duo. And they have that experience, they have that chemistry, which I think is needed because I believe they are landing at the Command Cabin area.
Yes, they are. And, you know, they were there yesterday as well. And one of the things I find the most interesting about them, honestly, is like the way that they play. Because if you look at their match history, it's very odd because they had like an 11th place with 0 elims. And you look at that and you're like, how's that even possible? But it's like they play their early and mid game so well. And then in the end game, like they're really, really passive. So they don't typically get into the top 10s, but they're really consistent in getting into like around 10th.
Yeah, it's very true. We see high elimination teams, we see low elimination teams as well. But I believe Zeke's got something next for us.
Thank you so much, Miniminer and Reese. We're going to take a quick little break here as we take a look at this next content piece. This one is Org Battle.
Let's go! I'm Reason and I'm here to represent Guild Esports.
My name is Clement and I'm here to represent Solari.
My name is Anis and I'm here to represent Guild Esports.
Hey, my name is Loki and I'm here to represent Solari.
Okay guys, you ready?
Forty.
30. I can take it.
Oh, I'm playing crunch. Come. Flip. Oh my god! Oh my god! 100! Oh my on you. The goat of the setup. I should maybe get on it. 100? What's he doing? Can you sing it through the ball? No.
Nice.
Come on, Reason.
Out. Loki is so bad, I'm not sure. Anis, bro.
Why we take damage?
Oh. Nice.
Get out.
No. You win this.
Oh my goodness. Holy 2v1. That's bad. Oh no.
1 HP.
1 HP.
One HP. Look.
$100. I'm so bad. That's embarrassing though, I'm not gonna lie.
Loki, 1 round please. Only 1 round.
It's not my strength. I'm so bad. Bro, that's so bad, bro. 5-0.
5-0.
Can't believe it. Oh no. You guys literally spent 5 gold.
Oh man, the loudest EU player, Reason, will be competing today, and we'll learn about him in just a little bit. But first, let's start things off with Refsgaard and Clown.
Yes. Clown, firstly, a player who really impressed me last season. Really impressed me. He was actually playing with Grols, almost left, who, if you watched already, has already qualified through, right? And the fact that they broke up I say broke up like it was a relationship, but when you play so well on the FNCS, it almost is, right? They split at the start of the season after a couple bad placements, and now we've got to look, and we're looking at Clown and we're looking at Grols, and we go, Grols is already qualified, right? So this split seems to benefit him, but Clown now, this is the last chance he's going to get to make it through.
Yeah, it really is, as will Refsgaard as well. And they have a similar story. I'm really glad that you picked that up, Reese, because they have a similar story as well. Refsgaard popping off last season with Scram, wasn't it, in the last season at FNCS? I believe they came 10th, so not a bad placement at all. And then at the beginning of the season, just didn't do too well in the Duo Cash Cups, split, and as soon as these guys got together, they had a very, very good start. I believe they had 2 seconds in the Duo Cash Cups, so very, very solid start to the season, and this is the sort of duo that we can see popping off today. Another duo that we can see popping off.
Oh, yeah.
Janus and Vortex.
Now, there's something very, very special about Janus. There's a very exclusive list of players, right? I've only missed 1 FNCS Finals. So out of the 14 FNCS Finals there's 4 players who have missed 1. Janus is a player who could be added to that list today. He has hit every single FNCS Finals since Chapter 2 Season 1. So 13 in a row. And if he misses out here, that streak will be broken. So all eyes will be on Janus, and of course his duo Vortex as well.
Yeah, and they've sort of switched around a few drop spots recently. Of course, the recent introduction of the Collider, they've sort of gravitated towards that area, and they do have that left and north side uncontested, which of course does get them one of the supply drops, guaranteed launch pad from that as well. So I think we could be expecting them to use a few pads, maybe in first moving, to try and land on high and try and win the game.
I mean, we'll see an explosive finish from these guys regardless, 100%. But moving on now to the loudest player in EU, alongside with the self-proclaimed best solo player, if we're going to take the content pieces to go from. Now, these 2 guys are amazing players, right? But we've just not seen this in FNCS yet.
Yeah, and we haven't seen them here at all. This is a very, very interesting thing. I mean, we haven't seen them, like, let alone in the finals. We haven't seen them in the semi-finals. They've made it into Session 3. They haven't quite been doing so well. And for 2 incredibly experienced players, I mean, we talk about it. World Cup was the first time they made earnings. Both of them made earnings at the same time in the same solo World Cup qualifier. And for playing that long, for having that experience, we would expect them to be in finals already.
I mean, both of them, are known as more solo players, though. So when you put them together right now, I've not seen the chemistry mesh that well. Like, you know, we've seen them place second in the Duo Cash Cup twice, but again, like I mentioned, not happened in FNCS yet. And where I'm looking at these guys, I've seen their biggest flaws so far, and that is always mid-game. It's like they put themselves in positions that are just not optimal. They get there too slowly, and then they have to result on fighting, which, I mean, these guys' strengths, you know, definitely. But it's not shown itself to work in the FNCS yet.
Yeah, will it work in that single lobby format? And that is the question that we will be getting answers to later on. Of course, Command Cavern as well. A difficult drop spot to land at. It's going to be close to see what happens. But of course, Zeke, we're going to talk about some drop spots.
Man, you know we have to. We have to see the head-to-heads happening right now in the game, especially with the last day of semifinals. Everything is on the line if we want to make it to finals. Let's take a look at the Coney Crossroads. We got Huddy going up against Axe Force. What can we learn about these 2 duos?
I mean, firstly is the drop spot, right? Coney Crossroads. This is not a drop spot that you really want to be fighting at. We've seen basically no success here this season from teams who are contesting it. We've seen great success from guys like Snasian Podesai, who won a game, I think the first game in semi-finals they won actually from here, but fully uncon. Anytime this has been contested, it's been a little bit rough. So the way I'm looking at this right now is you can see there's kind of buildings to the north-hand side. Whoever's going to land on that usually ends up being in the power positions because they can wrap round, get the ice cream cone building as well, and then create a good pinch on the teams on the west side. We'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure who's going to be landing where at this point because both of the teams are not predominant in this spot. This is not their main drop spot for both of them.
No, it's not at all. And we've seen a lot of fights go down really, really quickly here. And another reason for that is, of course, we have the Collider now that has been brought into the sort of the west side of Coney Crossroads. And this sort of, it sort of has a catalyst to the fight. I'm trying to say it right there. The catalyst to the fight. I nailed it. I mean, nearly. But the catalyst of the fight is, of course, that Collider drop spot, because every single person that's going to be coming out of there will be funneled into Coney Crossroads. So it's another reason for these fights to go down quickly, and we'll be seeing that later on.
And we got to talk about it. Command Cavern. How many duos are landing here? We have 2 different names that we can kind of focus on, but how many roughly are landing here, man?
6, 7, 8,
casual,
9,
not a big deal.
10.
The whole lobby at this rate.
I mean, right now it's 6 or 7, right? By game 6, we could see the entire lobby land here. Like, we know this is one of the most powerful POIs because of the vault loot that's in there, the 2 guaranteed launch pads if you manage to get that, and the abundance of other loot in there, right? So for all of the teams that you see around here, landing here right now, all it takes is 1 win, right? You know, Screwy and Slove in the very south side there, kind of taking Thomas HD's position, which most of the time will have the best chance to get that vault. But again, it's like, are they game winners? And then you have Reason and Disiptos here, who we talked about earlier, who's actually being coached by Malabuka, who we saw absolutely dominate in the first qualifier. Probably the best performance we've seen in EU this season so far. So a lot of the teams looking good here, but there's no one who's like really experienced at this drop spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the way I like to describe Command Cavern is it's organized chaos. It is chaos, but I think when the teams at the sort of south side end up fighting, that's when the chaos starts to happen because everyone thinks, oh, here we go, a little bit of surge, a little bit of third party, and that's where things get a little bit crazy. But maybe we'll see that today, maybe we won't. See, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh man, Command Cavern, I'm already nervous. All right, we're gonna take another little break here as we get ready for this next content piece. This was a fun one. It's from a duo that will be landing at the Cavern. This is Duo Even Know Me.
What's my favorite POI of all time? You should know that.
I don't know.
Wait, let me see. Why sweaty?
I thought because we landed there in trios.
Yeah, like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, Camcader, we're landing there for like 4 months.
Yeah, actually.
You should have known that.
Didn't know that.
Who would win in a no-build tournament, me or you?
Oh.
Why me?
I
chose you because you're controller, so I said yeah.
I thought because you are like the IGL and you have like an advantage on it.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, I just thought about aim because, yeah, no-build tournament, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, what's my biggest in-game weakness? Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah, true.
I think like sometimes Schmecky's mentality goes like boof, and then it's
when we do like kind of bad in tournaments, I just lose my mentality, and I need to fix that. That's true.
What year did I start playing Fortnite?
Okay, I think I know that.
Yes, I think it's gonna be difficult for you to get this.
Wait, really?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Oh. I started actually playing at the end of season 2.
So. Yeah, 1 year before World Cup, so yeah.
If I could do with any Fortnite Pro player instead of you, like, who will it be?
I maybe know this.
Go.
Oh, I thought no already because you always talk good about him. You say he's the best player in the world, so yeah, I thought it was that. Why Tazen?
I said Tazen because I think he's a pretty good IGL and he won already so much tournaments and yeah. Come on, Schmecky. This is the last question. You need to get this point.
Yeah, I need to actually.
Who's the better topper, me or you? Go.
Yeah, of course it's me. Every time you tarp, I say, no, please, let me tarp.
Yeah, actually Schmecky's the better topper, because he tops most of the time, yeah.
So yeah, I got 1 point, nice.
There you have it. We'll be watching that duo in Command Cavern today. We'll have to see how things are happening. But yeah, I think it's that time. We're going to do my favorite part. It's predictions, okay? And now that we have to do this with 5 people, we got to call our casters in. It's 11-2K. It's Shio Wager. Come on now, boys. No applause. No applause.
It's a bit slippery here.
Okay. That's why.
Yeah. I see.
Don't get out.
We get it. Don't worry.
Okay. So, gentlemen, we have quite a bit of time, around 4 minutes to talk about predictions. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and pop this up. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, Mini Miner. I have not stuck with our predictions. I've changed it up on you. I know. I'm so sorry.
It's turned into a snake, man.
Listen. I appreciate that you've stuck on, but I have decided I got to change it up. Janice and Vortex. And you know, Reese, you and Levin, you guys are in agreement. And usually when you guys agree, I'm right. because I jump on the coattails.
Where's that going?
Yeah. I was like, wait, how is he right in this situation?
You managed to rope yourself into it.
I jump on the coattails. That's
Okay.
it. Let's talk about the duo.
Well, you want to go?
He's my boy, of course. I hit him with a message earlier, and they've had a lot of issues so far, right? We saw them contested in that semi-finals day one by Benji's team. It was just messy, let's be real. And then yesterday, mid-game issues everywhere. I did message him and I said, how are you changing it up? And he just said, I'm going to fly through the middle bit in their drop spot and fly through the air. So I'm not going to lie, that didn't fill me with too much confidence, but I just believe in them as a duo.
Yeah, I think when you look at the names in this lobby and the caliber of player, they're just two names that very much stand out as elite players who belong in the FNCS final. Of course, like we said, it's been a bit of a shaky season, but they have had their moments where they've been close to getting victory royales, and so I'm confident that they will pull through when it matters the most.
Okay. I like to see that. Shawage, where you at?
Waze and Julian come for me specifically. Why? Because if you just look at just the days and how the semis have been going, the duo that stays alive the longest, that's who kind of makes it all the way through towards the very end. They have very good survivability overall. Also, they remind me of like plants so far. Yesterday was a very sunny day. Their seeds were in the ground, in the soil. Today they will grow and hopefully get towards either a top 6 or a win. Winning team sometimes in the heat stage as well. You know how it goes. I'm a nature man.
I got hay fever. I ain't feeling that one. I'm not really feeling that one, but fair play.
Yeah. It's a safe pick. There's any issues.
I was going to say, is your team a storm to come through and run through this, or?
Yeah, my team is a gale force wind. It is.
Mini Miner has made many claims on many teams, and none of them have been correct so far.
One team.
Okay.
I've stuck to my guns at one team, right? Okay. It's been a bit of a meme. This segment has turned into a let's roast Mini Miner meme because he's picked the wrong duo again, and he's the new guy, so we make fun of it. But it's okay, all right? Because Janice Vortex, I dropped a Cherokee. I'm sticking with them, all right? They have moved to Rocky Reels, so they were, of course, having a few troubles off spawn, but now they are sticking to Rocky Reels. They are uncontested, middle of the map, so rotational issues could maybe arise here, but they're more central. They're in the middle of the zone. I think they can do it. I've said it for 3 days in a row. It's probably getting repetitive, but I believe in them today.
It's mad, yeah, because we're going to be here next week for finals, and they're not going to corner. He's going to be like, I drop in Cherokee, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro.
But when they qual, it'll be a great moment. And I invite everyone in the chat to share that moment with me because it will be fantastic.
Look, okay. We want them to qual as well, though. Let's do it. The big drop, the big
They don't mean to be right.
Yeah. Jurek King.
Look, he's being coached by his former teammate Trulex, right?
Yeah.
You know, the connection there, so hopefully he can do him a solid and help him out.
Yeah, do me a solid as well, because I need it at this rate. I've got none right.
I mean, it's okay. Today's the day, right? I just tried to just change it up, but then they copied me. I was like,
yeah.
That's what happened. You guys in production know. You saw it. You saw it. Today, though, last opportunity, right? 6 teams will go through on victory royales, 6 through consistency. There's a lot of pressure on the line here, Shao.
Yeah, I mean, and so far there are some teams that have just come in from Session 2. They have a little bit of experience, tried to, get all the way towards the top. A few Session 1 teams left overall. The brand new teams coming in, Reese, I mean, they must be feeling the heat because this is the last chance.
I mean, it is, right? You got 6 games to qual or your FNCS is completely done at this point. And if it's done, it's done. You're going to sit, watch. You can watch this fantastic stream at the same time and sit and ask yourself, what did I do wrong? Why am I not there in that?
Lots to think about, but the only thing we have to think about is the battle bus because it is all warmed up, it is ready to go, and we're ready to start the competition. So let's find ourselves our seats because this is the FNCS semifinals day 3, and it starts right now.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I mean, Levin, I've said the final time for the day in some of these game 6s. This is the final of finality, if that's even a word. That semifinals are here for EU. Welcome if you're just joining us. We've got a few more teams rocking in, 11 or 12 more now specifically because, games throughout the day. This is the time, though, for them. We just mentioned 11, the last chance to really make it to the finals.
Yeah, for the players who have played in every single session, right? Do you have the mental fortitude now to actually be able to just get through? Or for the newer teams, you've not had much time to run this, right? You have to just get in and get out as quick as you can.
Yeah, it's experience versus kind of like desperation right now. Those are the 2 avenues of mindsets we're watching just clash in this final day, and it might just be time to go. Game 1 is ready for us to jump right into.
Game 1 of semi-finals session 3. We have been waiting for this moment. The last opportunity for these players to qualify to the FNCS final, and we're getting right into the action over at Rocky Reels. What can Cherokee and iDrop cook up here, landing all the way up on top of the big TV screen, and already picking up an elimination as well.
I'm so surprised to find Swag and Pablo here. I think this should have been just completely uncontested. They roll through. Pablo, once again, just good off spawn when he has those close range weapons. Unfortunately, with just the burst they are. And if he's so late, he's not going to be able to do that much.
We're already seeing the Trulex buff coming in here, right? I'm sure he's giving them the God comms right now. You can see both of them are on the hunt. They know he's somewhere here. They're sort of clearing all the angles, sticking together as well, which I like, not allowing him to get a cheeky 1v1 situation, making sure they're clearing it. They're very, very cautious, right? Because we saw yesterday at Logjam Lumberyard, things didn't go too well for them. So making sure Pablo made it a bit easy for them, to be fair, but does go down in the end there.
I think that's the biggest thing is the way these guys were losing at Lumberyard yesterday. It was just so definitive from every single fight. iDrop also just trying to do some freestyle things, running around the outskirts, the shingles of the POI being caught out and just completely rinsed as a result. We're going to go to a desert wasteland instead, take a little bit of a hot vacation, try something else. Over at Command Cavern, we're used to also watching lots of big names try to fight out for a lot of control. This time, 7 teams, yes, a few new ones like Reason and Deceptos who have power associated with their identities are rolling in still with that tag of like, are they at the top in their prime right now?
I think if you told me like this was a duo a year ago today,
yeah,
I would have been like, ooh, that's a scary duo. I don't want to get in a fight against them. I don't want them landing anywhere near me. I don't want to make them angry in any way whatsoever, but both of them sort of not having their best seasons whatsoever, and for a multitude of reasons. They've had all the support in the world, right? Different coaches coming along, different, other pro players trying to help them out, and nothing really has sort of been pieced together. No winning solution found. Hardfinds going in right now. This is a repeat of the fight we saw yesterday, Hardfine and ADN versus Nano and Lou. And once again, it seems like Hardfine and ADN have come out on top. They really have been the bosses of this POI.
They've been the bosses of early game in general, like 5-0 in terms of just elims for them and everyone else just in their vicinity breathing their air. They've been looking so good, and I think also, as Minnie said, held the record yesterday for most elims.
It's funny, we just talked about, if it was a year ago, I'd be impressed by the Deceptos and Reason. If it was 2 years ago, you told me Hardfine and ADN popping off, I'd go, yeah. Those are the UK boys, and, still kicking it now. A blast from the past, but one that has been so fun to watch. They've bullied some big teams out of Greasy Grove and continuing to do that even here in Session 3. Janice actually going down in the feed, that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that for you, but a fight here at the Joneses. We saw plenty of this yesterday as well. A lot of these teams will be very familiar with each other at this POI. The question remains though whether or not things will actually stay the same.
So tough to be able to rotate out of this one, at the same time be able to hear and see things. Not only because it's getting dark now, sight lines, visibility through these trees, just based off the map, weather, and time. That's going to make things slightly challenging. At the same time, for the Joneses, so much is just blocked in your sight lines. The third parties from the Sanctuary coming at any time. That is happening outside of the fight. That Wendy's in against Cosmo. This one doesn't go for too long, though. They will have to move across the map. We have a Western zone. A lot of the times, this fight either takes 9 years, and you can apply for 17 different visas and have 7 lineages of generations of family, or it's like a drive-through, and you just get your elims and get out.
Yeah, in the time it took for the Joneses fights to start and finish yesterday, I actually graduated from university, raised a family.
You don't know why? Your prof was JJ2.
Yeah.
And then...
He taught me a lot.
Yeah.
He taught me a lot.
Your Minister of Marriage was also the same guy, JJ2, bro.
Yeah.
He was there. One time he had zone, though, yesterday. It didn't really work out.
Well, we don't speak about that. It's interesting, because Jay and Cosmo, if I remember correctly, were landing at Command Cavern in some of the games yesterday at the very least. So, an adjustment there. I think that's something we've seen where there are a lot of teams who obviously... the majority of the teams in lobby are teams who played yesterday, right? But there have been quite a few adjustments in and around different areas of the map. Refsguard and Clown, this is a team to watch out for today. If you watched yesterday, the very final moments of Game 6 of Session 2 came down to a 2v2 between these guys, Darkies and Mr. Satan, and it was a 2v2 that they sadly lost. And so they remain in the semi-finals yet to make their way in the final.
That's when we're in 15th place. Darkies and Satan were in 20th, I think, respectively. And it was just Refsguard specifically versus Darkies at the very, very end. Levin, we got to get a little bit of an insight as to how Refsgaard felt after the fact too. My man was not happy. I think one of the most emotional moments for him in the history of his FNCS career.
Yeah, he was, he sort of went through it, right? In the immediate aftermath, you know, he sort of lets out this massive scream, you know, he's very frustrated, understandably. And, you know, Refsgaard's someone who is very known in the community. He's a very lovely character, right? So to sort of see him in anguish is never a great thing, but hopefully today, back in a mental reset.
Yeah, I think Reese is here as well to give us more insight about what's happening so far in the FNCS.
We talked about Janus off spawn, and unfortunately, this is what's going to happen here. He has not started to learn this new drop spot yet. We know this is a new drop spot on the map, and he's missing information on that. Turret right here. He should have a clear understanding that he cannot build on this area. The players come around the side, and unfortunately, it's over for him.
Man, I've seen this happen multiple times so far throughout the FNCS, throughout just clips and streams as well. A lot of the time, players unable to understand, even if the build is blue in those moments, you should know with the turrets, that's how things roll. But as Reese mentioned right there, this is a new POI that Janus and Vortex are trying to land at. Update with them now. The one cool thing about the Collider, not only is there a reboot van here, you go a little bit more towards the northwest, there should be another one to find, and it's very close to so many POIs, especially with the type of eliminations that happen here. They're so long range. The reboot car is so easy to get. You're just able to mini geyser or collider out, so to speak, with pads available as well. You can easily get your teammates back up.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest concerns for any of the teams who has played in all of the sessions is lapses in concentration like that really can cost you. There's minimal room for error in these games, and so that's going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, timing was a big thing, this kind of room for error that Janus and Vortex kept failing at. Yesterday, they took so long to rotate, so much time in trying to third party or trying to res each other off of scuffed landings. Apparently, that's not being fixed in game number 1, and they're kind of stuck with this time curse on them as they keep moving on this day 3 as well. Lolas Esti on your screen. I mean, yesterday, they looked so good too, Levin.
Yeah, and we're seeing sort of a repeat of some of the circumstances that led to them having such a great first game. Based up there in that sort of western area of the map on that hill, the zone is pulling to the west, and so a lot of teams will have to rotate in through that sort of southeast side, and they're sitting in the perfect position to just do endless amounts of damage to teams. At some points yesterday, we saw them 600 above the damage threshold for Surge, and I expect to see similar things in this game as well.
And close to the top 10 yesterday, and we're just so close to locking it in. It just did require one really big game. That's the main thing I think we kind of looked at in review. Yes, Lolas Esti, consistent all the time, but have to make sure if pop-offs in the business, it has to happen again.
Yeah, and I don't want to seem like I'm, you know, ragging on them too much, but I actually thought the consistency aspects of their games was maybe a bit overrated in the sense of, you know, the real good first game, the Lolas sort of pop-off clutch, propelled them really high in the standings, and they sort of held that, but the games after that did sort of deteriorate. And so if they have to rely on individual brilliance to keep themselves in contention to follow consistency, that's never ideal, right? You know, you need to just sort of hope that you've woken up on the right side of the bed.
But Lotex have had many a sleep and many a night at the hotel of the FNCS so far, trying to wake up on the right side of the bed, but so far, 11, they've just fallen short over and over again.
Yeah, this is an interesting fight here. Very isolated, there's no one around, so they'll have time to get this over and done with. But like you said, it's just not been ideal for them.
Yeah, and checkout time is soon. They're the furthest away from the zone right now. I don't think there's a team that's kind of even deeper than the fight that's happening at the moment, all the way even past Logjam. They have the max rotate to make. It's about to start in a minute, so they have a little bit of time. Right now, all they want to do is damage for Surge. If this is your first time watching, you're not sure what that term is specifically. Storm Surge is just all about dealing damage, where you get dealt damage. It's a way to make players active and keep a certain amount of players alive in the server. So a bunch of teams will try to tag each other. That's exactly what Beto and Lotus are doing right now. If you're wondering, why not just rotate? They need to get some numbers under their belt. So they'll try for a few, still have a long ways to go.
Refsgaard and Clown, another team that has a long distance to go over here at Shifty Shafts. Pretty much a very similar sort of max rotation. There is a team just behind them, you can see sort of on the minimap in the bottom right. So there are players in this area, and you're seeing Refsgaard taking some shots there. Will have the shield to get himself back up, but of course the instant worry is, how do we deal with this team? That is going to be Skyzoo. below the hill. So we'll see how they make their way in. Right now, choosing to commit materials to guarantee their safety as they make their way into the zone, and probably the right choice as they head in towards that command cabin area. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to refarm the brick that they're currently spending. And so making use of these materials now is probably the better economical choice. 151 above the damage threshold. A decent amount to be at, more comfortable than what a lot of other teams in the lobby will be, but definitely not anything to be satisfied with.
Not just yet. Have to just stay on the move, make sure not to take too much damage. This is the opposite side of how Surge looks in terms of being on the hunt for a few tags. Janus Vortex based up, looking for a few shots. Unfortunately, when it comes to the timing for them, when this base actually props up, if it's too late, Levin, they're going to miss half the teams flying by. A few splashes to work with as well. One of the things that you actually mentioned yesterday is when you have a lot of these shields propped up, when you're kind of ready to go and you have this much investment in healing, you can trade damage a lot of the time to try to get these Surge tags up and going. That's exactly what they'll do. If you don't have the option of too many heals and you're very close to teams, you have SMGs, no ARs, you're in this type of situation. Frey and Corny, who are rocking in today in Session 3, up against Cosmo. Session 2, one-type variant, so we'll see exactly how this goes.
Yeah, this is a very messy situation. Of course, you have the zone ticking down on you, sort of pushing you to get the fight over and done with as well. And if you don't have heals, like in the case of Cosmo, you will want this to be over and done with. Fortunately, Jay does have a med mist that he'll have to use sparingly, but definitely does give them an extra bit of time as they try to find control here above. They know where these guys are in that box below them, but the point of attack isn't that simple. Trying to farm walls, gain extra bits of control, but the damage is essential. They need to take these players down before the zone eventually does. HP being replenished on the opposition side. Cosmo going in for the elimination. Big shot there, but goes down himself. The trade comes through from Jay, and Jay closing things out nice and swiftly. Will get the revive as well. A bit too close for comfort for me, Shayo, but finish nonetheless.
We'll wrap it up for now. A long ways to get back into the zone. Hopefully they make it. Vortex and Janus, once again, barely even moved away off spawn. Just having to res and pause a little bit on exactly what the entire strategy was puts them in a situation where they're barely even above Surge.
Yeah, and you saw that, like, just exactly what you were talking about, right? Where they're literally hard peeking there, trying to find anybody willing to trade because they had the shield kick down. But the journey to try to do damage will continue. Skyzoo.
Oh, no.
Very desperate times here. Oh, I didn't even have a chance to talk about that. He just goes down instantaneously. Refsguard and Clown. The fight we saw a bit earlier, all the way back at Swifty Shafts, they cross paths again, but this time, the Danes coming out on top of it.
I was wondering how they're going to attack this entire little mini lake situation going on kind of south of the Collider. Fortunately, going to swim right through and force a fight on Skyzoo and Jox. Looking good, but look at what else is just in front of them. So many different teams, slightly kind of based up. The Siptos Reason going to be looking good so far, and nice use of armored walls immediately, not trying to take any risks whatsoever on the side of Reason. Unfortunately, Deceptos is going to have to try to upkeep with the speed and the free flowiness of the main man himself all the way in front, and he's struggling right now. Old legs got to move fast.
Yeah, you saw that, man. It's not easy trying to keep up with Reason, I'll tell you that much. Sticking on that theme, right? The Deceptos was someone who, at one point, was viewed as this very sort of crazy player, especially in fighting scenarios and whatnot. Very much someone who thrives in chaos. But speaking to him, he actually doesn't feel like his mechanics are up to scratch of the most elite players anymore, right? And so that definitely can be a factor into maybe why they haven't been as successful. If he doesn't mentally feel like he's on par, that can never be as good for the confidence factor. Hard find an ADN now, though. Down on Surge. Interesting, because it's not something we talked about much with them yesterday. They did so much damage throughout those games, but in game one here, very much struggling.
Yeah, I think they're used to fighting and winning against 2 or 3 teams.
Yeah.
So they only beat 1 today, and that's why they might be low on Surge, and the strat is just not the same. as the one before. Gonna have to drop a 50 here for ADN, but every time we're stuck at 73, especially in this situation where there's about 20, 15 seconds left for the zone to come in. Yeah, you see desperate acts, last minute edits. Patience kind of gets lost. Reboots happening as well. We jump up to 74 players. The threshold for this zone, for this surge, is 70 players overall. Once that number on the top left hits 70, once it counts down to 70, basically, the entire surge, this lightning situation, it kind of ends. You take 25 damage each time it strikes every 5 seconds. It burns away through minis, 50 pots, shield kegs, everything. And right now, Hardfind, due to the opening of that edit, due to ADN going down, is able to trade a few shots. It costs them a lot. Entire med mist now gone. He's put into ADN's body, and even Hardfind, all he has is 50 pot left.
And even though they're able to stay in the game, right, we know how these guys want to play in the deeper stages in endgame, right? They want to be up there on height. They want to be playing on high elevations. They're not going to be able to play the style that they want to unless they are able to find some sort of impact frag where they are just sort of topped up when it comes to materials in totality, and that's never going to be easy to find right now.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for any team to kind of play their variant of the game either. This zone is just so unique, going right through Tokens on the right side. A lot of the left side is a bunch of cavern teams. You don't see that much action, and they're blocked by mountains as well. Down here in Sky, you can kind of see the effect of it right now, just the spacing of this zone. If you're barely even up and building new builds, you're going to be immediately seen. You're going to be immediately targeted. There's no room for you to basically kind of move around. And he's not even able to hit that res. They're trying to actually get this counter down to 70 themselves by maybe even sacrificing a teammate. Daniel, the last one left. Surge still striking him. He's that last player that hasn't really done enough damage. He just needs to land maybe even a pump shot, a striker pump shot across the map.
You'll see him on that wall.
He should be fine.
The left-hand peak, though.
Artur's moving in. Kaikus right there as well, but...
He's just trying to weigh it out, but... Nah, he has to do something.
Oh my God, just absolutely chomped. My man Artur moves so fast past that build. There's nothing he can do.
Speed demon right around that wall. He didn't have the right angle set up to really do anything. It was always going to be doom and gloom from there.
Where's Reason? He's so far ahead.
Reason might just have like a pepper activated, you know? He's
permanently.
Yeah, perma pepper, something. Of course, there is attack sprint now, right? But everyone can do that. Reason is just extra quick, it seems. The Siptos struggling to keep up. And once again, we're watching Hardfind and ADN just below Surge. Hardfind trying to find some sort of opening here.
No team got to breathe either for their thresholds. We went from 71 players straight to almost the 4th zone. Now there's a threshold warning active. Every team knows exactly what's going down. Usually Hardfind and ADN can get a little bit of a second to strategize what to do next, but suddenly they're already in the next portion of Storm Surge. 30 damage above. Yeah, that lightning won't strike, but they have to stay active, looking for even just a single shot around them. It's going to be tough to find. Everyone is just hiding.
See the pressure coming from below. He's trying to find some sort of peace, some sort of solace, but it's going to be real hard. The pressure eventually stops. He's able to find a way out, but goes down to Surge. Not much he can do. ADN now, as a solo, he really isn't going to have any options either as well. He just needs to try to get in, and ultimately, it's just a free opportunity for the Siptos and Reason. Waltz right into their crosshairs, and that will be the end of their Game 1 ride. But right into even more action. JJ2 trying his best to out-heal. So many of these teams just looking to out-heal. This reminds me of Game 6 of yesterday, where just nobody wants to do damage. Everybody treating this day so seriously. Nobody wanting to make any mistakes, but ultimately not doing damage is a huge mistake because it is so costly when Surge comes about.
See the pressure of it too, even if you do solve Surge, there's so many teams still just trying to play the game basically, right? Just pushing boxes or getting positional advantages over you. Genesis Vortex, the passivity right now for them. It's left from them having one of the highest bases in the zone right now. They're just getting overtaken multiple times, and the greed from Genesis Vortex might cost them as well. Vortex just absolutely chopped down, chiseled away like a marble statue in terms of shields. They'll have to just invest almost all of their chunk splashes. Don't have many shields or maybe dynamicism in terms of an inventory for late game, but they did gain a pad off of that loot pot.
Yeah, and the big thing now is that with their limited resources, that pad will come crucial. We've seen the dynamic between these two many a time. Janice leads with excellent tarps, Vortex in the back with vicious strikes. And that's what's going to have to be the goal for them in this game.
still have to make sure they're well-tempered. The one thing we've seen in the semifinals, those who fly high to the sky too fast, their wings burn over and over again, Levin.
Yeah, you can't afford to have your wings clipped, right, in these situations, especially when it comes to Juriki and iDrop, who we know exactly where they want to be. This is a team that loves to play on high ground, will always angle towards that, typically in the first moving zone, right? And so you can see instantly they're looking to set up for it.
They're going way deep for a pad here. They're finding a team while going for a pad here and getting focused at the same time. These splashes now not going to be grouped up really even. There it is. iDrop with that pad super late. Going to use it to get way closer into the zone.
Yeah, for a moment there, you saw the desperation. He was just sort of searching around for it. He knew it was there. The splashes came in clutch, though, keeps him up. And this is very interesting, right? Not looking to play high, staying lower down in the meantime. And we've seen them struggle here before. They get too panicked, they get too in over their heads. But the battle for high ground is a different one, a different flavor to what we've seen before. Clown and Refsgaard trying to do what they couldn't do yesterday. Clown hitting a beautiful shot onto Lazen. That's a nice knock. And the pressure coming out from Refsgaard. He knows there's teams below him that want to take height, and he's trying to do everything he can to stop them. But there's a team in the blind spot, Artor, that they need to watch out for.
Have a little bit of time to just think and maybe drop some pressure, but as soon as the zone starts to bounce back those pads, we'll start to fly. Vortex now in a solo situation by himself. Look at how high on the left side Refsgaard and Clownzy are. All the way up top in the clouds. No one can even reach them with 2 launch pads if you can just chain them inside the sky as well. Artor connected to. Looks like the structure's sound. The Siptos Reason on the bottom right side of your screen as a duo solidified. Have so many materials to be able to use. So much room, so much power. Meanwhile, the clutch, we're focusing on it. Vortex looking to see what to do next. 300 materials, all wood. His enemies know he's weak, he's a solo. Has to change a few layers, possibly do something creative here as Milo also pops off in the feed. All of our top teams who we expect to be towards the skies are working on this low ground, consistent playstyle between with iDrop and Juriki, trying to follow each other. What can they do next?
Yeah, scrambling to find any sort of clear layer. Everybody aware of the teams around them and the danger that that poses. Edison and Swaps in the back of the zone now trying to break through old builds. We're moving all the way through Tilted Towers, and they're on a crash course to colliding with another one of these teams on low. You can see double pickaxe and trying to break through the build. Eventually, they are going to run into someone, but Edison is ready. Hits the shot, gets the elimination, and the med miss is key that he picks that one up. That could be useful going forward.
If you win this game, you go straight to the finals. That's one of the formats here right now. A bounce back for Vortex gives him a chance at that ticket, but the edit is there. Hesitation sends him back to the lobby.
Refsgaard and Clown, they're still up on high.
Wow.
Siptos though, what a shot from him. He comes through clutch. Reason needs to get some heals up, and they will have the time to do that as they build and keep themselves in the game. But you can see all the chaos going on below. Clown trying to find opportunities to pick up some eliminations, maybe pressure the rest of the lobby. Edison has to be stopped at some point, and the time is now. Swaps following him as well.
Refsgaard and Clownzy basically playing air traffic control. Multiple planes ready to take off from the ground. Juriki and iDrop kind of at base and at bar in the hangar. They actually elevate a little bit. And Juriki, what a way to find a little bit of damage, and he needs it. No materials for the moment. It's just a shot that he can ride with.
You can see everything they can do. The Siptos now trying to pick up his way through some old builds, trying to find something. He needs to hit a big shot. He knows it. Rico, just bare bones in HP as well as a solo. These are the difficult times. No medmins, can't camp in the zone. Has to hit a big shot.
Last chance here for the big edit. Siptos and Reason also working all the way around. It's a complete mosh pit on low ground. Vico might have the last ticket to enter into it. So many different teams just clashing. Siptos Reason pick up 2. The Siptos with a 3rd. iDrop now down Stompy. Also taken out by Refsgaard, who's still active on height. They got a few more mats. They have a little bit of control, but they've got no ground beneath their feet. Doesn't matter. The Siptos is looking towards the skies. Another one sniped by, taking the aquatic dive afterwards, my friend. 5 eliminations, 9 for the total duo. And now we have the low ground demons versus high ground up top who survived this far. 2v2. Whoever wins goes to the finals.
A chance of redemption for Refsgaard and Clown. We saw them in this moment last time round, and this is their chance to redo history, secure their spot in the finals. They are being chopped. They need to be careful. The pressure's coming through. A moment to breathe. Some composure now is needed as the boys get the chance to line up the shots they want.
There's no ground.
And Reason and the Siptos are struggling. They have no builds. They're trying to spray their way up. Refsgaard now isn't going to miss this time. He will redeem himself. He will secure a spot in the finals. What a way to start. Simply breathtaking from Refsgaard and Clown.
Goes to sleep angry, wakes up going to the finals. That's such a way to play on the weekend. Refsgaard, my man should be beaming at the moment.
I'm telling you, Si, there's going to be no cries this time, right? Only happiness from those sides. The Danes will secure their spot. We talked about how Clown needs to try and match what Groves did. His former teammate chase him into the finals. They've done that now.
Hey, Refsgaard's chasing too. Scram is there waiting. I think there were big expectations on this duo to catch up with their exes almost, right? So they're all ready. They're at the finals, and what a way to do it in game one.
Yeah, I'm sure Refsgaard will have a big smile on his face, right? And I'm looking forward to seeing them play in the finals. We're going to kick it to the analysts to break down all the action from game one.
You know, I feel like, okay, so let's say you missed yesterday's Fortnite action, okay? We literally watched this exact thing transpire, but Refsgaard in Game 6 yesterday missed out. So they had to go to sleep. They had to come back. They had to think about it. What could we do to come into day number 3, the last chance to qualify and win? And they just do exactly that.
The redemption.
The
redemption. They have done it. I think it was bound to happen. You know, I'm happy for them. I'm very, very happy for them. It's not a nice sight to see someone lose out in those final moments yesterday. No matter whose side you're on, you really, someone has to go down. Someone has to lose out. But it wasn't nice to see yesterday. But for Refsgaard and Clown, what a performance and what a way to win it. They held high for that whole endgame.
I know. With like, by the time we looked up, I think it was like second moving zone. They had like 30 builds. And I said to you, I was like, how are they doing this? How are they staying up? Because every time we took a wide, we could see them still on high ground. Harpoon, man. Every time they just managed to harpoon that loot straight back up and keep themselves moving.
Yeah, and we can see this right here. They're picking up refreshes after refreshes. As you can see, three eliminations at the beginning of this end game, and then they just picked up refreshes. They picked up eliminations, and they were able to pick up the loot. As you can see, Clown with that harpoon there as well, being able to pick up the mats to keep them afloat, to keep them alive on the top of that, on the top of the whole map, the whole lobby. We're looking up there, and there were teams down below that maybe tried to go for a little bit of high ground, but I think because they reinforced it so well, nobody even had a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they were like teetering on the edge this entire time, though, because like we said, look at the builds right now. 16 to their name, now one. It's like every Elim came at the perfect moment. Right here, you can see the harpoon comes in so clutch. 3 builds yet again. It's right on the edge of chaos. And this water zone definitely played in their favor at the same time. Like down below, Reason and Deceptos, they can't really do anything at this point. You know, they can't cover their tops. They can't have good movement because they have to bob up and down, and they're just easy to eliminate them.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. They don't have any materials. There's nothing they can do there. Of course, Deceptos winning in the solo cash cup today just before this event. And we talked about it, maybe tiredness could seep in, but second place, what a start for them.
Incredible. I mean, to be honest, when you look at the caliber of players that we have here, these two names stand out, right? These are two of the best names on the region, and to see them underperform in FNCS so far has been, in all honesty, like surprising. Now that they're coming out, absolutely just destroying the lobby in game number 1, I feel like this is an unstoppable train.
I think so too. I mean, the experience of these two, the chemistry that they might have to develop today will be crucial. But because they have that experience, they both have been in so many final situations and both performed incredibly well in multiple different formats. They have to use all of that experience today to really clutch up, because as we talked about earlier, Z, this is the last opportunity.
And for them, this is when they came in, right? This was their shot. They knew they were coming in on day number 3, and they knew that's the only opportunity. We don't have these other 2 days to practice or warm up. We have to come in, we have to do it now. And this is a great way to start things. Another duo that actually surprised me, you talked about them there in the beginning of the game, Janus and Vortex, right? They had that really rough start, but they were able to bounce back.
Yeah, they bounced back, right? We can see first, well, let's start at the end, right? Let's see how it ended up for them to start with, because when we checked in on them before, they were in a rough spot. And now if you watch here, it seems like they were in an okay spot, right? They were slightly above Surge this whole time, but one wrong peek, one edit that holds open too long, one little bit of overaggression, when you panic about Storm Surge, can kind of end it for you, right?
Yeah, they had a little bit of panic there, and unfortunately didn't quite work out in their favor. They did, of course, go for that. There was a moment there, they went for a launch pad, and there was a whole pile of loot. And we saw them go for it. We were saying in the back, we were saying, don't go for that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Please.
But don't. They were very, very risky. They went for the risk. They took the risk, and they did, of course, get the launch pad from that, which was able to bring them into the end game, but they couldn't quite use them because they went down.
Yep. So obviously that was their end game. We saw how it started, we saw how it ended, but what was in the middle? What was that kind of comeback? How did they even get to that point? Because if you look at the loot, like they were stacked at that moment before they made that mistake. Here it was. We saw Janus go down because he couldn't build on that cannon at the same time. Vortex manages to get the reboot off, and look at this Techers right here. You can use the cannon to fire yourself into the collider, and if you hit the midsection, you will actually fire on out. And the rotations you can make with this, if you plan them out, are so good. So this actually put them into a really nice high ground spot where they have kind of vision over a ton of this area. Now, if you can see the Storm Surge counter there, only 14 above. They were teetering on that because they wasted so much time, obviously getting the reboot off and whatnot. But they essentially just kind of traded tags back and forth with the great loot they have. And it looked like a good mid game, but unfortunately that mistake in the end game cost it for them.
But that's okay, right? That was just, let's say, the warm-up for them, right? That opportunity to say, like, okay, this is a new day for us. This is day number 3. What can we do? And I think, to be honest, that bounce back, it's good, right? Because you think, like, hey, what was the worst possible thing to happen? We still came back from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see the sort of development in teams' playstyles. A team that I want to pick up on, iDrop and Juriki. We'd expect them to go for hype. We'd expect them to go for that big game win. They are my pick for the team, so I'm keeping a close eye on them, of course. But it seems like they're playing a little bit more of a consistent way of playing today. They're sort of playing mid-ground layers. They're not just building up on high ground, and I think that's their plan today.
I think so, and that is a good idea. I'm happy to see them change up and adapt. We talk, like, say these guys are game winners, but they have a really good plan generally. So as soon as that moving zone, I saw them go down onto low ground, I was like, these guys are going to play for a top 6 today, which, I mean, was surprising, but given they didn't manage to do so well in the first 2 qualifiers, or sorry, in the first 2 days of the semis, something had to be made. Change had to be made, sorry.
A change for sure.
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for.
There you go. I love to see it. Guys, that was just game number 1. We have another 5 ahead of us, so let's jump back on that battle bus. Shio, Levin, over to you.
Hey, thank you, Zeke. Change, warm up, you know, stay consistent, stay active, stay low ground, mid ground, lots of tags, Levin, but if you ain't winning, you ain't grinning.
Oh, I like that one, you know. You got the fast today. I like that.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. No, it's facts. I think you will see a lot of these teams like the iDrops and Jurikis who've played a lot of sessions going, nah, I ain't got the minerals for a win. I'm gonna just go try and get consistent top 6, right? But a lot of these teams still are gonna be gunning for that victory royale because it is just one, so satisfying. That feeling, like you said, you're grinning after it, but 2, a lot of them will feel like they don't have many opportunities at it, right? So they're gonna snatch at the opportunity, and that's a big part of today's games.
Yeah, a lot of those opportunities, options as well, word starts kind of the same, which is very convenient. They start to end when we get towards game number 6, right? When you're at the very end, you're low on points, you're 20th down to 50th overall, you can't do anything but win.
That's why the last couple games are so fun, right? Because you see all those teams who literally know we're not calling on consistency, it's a win or bust, and that's when it gets really exciting. And we're gonna have to see who's gonna be in that position as we move into game number 2.
Game number 2, we're talking about the end of the day, but we're just starting it right now. The options for consistency, absolutely still available. iDrop Juriki in the business and the analyst packages. A bunch of other teams who were close towards the end, like Reason and Deceptos, have another chance to attack. Again, Jackson and Vico playing the best so far out of everyone, and, you know, leading the pack just beside Havri and Jetslam. See exactly what Juriki and iDrop can do now at Rocky. Pablo up against Leader. That should be all the way, not at the same drop that they're at. Looks like Pablo and Swag are getting kind of wrapped up immediately, actually, now that I look at the feed. They're switching a few spots here and there. They're looking for home right now, and it's not actually landing through in the most comfortable way. There is no couch to be able to sit on for them. Leader and Wendy kind of boot them out of the house. The Jones is going to be free for them, but that must be such a surprise to see a random team roll up and land at it just in game 2.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that you typically expect in these games where it comes to like, oh, a team's qualified through, so we'll land like that POI, so maybe the switch ups here, we don't see this team here, this time there. But when you just have like a team just like out of nowhere coming to your POI, yeah, that can be a bit of a surprise sometimes, but that's why you practice, right? That's why you know, you have the Osborne battles, Swag.
No way. So close.
Yeah, man, it weren't really working out from there. It weren't really working out from Wendy and Leader. A team who, they had like one real solid game yesterday, right? I believe they came in session 2. I don't think they played session 1, but yesterday had one taste of near victory, and beyond that, wasn't quite as spectacular. So we'll see if that one little taste was enough to really make them hungry and put them in contention here. Reason and Deceptos, second place last game. A very positive start for a duo that has had so many question marks around it over the course of this season.
Interesting to see that 2 teams who are both at the same POI are first and second respectively at the moment. Vigo Jackson somewhere close by on the boards, but not at home as well. See exactly what they can do off the rip. You can just end up being so stuck here in Cavern in these fights. At some point, things do end up just snapping completely. Well, to the degree for now instead. Hardfight and ADN, surge issues last game, even though they just won a off-spawn fight against shielded enemies as well fully. I think it was a total of 400 damage. It just wasn't enough for them to keep rolling in their game.
Yeah, we'll see if that's an issue for them again. I think the biggest adjustment that will probably be made is in regards to sort of positioning, right, and where they're actually finding their tags. The biggest problem, though, is that the longer this fight takes, the less time they have to choose the right position, as we have a similar sort of zone heading up towards the north, bit less west, but a decent distance for them to travel. But this time, Lou and Nano looking a lot more in control than they did last time. You can see in the horizon, Frey and Glubsheet will be looking to maybe see if they can get some cheeky bits of damage as they land a bit further to the southwest.
Look at the amount of cost there is to this control, though. Materials for Lou and Nano, almost negative, 8 and 5 respectively. Hardfight ADN just immediately run away. And this is kind of what they have to do. They have to overinvest. Every low ground type of just off the cuff fight, off of drop, or just after the fact as well, a box fight, Nano and Lou haven't been the best at. They do get the better half of this POI, though. Walk away with the Whiplash and Chonkers. ADN and Hardfight have to be mad about that.
Yeah, that is real tough, right? Because that's one of the biggest reasons anybody even cares about Greasy Grove anymore, you know? Unless you're like me and you're living on the old school taco time.
Yeah.
I can't even speak English, right? Fumes, sorry. Realistically, you ain't trying to come here. You can see they're trying to take shots at the tires just to really like mess them
revenge,
up. Yeah, but those two will get away, and that must be infuriating if you're ADN and Hardfind.
Other Session 2 type team, Bloomy, Moneymaker, rolling in.
They came second in the game yesterday, right? So another example of a team that, you know, really had a taste of near victory and just wasn't quite able to do it.
No way.
Oh, no.
No shot.
Bloomy.
And I think I saw in the feed, yeah, Javi takes out Moneymaker as well. This is a 1v1. He breaks right in.
Oh, no.
No way. So Command Cavern not going to be accessible for game 2 for them today.
Bruv, Bloomy's my guy,
yeah,
but he's not helping himself with the old accusations. You know what I mean, bruv? You gotta have
hearing aids. Is that what you're going?
Bruv, they're gonna. If he's not careful, people are gonna start saying Bloomy needs a hearing aid, man. He's getting up there, you know. He's getting on. I
mean, one really cool thing from Harvey there, just in general, is just the way he used mantling. I haven't even seen it that active in many fights. That was just no builds. My man just climbed up, shots only, took him down, only available in kind of this chapter.
Yeah, that's fun, man. The mantling's been really great. I think where we see it often is in endgame, right? The height takes, right? If you're the team's second height, you try getting the high ground team's blind spot, you mantle up, they have no idea what's going on, right? We've seen those kind of plays a couple times, but you're right. Seeing them, the mantling come into play in these sort of earlier game fights is really fun, new mechanic to the game, and one that the players have very much mastered.
Milo and Cisse will try to use classic strategies. The lurk in the Joneses and just try to go for a pinch.
Yep.
But no access to anywhere really, any key points to try to hit basically, you know, the site that some people are on. Jay and Cosmo as well, rocking through. It's nice to see a POV of some of these edge teams and how long it takes them to get the actual insight and context of where they kind of are inside these zones. They're looking for just an upper northern entrance. And Deox and Wallflower will be right behind. Seeing their drop just on draw spot maps in general, it looks so crazy. It's at the very bottom right of the map. It's basically half water, Deox and Wallflower. Now they're all the way up top north. I'm not sure exactly how that changed or if things are, you know, differing from games 1 to 2. Regardless, though, tuning up with a bunch of teams. Rico and Jackson, I feel like they've just been here since Qualifier 1. I feel like we get to go home, but they stay in the server. So we're going to go home for a second. Let's let Mini take over.
Thank you, Shia. Yes, and we're talking about Vico and Jackson here. We're talking about teams that have sort of struggled on Storm Surge, but for these guys right now, they're actually just boxing up very, very high, just outside of their drop spot. They do, of course, have that mythic thermal assault rifle as well. And the reason why they're doing this is they're sort of picking up on teams that are rotating through the new POI, the Collider. Of course, we have that sort of wind tunnel, so many launch pads around the area, and there's going to be so many teams that are going to be rotating through there. And this is a really, really great opportunity for them to pick up the Storm Surge and maybe alleviate some of the issues that they might have been having. Back to you, Shia.
Well, thank you so much, Mini, for that insight. And instantaneously, we see exactly what he's talking about. because of this elevation, because of the unfamiliarity for some of these other teams, Vico, huge damage straight to the head of Janus, and we saw Jackson with that thermal rifle. Let's tie what Mini's taken and bringing to the stage here, Levin, with what I was just talking about in Qual 1. They were at Tilted before. They were going for fast fights. They were going for third parties. Now they're in this evolutionized state of going up in bases, using the Mythic Thermal to look for shots in a brand new POI.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that with the Collider being such a strong POI, and the nature of this zone as well, putting up tools in North, you're going to have all those South teams rolling through, some of them even maybe trying to get old loot. Like, there will be plenty of loot left over somewhere in the Collider, right? And so if you can just sort of sit perched up there, there's going to be plenty of opportunities, and it adds a bit of extra consistency to the mid-game that was so up and down for them in previous sessions.
Yeah, them in terms of Vico and Jackson, and then iDropJerky as well. I feel like identity issues have been challenged and solved for early and mid-game.
Oof.
Look at this zone pull. It's tough for iDropJerky regardless of what their identity is. This is where things start to get rocky, though. Towards the end game, Levin, I feel like both Jackson and Jerky, we'll take the J's for now, haven't just found their stride in how to play Fortnite when it starts to get that congested towards the 8th, 9th zone.
I think the big thing with iDropJerky in particular, right, and it's something that I mentioned yesterday, but we just didn't see play out, and it's good that we sort of saw it in that game 1, right? But when you looked at day 1, session 1 in particular, it was very clear that they were obsessed with height to try and win games. They just wanted to win. And we mentioned it in a jokey manner, but it's very true. There were plenty of opportunities where if they had just dropped down from height, tried to play out the game from mid and low ground, they are better on those layers than a lot of the other teams in this lobby. Even if that isn't their specialty, they could have easily qualified on consistency. And hopefully now that is the sort of mindset where, sure, they'll look for height if they can, because that's where they are elite and that's where they shine. But don't, screw yourself over trying to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And that specific portion of the game that Levin's talking about, end game height, that starts kind of towards that 6th, 7th overall zone. That's where their game starts to get challenged. So for now, for a bunch of these teams, second all the way till then, it's going to be fine. Hopefully, they kind of still ride the wave of consistency. I think one thing for iDropJerky and a bunch of these teams is just that one, vice, that one sin, greed. That's it's just looming over their shoulder over and over. Hopefully they don't take a bite at it. I'm surprised that Risen and Decipto stayed so composed in that last game, tunneling through low ground.
Yeah, that was really impressive, I'll say so. That was very, very impressive. You saw how tight they were to each other as well. There wasn't much individuality there where they're almost both sort of relying on each other, staying tight-knit, and that's what they're going to need if they want to keep themselves in contention. We saw previous days certain teams starting off very hot, slowly sort of wiltering out, falling off. If these guys can have another really solid game like that one in the first one, they'll be well on their way to making sure that they actually have a chance of playing in their FNCS final.
Talk about guaranteeing a few things, a scan there for them to use as well, but as we tune away from kind of the watchers, the vultures on top of different spots of the map, we go straight down to the dirt, Hardfind and ADN. Earthworms right now inside these builds. So many teams around them. They need to stay low key. I say that though, and there's a big spotlight shined on them in double digits only on the right side of your screen. Storm Surge, 43 damage above 11. That's not good enough. Lightning should be starting to strike once teams get a bit more active as well. They need to just get ahead of this and deal some more damage.
Yeah, you're seeing what their approach to it is. Looking for the knockdown and successful one as well. Letchi and Swilliam caught sleeping right there. Had no clue what was going on. Really brilliant stuff there. I was going to say, random anecdote. In EU, it's rare to have controller players anymore. Like, I feel like there's like no controller players left in EU. But to see basically like the only two left, or two of the only ones left, fighting up against each other there, Letchi versus Hardfind, that's fun. That's nice. I like that. Hey,
not that fun for Letchi. He didn't get to really fight or play.
Controller violence.
I respect it still. Milad and Shady rolling in as well. 15th place currently. And in one of these high bases. In a situation just like Jerky and iDrop though, where they have a lot of options, a lot of avenues to take shots. They have to be perfect, pixel accurate though with it, because everyone's just aware of what's going on. They know that the eyes are on them.
Yeah, that's what we always talk about, right? You can, of course, set up and plan and have great ideas about how you can accumulate damage and, mitigate the effects of Storm Surge. But ultimately, execution is the most important thing. You have to be able to hit the shots. We saw Shady there just missing the mark a bit. They're trying to move their way into zone. Cost them a bit of materials and a bit of their HP as well. But once they find this newer positioning, hopefully they'll have some better angles for some shots.
Look at the minimap. There's so many different teams just rolling into Shifty. I think there's like 8 different teams here, and half of them haven't even found a base just yet. This one team that Shady's focusing is way in the zone.
Yeah, a lot of those teams, right, coming up from the north, when the initial zone popped and it was pulling towards north, a lot of them sort of maybe got a bit too comfortable thinking, yeah, it's a max 4 north is going to pull up again. But no, it didn't quite work out that way, right? And so some of them spent a bit too long. They're all sort of congregating now through the shifty area.
Yeah, that's the POV on the left that Levin's basically talking about. Shady is in that type of business. On the right, you just saw Kidwo. This man's moving in from the desert. If you check the ground right now, there's snow on it. Lots of different, or just a long travel time for them to pull up from the bottom side of the map to the top. They don't even have surge, so many different issues, not just on this right side, you're shifty, possibly towards the bottom side as well, near the fortress. You're tilted overall. Talk about a situation though, Shady, desperation, denied, rolling in, he's taken out.
Yeah, that's real tough. Game flipped on its head for them. Hardfine and ADM, after the fight we saw, doing much better in regard to surge from last time round, but still have a ways to go to make it into zone. They've got to cross this river. There's a team sort of right on them as well, just to the left of them. And there's teams ahead of them, closer to the zone, who will be holding them back as well. So a bit of a better circumstance than last game, you could argue, but nothing easy by any means for these guys as they move forward in this game.
They'll start to basically play the same tune and roll. And a lot of the times though, we're watching games, Levin, you know, day after day, and we get used to a few turns. For some people that are just rolling in,
that's huge for them.
They might not know what's up. Yeah, the pad will make their mid game that much easier. It's done in. Nice checklist to be able to roll in with, and it's all uphill now, which should be scary, but no team already just looking at them for the moment. ADN and Hardfine will just be able to go. ADN kind of is hesitant, needs to be able to just link up with Hardfine for a second. Everyone gets shielded up, then they should be ready to move. They're not all the way in zone just yet. They're going to be catching up in just a second. This is so tough. Sprayed. ADN hit twice by strikers over and over again, and he can't even edit through a millisecond of time that he has to try to have a say in the conversation. He gets silenced.
You can see what happens. They got split up on the pad. The pad was great for them, right? It gave them an avenue to get closer to zone. But literally, just a split second they get split there, a team gets in between them, and now they're looking so scuffed. Fortunate not to actually go down as a whole, but then a pad place of their own to get them even further as well. You see how much they've just had to use and spend just to make it into this zone. And just like that, another game where ADN and Hardfine are seemingly trying to come from behind in the context of what people have in this game if they want any chance of pushing themselves in the standings. Not easy whatsoever. Look at how little they're down to. ADN has no hard materials. Probably similar situation to Hardfine as well.
They took one of the riskiest ways in, and they took a lot of damage rolling through too. The teams that went right and left though, Levin, I just saw on the feed, both of them lost a few people rolling through. So for some reason, Hardfine in the end, kind of the most scuffed, but the best rolling in. It might just be that second pad.
And ultimately, right, when you look at all their struggles in this game, it all comes down to the lack of the whiplash. If they had that whiplash, I'm telling you, they are not struggling the way they were struggling if they had that whiplash. But ultimately, that's what the Osborne fight comes down to. All these things from way early in the game having such a massive impact now. As you take a look at the team who currently holds first place, down to them picking up some eliminations. Looking to try and get back into the end game and keep it pushing, maybe even get a victory royale as well.
No, Kari won't make it too far. Janus Vortex, though, usually don't have that option, ever. Usually, even though set up in the best ways, Reverse surprised us with how their games go. This is a center zone, though, for them. This is the best pull you could possibly get for the fourth. After the third, everyone else will have to adapt. They can just stay still like gargoyles up top on a building. Reason and Deceptos, though, will just kind of move throughout what seem to be the city streets. No one actually seen them so far. Freezing might be able to all the way up top. Hardfine and ADN now just clamped down. That's Frey and Stenna taking them out. Hardfine will find Magute before he goes down. All good, though. A few fumbles on the south side. The north side looks so open. That might just be because of the speed. That is the operating word for this duo right now. Reason and Deceptos so fast. A page ahead of everyone else inside this book of game 2. There's Magute just being taken down by Hardfine. There's the big finish. Unfortunately, though, they're just sprayed apart. When you're fighting a few fights it's dope even if you have to drop down on other players, but if you're not really in the best space for the box fight, third parties just end it so fast.
Yeah, you have to be so conscious of the angles you're actually fighting from, right? Can you maybe put yourself in between the team, or sort of put the team you're fighting in between you and another team, right? So that they are the ones susceptible to the third party sprays. The Siptos and Reason, two players who very much should be aware of that. You can see
nice,
the pieces, nice, brilliant stuff there as well. The wall replace was excellent there as well. The pre-edits coming through, a common theme amongst teams that are very dominant on the mid ground, but instantly running into a bit of trouble now. Reason with such low HP has the means to get himself back up in that regard, but very awkward situation now.
I was about to compliment them in the fact that they were actually attacking from one of the outskirt angles, weren't trying to get into the middle of the fight, just like we saw Hardfire and ADN do, and then go down. Unfortunately, though, when there's these many teams just on the outskirts, when everyone's so focused on the win today, Levin, no one's fooling around. A single mistake, a single lapse of judgment can cost you so much. For Reason and Siptos, it's half their heals.
That is what it means to these teams. You can see, though, the relentless aggression from them doesn't end. They want more. And almost finding it there as well. If they just sort of pushed on a bit further, that could have been another elimination for them, but I'd rather them not overextend in this situation, just only stick to what they can get.
Just calm down for them for now. You'll see their boxes are kind of lighting up with purple, what seems like RGB LED lights all around. That's other people around them that haven't done enough damage. They can't see that, so there's desperation just surrounding their boxes. Lopix popping off. Zaka rolls in, picks up a few. Arc down now, though, so we'll have to be able to pick that res up before the zone starts to move, but nah. Has to give him up completely, and a single bit of hesitation, just going back a certain way, makes you static, makes you easy to shoot. Lotex with a third frag in like 10 seconds. Him and Vettel should be good for this endgame.
Yeah, you see as the Harpoon as well, that's going to be key, right? Being able to actually profit from some of these eliminations he's acquiring. Janus and Vortex looking a lot stronger in this game this time round. And you can see pre-edit plays coming out from them as well. Everybody on the hunt.
No way.
So many people are nervous.
Look at this. Janus Vortex, that fourth zone, they got Essential. After that, the half and half put them on an edge. After that, they pull zone again. 3 perfect zones. They've had to use 3 boxes worth of match, Levin. If there's a game that they win, that they get to play their playstyle the entire time, this is the best chance they have.
And this is a situation we've seen them in before, right? I think back to FNCS finals last season, right, where they were able to win some games. And this is definitely the right environment, the right circumstances for them to finally show us what they can do. They've been so lackluster all season long. But now maybe this is their time to shine. You're seeing people making their way on in now. Players, so many of them gliding through the sky. Jackson and Vico could have done that themselves, but opting to save the pad for this one.
Okay, a little bit of decision-making, patience back and forth. Vettel still just popping. Him and Lotex just have so many eliminations right now, sweeping up a bunch of the points before the endgame even starts. Up top on height, there's going to be a 3-way fight. Let's see who exactly flies by. Bofink and Bevies control it for now. They've had a little bit of issues with confidence and control and leading the pack inside EU, but this is the time they get to shine with it to change the narrative. And what they've done so far, their legacy inside the semifinals, mended for teams not making this endgame so far, though. Vico and Jackson have elevated to a situation where they're in mid-ground, but they also just seem lost.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to scramble his way. Needs to make sure he protects the back, stop anybody from coming inside of the top. Janus and Vortex are now the start of the zone transition, making use of the attack sprint, getting in a bit. And Vortex, you see, that's what he does. He's looking for control, looking for angles as well. And there's a high ground fight as well. Glubshy falling to his doom. Frey left all alone on height against Bufink and Bevies. What can Frey do?
Not much for the moment. There are no winners in this type of fight, though. Look at the mats from Bofink. Look at the desperation for him to try to gain some regularity, try to gain some clearance as to what's going down. He used to have 500, now he's just down to 1 stack of them, 100 total mats. This is just tough all in wood as well. Meanwhile, down low, the lower people get forced. They're into shark territory. Reason to Siptos looking to take a chomp and a bite. Janus and Vortex taking over height, though. They see it. They were patient. Chug Splash is thrown as well. all the actual just green HP usage is there. Look at this beautiful slide from Janus too, just utilizing the mechanics, reconnecting, and using that mountain to bolster himself as well. If he gets this pyramid connected, they have such a good hold to be able to win this game from height.
They're looking so strong up there. Everything is setting up so perfectly for them. And you can say the same for Reason and the Sipsos. They've been brilliant. You can see now, settled in the zone, trying to find eliminations. The Sipsos looking all around. Reason might be the one to lead that charge. But this is brilliant from both of those teams.
Yeah, Lotix and Vettel, they should also be feared down low. There's 3 operating duos. That's Reasons, Vettels, and then up top, Janus's. They'll probably be here for the end game, but the Sipsos is going to be interrupted by Vico. 3 eliminations. He takes on one of the major players, one of the major duos, up in these low ground, icy situations, the fields that are so slippery and dicey. Vico will be able to skate around and hide currently. Just tall enough to be able to survive for the moment. 7 HP, can't even take a tick of the zone. Has to pick the right person to shoot, but no. Loses the 50-50 chance. Jay and Cosmo out of shield, but not out of a chance to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, they sniffed him out, and Jay actually will be snuffed out as well. Cosmo hiding in this bush. He knows there's players in there as well. He managed to hit the shot. Can't connect for Nayan. And Rabbit, though, struggled so much in previous sessions. The third time's clearly a charm, as they are stuck in this game right now.
Although, just like the first game, low ground, absolute disadvantage. They're going towards the water. They have no ground beneath their feet to be able to have stability. As a result, Janus and Vortex can take control. 2v2 now, finally to go. 2v1 for them. It has to be Raps. The perfect zones, a long journey in the semifinals. Lots of loss. Now up against Vanayan, and he's pushing up. He has the mats. He has control. 1v2 has to land a shot, but beautifully denied by the build from Janus. Has none now, though, and they have to drop down in the water against Aquatic. Spray's there. Vanayan still has a little bit of control. Spray, overload, maximum overdrive from Vortex and Janus. He loses his teammate in the process, though, but this is all for him now. Just 30 HP of damage he has to do. Keep the spray active, my man. That's all it takes. That's all it needs. And there it is, the final beam. Vortex and Janus are going to the finals.
That was so much closer than what it seemed to be. Vortex in that final moment had nothing in the combat SMG, was left with just a burst assault rifle, and that is a very difficult angle to try and eliminate someone from, but in the end, not losing his cool, keeping his composure, and securing his team a spot in the FNCS finals. Janus and Vortex, a team who dominated a season ago, struggled this time round, are finally back on form and back in the FNCS final.
How 1 pixel, 1 shot, and now 1 ticket all the way to the finals. I think it might have happened in game 1, and if it didn't, I thought it'd be all the way in game 6. The struggle would continue, but those 3 zones, Levin, I think that was key. Yeah. Had so many mats, so many options, and confidence rolling into that endgame.
Look, as much as you might be a top player, sometimes you need a bit of luck to go your way, you know
what I mean? Marketing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be an FNCS final without Janus, we know that, right? He's been so consistent there. It's been a fun time. I'm super happy. I know Reese on the desk is going to be happy, so I'm going to throw it right to Reese. Show him what we got, big man.
Reese,
come here.
Yeah.
Hit it. You know your prediction.
We'll get there.
I'll give it.
We'll get there. Janus, Vortex winning a game. They're going to finals. That's right. Reese, you're 3 for 3 right now.
3 for 3. Semifinals has hooked it up for me, but let's be real. It's not about us. It's a little bit, but it's more about Janus and Vortex. This is a team who I've said multiple times, it kind of shouldn't have struggled this much at this point, but they finally pulled out all stops when it actually mattered.
Yeah, and they really looked like they were off to a great start. And this is a moment actually in the end game where we saw them below on Surge, and they just about found that down body to pick up the Surge tags onto. And I think that was a really great setup for them going into this game. We saw them playing second height a lot as well right here. And then they found the perfect moment to pick up Bofink and Bevies, and they took the high ground so efficiently, so well. And they, of course, managed to close it out in maybe uncharacteristic fashion.
Yeah, I would say so. But one of the things that actually is most important there was the fact that they were patient, though. You know, we saw the height retake, and you pointed that out beautifully, but it was the patience before that. Like you said, they played the low and mid, they got to the front, they waited for the opportunity, and this as well is like a very experienced player play. They know they had no mats, they had to jump down, they knew where that body was, and they had to take that one moment. If they didn't take that, the opposing team gets that body. And look at the ammo. Yeah. We saw the split from Janus. He tried to give him SMG ammo, but nothing.
Yeah, and it was like a deja vu. You know, we saw two players down in the water in the first game, 2 players down in the water in the second game, and he only had the AR right there at the end. He had to hit the headshot, and oh boy, did he make the use of it. It was great. Didn't quite have enough ammo in the SMG. 0, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
He made use of what he had.
Aim training comes in handy, everyone. I'm telling you, if that shot whiffs, it's over.
We got to talk about Reason and Deceptus as well. How are they performing here in day number 3?
look at the leaderboards.
Yes.
That tells you everything. Obviously, they've moved down a little bit because they were in first place overall, but a couple points behind. Like, this is looking super strong. We said kind of at the end of the last game, this was looking like a kind of top 6 performance qualification.
Yeah, it really is. And we can see the aggressiveness from these guys now. They're just sort of getting their Storm Surge in a way that we see a lot of teams going for the tags. They see them sort of basing up. We saw it, Jackson and Vico doing so earlier on. But these guys, they haven't really gone for that sort of play. They've already been aggressive, and they use the chug splashes really, really well as well. We mentioned it earlier on. They had to use them really, really early on, which is not too ideal for them, but they're picking up refreshes into endgame. They're playing the sort of mid-ground layers as well. So if they can call off consistency today, I think they're doing it so well so far.
Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of playing very good at the state. You know,
generally.
We saw that game number 1, of course, it was a nail-biter. Game number 2, just again, a good acclamation of points for them to add up. But another team is doing super well, of course, first place. We can't not talk about them, Vico and Jackson. Now, in the end game there, they were obviously fragging out again. I love the end little clip where we saw one of them crouching underneath all the builds to kind of keep away from the opponents. But these guys are definitely on the come up. If you've been watching anything about Fortnite competitive lately, you'll keep seeing these guys' names.
Yeah, we saw them, of course, contesting Benji and Savage at Tilted Towers. They've sort of, held down that area, and what they're doing right now is they're just really picking up eliminations where it matters most. And they're picking up Storm Surge tags. It's something that I mentioned earlier in the mid-game package. Something that's, didn't quite work out for them. They're sneaking around a little bit shorter. But no, I mean, they're picking up Storm Surge where it matters most. They're picking up refreshes where it matters most. And they're playing super well so far, but there's still 4 games to go. I
mean, they're one of the Collider teams we talked about. You jumped in the mid-game package to show their positionings, and how they rotate from that is very interesting, right? We saw a lot of the teams utilizing the cannons that are around there to get themselves into position. And if you notice, like Vico, Jackson just fires himself here, and he's marked where he's about to land. You'll hopefully be able to see that. I'm not sure if it pops up there. There you go. So Vico lines up the shot to do the exact same thing. But, you know, if you've used these cannons once or twice before, you can kind of see where this is going at the same time. Straight into his opponent's box to knock that one all the way down. So a little bit of learning from them. Potentially, you don't follow your teammate's mark because that's going to land maybe on where they've built up.
Yeah, you don't want to be griefing a teammate here. Just thinks like, that base was terrible. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? He just comes in, destroys it all. Let me have my own go at it. And yeah, that's exactly what he did. But the leaderboard right now, it's looking close. It's looking intense. But there's still plenty more games to go, Z.
Yeah, we can't forget top 6 will be making it on through, and we also can't forget the Victory Royale will automatically qualify a duo to finals. So that's what we're here to compete for. That's what we're here to play for. If you just tuned in, I'm telling you, you tuned in at a great time because we've already seen 2 incredible games of Fortnite. We have about a minute before we go ahead and go. I feel like some of these duos are a little bit shaky, you know, and when I look over to like Reason, for example, they're coming in, they're just like, no, but there's no reason to worry. We are here for a reason. Let's just do what we do.
That's a lot of the word reason.
So many reasons.
So many reasons.
I just had to, because it's the first day, I'm catching up.
Okay,
I had a quota, and I'm catching up.
How many reasons can you fit into one sentence? But no, there are plenty of reasons for them to be popping up, and they are, you know, doing very, very well. As I mentioned earlier, Disipdos just won the Solo Cash Cup. So he's playing well. We talked about tiredness earlier. Maybe that could have a knock-on effect. Doesn't seem to be happening so far. They're playing very, very well, picking up eliminations where it matters most. Let's see if it can continue.
I mean, they're top-level caliber teams, let's be real, right? And in the situations that are stressful, when it matters, they'll be the ones who are cool. They'll be the ones who are sitting just going, I can run through this lobby. Who are these names? Who's Vico and Jackson? You know, I'm gonna just key them. I'm gonna do whatever I can. Who's everyone else in this lobby? And right now, if I know Reason, he is confident as a player. He's loud. We saw that one earlier, very much so. When we were at the media day, sorry, Shio, I know you weren't there, and you're very hard about that. But when we were at the media day, so loud when he's getting eliminations, he's slamming the desk like, yeah, let's go. So I'm sure right now they're ecstatic.
Well, they have a few more games to try and pick up a Victory Royale and find themselves in finals. Fortnite fam, we're getting ready to jump in for game number 3, so I don't want to keep you here too long. Shio Wager 11, over to you.
Thank you very much to the analysts. I, Percy, don't have any more reasons to doubt what Reason and Disipdos can do in these games. They've been so impressive. Not getting their Victory Royale yet, but definitely doing what many people doubted they would be able to.
Yeah, personally, I don't have any different avenues I can take on that decision as well. There's not many pathways I can contemplate on where to go. There's many different ways as well to say Reason. Okay, and even think about Disipdos. Regardless, though, I think in this game, they can definitely just clap back. They were alive and just very well in terms of momentum and speed. That's the operating word for them. I just think they're going too fast a little bit towards the end game.
Yeah, I think it's very rare that you see a player who averages not just, you know, 4 angry desk slams per tournament, but also 4 happy desk slams per tournament, and Reason fits into that quota. We'll see whether this game will be filled with happy or sad as we head into game number 3.
The third game Not the 4th so far rolling in, but lots of damage and action to still be dealt down in terms of what we can do. Looking at the map right now, everyone already at their POIs. Collider's an option. Siren and Asby just taking shots at supremely long range is an option as well. But Greasy should be one of those fights that's important to see, important to just tune in with in terms of how things go. Cavern will also be active every time.
Yes, sirree. We got a lack of the off-spawn beefs that we've been used to seeing in basically every game. I'm used to just every game starting off with us heading right into an off-spawn fight, but things starting off a bit slower. We will get there eventually, though. Yeah. Over here at Sleepy Sound, south of Sleepy Sound, a place where we are accustomed to seeing teams fight. And I don't think I ever see it really work out for many people, to be fair, but
yeah,
to each their own.
I mean, Jocks and Skyzo, I feel like, just profit off of this fight every single time. No matter if it's Hen and Queasy landing here or anyone else, they might not get the elims, but they're able to get like at least tags and roll out. Rarely do I see them just completely drop off spawn.
Yeah, that's a very, very rare instance, it feels like, especially in these games.
These games specifically today will get a lot harder as well, and they're already starting at such an increased difficulty. Good for us. I'm liking it. You know, I'm kind of gamer posture forward. I look like a gremlin watching these feeds towards the end. Usually we get to chill, sit back, relax. It's like a hammock vibe, but
yeah,
tuned in, it can only get better.
I was gonna make fun of you for saying you like it. I was like, oh, you like your job? Nice one. Like, I hope so, you know?
Yeah.
But nah, you're right. The games do just get you going, right? They get you so excited, especially when it's these final moments of the games where players are having to hit these intense shots ahead of each other. Can't get too ahead of myself, though, because we do have about 25 minutes or so until we get there, but we will get there eventually. And a team who I would not mind seeing in that final moment would be Vico and Jackson back over towards the Collider we talked earlier. Mini came in and blessed us with basically their plan for a lot of these games, right, where mid-map POI, they're very likely going to be picking up every zone here and there. And with that comes great opportunities to deal with Surge as they take up these positions in the center of the map near the Collider.
We talk about Vico for a second. I think we tuned away for half a beat.
This is exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. Victor going down. Victor was landing at Greasy Grove yesterday.
Victor was landing at a bunch of places outside Greasy Grove yesterday as well. Victor was doing a lot of things. And he still is for the moment.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
How would you, if you were gonna attach an adjective to the things he was doing,
yeah,
which would it be?
Experimental. And the second one is courageous. The one thing with Victor is that when he's rolling into Greasy, you know, obviously later session individual, not finding the mark in game 1, they tried even harder in game 2. It's not like they took a step back, relaxed, and understood what to do. They went straight in for the 50-50. Game 3 kind of went a little bit back, stout side, completely out of the POI. Still ended up going down, unfortunately. But they're definitely experimental. Unfortunately, sometimes experimental doesn't work. I think the experimental things that have worked so far for a duo, Lotix and Vettel. They've been trying a bunch of different ways to attack this game. In this last one, I think they were the most successful. So many points, so many eliminations, and a lot of them were on the back of Lotix before, you know, the final zone started to come in. It just started so strong.
Oh, just hit me with all the analysis there, right? Because knowledge bomb. Cheers, mate.
I was remembering what I watched. It's not, you know, I'm casting delayed by 30 minutes.
Imagine. I think you could do that pretty well, to be fair.
Yeah.
Reason to sit to us. Very interesting with them, right? Because obviously, landing towards the sort of top side of command, very similar flavor to what we see from Pink and Anas, but the end games have looked very different. Whereas Pink and Anas typically are gearing towards height, these guys have been very complacent with staying down low.
Well, I think one of the reasons that difference exists is because Pink and Anas, when they're rolling in, especially session 1, session 2, they kind of know what to expect. And there is a little bit of consistency in some of the other teams they're fighting, you know, like Thomas and Trippern, just being able to be inside the server as well. So some of these top teams playing mid and low ground. When your Reason and the Siptos coming in, session 3, when you have a bunch of teams who are tired from playing 2 sessions before, some others who aren't as, you know, just seasoned and a little bit more recruity coming in, you're not sure exactly what's going to go down. You might not have the same sense of control. You might play things safe and just be a little bit more on that consistency vibe, not on the control vibe. Maybe that's a difference, or that's why the difference exists between both those teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams, right, especially the Deceptors and Reasons, will almost have that aspect in their mind where it's like, I've watched some of these games. Height is like a million teams trying to take it. I don't think we're going to be the ones to hold on to it. Let's just let those guys deal with that as we play maybe a more consistent game down below where they try and control layers a bit differently, especially because they have the firepower to go out there and pick up refreshes when needed. As long as they can set up for them well, that should be good. Rabid and Fnayan sitting in third right now, and a team that's played in these sessions just hasn't had the level of success. But I saw Rabid did tweet, look, third time's a charm on Twitter. Still feeling confident, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Can't lose hope, can't afford to lose hope, really. So close, yet so far at the same time. So we'll see whether there's any learning being done from those guys. So far, it seems that way. Actually being able to make it to end games consistently is going to be a big, big challenge for them. Something they were just not so great at in the previous sessions.
Yeah, it takes one game. It takes 3 zones kind of bouncing back. Even some of the worst kind of runs over 3 days get redeemed, right? Janus Vortex helping the business now. This POV I've seen so many times, though, from different teams up at the Cavern. Deceptos and Reason will kind of have their run. Not too much to delve at right now. I'm liking the fact that the majority of the lobby is still kind of in the same mindset of just prepping everything for the win, for getting as deep as possible inside this game. Wise and Julian Comp, I haven't seen too much from them right now, but they are inside that top 6 overall. Do control Shifty completely and haven't really been aggro towards. Just quickly rushed out, I think, in game 2 when, you know, everyone and their mothers were at Shifty kind of rotating in. But right now with this zone, once again, towards that northwest, I'm not sure what it is with EU and starting the day off in the mountains, but they love it.
Yeah. It's funny because we watched that team up there on height. You predicted those guys, right? You're confident in them always?
Yeah, Waze and Julian Calm, I'm confident in. Game 1, they went down early, which was weird, but I think just with control and consistency, the top 6 even, being that bad in terms of the first game, it should be good.
Yeah, and in this game, the big thing will be the next zone, right? First zone, they've not really been able to deal with much of their surge, right? Sitting on that hill, there's just not been many teams in their general area. But all these teams you're seeing here in this Sleepy Sound area, once the zone pops, zone's very likely not going to be here in north. It's probably going to be moving a bit further towards the west. And if that's the case, a lot of those teams on your screen right now are all going to have to rotate past Julian Common Ways. And so sitting on that Shifty hill will be very, very useful.
Reese has a few of the moments we might have missed earlier on in the game. Let's see what he's got for us.
This is something that, Shayo, you've called out, you've seen 1,000 times, but you may have missed something very specific about this position, and that is the use of the scan there. Notice how many players will be down below. Now with that scan, it's going to show all of the enemies that are down below and allow for those easy tags, like little 26 right here.
So basically, Deceptos and Reason, as Reese just pointed out, get to play with a third player almost that has eyes in the sky. That's crazy. My man Reese just exposing him.
Reese doing the expose on Deceptos and Reason here. Wow. Well, look, the scans are very useful, right? If you have been dropping over at Command or any of the other places that have the scans, it's great. You feel on top of the world. You just know where everyone is. Like, how is that not easy?
Yeah, there's not much else to say about it. This is facts.
Yeah, no, it's factos.
Gotta utilize. We're tuned in away from Sleepy now. No, there it is. And Lotex and Vettel actually move straight in.
Yeah, so we're back to the spot, right? And you're seeing zones pulled away. It has pulled towards the west, like I predicted, going towards Command Cavern and that area. And you guys can't see it, but Julian Common Ways are still sitting on that hill waiting because they know all these guys are gonna have to come past at some point. And the longer they just all sit here and posture towards each other and sort of, you know, flex, hey, we're not moving if you don't move, we're not moving if you don't move. The longer they do this, the better it is for those guys just waiting for them to come in. So you can see now, Vettel and Lotex deciding, okay, enough's enough. They're going to cap off on Brick and start going towards zone. They actually might be taking a route that will mean that the line of sight isn't very clear for Julian come on the hill.
Yeah.
We'll see whether that actually plays out that way or not, but yeah, all of those teams are sitting in Sleepy, not really getting much out of it. Maybe a couple tags done here and there, but we'll see whether those teams struggle with Surge later down the line. Vico is in first when it comes to total limbs with 12. This guy hits hard.
Double digits for Raven entering the third game. And he's still moving over with 2 more in this one. It's surprising too, because I would assume Jackson is the one usually just, starting off these fights and getting that initial knock. Vico cleaning them up. Clearly, he has a little bit more edge as well after the fact. And I thought the issues would just be completely at Sleepy in the cavern, in where there's like about 8 teams, where there's so many big fights. Screen Slove, they've got the bad half of the start of it. Unfortunately, they've just been picked apart and have had nothing to do in terms of damage so far. 130 below, 7 builds for Screwy. He needs, like, I don't know, spiritual guidance from this moment onwards.
Yeah, he needs a lot of help right now.
Yeah.
A lot of help.
He needs like a hotfix update just to his Surge.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
No amount of help is going to help him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Moneymaker and Bloomy, we saw their tragic demise last game. This time around, though, an elimination. And that actually sort of puts them just above on Surge. We saw yesterday as well, a lot of these teams that actually are landing Cavern, even with the zones pulling in that direction, not actually able to get much damage and get their Surge up. A lot of the teams in that general area playing safe. The maps are quite good at Command Cavern, and so players are just able to sort of build and protect themselves in most instances. We just watched an instance where that wasn't the case, right? Full Screwy as a solo, but a lot of those teams have had their struggles when it comes to Surge, and we'll probably see a lot of that still play out today, except for the ones that are sitting on top, like Reason to Sit-Toss. The same was said for Anas and Pink when they were in this lobby as well, so we'll see how that develops.
Sometimes the best thing to do is just develop fast. Mirza and Lysen want to be in the business of box fighting for their Surge. And
no, Matt, I was going to say, you got dropped some, but when you box fight, you usually want to have some materials there.
And he still tries. It's the thought that counts sometimes, not the action. It's going to count for them maybe just getting lobbied completely. This is just tough. You can see the rest of the map is kind of playing the same way. Sky picking up a few. Lions is finally getting involved, and my goodness, they're just shut out. Letchi, Swilliam, tired of getting dropped on, tired of getting edited down. They're angry, and in this game, they take it out on Mirza and Lysen.
I was going to say, finally awake here.
Yeah.
They've been caught out a couple times now, but
I mean, they were caught out there too.
True. They just
give Mirza 200 more mats. Yeah. Give him one more wall. Like, could have been different.
Pachawa and Chari have not had the best previous sessions whatsoever.
Can't agree with.
But this start, even not spectacular, it's not a spectacular start by any means, but it's definitely better than what we've seen from them in the previous days.
What I've seen from them is, what is it? I've seen SCN from them before. I call it Struggle City Nation.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm watching.
Where are you going with this?
Loss of focus, no passion, no aggression, no commitment to each other as a duo. They're doing things, They're not on the same page. But now on top of the blimp, looking at one of these teams in these Surge aspects where they're lower, finding an Elim, those are upgrades. That's evolution, my friend. That's working as a team. That's what we like to see over the days.
I like that. That is what it's all about, the adaptation, the evolution, especially for the teams that have gotten to play multiple sessions. Because you've had time to really figure out what's been going wrong in your overall strategy. If you ain't been able to make the adjustments, then I don't know for you.
Might need to trade and drop some people mid-season. Who knows?
Oh, wow.
I'm savage with it today.
You're going.
I have no advice, but restart.
Trust me, these teams will take you up on that.
Very seriously, yeah. I've tried Levin for seasons. Believe, positivity, friendship. Yeah.
It's more common now, to be fair.
Yeah.
Once was.
Sometimes, man, you're gonna land Cavern with your duo and give him a revolver and then see what happens the next day.
Well, if your teammate lands Cavern with a revolver, there's a good chance you won't have a teammate anymore.
Oh, yeah. We've seen that happen before.
We've seen how that one goes.
And Neko and Dan, I feel like they have never split apart from each other since the start.
They are touch tight.
Yeah.
Didn't leave each other.
They were born together, like mentally, not physically, you know?
Yeah. Well, look, I guess we're doing another stories from the media day.
Oh my God. How, dude, this day must have had like 76 hours, man. Like, there's just no way.
Look, stories from the media day. Neko and Dan never leave each other's sides.
Really?
Not once, just always together. You want Neko, you find Dan, you found Neko.
Ah, if you want Dan, then you just find Neko.
Exactly.
Interesting.
We're seeing some Storm Cell struggles with some of our teams there. Jetsmord, 4th place team, just going down there to Shmeki and Gabix. A bit of a roller coaster for them.
They kind of remind me of Savage and Benji from yesterday. Up on top of the leaderboards, kind of in their first, second place. I know we're not too deep in yet. We're not in game 4 and 5. They haven't really solidified their spots at the podium just yet, but they are now missing out on a few games in a row.
That continues, he starts to slip out. We saw a couple teams mess that one up. Fanane and Rabid will be hoping that that's not their fate. Over here towards the bottom of the hill, making use of the materials they have. There's actually some brick there that will be able to refarm, which is nice.
Is getting second place a buff or a nerf for the next game? Like these guys just fought it out.
I think it's a huge buff.
Huge buff?
Yeah, huge buff. At that point, you're just very confident that we're playing so well, you know? I think it's very easy for us to get caught up in the whole, ooh, you've not won the game, you missed out.
This is a little bit of a huge nerf in the mental for iDrop. I know, I've seen clips and things, whenever these guys are specifically moving on rotation, things go wrong, the composure starts to falter.
iDrop gets stressed very easily.
Yeah.
He's a player, it's part of the reason why he doesn't like playing mid and low ground. Because, you know, when he's on there, he's literally just screaming non-stop, right? And that can be stressful. The blood pressure rises, right? Whereas height is a bit more lax for them. But he needs to keep his cool today. You can see Juriki on your screen there. Very much the same should be said for him. And you can see in this fight now,
this is good.
They have control, that's nice. Work the angles right. The opponents, Diox and Waffler, weren't up for it. And that's a huge couple of eliminations right there.
And it's perfect that they both go to iDrop as well. He was the one that was focused by everyone on the server down to about 10 HP. Gets both siphons, saves so much shield.
Brilliant stuff. Bevies and Bofink, we saw them holding height in previous games, but this time round, will they be able to do the same with just the 18 builds on Bofink and the lack of HP? And this time round, he doesn't have Bevies with him.
I like the confidence before, at least. Every time I've seen these guys fight for height at some point, I still like this. I still like this.
You like it?
You gotta be in the business. Not much else you can really do. Look at this. I like this. Go out with a bang. Go out with a bang. You know what? I would have liked how you drop height, you just go to low ground somewhere, you chill. But he doesn't have the option, man. 115 below Surge weapon. What else can he do? He can try.
We'll see what they do next week.
Okay.
This hits us in reason. 140 above. Another chance potentially for these guys to stamp themselves in the lobby out of Command Cavern. You can see Pachawa and Chari, a team that lands Command Cavern, they're still very close to where they started off the game, but very much struggling on Surge.
That's been even more difficult than Surge to deal with, Levin. This is not ordinary zone. They're going way past this big mountain. Doesn't even fit on the camera we have. That's how big this mountain in front of them is. I'm not sure they even understand. The launch pad is not going to be enough for the situation as well. They have to heal, move, build diagonally, vertically in front of them. There's just no chance. Arc is already flown all the way away. Chari up in the business of just pulling all the way up, and he's above so many different duos. I'm not even sure how he's allowed to be up here. Not spread out just yet. He'll be able to cheekily move forward, but now he has to make up so much lost time, and everyone will be looking back at him in just a little bit of a second. This is tough.
Yeah, the position has just not been great here from them. The zone pulling over the hill, of course, is unfortunate, but a lot happened before that. The Freezy and Lucia, the team that sort of bullied iDrop and Juriki out of Logjam Lumberyard, falling into sort of a similar trap. The Freezy goes down in the feed. Another team struggling to make that rotation in. Jackson and Vico trying to make things difficult for everybody else. The zone pulls south towards the fortress. The pad is dropped to Jackson. And now it's his time to sort of scout things out.
For every single team in the zone right now, with the zone actually just pulling south, the low ground will just be that much more breathable, easier to play. The ground should just keep dropping beneath you. High ground will sort of get higher, higher, and higher. Based on what we've seen in semifinals as well, those height fights might just stretch straight to the sky. Senna and Rayad have to be very careful.
We know that they can hold height, but it's a matter of how many other teams will be going for it as well. You can see the pads coming through. Yusri and Axforce, a team who very much should have been doing better in previous sessions, struggling now as they try to recycle a pad. Axforce getting split up from Yusri, but a big shot, 146, to create some separation. He's looking for the double dip. He's very low on HP though, and so it might not be worth it. The knock actually comes through. The Cypher might as well, but he gets knocked before that can happen. Yusri has to play this one out as a solo.
He might have to find Axforce's body. He has a very vital launch pad there to be able to use, and a lot of chunk splashes too. That's exactly what he'll do.
Brilliant.
If he can't even go for the revive, he's just be able to get that loot, but he's going to try for it. 20 seconds up for the zone to close in. They will be lost in the sauce momentarily. About 5 seconds spent inside zone reviving. We'll tune in with them in a second. Waves popping off in the feed, taking out both Zaka and Arc. Ziptos, Reason, just ratty today, but I like it. Staying low key, staying close to the ground. No builds this early though. It's tough. Barely even a single siphon, and not enough teams around them for the moment. Surge also. This is desperation from the top right POV. Lou and Nano taking over. The Greasy Boys now ready to get their hands clean, ready to just have a nice end game. They go for a big dip and dive. Schmecky though is going to challenge them. Gabex challenging height slightly, but no, he doesn't actually land to it. The Sithos with a few beams on key on the top right of your screen. He's able to get Lexi down. Swilliam cannot even catch a break. He wraps around the build, but loses Reason in the process.
The Sithos getting both was brilliant. They set up for the double SMG spray. It doesn't come through, but he comes in with the clutch, trying to stay in this game. The flopper will be huge for staying in the zone as well. It gives them an extra bit of breathing room, some time. We talked about the battle on height. Nano and Lou seem to have a good grip on it, forcing some of the teams down below. Artur gets chopped out. The Sithos now in this game is looking to clutch.
Sithos going for the clutch, but on height, a crazy fight turns to Gabex actually taking over towards the skies. Him and Schmecky, look at the cost of this. Have it, Nino denied, pushed all the way down. Him and Lou are going to be fine for now. One of the only height takes we've seen where that team that loses it is in an absolute shambles. Well, maybe they're Matsar. Tuning back in Fnayan with huge picks on his own lair. The Sithos still battling for his own. Does not take one of the max shots that he can. It's just a 38 damage tag on 3 different layers. He's going to be seen somehow, though, with a sliver of HP. He's not challenged by a single person. Now caught between a rock and a very hard place. He's sent down.
And Fnayan in a very similar situation in the back of the zone. There's a solo trying to hit shots, and a shot he'll hit the harpoon to create some space, and he's very careful, very wary of anybody lurking in these builds like he is, making sure to drop the extra weapons. He doesn't want any delay in that regard, but now trying to break his way through, trying to get into the zone, but his team's waiting for him. He has to try and push his way past, and he walks into the wrong alley, gets taken out by Stenner and Rayad. Gabex and Schmecky though, still on height, still pounding down on the lobby.
So many duels on low ground, pillars that do not want to be toppled over. This tower stands tall for now. A few more taken out, those Sky, Dan gone. Rayad now beamed away as well. It's all up to just Stenna to keep it alive. Suddenly, a low ground full of duos. It's splintered in so many different ways, shattered. Basically, ice melting all the ways through. Sky down, it's all up to Dandir. Up top, it's just Gabex and Schmecky. Looking to rain a few more shots. Rayad finally fully eliminated. And a few of the maps will change hands. Yusri still alive. Axforce finally down for the second time. Sending out in the way backside of the zone is starting to move in. Asvi takes one of those eliminations. He's going to be traded, though, by Yusri on the Siren. It's all good now, though. Asvi finally moving in. 2 HP. Tough for him overall. He gets just completely siphoned out. Stenna on the low ground will have, what is it, Dandir just running away. He has to take all the pressure from Schmecky and Gabex up top.
Yeah, Gabex, Schmecky, they know what is about to happen. They feel it. Dandir doesn't have much left in that med miss. Stenna now just running out as well. They'll eventually have to run into zone. They might even collide with each other if they're not careful. Stenna running, chasing after Dandir and finds him. But again, is it going to be enough? Gabex and Schmecky know where he is. They know they just need to hold on, because if they can keep applying some pressure, they've got more than enough HP. The zone nowhere near in time, a minute left. They can just hold on. Stenna won't be able to out-heal. He just needs to run his way in, and eventually he will fall. Gabex and Schmecky making it look easy up on high.
Still very strategic. That game might have not been won in the 9th zone. It was won in the 7th with their retake. So nice all the way up on Nano and Lou. So well fought for. It's just absolutely there. The construction of this win happened early, and they held on. Take out Stenna at the end. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, the height take there took a lot of guts. but it worked off. It paid off. They will be in the finals as well. Shmeki, Gabix win them game 3. Very, very happy for them boys. I hate to do this to you again, but stories from the battles. I'm sure Reese might have a story about them. We saw them at Media Day as well. These guys are very, very good, and I'm happy to see them actually being able to make it to the final.
Absolutely. We'll see exactly what Reese, Mini, and Zeke had, because that one was more cerebral on all sides of the battleground.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness. Really quick before we even get started, do you have a story from the Battle Bus? Or?
Yeah, I was there, and Shio wasn't.
Boom! I'm so sorry, Shio. I love you so much. You know, Reese, to kind of come back to you, first off, congratulations, Shmeki and Gabix, but there was a lot of technical play coming out of this game that I feel like if like viewers that aren't used to seeing this kind of stuff might have gone over their head.
They have, right? We'll come back to that for a second, because there was good technical play with Shmeki and Gabix here as well, right? The high ground retake, clinical.
Absolutely clinical. We saw Lou and Nano kind of like dominating high ground at the beginning of the end game here, but as we talked about so often, Reese, if you take it early, you're not going to hold on to it. And Gabix and Shmeki, what they did so well is they invested those materials into that height take. They really reinforced the high ground with the metal and the harder mats as well. And what they were able to do there was just dictate the whole match, spray down, rain down the fire down below, and nobody even tried to go for their high ground from them.
Yeah, and I love the final 2v1 situation. Like, we can see, obviously, they're just spraying down below right now. You know, height holding, once you've got it down to an art in terms of kind of splitting, keeping your angle sort of is fine. When it comes to this point, and it's Stenna, this is like a game of whack-a-mole. You can just see Stenna just kind of appear. He's just running around with the med mist, just healing up. Here he goes again.
Yeah,
and he just missed at that point. Again, a pretty clinical height retake, great height rehold, and eventually, like, there's nothing Stenna can do in that position.
Yeah, we were on Gabix for a lot of that end game as well, and I was getting a little bit worried because we were thinking, hang on a sec, could this go to a heal off? I mean, it was going to be tough for them, of course, to win it on a heal off. But we were looking at Gabix and thought, hang on a sec, they don't have the heals. But then, of course, we moved over to Shmeki, and they did have plenty of heals. If it did go down to that, which it would be a miracle.
It would be. Yeah, and you know, one of the teams that we were looking at a lot, especially during that kind of start in the moving zones, was Axe Force there, right? We were looking, and it seemed like it was wraps for them to start with, because right at the back side of the zone, they wanted to look to use a pad, right? They're trying to figure out which way we can go, where are we going to go from here, because we don't have one for ourselves. Actually, I'm going to take that back. They were getting a little greedy. They do have a launch pad, and you can see that they ended up fighting in the back side of the zone, right? They're trying to fight over it. They do get a knock onto Lotix, which has basically ruined their game, but notice now, 30 HP. This was a play of pure greed, and even Yusri also has a pad now that I see it from his perspective. But so they did. I was about to say, I was going to say they got overly greedy there. However, they did manage to get the res off, and I think that was a 5th place they ended in there.
Yeah, it was a 5th place for them, and it's something we see so often with maybe the lower level players, is where they all go for the pad and they all just run for it straight away. Everyone's like, I want the pad, you know, they're trying to recycle. As we mentioned, they got a little bit greedy here. They did, of course, have a pad each. They weren't quite able to make it happen in the end game, but it was that moment right there. They had chugs as well, going for that pad. They could have just chilled. They didn't even have to take the shot on the player that was going for it. They could have just gone, you know what, we'll let them take the pad, we'll play our own game, we'll play our own way, and they could just heal up with the chugs, maybe play a little bit slower. And I think if that had happened, Axe Force wouldn't have gone down at the end.
Yeah, and they could have saved a bunch more materials at that point as well, and a bunch of their heals as well. Either way, they fragged out once they got that revive off, and they moved up 4 places, and they're now in 4th. So currently, they are actually in the qualification range at this minute.
Yeah, that revive could have really clutched it up for them, because they were able to gain so many placement points through that. And these are the sort of fine moments in these end games, Zeke, that really matter the most.
I'm telling you, man, it's those little things, right? That for people not watching, they're maybe tuning into Fortnite for the first time. I'm telling you, there's so many layers to Fortnite that make up this crazy end game. Talk to me about Reason there and Disiptos. What were they up to?
I mean, firstly, looking at the leaderboards, top 3 teams haven't budged. They've stayed in the exact same spots. And you know what that tells us straight away? It's not that they did nothing, but it's just that they all did the same amount of okay. You know? So it wasn't an amazing game for a lot of them. And you can notice right here, pretty much they all went down at the start of moving zones, right? Because they just were pretty much all struggling with Storm Surge.
Yeah, which is really weird, because we saw the zone go over to Disiptos and Reason's drop spot, the command cabin. We see them basing up on there quite a lot. We did. We were talking about it. We were talking about them, you know, basing up on top of that and be able to sort of capitalize on the teams that are rotating through. But it wasn't quite there for them. They didn't quite pick up enough tags when they were up there. They weren't proactive enough when they were in that position. And right there, you can see they actually went down because they were trying to go for those eliminations.
Yeah, I do love, I've got to say, the solo clutch. I thought we were going to see it a little bit more from Disiptos there. Obviously, 2nd place in the solo cash cup today, was it? Or was it 1st?
It was 1st. first.
It was first. He won. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's ready to play as a solo, right?
Oh, yeah.
Today, he's practiced. He's had 6 stacked games of solos to go through, and we were seeing a good solo clutch from him. I was just hoping we were going to see a crazy solo clutch from him.
Yeah, maybe he said to Reason, he was just like, you know what? I don't need you. I'm a solo king. I've won the solo Cash Cup, but of course, you know, they're playing very, very well. They're an uber aggressive team as well. We've seen them, you know, take fights, and they're a very efficient fighting duo. They're, of course, very, very experienced. They've played in so many different events in the past. FNCS is qualified for finals, so they're doing it the consistent way today, Zeke, though.
I like to see that. We only have 3 games left to go, and I feel like pressure's on her now. What can duos look to do to maybe find a victory out, maybe jump up and up to top 6?
I mean, the top 6 teams have to just keep doing what they were doing, right? In particular, those top 3 right now, they have a bit of a lead, they have a bit of a gap, and if they just keep playing the same playstyle, they should be okay. Anything tragic happens to them off spawn, though, we got to be worried about them. Again, if you're starting to get further down that leaderboard, if you're in top 20, no worries. One big game can throw you far at leaderboard. If you're below that, you're going to start thinking about getting a victory royale at this point, which means we've got to watch out for height.
Yeah, that's definitely right, and that is the magic of this format. We see so many teams that could be down and out at this stage in a sort of traditional format. They have an opportunity to qualify. They still are in it, and if they just get one victory royale, that could change the game.
I love the analytical minds of Reese and Mini. It's so, so good. But you know what else is good? More games, of course. We have those for you. So, ShireWager 11, take us to this next game, please.
We have another game on the way. It's been a brilliant day so far, Shai, if you don't mind me saying that.
You can say that, yeah.
Do you feel the same?
I can say that too. I can say the same thing 100%. Absolutely.
What have you liked about these games?
What?
What have you liked about the game?
Oh, what have I liked about these games? I thought you asked me what I liked about Reese. I don't know why he's on my mind. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe she was at the media day. I wasn't. You know, maybe it's just rolling through again. What I've liked so far about these games is everyone feels like a game, or every single one of them feels like a game 6. It feels like every player is bringing everything on the line and not leaving anything behind. And that's awesome to see because we're not even at game 6 yet.
Yeah, that's the key factor, right? The game's intensity has kept on rising game after game, and I don't expect that to change as we head into another one.
Game number 4 rolling in, and for some teams this is way past the halfway mark. It's time to make a few changes if you're not really close to that top 10, top 15, so we might see some differences off spawn. For others, like Reese, Mini, and Zeke mentioned, if you're in that top 3, if you're Reason to sip those, you want to keep things the same. You want to make every end game, you want to just keep shining, so let's see those 2 different ideologies collide.
Definitely big decisions to make for all of those teams that aren't quite at that threshold. How do you fight your way back into the game?
With guns, with motivation, with passion. With
off-spawn fights at the Joneses, Pablo and Swag, we've seen them fall here so many times, but this time, things are looking a bit different. 31st, they're gonna be rising now. Leader goes down, Pablo, Swag. It's looking good.
You know what I've heard? If your points are reverse of where your placement is,
okay,
in that game, top 40 guaranteed.
I've heard that ShireWager waffles a lot.
Really? It's funny, everyone always uses waffle as the operating term instead of many other, you know, batter-based foods. That's the issue I really want to bring up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, provide a replacement.
Crepe, pancake, any type of bun, honestly, if you want to roll with that wave as well. English muffins are sort of that.
Would you rather say that? Would you rather people say ShireWager's buns? Is that what you'd rather?
Fine,
no, you don't. Yeah, you're fine now. That's what I thought.
I'm fine. I'll take the waffle.
Yeah, take the waffle. Rayed Stenna over at the Fortress, taking on Loki. These guys did really well last game. They tried to take height, couldn't hold on to it, but they didn't fall too soon on low. They were able to stay in the game for quite a bit, and starting off spawn very hot as well at the Fortress, a place that brings me nightmares.
For why?
Because at the start of the season, all the NPCs were just not friendly at all.
Yeah? For me, it was landing there and just seeing a tank and just never being able to jump into it fast enough. Yeah. Old hands. High ping, actually. Not old hands. High ping. I actually don't even have high ping. It is old hands.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I can't believe your
Look at these young hands. Specifically, hard finds on the Trolla. He's looking to take a few shots at Nano Lu. Didn't like them all the way on height the last game. They got so far. Maybe hard find Indiana, like we can do that if we just went off spawn. Let's have to take the fight straight to them this time. We're not going down.
ADN. They don't know he's here.
He's in the mannequin challenge.
As long as he doesn't move and they don't have the visual audio sort of alert them to his position, but Hardfine just going to keep on trying to create some sort of opening for him to make use of this advantage, just positioning. If not, just a classic pinch will do. But yeah, you're right. They're going to want to take this fight. They actually chop Hardfine down. I almost went really wrong for him, and that actually engages everything. ADN decides to get involved. They're in each other's boxes. Hardfine hitting a big shot with the auto shotgun, and he's looking for more now as well. Jumping right in under the cone, around it as well. Another Lou Nano wiped out.
For Hardfine, perfect decision making. Perfect timing as well for jumping in that fast. He had no other option either. His Ranger Assault Rifle, 14 shots. All he has left for breaking builds is a Harpoon. That was the best play you could make at the perfect time.
Speaking of best plays, the Siptos and Reason have done plenty of that today, chilling in second place. Have their eyes set on Screwy, who hasn't had much good fortune here. And this is just why they've been so effective so far in these games, just allowing everybody, allowing them to just sit above and ping them off as they get around. Bloomy's the one down below there. But so far, their game plan looks so solid. I don't see anything really changing for them. Even without them pulling zone, I think they're well on their way to having another really solid game.
Ryan Rabbit want to have the exact same thing roll in for them as well. Just keep emulating what you're doing game after game after game, not having any delta change, not being, you know, second to third, third to fourth, just staying in third game after game is nice for them. It just means they're doing their job, they're getting some action every time, and it's, you know, equivalent to a lot of work because we saw how much specifically Siptos and Reason are doing every game. Jackson, alongside Vico, kind of in that same spot. First place overall, getting so many nominations before the end game even starts. Looking nice with this big split tarp. This is what I wanted Genesis and Vortex to do at some point. I was going to point it out by this specific situation, but they're looking good right now. Genesis and Vortex already made it through, and they're in this business.
Yeah, yeah. They'll be trying to follow, right? They're sitting in first place. They've been really consistent. We've highlighted already why they've been able to consistently get deep into games, making much better use of the Collider than what we saw from some of the other teams in the previous sessions. And a team who really is starting to get a good grip on the fundamentals. Definitely a team to be excited about, regardless of what happens in the rest of today's games.
Vico really building up. A lot of the teams near the middle now kind of understand the meta of the Collider and how fast they need to base up. The zone we're looking at this time as well is going to be towards the top right. In the early game, it is all about what Axe Force is doing right now. You got to farm your mats, you got to go for damage, go for tags. But at the same time, you can't be caught in the crossroads of you know, just choosing one of those two options. You can't be in between. You have to really make sure you're on both pages at the same time and not just fully tunnel visioned and unaware of what's happening around the POI.
Yeah, it's always really difficult, right? To actually find the right sort of pathway to making sure you have max materials, especially with certain types of zones. Coney, they're fortunate they have zoned this game. They'll have time to get their mats up, right? But when things pull max, if you're sitting somewhere on the map where you just haven't got zone, maybe that area of the map doesn't have the best brick or the best metal, actually planning out ahead where you're going to position yourself so that you can get your materials up. We've seen what happens when you go in 10 game without it. It's not a great situation to be in. Can't even provide yourself with that basic level of cover, for one. You know what I'm happy about, Shire?
What?
I'm happy to just see one team at Tilted Towers.
Yeah?
I feel like we've like spent so much time watching fights at Tilted. And I'm just happy we don't have to do that anymore. Well, until finals, probably.
I was about to say. Benji Savage Squall, do you think they go back?
Nah.
Really? With Genesis and Vortex in the fray? Collider?
Yeah, man. Why not?
True.
They were winning off Spawn there in session 1, so I'm sure they won't be too scared of them.
They don't want the DKS bad sniper heat. I respect it.
It's the end of that storyline, right?
Yeah.
You've got to start a new one.
We're starting you with Waze here as well. I'm rewatching old footage. 6th, and he's in the exact same base over at Shifty Shafts. The zone is very different, though.
No, this is a different hill.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
They're not at the God Hill. This is the one a bit further south, but to be fair, though, this one probably is a bit better to be in. Nah, the other Shifty one's like the best hill in the game, but this one was fine as well, just because the zone pulling a bit further towards the east. There's a lot of teams that will sort of be rotating past. The big problem, though, is that some of them might opt to go around the other side, like over Shifty maybe.
Yeah.
Just because they might not want to go through the collider with all the teams there as well. So we'll see how it plays out for them, whether or not they're able to get their damage up as well. But yeah, somebody else claimed the big Shifty hill this time round.
Finally, a difference in this game as well from some of the consistent teams. We were mentioning it while this game started. You know, the top 3 teams never really going down, seeing every end game. It's kind of just the same. No one can really attack them. Reason in the feed falls, fully eliminated. Should be interesting to see if the Sliptos can just hold on. And we go straight to that POV. It's over at the Lumberyard. Levin was talking about dodging the Shifty hill, possibly going all the way up top. This could have been one of the options they were going for. Or maybe just caught in this fight, moving in late against one of these teams now trying to make changes. I mentioned that as well at the start of this game. When it comes to game number 4, if your first 3 haven't gone well, if you're not kind of in that top 15, top 20, you might have to do things that you haven't really done before. That's fighting teams immediately. Maybe instead of going for tags, you go for box fights. That's what could have happened to Reason and the Sliptos here. He still has the pad though, and that Gold Striker has a big chance and has the reboot as well. So his team is definitely not out for the count just yet.
Yeah, a big hurdle in the way, right? We talked about how things have been so consistent for them. Finally, the first sort of signs of a hiccup. Maybe an issue to do with the actual zone. We'll find out as things play out. Or maybe they'll have the Queasy and Hen effect where they just pull every zone after this game. But very unlikely. The reboot will come through. And they'll be able to continue about their day. ADN and a hard find though. Stumbling a bit in the earlier games. ADN, wake up, big man. You gotta wake up. Can't stand still there.
There's something going on.
Goes right back to being AFK. Yeah, he's
it's a doorbell. That's a doorbell thing. I've seen that.
Someone's ringing the doorbell.
Yeah. That's in real life third party.
In real life third party.
That's a good thing though, you know? If there's anywhere to fall asleep for ADN, it's right there. Now he's shocked awake. I guarantee you, hard fight ADN this time, it is a risky call, no surge issues. ADN laser focused. That's more than an energy drink could ever provide. Pure fear is what he just felt right.
Pure fear of who's knocking on the door.
Yeah, and getting beamed in game at the same time. It's in real life and virtual, right? All the senses.
Yeah.
The body actually has 8 senses, 5 of them physical, 3 virtual. I don't know what the 3 virtual are,
yeah, I was gonna say,
but I'm making that medical claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
You make a lot of claims on these.
I do. I'm never challenged.
Nobody ever challenges them, so you must be bang on the money with some of them, right?
Yeah.
99 below for the Sliptos and Reason. Back in the game as a duo. But definitely needing to get away now from whoever that was in the zone with them.
Oh, those other 2 are so far back in the zone behind, but they hit the pad and go the other way.
Yeah, they're going north right over.
The further north you go in this zone, the slower that zone will kind of close in as well. So good on those guys to stay away. For Reason and the Sliptos, they're just moving through Shifty Shafts. Unfortunately for them, they're about to run into major traffic. So many teams in front, none really just looking back just yet. That team right above them towards the left, Wise and Julian Com, are looking back towards the zone. If they go towards the right side of this hill, they can dodge it. Only issue is they're not going to have that much of a space to make a base. So already challenged, or just going for shots, actually. This is a lot of noise, though, and now teams will notice that they're here.
Yeah, but the big thing is that they're coming in on top of this hill, right? So they have a bit of elevation. The problem is, if they don't build and cover their angles well, and somebody gets a crack or anything, and the sprays don't stop like that.
Wow, Levin.
Literally like that.
Levon Stradamus.
Nah, man, I just watch Fortnite sometimes. It's the guy.
Yeah. Reason of basically he's been knocked twice this game, right? Like,
basically, yeah.
Like went down to 30 HP. They have a medkit though to use. That's the advantage of maybe going through a POI late. Wow. Siren and Asvi, they're going to be moving through as well on their side, low on Surge. We have to stay with Dissiptos, so the pre-edit players are here. Enemies, though, wary. They understand exactly what goes down. Wrap around again. Dissiptos is just so good at tracking past walls, just in circles. This man, it's like watching, you know, a racetrack loop. The car's just going at maximum speed with precise accuracy. It's just beautiful to see, and he never misses.
I love it when Dissiptos is feeling it, putting players in the blender. That's where he's at his best. Siren, though, needs to be careful. Down below Surge, up here on the Bugle. And there's a team that's looking for them as well. He's trying to hit a shot. Can he find the angle? Asvi, though, just using the time to try out Hilda Zone. Siren looks set to fall. Oh, low he is, yeah. He will go down.
One last Surge will come in. Unfortunately, Stompy, native resident of the Bugle, will not allow a visitor to make claim to take a home on top of one of these hills. Very important spot to get as well. If you're on those rocky floors, those, you know, tippy top of mountains near the Bugle, you're able to gain so much control and just beam people like we saw Waze and Julian Com doing over at Shifty. But soon into the run, though, Reason and Dissiptos now moving. Reason's ran out of just all white heals. This man has got nothing. He's got to just hit shots now. Every single thing that's put him up here. Okay, I say that. Finds a little bit of meat in the street. 3 to eat. Here we go. Gonna have to be the one behind the Dissiptos this time. Speed is not gonna be at max. That default pepper, slightly nerfed. Now Reason runs like the rest of us. Dog actually taking out Stenos. That's a little bit of revenge. And Sky just deleted by Waffle in the feed too. Reason is not safe just yet. But go for a pad. It hits a little bit of a roof half pad. Nice and exactly where they kind of want it to go. Stay towards the left. Kind of just keep moving with speed and you should be fine.
This game's been such a struggle for them, just constantly chasing behind. And they're doing so well to actually stay in it. As difficult as it's been, even finding themselves places to recoup on some materials as well. The brick here is nice, of course, in Churn's view. But they need to keep going, like you said. Juriki, though, is a solo.
What?
Oh, no. And look at him, he's so angry, he's so frustrated, and I don't blame him. It's been so difficult. This is a team that is so hyped up, so highly anticipated. They've had so many opportunities, Shiloh, to qualify. They played every single qualifier. They played all the sessions so far, and they don't seem any bit closer to actually playing in the FNCS final. And Juriki showing that emotion in that moment. Is there any real hope for them now?
The only thing that comes to my mind is what I think this was the duel you were talking about on day 1, Levin, specifically. I think you talked to Jerky and they wanted to give you maybe entertainment a little bit, you know, make it interesting. And I mentioned maybe on day 3, game 6, they actually roll it in. That might seem like a big reality. I mean, at least we're not mini-mining right now, right? I think that's the big thing.
I think mini-miner's hoping what you're saying is true, right? He's going to be somewhere in the back. I'm sure Mini can hear me right now. He'll be crossing his fingers, hoping that things get better for those guys, but
just put it in context once again. The thing that you said, so many days right now, almost a total of 18 games, and now they only have 2 left. 2 more left.
2 more tries. For them to not make it to the FNCS finals would be, it'd be cataclysmic in terms of failure, and one that they definitely would crush their spirits and their morale in that sense.
Yeah, I think just off of just FNCS results as well, Jerky has won FNCS sometimes and has had trouble finding teammates. iDrop as well, from sometimes being dropped or switching up the way that he wants to look at his attack at EU, has had trouble seeing what to do next. And with them being frustrated with each other too, how does that look for them next FNCS?
The big thing is last season they missed out and they chose to stick with each other even through the rough times with the hope of next season being better. And at one point next season did look better, it did. But here we are nearing the end of the season and again, things looking a bit rocky for them. Things looking rocky here for our first place team, Dissiptos and Reason. We followed them throughout this whole game. The struggles they've had to make it in. 7 builds remaining for Dissiptos makes things so much more awkward when trying to protect himself in uncharted territory with teams all around him. and the sound cues are enticing. You can see trying to hit shots, beautiful from the Siptos, the 94. ST is knocked in the box in front. Reason getting in as well. The Siptos has to be careful though. Reason though, he doesn't care right now. He's trying to just stay in the game. Being sprayed from all angles and sides. Can he hold on though? 14 HP. He's trying to spin around a washing machine-like motion. And the Siptos falls as well. First place goes down. It was such an uphill battle for them from way early on in the game and finally falling to the wayside.
Have to give them props. It took the entire lobby. It took Europe to take Reason and to sit those down. That was 3 different Surge types of situations, 3 different places in zone entirely, and like what, 20 seconds of a lobby spray to take down Giants.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
That was really hard.
They fell very, very hard right there.
All right, Jackson Vico choosing to stay completely low-key. This will be their first challenge this game. Since the Collider so far had to move in slightly towards the crossroads. Now it's a little bit of a maxi pull all the way towards half and half. That no one is actually in for the moment. So the first person that gets in here can make one of those high bases, take a lot of control. They immediately go for the pad. Kind of have to, have no other option. All rolling in. One visitor already made base on the hill. Roxy Egram closely nearby, and they take the low ground.
Yeah, they have so many splashes now that when first moving pops, they'll be able to wait, recycle a launch pad at some point as well. They have one for themselves, and all the other players in the lobby looking to glide their way in. Havri, a name we haven't really seen much of since that first game. Slipped a bit in the standings. At one point they were second, now sitting just outside of what would be the threshold for quality on consistency. And so this is a chance to push themselves back in the game. Not looking too strong, right, in terms of materials and, of course, the HP side of things, but he has his eyes set on a team potentially. Does he have the guts to go for it? No, realizing maybe not. But again, looking, every time he looks, I'm thinking, is he just going to run his way into the combat SMG? I've seen these kind of plays be made before. But maybe not right now. Jetsmorg being the one to calm things down and take a look around. Waffler posturing towards height. Built so high up, way up, and just dancing above the rest of the lobby.
Way.
Oh, I see it. He's a solo, and he's just vibing right now. I love it. Keep it going. Hey, go off luck. It's your birthday. Go off luck. It's your birthday. You go fuck. Brilliant. I love it.
Oh, Lomas still powered down for a second. I like the energy.
Oh man.
Oh, the rest of the server ain't dancing, Levin. They're not too happy. They're focused. They're ready to go. Duel's still alive. Looking to see what's next. It's a pad, and it's hit by both Jet and Havoc.
Yeah, you can see gliding. Where they choose to land will be critical to how the rest of the moving zones play out for them. Jetsmorg quickly making sure to elevate himself. Vico as a solo though. Jackson's actually gone down. And that's critical. They were looking so strong and their chances to do it would have been so high. But now, Vico is a solo with not much HP to work with, slowly running out of materials as well. Will be faced with a really huge challenge as he moves forward. Rabid and Fanayan moving forward. Axe Force and U Street trying to make their way on in, but there's players on different layers taking shots. They need to get out of dodge, and that's exactly what they'll do. They find a bit of breathing room, but on height, you see an incredible battle going on for it. It seems like Stompy and Drew are the ones that tried to take it. Stompy going down, Drew left as a solo up above. Vovak, though, making things so difficult. But Drew remains there, finally starting to drop down.
Dan's are going to be up there to be able to
res as well.
Hold on to things as well. Yeah, everything recuperated for Stompy and Drew for the moment. At the same time, Vovak now pushing forward and just taking control. Usury and Axe Force are ready to possibly take over on height. They're just going to move, though, and stay on the second. Not too much action. Look at the damage this duo has done, though. 947, almost 1,000 above. They've been really active in this endgame, as is Hardfind, as is Rabid, and Fnayan moving in. They're not really happy with having one game in second place. The flick from Rabid. He's there, and Fnayan will just have a beautiful pathway set up for Rabid to basically almost catch up and catch by, but they have been split off a little bit. Don't think they're on the same layer, and Rabid has just moved too fast for his own good. His shot can follow his mouse, but his builds will not be able to last.
The lack of awareness, didn't realize he was down to no builds, and so it cost him in that moment. But now his teammate has to keep pushing on. Axforce and Yusri, though, we know how hard they can hit an endgame. Both of them still up. It's an open world of possibilities. Jet Smorg, who we just saw pick up an elimination onto Rabid, down to Barebo's no builds, and now trying to run away. A team on his layer, but a team that will chase, and Jet Smorg gets taken out.
2 more for Hardfine as well. Up in his own layer. Takes on the Freezy and Lucia single-handedly. Not sure exactly where ADN is. But on the Lazen, big damage. Nyan now. No HP, lost Rabid, but does not lose his groove, his focus. Max damage shot with 37 straight to the head, and now he's just moving and grooving back and forth through different single layers. And Tarp's shot down 180 to the face, Nyan. Insane, but not gonna be enough to stop Vettel and Lowtix. He's gonna get calmed down.
Hardfine and ADN down below, causing havoc, making waves. Vettel will go down. They want to find the other as well. The refresh there is huge. Lowtix shaking in his boots now in that box. He knows whichever angle he leaves, there's going to be a team on either side. So much chaos going on, but in that, Letchi, Till up above battling out for high ground. Till is a solo. He doesn't even have Gripey, but he doesn't care. He gets chopped, but holds on. Swilliam taking some damage, holding it now, and Till can't hold on to height. Letchi, will this be their chance to qualify?
I see another pad going straight up for height. Not sure who wants to take it or if even Solium went down while everyone's in chaos for mid and high ground. Hardfine and ADN are just pushing their low ground empire, and no one can touch it. Lowtix as a solo now will try his best move to take control of height. Solium finally down, so solo fight still happening up in the skies. Letchi finds another up against Kidwo though. Letchi still fighting. He's gonna be taken out. Lowtix now with no mats. Kidwo and Flixie have high ground, 13th place. They might need to play the catch-up game at all. They might not need to do much whatsoever, but win this game. We're up against Lowtix in the mid-ground though, and that big team on low.
You can see ADN and Hardfine, they have barely any materials left. Same to be said for Lowtix, a solo. Kidwo and Flixie, they have a real opportunity here. They're starting to dwindle in that regard, and so starting to drop down. Kidwo realizing that Lowtix will fall. Hardfine and ADN, it's a 2v2 in this moment. No materials. ADN the only one carrying in that regard, and even he now is sort of run out. Flixie and Kidwo trying everything they can now to win these final moments. Can they connect with the shots? Kidwo now finding it. Flixie's down. He has no help. He needs to mantle up. He needs to hit this shot. Can he connect? Kidwo in the final moment hits it. Wow! Kidwo and Flixie are going to the FNCS finals.
You can put that in slow motion. Both players looking at each other eye to eye. No builds. One shot taken. 0 HP. Another to wrap up the game. Kidwo, you make it look so easy, but that was one of the hardest fights, one of the clutchest moments we've seen so far.
With 4 HP, closing it out, hitting the shot. He couldn't afford to miss, and he didn't. I'm mind blown. I'm actually mind blown there. Game 4. What? Oh, my brain is mush right now.
I got you, man. I got you. That was just, I think both of those players, both of those teams were ready for that engagement to take place. Different stories, all right? Hardfine and ADN were just trying to push people away. Kidwo just trying to grab that win. That extra burst of passion, I think, made a difference in that final shot.
You saw how rough it was for everyone below. Everybody was down to no match, basically. It felt like a no-build finish in some of those moments. We're going to kick it to their desk to break it all down for us, but what a game 4 that truly was.
When it comes down to the 4 HP, oh my goodness, that's what we're here for. That's what we live for. But on the other side, though, for ADN, it did not go their way this time.
Not quite. And you know, we were sitting here getting really excited because we've seen these guys play throughout the entire weekend, throughout the entire time. You know, my boy, Coach Harry, is their coach as well. And I know he's very invested in this as well. And I saw it. I saw kind of the repeat of yesterday, but better. Tons of eliminations. They were popping off in low ground. This was like set up to be the victory royale.
Yeah, and contrary to what we saw yesterday, they picked up these eliminations a lot later on. We saw Hardfine with 5 eliminations off spawn yesterday, which really set them up for success in the end game. But this time, they're picking up eliminations, and they're more importantly picking up those refreshes as well, keeping them alive, keeping them going in this end game. And in the final moments, they're able to pick up another refresh on the final player as well. And it was just, well, it was not quite the final player, but it was the third place player, and he was in the bush. And yeah, it was a rough time for Hardfine here because he kind of got double teamed there.
He did, and Hardfine is a player, right, that is controller. And in EU, we don't really see that many controller players be successful. But with the performances we've seen from him, that was 8 eliminations there. Yesterday, a game with 10 eliminations. People got to start putting some respect on his name.
Yeah, I think so. It's sort of a region full of keyboard and mouse players, and we saw it yesterday and today. These guys are popping off, and they're getting eliminations where it matters most, and they're able to carry that into endgame as well, playing the low ground layers there absolutely to perfection, and just picking up refresh after refresh, elimination after elimination. Couldn't quite happen for them right at the end. We were talking about it a little bit. Aiden couldn't quite make it happen.
Yeah, exactly, but the team who made it happen, Kiduo and Flixie as well. These guys are going to be so happy with this. Flixie, if I do remember correctly, I hope I'm not mistaken the two players, last season in the semi-finals, jumped straight down into a car in endgame and accidentally took a little drive and got picked up in a moment where it could have won him a game. Hopefully I'm not mistaking the two players wrong, because that was one of my favorite moments from last season overall. So now to see them clutch up a game is absolutely massive. Let's be real, the aim duel at the end, for both players, maybe need some work.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff from both players, but they took high ground really, really well. I think they identified that Letchi was a solo there, and they just were really, really clinical in those moments. We saw a great shot from Kiduo. I think he didn't have the SMG ammo there. Maybe he just used all of it, and then just thought, you know what, that was all of it. He used all the SMG. He hadn't had time to reload. He just thought, I'm going to switch to the striker pump, get that final 9 damage shot off. All it was a little tick. He could have pickaxed him, and that only would have gone down, and it would have been the end of it. But
I mean, you've got to think there, though, like, in that final moment, it's a 1v1 to win, to qualify. Both teams out of qualification threshold, so they needed to win at that particular moment. You're shaking, right?
Yeah.
And that translates from all of your nervous system straight down to your hand and your aim.
It does.
Well, with that, let's take a look at our standings. So if you're just tuning in, here's how this is going to work, okay? If your duo gets a Victory Royale, that's it. You're done playing. You're going to finals next week, okay? The rest, the next 6, we're taking from this leaderboard. We only have 2 games left to go. And with that last performance, this is really good for ADN, right? Because now they jump into 6, and now there's like a chance, right? They can hold on.
Yeah, we had a really, really good performance from them, but contrary to that, Disiptos and Rezon, they didn't have quite as good of a performance as we were hoping, as we were expecting, or as have we seen throughout the whole day.
Absolutely. You know, we saw them go down early, right? We saw, I think it was Rezon go down early, and then the reboot came off. That was it there. So close to almost being picked up for Disiptos as well, right? Down to 30 HP. And then, as we hear, here's the reboot coming off. This was so deep in zone at that moment as well. And then now, notice, because they spent all this time doing that, they're 121 below Storm Surge. But Disiptos, the French classic, taking out the pre-edit plays, managing to go straight into the box, and obviously that picked them up. But as we saw throughout this entire game, it was like a full uphill battle from this point on.
Yeah, it was. As soon as they saw that East zone, and of course Rezon going down early, it was always going to be rough for them. But as you mentioned there, Reese, they picked up those refresh, they picked up the crucial Storm Surge eliminations, and these are the sort of fights that we see at this stage of the game. The teams that are a little bit lower down on the Storm Surge, or even below the Surge, they go for those pre-edit plays. They go for almost those guaranteed eliminations. If the other team aren't, aware of what's going on, you're going to be coming, through the back of their builds, and then that's going to result in elimination.
And you know when it happened? As soon as they saw they were below. As soon as they saw they were below, we're like, I'm pre-editing this player right in front of me. We're getting in, we're making that play. We're trying to be as proactive as possible when, all things weren't necessarily going their way.
I think that's the sort of experience playing in their favor there as well. Of course, they know as soon as that surge pops up, you don't want to be leaving it too late. You want to be proactive. You want to be making sure that that is the play you're going for. And it's that snappy, quick decision making that's ultimately got them above. But unfortunately, they couldn't make it too much further.
But it's okay, right? Once again, they're sitting in 6th place, and we still have 2 games left to go. Remember, the Victory Royale will mean a duo auto-qualify, go right into finals. Everyone else is looking for that top 6 spot. This is game number 5 of the EU FNCS. Shy Wager 11. Let's do this.
Let's do it like we've never done it before, with glitter, with fireworks, with action. Just kidding, not gonna happen just yet. I mean, game 5, it might just include all those spiritually light 11. This is where like a bunch of teams, it's kind of their last chance to push for that VR before things get very serious in game 6.
The penultimate game, it's always the one with surprises, isn't it? A big opportunity, like you are saying. 4 teams, right? We talked already about some of the teams. You've played so many games, so many sessions, just 2 more chances. It's getting tight.
It is, and this is kind of the catch-up game for a bunch of those 20th place teams. This is where those surge strategies you have, the plan Cs and plan Ds, might have to be used, right? This is do or just be thrown into that final game gauntlet.
Yeah, and you can't afford to buckle. You can't fold under pressure. You have to be ready. Heading into game 5, we got this. It's the semi-finals of EU.
Last day of semis on the biggest region in Fortnite, Europe. And so many teams, so many big names still haven't really locked their way straight to the finals. They have 2 more chances, this being one of them. Will things change off of spawn? Will things be more fierce? Or will every single team, they haven't really done it before in a game 5, lock things down even harder? and make this end game the thickest we've seen so far.
What's the key ingredient for this game for you, Shayo?
For me, it's just decisiveness. That's a key ingredient. Big aggression, and look at this from Leader, knowing exactly what the stakes are.
Ooh.
Being there, being together,
Ooh.
and okay, Swag's in the business. I thought it was Leader, but no, this is JJ2. He's gonna go down, but Type's there to just take things out.
JJ2 time, the 2-time nothing, but one day I hope he's a 2-time something.
Yeah.
I hope he's a 2-time something. We got a replay here. JJ2 goes down, Chipkey comes through.
Yeah, pretty basic trade. Like to see it a lot. Sometimes, you know, a player goes down immediately. You might have a visceral reaction to this player on your POVs popping, but all it is a little bit of bait for positional advantage for the team. Like to see it. Falling further and further to what you mentioned, Levin. Jetsmogan, Havriox. It's that whole, you know, curse of being inside the top 3 and then being taken out completely. At the same time, up in Cavern for now. They're gonna be chilling. Not too much action for them, and it looks like some people are straying further away from changing big things. For Axe Force, though, this man, he's still kind of, you know, he feels like he's in the 8th zone.
He's in 8th zone form right now, hitting shots. We wondered where Leader was, because they weren't at the Joneses. But he actually will be going right back to the lobby, as if he was at the Joneses anyway, so.
Yeah. You know, Joneses is the POI. It's the friends you make along the way. Yeah.
Did you hear that Condo Canyon is actually not a POI, it's a state of mind?
Did you hear that? Rotation isn't a thing in the game. It's actually a language. Every single rotation has a different language. Are you familiar with any of the languages?
I speak the language of the pad.
Explain, give me some words from the language of the pad.
It's a dialect only spoken by true champions.
Can you name a few champions then who speak the dialect?
Tayson and Chapix.
Okay.
Aqua.
Respectfully.
Hen.
So to speak.
I've said too much.
You've said a bunch. That will be slow motion analyzed, played in reverse, played at 6 times speed.
All right, well, now we got all that stuff out of the way. Edison swaps, who are actually fighting here at Condo Canyon. Not one we've stayed tuned to much today, but one we might have a vested interest in if these guys can start rising up in the standings. A place where we've seen good teams qualify through in the past, and the Let's In It Squeeze come to mind this season round.
Big thing though for some of these teams like Prey, like Edison. You can see the stat on the top side of your screen. Every game in semis so far in EU, it's a day 1 team that comes through and takes that win. One of the easiest ways, I mean, easy on paper, right? Like, it's just available. I guess one of the most available ways, actually, on that note as well, it might not be the most available. One of the ways to get towards the EU finals is just wrapped up by the teams who are just having the most experience. These day 1 teams. You come in on session 2, you might be flabbergasted, right? There's a pressure. It might be too much. You come in on day 3, you're forced to fight in Condo Canyon. You're Edison, your swaps against someone that you might not even have tape on. There might be another team that's rocking in Spray and his teammates immediately. You're not gonna have chances really to set yourselves up for a win. It's hard for these new teams coming in.
Yeah, and it's something that we don't really talk about much, right? But in terms of like the actual teams coming in these different sessions, they are actually just players who were doing better, right? The ones who were in session 1. So as we talk about all the sessions, we've got Mini Miner coming in with a little session for us, giving us a quick little update on what's going on in the game.
Thank you, Levin. We have a prime example of knowing your drop spot and knowing your loot path right here. We're seeing Vico and Jackson really efficiently looting this area. He's breaking this truck, and of course, it has 5 coolers inside of there. So he's able to speed up his looting, which has a knock-on effect because it allows him to get into a better position for Surge and get into a better position for the game.
Hidden speed, I see. So for Reason, we can see the Pepper Strat active when he runs. For Vico, he kind of injects it at the start of the game overall, right? He rolls in, and it's all about efficiency. It's all about just specific movements off of spawn. It's very interesting because a lot of the times you wonder how people get to certain spots, why they're just faster or ready to go. And at least now we know for Vigo and Jackson still, there's nothing they can really farm or break to save Jackson from going down before the moving zone starts.
That's a great point, right?
I mean, I've seen it twice now, so.
Yeah, we will always see these teams look for ways to get to better position quicker, right? Hate to bring them up, especially with some of the troubles they've had today, but iJof and Jerky, right? When they were landing at Logjam Lumberyard, the way they'd get up to the big shifty hill, there's a little geyser that was added lately, right? So yeah, that's a little tech, right? You know, these sort of things are the things that can give you an advantage in these games. Skyzoo and Jox will be looking for an advantage, sitting in 19th. It's not looking great, but this game could be the one to change their fate. The launch pad already is nice, but depending on how things go, they might end up having to use that a bit earlier if they ain't careful. Using the wood to sort of tuck the way into zone, make sure they have their angles covered. You see another fight breaking out here.
And JJ2 could not catch a break. Man, had a Jones' zone too. I don't know why I'm so latched onto that. We're never gonna see the Sanctuary boys really get like a bone thrown to them. There's a possibility on day 2. All good though.
Some replay action for you. How did this all unwind?
Is this the Chonkers fight?
No.
Oh. All good.
Fight we just saw. Right here. See, we're right back. Back into the mix.
Back to where we started. And they're looking good. That's a lot of builds. That looks like a letter almost. With a 4D letter. Imagine languages like that.
Languages like that.
Oh yeah, true.
Depends on where you're from.
That, like, it sounds deep, but that makes no sense whatsoever.
Doesn't have to make sense to people listening to it. Fnayan and Rabid.
What?
Chilling in first place. The thermal AR, not one that I see many people carry, but definitely has its uses. This might be one right that's perched up here in what I wouldn't call a very strong position for Surge, but definitely one they feel they can take advantage of. And with that thermal, they'll have vision beyond their eyes' normal means.
It's heat-seeking almost with the way these players can aim. Reason, looking for a way, just take what he's getting, right, thrown at him. Just rebuild it and throw it back at other people. In this sense, it's just the position, right? He gets to move further, starts in the same portion of the zone as many bands. Gets shots directed right at him. The Siptos can just take him and throw him back.
And once they have it, right, that's when they pass that energy on to other teams in the lobby. The Axe Forces, the Yusris of the world, who they come in with their little flavor. They mix things up a little bit. But the big difference with these guys is they haven't been able to hit as hard. That bounce back hasn't been as strong.
I think I've seen those every time they're hit, right? Like straight in the chest, reflected. Anything that happens to Axe Force and Yusri ends up affecting a lot of people around them. They kind of like blow up like a vehicle in this game, you know, goes all straight up in the sky and then crashes down. It's tough. They make their eliminations, their lobby travel time known.
That crash down though, it's humbling. It really takes you a minute to sit down, reflect on everything that's happened. And a team that's had plenty of time to reflect. iJof, Jerky, watching a lot of these games from Twitch. It's not been the greatest of days. They've had the support from Trulex, but his finals energy clearly not reflecting in them right now. And maybe they'll come away from today wondering whether or not it was the right decision to leave Logjam. Regardless though, they can't afford to leave today without saying they're playing in the FNCS finals, because if that is the case,
I can't see, I've never seen Miniminer not smile in my life. It might be the day.
That might be about to change, my friend.
Jay and Cosmo kind of not in a similar boat in terms of, you know, making every single final, so to speak, but they're in the business of being close to qualifying. And they've been in and out of a lot of different fights, a lot of different situations on low ground and endgame. 11th place. Want to make sure they can lock that in as well. Very unique type zone too. I think we saw this Steinap Station-esque zone once on day 1, but it throws the entire server into a awry. Everyone, as Levin mentioned, when a zone pulls a certain way, they're used to it going that way again. There's pre-plans with a little bit of, you know, insurance for adjustment. This goes the opposite way from a lot of people and what they were thinking. It's all the way towards the left side, all the way towards Frey's drop spot and those windmills as well. And a lot of people will be traveling through valleys, canyons, and water trying to find a spot. It's going to be tough to get really deep inside the zone. I'm going to assume a lot of people are going to be on that north edge, and Surge is going to be more box fight focused near that 4th, 5th zone.
The Sytos, Reason. A team who very much has redefined what it means to be a session-free team.
Yeah.
Typically, the teams coming in on that 3rd day are significantly weaker than the rest of their competition, and understandably so. It's the reason why they're low on the series point leaderboard. But these guys haven't been the case for them. Looking like a team that should have already qualified to the finals at times. Lou and Nano, 1 game wonder class so far for them. Can they add another good game to their repertoire? They've had some struggles at Greasy Grove, understandably, and they are still close to home, but this time don't have the looming shadow of ADN and Hardfind over their shoulders. If they can't get their damage up for Surge, it might all be for nothing anyway. Heine, my good. They've been another team who've had a bit better fortune, but still haven't been able to consistently avoid these kind of situations where they're down on Surge, struggling, looking for trades against different teams, the shield cake being popped, the hard peaks coming out. They just want to do any sort of damage they can, and maybe an opportunity arising itself in the zone. 6 above will ease their tensions, but they need to stay out of trouble.
Is it Gout or Goutte? I've been saying it wrong the whole time.
I don't speak French. Maybe we should get someone French to help us out.
Accent aigu is accent grave. I know there's that little bit of a difference.
You are getting way too technical for me.
It's a secondary language in Canada.
Ah, yes, it is. Yeah. The Canadian.
I know the technicalities, but I don't know the pronunciation. And I know for this one, even if you're pronouncing the name or just looking at the situation, I just want to call this one it's literally, you can see it on the bottom left. Isn't it? Like, that's what this entire situation looks like to me for the moment. Slow-mo. I mean, this is just looking so rough. 4 different teams. I talked about the box fightiness that might just start. I mentioned the 4th zone, but it is the 2nd we have to get through first. It's such a long way without any valleys to hide yourself with, without any rivers to really duck down into. Once you get into these zones, you can't really move anymore.
Yeah, it's so claustrophobic. Look at the minimap in the bottom right. Look how many teams beside them. And when you're having to worry about trying to deal damage to other players, get into zone, maybe even try to get your overall resource situation up, the mats aren't looking too great. That's a lot of variables to be worrying about when also trying to worry about actually making it through to the FNCS final, trying to win the game. Cosmo and Jay realizing that they're going to have to sacrifice something if you want to find a good position.
Gonna choose that to be a little bit of HP. Cosmo just wants to get close and personal. Some people as well utilize that striker shotgun. Nice harpoon kind of play, but doesn't really find the feet of anyone so far. Cosmo still looking for the shot. Him and Jay will just go on their merry way. I'm surprised that Aneta doesn't come from that box. It kind of looks like there's a solo in there, but no, that's Woxton Robab electing not to fight. How does that even happen?
It's a glitch in the Matrix. To be fair, they've been very quiet. Not as loud as they typically are in the qualifying rounds and stages. I've seen those guys drop near 50 bombs to be able to win games and qualify for tournaments. They haven't come with that same energy today. Their Swedish compatriots, though, looking a lot better for where Yusri and Max Force, or Axe Force, I should say. He's not been hitting Max just yet. Maybe that will come through at some point. But if there is any time for them to start getting loud, Shayo, it would be now.
It depends. You're the first one to scream. You're the first one to make some noise in this zone. might get the Reason and the Siptos treatment from last game. You might get the FaZe and Mega treatment, or FaZe Mega. Mega dubs treatment of don't edit that wall.
FaZe and Mega, by the way.
I mean, it's the same. It's actually correct. I could have just said dubs after as well. Anyways.
Anyway.
You might get lobby focus. And look at this. Once again, no one in the desert at all. Everyone's still kind of at the station. It's like the heat is slowing them down. It's like they're dehydrated. There's just nothing to refresh even. There's nothing to farm that much of once you start moving deeper and deeper into the desert. Slow-mo and are still stuck in the situation.
It's weird because I feel like this season we've seen a lot of these zones sort of pull back in times like this, but not necessarily the case in the games we've seen today. And a lot of the players maybe not anticipating that. A lot of players looking more central, anticipating that potentially. Now though, a lot of these teams will just have to run their way in, tarp their way in, spend whatever it is they have left. Fnatic and Rabid though, they've already put in that hard work, and so it won't be a long distance to get into zone. Still a tiny one, but they have time to hold teams in while they wait.
The Sipto's a very different situation. Not going to be able to hold much for the moment. Has to still try to get in 4th place too. So once again, they cannot skip out on any game. They can't make any mistake, and they're so far from the zone. One of the only teams on the right side though, so they can make that swim. It's just about timing.
This is never a situation I want to see anyone I'm rooting for in. The only team in this vicinity and players with their eyes on you, it's never a great look. Swimming his way in, every time he pops out of the river or up the lake, I worry that somebody will take a shot. Fortunately able to get out of that situation, but still not safe, still not in that zone. Still have a ways to go, but a decent path if they can just tactical sprint their way in. And a nice job from Reason and the Siptos.
Hard farmer in front of them too. The Siptos now just taken down, lots of damage. Storm Surge active, so this team might be forced to go for this fight. They're done! They're gone! Nano and Lu break into the box, and they steal away possibly a top 6 position from the Siptos and Reason. They're sent back to the lobby and have to watch everyone else surpass them on the standings.
That was a turn of events. One that maybe was foreshadowed by such a difficult zone for them. The one that nevertheless they'll have to ponder on in the lobby. Lu and Nano though, we talked about whether or not they can use this game. One of the few opportunities they've had to play a game out. We put it to good use, and they've started to do that, doing the Lord's work for the rest of the lobby, eliminating that duo. Letchi and Swilliam though, we saw them gearing, fighting for height. Their placement of 20th doesn't reflect how hard they've tried, but trying hard is not all it is that goes into it. You need to actually stay in the game as well. Letchi getting caught in a very awkward spot. Can Swilliam actually find a comeback though? Picks up Sky. And you can see Dandy wobbling a bit. The armored wall's coming through. Swilliam though, is this his moment? Is this his game-defining clutch? A chance for him. Letchi won't be brought back into the game, but if he can pick up Dandy here, it might not look too bad. You can see he has the angle, you can see into the box. He knows exactly where he is, but can he get the wall replaced? Maybe just not having the ping to cut it right now. And with players looking at him, Swilliam just will succumb to the pressure. And the harpoon, you can see
oh my God,
scooping up the loot. How intimidating is that?
It's just everything. So tight in Europe, just pixel perfect in terms of decision making from every team. For Swilliam, there probably a better chance to pickaxe the armored wall than to go for that option on the right side. Regardless though, Shady and Milad, once again, just the speed, the efficiency, the precision of EU right now in decision making. It's all here, and every single person's fought so hard to get to this spot. I was talking about the rotation to get to the bottom left side of Synapse Station. So many people have just gone through their mats, maybe even more than half. Now you have to assume in the same spot, first place overall. This is the game 11, they could qualify for the finals. They might not even have to win. If they get the top 5, they take that first run 40 all the way closer to 200 points. It's good for them.
They can really run away with things here, Shayo. That is definitely a possibility. But they're gonna have to put in the hard yards. Rabid has been brilliant. Fnayan has kept his composure in so many moments today.
Yeah, look at this right now from Rabbit. All he has is the option of that jump shotgun. Thermal rifle. It's not going to do that much in the end game.
It's not going to do anything at this stage in the game. The jump shotgun is going to be all of his hope. And if he can pick something up, then maybe a swap up is possible. But maybe a similar sort of situation here for Axforce, right? That jump shotgun, the pad came through, you know where it is. But he seems like he's waiting, right? He wants to see if he could do some extra damage to anybody else looking to recycle it. That didn't happen, so they are still below. But I can assure you on the landing, they're going to try to look for something. He spotted ADN there for a moment, but now just going to try to see if they can find control on the pieces. But nobody is there yet. They're desperate. You can see how much he's looking. Axforce, he knows there's an opportunity, and they find it.
Find it for now. Good shot from Axforce. Meanwhile, up top on height, crazy developments. Milad and Shady really have to fight to take it. Not going to be too much of a challenge, but he does not want to give it up. They're still going for shots. It's Kaikis going for it, actually. Excuse me. And Artur right beside him, still providing a little bit of pressure, but Metal Floors deny all of that. Vico and Jackson are going to be just searching on their own lair for any shots. The first time I've seen them in an endgame with no eliminations, starting things off. Lotix and Vettel, they keep it locked in second place, 5 points behind the ones in first. Still looking for a few shots of their own. Egram and Voxy have just taken over low ground. Nano and Lure there too. Frey's kind of pushed away for height. Milad's been taken over by Kaikis and Artur. New people up top, ready to drop, and it's 20th place for this team. Artur needs to win this game or just take a lot of eliminations to this board if he wants to have a chance at the finals.
I've seen Artur and Kaikis vying for height in previous games, but this is finally their opportunity. Julian Com will be taking out at least Waze as a solo. Fnayan and Rabbit, we talked about how they need to just stay in this game, but they want to do more than just that. They want everything.
Jackson and Vico want to take things slow though. Walks now, activating inside the feed. Vico down, it's just up to Jackson. Frey finally denied, and Waze is found somewhere on low. Yusri still just doing so well. 1 elimination for him, 3 for Axforce. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. iDrop by himself in the front portion of the zone. Wildfire is lost way back in the way. Yusri and Axforce getting ready to take over on height. They're going for it. The fight starts. Axforce run out of gas, run out of mats. He's going to be forced to go all the way down, 15 HP. This drop going to be lethal for him. He has to stay up here and hopefully not take too much of a fall. The mantle, the tech, it's there to save him. And now he can look for the chop. It's just him, Yusri, up there by himself. You can do with Milo, go for the refresh, have match, and then meet his maker up top again. What a, just fine from Axforce. The best thing possible to do, and he has match to be able to play the game now.
There was a moment of doubt as he dropped down, but when he's getting in boxes, there's never a doubt for him. He knows exactly what he has to do. The armored wall at the top to protect him. His teammate Yusri has fallen at the hands of Fnayan. And so now, 2 teams who are looking so strong just left as bare solos. Fnayan, though, we've seen him in these games hit big shots with Rabbit by his side. Now he has to do it all alone, but he's ready.
Fnayan with the turtle tactics up in the middle of round 2, using every single possibility for an armored wall to make sure everything is safe and secure, hiding in a shell. Meanwhile, Vettel is there, second place. Desert inside Amp Station right now. Every single person is dry towards the bottom. Every single duo is teamless. Is just teamless the entire time. They're just trying to push in. Egram and Voxy are towards the bottom as well. Kaikis and Artur are pushing and trying to find something. Big shot up top. Kaikis is still holding on. It's just too good. 4 eliminations for him as well. Wildflower down low was so far back in the zone. Fnayan finally found. Kaikis has to just rock this down. It's a solo game with 1 team in the way. Wildflower is finding a little bit of damage from the backside. He takes a little shot. Another big one on low ground. He is just finding everything inside the sand. It's big treasure. But now he has to walk around. Has mats. Can take a little bit of height. No one's really above him. A final 1v1. He can secure it. Kaikis almost run out of mats. He's going for the big shot. Blocked by Rip. But on the right side, Kaikis solidifies it from height to low all the way to the finals. He has a ticket and he looks good.
The lobby didn't make it easy for them one bit, but they held on through all the adversity, through all the challenges. They held on to height, and when it mattered at the end, Kaikis came through. All the eliminations in that game were by him, and he clutched up at the end to win the game and to secure a spot in the finals. Artur will be licking his lips in joy at the sight of his teammate putting everything on his back. What a way to finish that one as well. A big, big game from them, Shia.
It's these secret height takes at like the 6th zone that we don't almost get to see, but they matter and they win the game entirely, right? It's all the way going towards the 9th. The shots matter at the end, but High Ground is really just taking away a bunch of these VRs.
Yeah, we're seeing High Ground clean up and sweep up. We know in these games, so so many teams are going to be constantly trying to vie for it, taking it all over the place. But for them to have the composure to not fold, even when they were running low on mats, there were times when they had no builds and they still were able to hold on.
Absolutely, and that's the ticket to the finals. At the same time, lots of different things happening with the top 3 going down at the start of the game. I want to see exactly what Zeke, Reese, and Vinny have to say about that.
Thank you guys so much. Crushing the cast right now. My goodness, only a single game left to go, and we get a new duo who find themselves a spot on the bus heading to finals next week. Here's the thing, though. For this duo, they had to get this win. If they wanted to keep going, they had to win right here or this next game that we have. And for them, they said, well, okay, we'll just go. There's mic drop. We're walking out. We're getting on the bus. We'll see you in finals.
I mean, they were pretty far outside of that top 6 qualification, right? They had to make sure they picked up the victory rather, and in kind of clinical fashion. It was the late retake, as we've seen from many, many games across the last 2 days. Well,
yeah, 3 days indeed. I mean, we've seen so many of these teams taking the high ground at the perfect moment, and this was absolutely textbook stuff. We saw them running out of materials right here as well, and of course they're going for those refreshes. They had to drop down, and I believe it was Axforce who was right below them. They tried to get in on Axforce, but it wasn't quite going to happen. And that was what ultimately fell down to Axforce. But they were just so clinical up on high ground. Came down to Kaikas right down at the end. It was a game of solos at the end as well. We had 3 players, all individuals, and he just dropped down, picked up the eliminations. He also had the whites as well. So if it was to go down to a heal-off, he had the tools to do the job.
Absolutely. And Wallflower, the one who's going against in the 1v1 there, that's the second kind of solo clutch we've seen him do in a row. 2 in a row there. And I was kind of hoping for him because I saw the potential. I saw his going for it there. But again, we saw him go into the zone. No whites. Didn't really look like it was that possible.
Yeah, not really.
Lacking on the white heals there available. I mean, we also have to talk about, you kind of touched on Axforce as well, though. I feel like, once again, I just can't stress this enough. 1 game left to go. This is another duo that, you know, they're looking for that qualification, right? They're sitting here on the edge.
Yeah, they are. And it was a situation where they had to go for Storm Surge this early on, and we could see that. They were below. And of course, then Yuzuri went down a little bit. I think they were a little bit split. I mean, we saw this play from Axforce, a solo clutch up on high ground, but he wasn't even a solo at this stage, Reese. He kind of like made a play on his own. He was like, I'm hopping in, I'm getting the refresh. And Yuzuri, his teammate, was all the way down on low.
I mean, that's what makes you a solo. You make the solo play, your teammate leaves you behind, he goes down, and just, why were you not with me? Like, sorry, I was too busy making my own play. My own play at that moment. But of course, we got the standings up now as well. Not that many massive switches here. I think one of the biggest ones is Wave You Through On God. Great names, guys, which, you know, is Stompy and Jew as well. They've moved up 5 places now into qualification. Kind of honestly just been a bit of like a sleeper team all day that we haven't really kept notice on, but they've slowly, game by game, just been kind of grabbing more and more points.
Yeah, they've been creeping up, but unfortunately a team that has been creeping all the way down or falling down is the Sipdos and Reason. I mean, we talked about them so much earlier on and really praising them for their consistency at the beginning, you know, being able to hold off from just jumping in boxes, going for that aggressive play that we might know them for. But I think we picked up on it, Reese. They had a little bit of an awkward position going into that 3rd zone, and it was, or going into the 4th zone, and it was one of those awkward rotates where they're sort of stranded out at sea, you know. They have no one there, they have no flares, they have no life jackets, nobody to sort of call for help, and every single person that was there, they sort of picked up on that. They didn't go down at that moment.
No.
That wasn't what caused them ultimately to go down, but it definitely made them use a lot of material.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, there was no lifeboat to save them at that moment. They swam, they made that full rotation, and then once they'd made their way into that zone, obviously all eyes were on them, and they got fully focused and jumped in on, which we saw, and they've jumped a lot down. But the team who's kind of slowly been kind of just claiming points is Vel and Lotix as well, up in 2nd place now, 157 points. Now, you've got to think, based on like this weekend's performance, that's almost enough points to qualify.
Yeah, and what they've done so well here is they've really, really been good at just keeping up consistency where it matters most. You can see right here, they're 2nd going into this latter stage of the game, and they're just able to pick up refreshes and eliminations where it matters. They're not going for too many risky plays, and I think in the position that they're in at the moment, and the position that they were in going into this game, that's a really, really smart and mature way of playing. You don't want to be going for those unnecessary refreshes, unnecessary eliminations, because all it takes is that top 6 to qual today, and they were in it.
Are you saying Axforce? Cough, cough. I saw you go for those unnecessary solo plays.
Yeah, no, well, we don't talk about that for Axforce. Yeah, he's all right. But no, I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about, though. You know, those unnecessary solo plays, they get your team split, and ultimately that is what caused him to go down. He was a solo, he lost his teammate, and just that lack of communication, lack of synergy, that's what caused him to go down.
But, you know, we're talking about these teams don't need to make risky plays. This is the final game we're about to go into, which means teams are going to have to make some risky plays. The ones who are down there at leaderboard who cannot possibly get into the top 6, the teams who just can't qualify yet off of that consistency, who need the VRs, Time for some risky plays.
Oh, it's going to get exciting because this is the final game and this is where it all matters. And as you mentioned, this is where we're going to see a real split because the teams in the top 10, maybe even the top 15, they'll be thinking, okay, maybe if we have a solid game here, just one good game, it might push us into that top 6. But for everyone else, as you mentioned, Reese, outside of that, one of which I believe is iDrop and Jerky. So I'm hoping.
We all are. We're with you. We're with you. The dream is still alive.
The dream is alive.
It's still happening that way. You do love to see it. But yeah, you guys are right. This is the one last game, right? And even the top 6 aren't safe, right?
Nope.
And I like that the top 6 right now is treating this like finals, right? They're trying to minimize those RNG factors we talk about, right? Trying to take their destiny into their own hands and secure themselves those spots. But with one game left to go, we'll have to see how this all unfolds here in front of us. Remember, the top 6 will move on to finals at the end of this game. And if your team can get a victory royale, you're automatically going to move on. So people outside of this top 6, like Reese said, now is the time. This is it. One last ride in EU. Shy Wager 11, over to you.
It's time for chaos. 6 more top spots and 1 more VR 11 for the semifinals. This is too much to handle for, I think, a lot of these teams. I'm chilling for the moment. How are you doing?
It's all or nothing. I'm not chilling. I'm feeling the nerves for the players as well, man, because honestly, we've had so many opportunities now to qualify to the finals, so many chances for these teams, and in this final obstacle, this final hurdle, who's going to be the one to make it?
I mean, it might be one of these top spot teams that hasn't had a chance. You know, Minnie's talking about iDrop Jerky. It might be one of these teams who are at the bottom of the board, who get lucky off of spawn in terms of aggression, who turn things on at the right times, then just end up riding that momentum all the way to the end.
This is giving me the classic, the original days of the reboot round, right? Because that's what it feels like, right? That's what it is right now. You just have that one chance. Of course, there are all those other teams who will still be trying to play for consistency, but the balance is what it's all about. And as we head into this final game, it's going to be a tight one.
We could talk about the winners all we want. We could talk about the end game and finals, but what matters right now is off spawn, is the semifinals, is game 6 in EU. And no matter where you're landing, the nerves have to be at maximum, at absolute height. Pablo and Swag at the Joneses, a little bit more composure before diving in to one of these fights. Both trying to find a little bit of shields. And both teams really just maximizing the amount of loot before they actually end up going for the clash.
So right here, this is an example of a team, no hope for them to get top 6. It's not happening.
Yeah.
It ain't happening. So, how do they progress to the next round? A victory royale. Everything has to go into a victory royale right now. The boss path has meant that a lot of players are still actually gliding in, right? We have so many teams over in this command cabin area. There's like 7 teams here. It's absolute madness. And Bloomy and Moneymaker, another team who just have no choice but to win if they want to continue playing at the highest level of competitive format this season. And it's something that we've seen them get close to yesterday, session 2. Moneymaker, as a solo, clutching up, gets 2nd place. But this time they have to better that. We're seeing over at the Joneses, though, Pablo right back into the heat of battle with Swag by his side. We've seen them win this fight, we've seen them lose it, but JJ2 has plenty of experience at this POI and plenty of wins off spawn here as well, so it won't be easy.
Both teams in the same boat in terms of if they want to see the next stage of this game, if they want to play one more game of FNCS this season, they have to win this one. And a win means be ahead on Surge, win off spawn in your POI, have the right loot, have the right rotation path. It means also just winning these fights immediately at the start of the game. Hardfind and ADN in 6th place. They cannot go down. They must at least survive towards that top 10, top 5. Hardfind taking so much damage, and they're just pushed into the basement of the Grove.
This is huge. They have been such major players in the semi-finals. They've impressed us at moments. They've entertained us. There's been ups, there's been downs, but to go down here in 6th place without any hope of holding on to it would be a major down, a major low point. Hardfind goes down. ADN looks like he might be following him, but can he pull something out the bag? Can he hit a huge shot? No, ADN falls. Hardfind falls. The end of their FNCS run.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. A bunch of these teams that we're fans of, even the ones like Vico and Jackson all the way towards the top, 1st, 3rd place, just like ADN and Hardfind off of one fight in the early game can just see everything go wrong.
At one point in the day, it looked like the fairy tale was coming true, the dream was alive, and now they just have to wait and watch as teams look to overtake them. This fight here at the Joneses, though, continues. And for both teams, the stakes remain the same. Win this fight, look to win the game. That is the only hope. But with JJ2 falling once again, it leaves Skip as a solo against Pablo and Swag. And this instance of the fight is not one that he's been too successful in. The 2v1 with not many materials left as well. None actually at that. Can he hit some big shots? He's done a lot of damage, but not enough when it really mattered. Pablo with 35 HP survives. Swag looking a bit more comfortable, but this is a great start. The biggest problem though is, if you were looking at the minimap, there were 2 orange arrows just around the corner, so maybe they have some more troubles on the horizon. I'm not sure what that team that is, but if they are any bit aware of who and what just happened, there could be more fighting here at the Joneses.
There's an Mirza with an advantage at Tilted Towers. Similar situation, we just saw a win in this perspective over at the Joneses. Lazen looking for a little bit of a shot, had to give up that height. Perfect edit's almost 2. Jumped inside the box, has a huge advantage, but oh no, things go wrong. He's down, and Lazen absolutely heartbroken because he knows his journey is also over.
Another team that we've just followed their journey game after game, and it just hasn't been enough. Some games they've had problems with surge and position, in others they just haven't been able to win their fights. In an instance there where everything fallen apart for them this season, the end of the road, the end of the line, that's going to be one of the first of many goodbyes we say to these teams throughout the day. U-Street and Axels, one of the few teams that isn't vying just solely for the victory royale. Sure, that would be flashy, it would be fun, it'd be cool, and it would help out a team that's not in the top 6. But in the meantime, these guys are solely focused on retaining a top 6 spot. Same to be said about Vico and Jackson, who we've seen be so consistent out of the Collider. Everything seems so easy for them. They've been able to play sort of the most simple version of mid-game possible on their Kami and Seti energy mid-map. But now in the final game is where it matters the most, because you can't afford to buckle now. You can't afford to trip before the finish line. And the same should be said for the Citrus and Reason, who have slowly fallen gradually throughout the games and are currently sitting in 5th.
It's all about execution, I feel like, for these top 6 teams. Other than Adian and Heartfind has been kind of peaceful off spawn for a majority of them. And they're more so on sentry mode rather than searching for their next fight, trying to react to what's happening around them on the map. Jackson and Vico with that split-based strat are looking to just make Surge happen, basically, for them, and not get freaked out by the fact that in game 6, one mistake, one person going down, not enough shots hit, can throw them completely awry. We have Stompy and Ju on screen as well. If you want to dictate between who is who, Stompy is the one that doesn't have Wave in his name. Ju is the one that does.
Making our lives extra fun with that one.
I hope we remember that for the end game.
No, we will. We're good. We'll be fine. But we're talking about end games. Will they get there? We've seen them in a couple. Still yet to pick up a victory royale in these games. But very much so a team who you'd expect to do so. We know they like to be up on height, but that just hasn't been an opportunity that's presented itself often, especially with how these games go, where there's so many different teams battling, wagering war for it.
Leslie Solium tempered right now in their POI, waiting to rattle off their first shot. Every single person you see on screen for the moment is kind of in the same spot of basically just have to win the game. Leslie and Solium know that as well. Every team passing by, in terms of just loot paths, is not going to be one of those top 6. Top 15, possibly not even close enough just yet. The chances of consistency as dry as the desert. Heine and Guter there. I drop and Jerky right above them. Every one of these teams as well, when it comes to Surge, when it comes to being into these box fighty type positions, they crack under just a regular game's worth of pressure. They go straight for those fights. They start to take shots. And this one, I mean, we're not going to see that surge threshold kind of rock in too soon, but as soon as it does, I'm wondering if they can stay as well-tempered as they are now.
We're seeing iDrop and Juriki now over fighting at Butter Barn. Will this be one of the last fights we see from these two as a duo? Very much a question you have to ask yourself with these current stakes. With all these teams desperately fighting, these guys have been fighting for seemingly the longest now. But they're right into a big, big battle here where they have no choice but to win.
Juriki and iDrop looking for it. Gonna find one, and it's just the AI.
I was gonna say, bro. Mancake, spreading the wealth. You can get launch pads from him. He was over at Rocky Wheels early in the season, and once they moved him away to Butter Barn, it broke my heart, but very much a saving grace here for iDrop and Juriki.
Axe Force Yusri, what a nice rotation.
Yeah, nice, but Yusri is so low on HP. Fortunately lands behind the trees in some cover, and so we'll have the time to heal, but they are being chased.
Gotta check out exactly what else is going on with Reese's skin.
Yeah, we just saw Juriki managing to buy one of those launch pads. But if you check on I was about to say our winning team, our third place team right now, one launch pad in Yusri's inventory and also a launch pad in Axe Force's inventory too. Since they're in third place, they have everything set up for them, apart from the beams on rotation right now. So if they get to endgame, this is looking good for them to stay in the top 6.
That's where the magic happens. It's all about the end game. It's all about having those pads as well. And yes, iDrop and Juriki might have one. I think just checking both the inventories of Axe Force and Yusri, it looked like 4 almost. So they have a really good chance if they make that spot. But as Reese also mentioned, they are getting beamed up hard. All about making sure they can get you all the way up in the sky. Reason and Disiptos might not need to use an AI. They have the cannons, and unfortunately Disiptos on the slow glide down, maybe taking his hand off the keyboard, is not going to be able to move around as much, and he's going to take a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, the cannon was a bit sloppy, right? He pulled out his glider because he realized if he didn't, he would have just went flying over the hill. Didn't line it up properly, just was very quick about it. And these are the small minor lapses in concentration that could cost you in the long run. So watch out for those guys. Of course, they are in a position where they're fighting to hold on to their security. Can't afford to have any blunders. Jackson, Vico, above Surge. Leader, above Surge as well. In the midst of a fight against Combeck that he's winning. But the fight's not done. More space being claimed, more tiles being taken, more shots being hit, it seems, as they look to connect to the final, and Advice will pay the price and be forced back to the lobby.
Leader right now just needs to keep riding this momentum. One of the only games we've kind of seen him able to play off of spawn. Yes, he's had one more kind of towards that top 15, but he needs to really lock this one in. The one thing I've noticed in these end games as well, duos are the only ones kind of making it alive all the way to the last spot, all the way to the final battle of the game, the final aim duel. It's basically been a 2v2 into a final 1v1 if necessary.
Yeah.
If it's not as a big lock.
You're right.
You know what I mean? So that's a huge thing. I think there's only one game where there was a solo that got to maybe just slide by, but even then, duos making it to top 3 guaranteed is huge. It's not only about trying to win this game, it's about keeping your teammate alive all the way up until that last spot. We haven't really seen the biggest solo clutches from a deep portion of the 5th zone or 6th zone this game.
You need that security in having your duo by your side, right? It's such a major factor, especially in these moments where you can sometimes bail yourself out. Like you said, we've seen so many 2v2s in the final moments, but often they do end up coming down to 1v1s, right?
Yeah.
Because somebody makes a play for the other. You can bounce off of your teammate, play off each other in that moment. As a solo, when everything rises, or resides on your shoulders, I should say, the pressure can sometimes be too much for some of these players to hold on to.
Egron Voxy looking from the outside in. Once again, the stakes at the moment. Top 6 make it the finals by the end of this game, and the Victory Royale winner. So for Egron Voxy, they can just hold 7th place and have one person ahead of them just win the game, so then they have top 6 technically. Or they can just end up starting to do better, get into the top 6, or just win the game. Lots to do, but you have to realize if anyone's not really close to the top 10, the top 15, all they have riding for them is winning this game. And you can kind of see the effects on it on Surge right now. A bunch of these teams that have been fighting are so far ahead. I have to imagine the rest probably trapped somewhere right on the zone line, hesitant to make any edits. If you ever get a peek at the map, we're going to be able to see just that happening towards some of the sides in this game. Frey and Glubsheet looking for shots of their own coming in from the windmills down south. Not going to find too much outside of the energy station in terms of power, in terms of current electricity. This is just tough for them overall. Have a good spot over here, right outside the south of Greasy Grove, but can't really land a single shot on anyone. All they need is 2 burst rifle rounds to connect, and they can save all of his shields, but they might end up going down.
Yeah, this is real tough for them. You can see they're struggling. They've not had the same fortune as some of the other players that have landed at their POIs today, and the desperation's really kicking in. At some point, you just have to say, look, we gotta hit anything. Because even if you survive this current threshold, you're gonna have problems in a couple minutes. Things ain't just all easy and done. It's not like Thomas yesterday where, you know, you hit a couple back-to-back headshots, and maybe even a snipe to pair with it.
It's a lot of bags.
Yeah, well.
That is Thomas. That's very true.
He is that guy.
Look at Jackson's inventory as well right now. All in with the SMG. U3, Axe Force. Potential of 3 to 4 pads as well to be able to use. And unfortunately, their chances, their dreams might be snapped in half. They might have to wake up to the reality that they're not going to make the finals.
Yeah, 137 points if they were to go down now. Anybody rising past that would push them further down. And that's an awful place to be in as a player, watching everybody remaining in the game without really and truly knowing whether or not it will be able to hold. And that's why the hope here for U3 is that he can stay alive in this one, remain even as a solo. The flop up will help him to tank zone a bit if he needs some extra time. The launch pad will help him travel some distance if need be. But ultimately, he needs to stay low maintenance. He can't afford to make himself too obvious in this lobby. If people figure out he's a solo, he will continue to apply pressure until he is squeezed out of the lobby. And with just 8 builds left, it's looking desperate, it's looking dire, waiting for somebody to open the door and walk right into his sights and maybe give him a chance of staying in this one. Will Swaps and Edison be the ones to succumb to his trap? It remains to be seen, but not a good look for the 3rd place team. Well, actually, what was the 3rd place team,
Yeah. Basically just 1 point away from each other. Jackson and Vico also in 3rd, 137 to 138.
U3 falls.
They're rolling and U3 does fall. There are a bunch of people kind of 20 points away from him almost, so it might be able to hold. It'll come down all the way towards that 9th zone. Jackson has to be happy about that though overall. They can just keep rolling. Here's U3.
Oh, he missed.
He tried for that big shot. It might have been the one thing he has to land to maybe make this an even fight. He had so many opportunities too to keep rolling in, but the shakiness after the first one, that just locks things down, and it's time for Reason to maybe now to fill that gap, get towards the 130 mark. About 15 points away, about 20 points away almost from where U3 just fell.
The Max 3 tag will be left and savored maybe for another day, but for the meantime, he's gone. Roxy and Egrim aren't though, just on the cusp of qualification with 106. They need to start rising in points if they really want to seriously have a shot of this. We saw them make it deep into the last game. Egrim did very well to stay alive while he did. Julian Common Ways in a similar predicament, but with 175 damage being needed to push themselves above the threshold, their chances of getting back into the 8th, 9th zone don't look too likely right now.
Have to have a perfect fight here. Have a lot of opportunities on the north side as well. There's so many people around them. Unfortunately, biggest part of that around is above, and that is a fight that's so difficult to take, especially with the inventory that Waze has. It's just an SMG. And now, as soon as this zone locks in, that surge will get active in a few seconds. Waze ends up elevating by 1. That's going to be huge, but unfortunately, every single team is looking for the same opportunity, and in the blink of an eye, Julian Kahn and Waze are gone.
The FNCS is over for them. It is the beginning of the off-season. Dry your tears, wipe your eyes, come back stronger next season. But for this team here on our screens, things are not done. They're far from it. 808 above the threshold with only 2 eliminations. You know what that means. They've been getting busy.
For them, it's just bumping bass and good tunes. For everyone else, it's just heartbreak. It's tough, but it's nice to be on this side of the 808. These Siptos and Reason have a chance to keep pushing forward. The zone, the way it's rolling with hills, with that greasy, is perfect terrain for them to fight. Look at the other side of things, though. Bloomy and Bunnymaker, 13 above. When your surge is double digits and above the points that you have, when it's that low, that's a wake-up call that it's the VR that you need right now. It's more shots that you need to land as well. All they have is a pad, half kind of broken inventories. They need to rise to the occasion and try to win this game.
Yeah, a lot is needed in that moment. You see here now how they've been able to accumulate so much damage. So many shots being hit by the Siptos and Reason.
All these guys want to do is get towards that 130, 140 mark. It's not even about just getting that victory royale. They just need to make it really deep into this game and do exactly what they're doing so far. Take these shots, make good moves. Jerky is trying to follow in their footsteps as well. Another huge elimination deep into the game. Hopefully can get a refresh from it too. Bevies, I see him right below their box, a little bit low. That could be an option. Siren Asvi, all the way on high ground. Perfect spot for them to be in right now. What they need is control of this game. What they need is information on the rest of the server. How are they playing? What can they look at in terms of making this the easiest way possible to get a win?
We've seen how difficult it can be to hold on to height from this position, so a tough challenge for them.
They have the info. It is a max pull for them, so they will have to give this up at some point. They jump straight all the way into zone. Will take a lot of damage as the zone is already moving. One splash on the Siren, doesn't find it all the way on the Asvi. You'll see Ju on the right side of your screen looking for a place to spot and tarp inside the zone. All the way down to low ground. Stompy will follow him in just a second.
Staying low and first moving can be a difficult journey, but moving through that old building, they'll find some security there. We see all the other players gliding into the front of the zone now, though.
Everyone should be fighting for height. We have to keep a focus on exactly what's going on all the way towards the skies right now. There's a bunch of teams in 20th place who can't afford to play consistent, who can't afford to stay on low ground, especially when there's so many houses in the way.
You see Jackson, he was going for some sort of pre-edit play, but there was nobody there to be found. The Siptos now maybe having to calm down, slow things down to be able to catch up with Reason. Harvey hitting some nice shots onto Bofing. Jet Smoke will clean it up. Eggrim now as a solo. He doesn't have Voxy once again in the endgame.
Looking at the outside end, he's in 7th place. Really needs to just go absolutely sick right now. Going to dodge all the way on height. Not going to try to take it. Not much to even hold with it right now when you're a solo. Has a lot of mats to be able to just stay in this spot, but he's getting focused by Till. Till spray denied by Dan all the way on high ground as well. They're going to start to be succumb to Surge, it looks like a little bit. Jet Smog has a lot of elims coming into this game. 2 specifically. Him and Havre on the left side of the circle right now are looking to maintain mid-ground as well.
Yeah, and you can see they're going to keep it grooving. But up above, Nako and Dan have high ground. They have it solidly, but Swaps and Edison trying to usurp height, and they're making things so difficult for Nako and Dan here. You can see Nako having to just box up, take a minute to breathe, because high ground is no longer his. He was comfy up there, but the Spaniards will be forced down.
Big cost for Swaps all the way down to 20 HP. Bloomy finds more textures. He's kind of maybe back in this game. I hear another pad though. Height is not safe. It's Nako and Dan for a 3rd try for it, but Swaps is able to reconnect and make sure everything is just chill for now. Ziptos Reason looking up. Eggrim as a solo is still bouncing back and forth. Gripey is there as well looking for his next shot. Ju and Stompy, what's going on low? Crazy things as they clash with Vico. 139, they're both at the same spot in terms of points. Jackson will be there to try to find a little bit of reprieve. Stompy can't back up into the zone. He has to take the shot, but he gets denied and stopped at 140 points.
Jackson does so well to stay up there. Some wave-on-wave violence, but they won't worry about it. They'll keep on moving. They need to hold on to their spot. They have so many points, and now they have an opportunity to ruin everybody else's games. The Siptos and Reason still remain in 6th, though, with 131 points, trying to push everything. Juriki and iDrop, though, everything rides on this end game. Not on height where they're most comfortable, but they need to set up for the win. They won't be able to get top 6, especially with Reason and Desipt are still in this game. So many of these duos now clashing against each other.
Every single team I see is double digits on the board. It's VRs or go home. Heine by Gute on the left side of the Grove. Lou finding a few in the feed. Trey goes down. Heine has to move on the left side, has a few matches to be able to live with. That is the drop down and taken out. Swaps. He might lose his feet too. Ankle's broken. He's confused, but lands a big shot before dropping down 2 HP. Deleted.
Bloomy gets taken out. Moneymaker now, all alone. The student now has to become the master. Is this his graduation? Can he hold on to height? No materials. Can Bloomy drop him anything? Maybe. That's a possibility, but I dropping Juriki now just trying to stay alive themselves. Such low HP.
Back against the wall. Don't have much left in the tank. Moneymaker, one person's making their life absolutely atrocious. Dropped into the box though. Siren is trying to fight with defense. Asvi takes over. Lou denied. There's one duo down low. Jerky has nothing. Sprays on the top. He has to go to the floor on the asphalt. It's hot. Looking for maybe just a single shot. He's going to be denied. Pushed back in the zone. I drop with 1 HP. Can he live for it? Needs to find a shot. They're so vulnerable up top. He needs to find the perfect striker spray. He gets it. No siphon though. It wasn't his. And they are stopped and taken out.
Idrop and Juriki's journey will end here as Fido and Siren still have a say and they will claim it. Moneymaker couldn't find a moment. They couldn't stop him. But in that moment, it was the end and an ending that they will happily take. The last opportunity, the last ticket. And they will be riding the bus to the FNCS final.
It's FNCS Duels, and Duels is the name of the game for Asvi right there. They rock together the entire time. Siren stopping so many different pushes, and all the way towards the end just shows the perfect shots to take. Look at that reaction. Elated, happy, and going straight to the finals.
It means the world to them. The Arcadia boys will secure a spot. It took them a while, but game 6 there's no better time to do it, Shayo. It's the best opportunity, the last moment. They stayed cool with so many top duos in that final moment as well, vying for it. They held on to it on low ground and they won and hit the shots to do it.
Yeah, we had a snapshot at one of those moments. It was like 13th all the way to 30th place. Yeah. Every single person needed to win. Surviving just didn't matter.
It was crazy, the things that went on there. I have been on a roller coaster of emotions throughout the semifinals. It's been 3 great sessions, but we'll see you next time on the finals.
Absolutely. You have a little bit more to see. That was all of the teams that needed the VR. For the top 6, lots of unanswered questions. The people with that solution to the mini problem are Mini, Reese, and Zeke.
You gotta love Shy Wager just setting up the little memes there, you know. He's got a way with words. Man, my goodness. 6 games done here in EU semifinals day number 3, which means another 12 duos have gone through and qualified. And my goodness, today was crazy, man. I feel like it's interesting because like I think back to day 1 where it felt a lot more like lax, like teams weren't taking it as serious. Today, it was just banger after banger.
Man, it was good game after good game.
It was.
Winner after winner and good consistency after consistency. And let's be real, one team that did that really well. Deceptos and Reason. Coming into today, we weren't sure. We were not sure the quality of the performance that we would see from them, in all honesty, because they just haven't put it on in FNCS. They've done it in Cash Cups, but they haven't done it when it matters. I think after game 1 today, I think the second from them in game number 1 was just like, right, they're on today. They're doing good.
Yeah, huge confidence boost, and I think that's such a great thing for them, that mental benefit at the beginning of the game. And you can see it right there. They're not missing shots. They're using all the experience. They're using all of their class, all of their sort of presence in the game to really make sort of a push for that first place spot. Of course, they weren't quite able to make that at the moment, but they were sort of on the cusp of the 6th place, which is, of course, qualifying them into the finals. We're going to have to wait and see whether they do make it into that, but picking up eliminations left, right, and center. We see Deceptos with all of those there, 5 to his name, and they just kept doing it, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to work out for them. But they were so consistent today, Reese. That is exactly what we talked about. You know, they're so consistent at the beginning and at the end.
I mean, they went down on 138, which was actually the exact same points that Axe Force went down on earlier in the game as well. You know, we set it up a little bit earlier, told them how good the inventory that they had was. 2 launch pads, 1 on each player at that moment. And you can see that they have to try and make it a tough rotate here because they had the loot, but they didn't have the position. Full edge side of the map here. They get some great tags and whatever. But you're going to see Axe Force later hit a launch pad, and he will regret that. Here we go.
Yeah, this is it. And I mean, you picked on it earlier, Reese. Of course, they picked up the launch pads, but unfortunately, that was ultimately what caused them to go down. You see, Axe Force, those players, I mean, in this lobby, they're not going to miss their shots. And when you're going up that early with a launch pad, so many eyes on you. And of course, Yuzuri had the eyes on him inside of that garage. He tried to sort of sneak around and hide there, but
no, it's not going to happen.
No.
I think like the biggest thing is you want to be saving those launch pads for endgame, right? And if you put yourself in a position far to the edge like that, man, you're just risking having to drain one of those early, and in that case, getting beamed out of the sky. So if we saw them, you know, maybe rotate a little centered earlier, they would have been okay at the same time. But we can't not talk about our winners. The Arcadia duo coming in at the last minute, the last game, and picking up that final victory royale.
Yeah, in a moment where we thought high ground would dominate, we thought the team that's going to be on high ground are going to win. We thought this is the final chance, the last chance for these teams to qualify. We thought they're going to do it, but it was the low ground team that ultimately came out on top. And I think it was because we saw two solos on high. We saw a solo on high. It was Moneymaker at one point. We saw another solo take high. And then we were talking, we were saying iDrop and Jerky were just below them. We were like, look up, there's a solo on high.
I know.
But it was the low ground team that came out on top.
Yeah, the decision making, of course, from iDrop and Jerky in that decision, do you look up, do you look down? They chose, you can see it right here, to look down, and the Arcadia boys absolutely capitalized on the fact that he had no materials there. Unfortunately for them, but very fortunately for Asvi and Siren, as then they just cleaned up that solo up on high ground. That's what you need to be doing if you're going to try and win from low ground. You see the advantages, you understand, you can check like, oh, there's 3 teams up, but there's two other people must mean there's 2 solos, which you have the advantage. So if you manage to capitalize on that, that's an easy victory round from low ground.
Yeah, they were able to pick up so many refreshes as well, so many materials as well as that as well. They were picking up so many of those, so many heals as well to set themselves up for the end game. It was only a matter of time before they were able to pick up the victory.
And we saw the start of that clip, right? They were in 13th place and end on the victory royale right before it ticked over to first. They were 9th. So if they'd come in second, they would not have qualified. Right? So for them, that's a ticket punched. But why don't we relive if you're just tuning in, we had 6 games. We got our caster standing by. Walk us through the VRs on the day.
I mean, the VRs of the day were, I think, very victory royales, VVRs, so to speak. So Resgard and Clownski started it off, and I think everyone expected it very fast. I thought it was maybe game 2, right? Always one of those teams rolling in, but they made it look easy.
Yeah, it was a great redemption arc for them, right? To come back after failing in session 2, game 6. Game 2, though, was when me and Reese and Zeke, this time round, we got to have our cheers, our enjoyment, seeing Janice and Vortex finally make it through, a duo who has been so highly anticipated throughout all season long, finally securing a spot.
Yeah, right after that, Shmeki and Gabex kind of gave us a taste of how semis look so far with this brand new type of, you take height in 6-7 zone, you kind of have the game guaranteed for you all the way towards the very end. That was very nice to see. Past that, Kid 1, Flix 11, that was a good one too.
Yeah, it was clean, right? They made things, it was no nonsense. I like me a no nonsense win. With that, unlike game 5, it felt like that was all up in the air, right? Kaiku, Sori, and Artur, they made things sweat. They made me sweat for sure in the end game. I'm sure themselves they were nervous at home, but they did secure it in the end.
Absolutely. It was, kind of a mishmash. That's where the solo kind of situation where the clutches were in play happened. But at the end, Asvi, Siren, they saw everything through chaos. They saw the light, right? Tranquility at the end of the tunnel, and they locked it in. That game 6, fresh on all our minds. It was just kind of cookie cutter for them. They stayed true to themselves. Were one of the only duos still left at the end of the game and locked it down.
And honestly, right, with the emotion at the end, being able to see the cam and see how much it means to them, it is just the best moment. I'm so happy for them. So happy to actually see them get a chance to show what they can do now in the FNCS final.
Absolutely huge, right? And opportunities like that, you can't squander, right? And being able to get the VR as well to say, like, look, we're ready. This is finals for us, and we'll see you there next week. Okay, here we go. We have to take a look at our standings. We got to see which duos are making it in that top 6 right now. Axe Force has just pushed out and is held there in 6th place. And I feel like this could have gone a different way. Specifically you, Mini Miner. We saw iDrop and Jerky there for a moment. I really believed, bro. I was there with you. I was like, dude, Mini Miner has the biggest brain, and then it just didn't go their way.
Yeah, my brain shrunk as that end game started to go on. It was one of those situations where I was thinking, yes, this is good. They were playing front side of zone. I was thinking they might look up to high ground. And as soon as we saw that there was a solo on high ground, me and Reese were saying, we were in there. We were saying, go up, go up, go up. But we also said that they had no materials. They couldn't go up. They had to look up. They had to go for the spray down. And unfortunately for them, they decided to go down. And that was where the team that was, of course, coming out on top, that's where they fell victim.
And straight straight up, I feel so bad for iDrop and Juriki right now.
Yep.
We all, let's be real, we all want them to qualify. They're some of the best players on the region in the qualifiers, a 6th and a 7th, just being out of qualification range by 1 place and 2 places. Now again being out by 2 placements again, especially since they stuck together from last season as well.
It's not even just a placement. It's like literally one shot. If Juriki had that siphon, I've seen him do crazy things before. It might have been possible, but 6 HP, he planned for it. It was so close, yet so far.
It's a shame. They're such big personalities,
They
right?
are.
You know, who am I going to see doing the floss on cam in the finals if it's not Juriki?
Yo, Malabuka, but stand up. Come on.
You know, who else has sick names like the Big Drop and Juriking, right? There's so many
new ones, man.
I hope they stick together for next season.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, another name to throw out there, Deceptos and Reason, right? Coming in today, especially on day 3 of semifinals, they know they have to just sit there and watch this all play out. They have 1 day to do it, and they do it.
Yeah, I think for them specifically, it felt like they were wearing trench coats and sunglasses with top hats. They didn't show anything that, you know, they had any secrets in their games. It was very consistent and you know, standard.
That's right. We'll take a look at our qualified players list. So if you're just watching Fortnite for the first time, you need to come back. All right, this Fortnite's crazy. We can take a look at our qualified player list. What is great about this as well is we can see kind of where these players are coming on through. And we now know the 50 that we're going to be watching next weekend.
Yep, so exciting. We can build up storylines. We can talk about who is going to be coming out on top next weekend. It's going to be so exciting. And it's also going to be interesting to see the development and the difference in the duos that qualified through the qualifiers versus the semifinals. You know, maybe we talk about players that have had a little bit more practice in the semifinals, but Reese, you always bring up a good point. They're tired.
They are tired indeed, but they got a week to rest. They got time until next week. I'm in all honesty looking forward to the teams who went through qualifier 1 and 2. The teams we haven't seen in so long, right? Andlex and X-Squeeze.
Look, you see, for some of them teams, they'll be watching these games thinking, look at these floppers, man. We'll deal with them when they come finals. It took you guys how many sessions? 1, 2, 3, 4. They'll be fine. They'll be waiting, ready for the challenge, I'm sure, of a lot of them. But of course, it's never going to be easy. We've seen the caliber of players that we are going to be seeing in the finals. It is no easy lobby whatsoever.
That's right. Money and the new Acts of Champions all going down next weekend. You'd love to see it. Let's remind ourselves of our predictions too before we go ahead and say goodbye. You know, okay.
Nice. Now we're saying goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Listen. It's okay. I mean, I feel like this was the craziest semifinals we've had to date, right? There was a lot of stakes for a lot of these duos. Very well fought for many of them. And at the end of the day, this is a big kind of takeaway, right? You know what you made mistakes on, go back, VOD review, bring it back next season.
Yeah, I mean, there was no space really, I feel like, for a lot of these teams to be super behind or be so ahead that things are comfortable. This was one of those, you know, third days that kind of felt like a finals.
Exactly, and you know, when you look at some of the names that we had there too, like the Reason Deceptos, the Janus is in there, like how are these guys still in this at the end? But let's be real, most of the names outside of iDrop Juriki, all qualified through in the end. I'm here for
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. It's a sad moment. It is a very, very sad moment. This is slowly turning into my least favorite segment of the show, which is quite a problem. I think, well, at least now I have to switch it up a little bit for the finals, you know?
It becomes your favorite if you get 3 out of 3.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna just wait.
You guys are talking about, you know, what's happening next season, right? Let's role play. You're iDrop, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Juriki. Ask me about practice for next season.
Hey, Juriki, hello. Would you like to just scrim a little bit and see what's up? It's been 6 hours, Juriki. I sent you a message 2 days ago. You haven't responded. Hello? Season starting in 1 day, Juriki. Hello? Hello?
We'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to go the other way. I think it's going to. I think they're going to stick together.
No, it's over.
I think they're going to stick together.
I hope
we'll
you
see.
do.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'll stick with it
Fortnite
as well.
fam. That is pretty much it for all the action here in EU. Don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, we also have NA East, NA West on deck as well. Another 12 duos need to qualify and find their seats on the bus there. So make sure you tune in for some of that. If not, then remember, next weekend, finals. 2 days, 12 games. 1 duo will take it all home. We love you guys. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Baby!
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I'm joined by G2 Macwood, and we are in the lobby. So we're going to be learning a little bit about this veteran player and how long he's been in the scene. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
My name is Macwood. I'm from Nebraska. I've been competing in Fortnite for as long as I can remember, probably about 3.5, maybe 4 years now. So I'm definitely an OG to the scene.
What kind of originally got you into that, wanting to compete in Fortnite, take that next step and see like how good you could be?
Like, I never had the full intent of trying to go pro in this game. It was just when Winter Royale, the OG Winter Royale came around, I like came home from school, started up my stream, and I just played it. And I was 1 point off qualifying in the first heat, and then there was like 2 heats. So I actually ended up qualifying by 1 point the next heat, and I did good in that, and then Complexity found me and picked me up, so I started to take it pretty serious. And then like as soon as you know it, like World Cup came around and qualified for that, and I moved away from my hometown and took it pretty serious.
And I mean, if you think about it too, being one of 10 people to win a duos World Cup game, when you like finally look back, you saw that you guys have been able to clutch up, you won a game, just the entirety of the arena roars. Like, relive that moment for a second.
I literally almost can't even remember it. It's just like white to me. Like, it was just pure adrenaline. I remember getting up and just like, I didn't even like high five Calc. I started punching him. Like, I was so excited.
But that's what you guys were definitely known for in that time, just being able to have the very precise aim and punishing people. And I feel like that's something that's kind of translated into your game plan now. So kind of talk to me about what's going on now with Fortnite.
This season is definitely going good. I'm still trying to adapt to kind of the new chapter of Fortnite. It's more like spray and aim and not really like piece and pump kind of. So it's always just everyday adapting and just getting used to the new meta.
How's the time been with Donnie been so far? Because I know you guys played last season as well.
Yeah, playing with Donnie's been super fun. It's so fun to play with the kid who's like so explosive. Like, I wouldn't say he's calm and controlled. It's like he'll just go quiet and then it's just 200, you know, or like we'll launch pad on height, you know, what I'm known for, and it's just he just puts them down every time. So I'm excited to see what we can do this season. Hopefully we're uncontested.
Okay, so looking at this season, and you say hopefully uncontested, where are you looking at going right now? You're trying to keep that secret sauce a little close to the chest, or you're trying to like push everyone away right now?
I'm just sending it all the way to the bugle, you know. I've never been one to leave a spot, so as long as things are looking good going into grands for the bug, that's where I'll be.
Now, finally, can you let everyone know where to find you? Where can they check you out? Where are you streaming? What socials do you post on? What are your tags?
So my Twitch is just Macwood, and my Twitter is @Macwood1x, and that's my main 2 platforms.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Macwood.
Thank you.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Today on FNCS NA East. After a strong start in Day 2, Knifer and Okis got taken down early in Game 6, losing their top spot. They'll need to pick themselves up after falling short. The rivalry of Macwood and Bucky is paused for now, since Macwood will be without his nemesis for the Daily Bugle. Will that give him and Donnie the chance they need to progress? Or will another duo start contesting them today? Scoped and Magnolia are stepping up to the plate for the final chance of advancing further in this season of FNCS. Will the legendary controller player make it in this season? With only 12 spots left for this season's FNCS Finals, it's now or never.
Dearest Fortnite fam, this is it. The final chapter of semis. FNCS NAE Day 3 and semifinals. Let's go! Hey you guys, welcome in. It is myself, Adam Savage here, back on the stage, bringing you all the action from FNCS NAE. We have got an amazing day planned for you guys. Consider this the final episode in our semi-finals trilogy, where at the end of the day today, we'll have the fantastic 50 duos confirmed for finals next weekend. Now, of course, we have 38 teams already through to next weekend. 12 are yet to qualify. But what will happen tonight? Remember, this as well, a lot of veterans yet to qualify through to those finals. Rising stars, desperate to have a taste of the top, the creme de la creme of NAE regional Fortnite glory in that amazing championship next weekend. But I can't do this all on my own. We're going to break down all the action for you guys, but of course I need my amazing analysts as well. The one and only Vivid and SVG! What's up, boys? Are you ready for tonight's Fortnite action? Ooh, that's right, we are. We can't wait for this. We're excited for that. We practiced that like 15 times, and it went great.
Nah, just once.
Just once. Yeah, just once. Guys, obviously, this is semi-finals day number 3 now. We are rapidly approaching finals next weekend. Obviously, this is the last chance, as mentioned, for our finalists, semi-finalists, to get through to next weekend. SBG, a lot of pressure, a lot to play for, but we are guaranteed one seriously brilliant show tonight.
Oh, we definitely are. And you're right, the pressure is there, especially for the new teams coming in. Yesterday, we saw a lot of teams that were playing in day 1 qualify on that day in day 2. So again, less games, less experience in these semifinals, Vivid. I mean, these new teams coming in, they got a lot to play for.
Yeah, imagine, right? Like you're in the last session, only coming in as one of the 12 teams, right? But that in itself is an accomplishment, right? Making it into this lobby, the semifinals of an FNCS, it deserves some praise for sure. And I just can't wait to get into these games and secure those last 12 teams for the finals.
I know, the opportunity next weekend to play for the Axe of Champions, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. But if you've just joined us, or you're brand new, or you've been here before, we're going to show you the broadcast schedule, exactly how we got here in the first place as well. Because, ta-da! Here we go, look at this. Can you see the screen?
Oh, yeah, it's right there.
Great, I'm glad you can. As you can see here, broadcast schedule, we have qualifiers 1, 2, and 3 already happened. We had 15 teams confirmed through those qualifiers. Now, that's where we are. Semi-finals weekend in the red just here. We have May 20th, 21st, and today, May 22nd. That is the last semi-final where the final 12 teams will go through to finals next weekend. You can see right here. Next weekend. But Vivid, of course, as well, our players, the schedule, how did it all come together? How did they get here in the first place? Tell us.
Guys, listen, we are so close, as Adam mentioned, just next week in the finals. But before we do that, again, we are in these semifinals right here, all the way down in session number 3. Only 12 spots left. How are those spots going to be gathered up? Well, as we know, those Victory Royales, direct chance for that finals spot. 100% you are through. And then also, in every single session, we've had top 6 on the leaderboard through consistency out of everybody that doesn't get a Victory Royale. But SVG, to get into those top 6, how do you get points for that?
I got you, Vivid. Let's talk about those points. Let's find out what this point format is. Obviously, 1,000 points for the Victory Royale. That denotes you advancing to the next round. You're going to start getting placement points at 35th. You continue to accumulate them. Once you get past 25th, you get even more. And then it's really in that top 5, top 10 you want to be for consistency. Now, it's not just placement. You're going to get 3 points per elimination. And we saw a 12 elim game yesterday. So do the math. That is a ton of points. And that is how you qualify through consistency.
Yep, the combination of the 2, points for standings and those eliminations, are so pivotal here on FNCS. But of course, as well, the teams competing, we have 12 more coming through from yesterday now as well. So together, this, Vivid, is our chart filled with the best of the best still yet to qualify for finals.
Yeah, 12 new teams join us, and one of those 12 new teams actually Scoped and Magnolia. We got to talk about these guys, right?
Yeah, we do.
Scoped, absolutely insane at controller. Magnolia, a great duo for him as well. And honestly, that run that we saw in Qualifier 2 was probably the best that they've had. That was the one round for it that they made, gathered up enough series points to make it here into Session 3. And honestly, the highlight of Qualifier 2 is when they went head-to-head with none other than Clix and Day, right? Some all-spawn action going on there. They won out a couple times, but Clix and Day ended up striking back eventually, and that's kind of why they lost out in that round 4 opportunity to get that top 5 at that point in time.
Yeah, luckily for them, Clix and Day won't be here today. They're going to be able to grab some solid points and placements, but another duo we got to talk about is Nani and Cooper. I was talking to Nani before this, and he's feeling very confident. If you know him, he's going to be looking for wins. But one thing he did mention to me is it's very important to understand when to pull the throttle back. You don't always want to be going full speed ahead. You want to slow down, play passive sometimes, and not try and get every single elimination. Play for placement, and then take that moment when it's there, grab it, and score that victory royale. I expect to see him making plays with Cooper, going for some high ground, going for low ground, getting that win condition to grab a win.
Diversity in your play style is oh so important. We've seen that out of multiple teams being able to play high ground, low ground. But one team that loves a low ground, Knight and Rogue Shark, they're coming in day 3 team, actually Session 3, so they weren't here in the prior session, but just enough series points actually to make it in today. This team's been around for a while. You talked about how some of these teams got to know when to kind of let off the gas and everything like that. These guys are well-vetted players. They've been here multiple times, so they should have that experience, kind of that vetted knowledge as to when they need to pull up, when they need to be aggressive, and I'm hoping that we see some great runs out of them today.
No doubt. There was a time when there was daily duo cups, so these guys were winning literally everything. So we will likely see them, like you mentioned, know what to do in sticky situations. Now, another duo we're highlighting is WCarry and Coop. Landing down at Chonkers, I do believe that this team just narrowly missed out. They were 2 eliminations away from qualifying yesterday. So they were that close, and I expect them to do well once again. We see those chug splashes in the inventory. It is the best heal right now because of that splash heal ability, because you could use it while moving. And Coop, WCarry, mid-ground team. We saw a lot of mid-ground teams looking and playing really, really strong. I want them to move through today and show how good they are.
Yeah, they definitely have an opportunity of a lifetime right here. Chonker Speedway, where they're going to be landing uncontested. We love to see that. But speaking about uncontested, that is not how that really works usually. So, Adam, what do you got for us?
I have indeed got something very special for you guys. Obviously, we highlight some of the teams there who haven't competed yet, who are desperate for a chance tonight to prove their worth. One of the players is, of course, Scoped. This is what happened when we caught up with him.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and we're in the lobby, and this time we have Liquid Scoped with us. Scoped, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you for being here. So you've been around the scene for a very long time. Let's go all the way back to the start. What was the first tournament you ever won money in, and what was that moment like?
Wow, I think it was right before World Cup. I think it was one of the
Blackheart, Lux, one of those guys?
Okay. Blackheart Solo Gauntlet Cup, and I wasn't really that good back then. I was really in like bad binds and stuff, so for me to make money back then, I was I was just hyped, trying to like prove to my parents too that I could kind of make it a career, so it's definitely an amazing feeling though.
You got a little bit of a publicity spark there playing with a household name that everyone knows in the Fortnite scene, Tfue. What was that like, and what was the amount of attention like you got from that?
So to this day, it's kind of like surreal because like I was always on console and like watching like the streams and like watching all these other big streamers. I'm like, it must be cool having like all these like viewers and doing all this and playing Fortnite. Tfue said he was looking for a duo. I honestly didn't think I had a shot really. I had a couple thousand followers on Twitter and really wasn't a big name in the community yet. And for him to just give me a shot and kind of took advantage of playing with him, like we just popped off. This community loved me. Just the chemistry was there, so it was definitely surreal having all these people kind of check me out too.
Do you feel like there was more pressure on you in that moment? Because obviously you played in tournaments before, like you were no stranger to being in those high pressure moments, but then was it a different kind of pressure when all of a sudden you're put in a duo with this really highly renowned player? There's so many people watching.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of pressure. You kind of have to just block it all out and just focus on yourself and what can make you guys like a better duo. And it's kind of what I did. You know, it just, the more we played, the better we did and the more chemistry we had.
What's it been like, particularly coming into this season now as we look at it? We've added in mantling, we've added in sprinting, you had sliding last season. Do you feel like you've been able to incorporate that into your game plan and still kind of push the boundaries a little bit?
I definitely think we're pushing the boundaries with it a lot. Me and my duo Magnolia, we've kind of been using the sprinting feature a lot. It helps with a lot of rotation and competitive, so it's definitely like a huge feature that I think I really enjoy.
Sweet, man, that's gonna be it from me. So now where can people find you? I know you're active on social media and the streams.
All my social medias are at Scoped, so on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, anything at Scoped. That's where you can find me.
Dude, you gotta love that consistent branding, and thank you guys so much.
Thanks for having me.
I'm channeling my inner Scopes there. Same lucky colors on tonight. I love it. Obviously, a lot of duos to talk about as well. Some of the duos in focus, though, fellas. Who are you looking forward to seeing compete tonight?
Listen, we got to talk about it, right? Knifer and Ocus. Actually, they got 8th place on that leaderboard yesterday. Oof. So close. They played so well. As you can see here, total points 124. That is amazing. And listen, the highlight of this set sheet has got to be Command Cavern, right? We saw 2 teams yesterday come out of Command Cavern with victory royales. Knifer and Ocus, they are going to be landing up top at the Blimp. What are you thinking, SPG?
Well, like you mentioned, Command Cavern is huge. It has the highest win rate of any POI, and they did their homework. They figured this out. They used to land over at Tilted, but they're like, nah, I'm going Command Cavern. I want all that loot. And not only do they have the loot, that they're landing on that high ground position that we saw Degen and Yamzo be so successful at in the qualifiers. So this team looking so good. If they can do just a little bit more than yesterday, they're going to be moving to finals.
Yeah, they played so well in those first 4 games. This last 2 not really working out. But switching it over to Donnie and Macwood. Listen, the highlight of this has got to be that Bucky and Cam actually qualified yesterday, right? So as we know, pretty much throughout this entire FNCS, they've been going at it, but now it opens up, right? Donnie and Macwood finally have the uncontested daily bugle. We know that Macwood loves it, just full send height. We saw in one of the content pieces, he was like, yeah, just launch height on height. That's what I'm known for.
That's his thing.
Yeah, and the fact that he gets an uncontested POI just means that he gets so much more loot to kind of work for those type of plays.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this. If one of them qualifies, it's likely both of them will be able to qualify. They know how to win games, their experience, and Bucky and Cam, they laid the groundwork. They know what to do. Now, Donnie Macwood can have even more space to work with. My only concern is that Storm Surge. You're used to having a team at your POI to go head-to-head with. Now they're free, but plenty of teams nearby. These guys, they'll get through it.
Yeah, very good point there. Storm Surge, trouble for a lot of people. Voil and Except, they're going to have a whole new strategy today for Storm Surge, because today, Session 3, they are finally going to be uncontested down at Synapsation. As we know, we've kind of been following them, and the reason we've been following them is they were the most consistent duo throughout the qualifiers. They had the most series points coming into semifinals, but they were contested by Yuz and Kasker, who are now actually going over to the Jonases, so they have a lot more space to work with here. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, 2 teams that were con the past couple of days now have some freedom to work with. Again, a concern. They're all the way down in the corner. If we continue to see those north zones, this team is going to struggle to find those tags along the way. One nice thing, they have rifts. They're going to be able to use those to rotate quickly. But we talked a lot about contesting. Adam, what else you got for us?
So much stuff. I've got so much stuff for you because, of course, off-spawn battle is what we kind of get really relish here on FNCS. We actually some intel looking at the map and the way things are panning out. It's looking a lot like the outside of the edge of the map. It's looking kind of uncontested. The center points, though, they're looking very busy indeed. One of which is, of course, Command Cavern. We've seen a popular drop spot throughout the entirety of FNCS. Lots of loot on offer. A blessing and a curse as well, of course, with the likes of Storm Surge. Tell us what's going to happen with so many teams dropping here, SPG. It's looking very, very interesting indeed.
So there's enough loot for, let's say, 3 teams to successfully walk out of here. Yesterday, we had 2 teams coming out of Command Cavern. Nonetheless, everyone has to fight and find their own space. It is no free game here. You can grab some weapons, you can grab some loot, but you're not going to grab a free rotate out of here without getting tagged by these other teams. Creo, Cease, going head-to-head. Want to see these 2. One of them, at least. It might be a bugle situation where one of these 2 qualifies, then the next one qualifies shortly after.
Yeah, the crazy storyline here is that Creo and Vert, right? They were going Logjam Lumberyard yesterday. They had it uncontested, but now with Knight and Rogue Shark coming in, they're retreating. They're going back to Command Cavern to try their luck there, right? And then Cease and Tragics, also huge storyline point here for them. Nico and Polarize, who were their main contested, who were kind of landing on them, is now gone because they've qualified through the final. So both of these teams looking kind of good at Command Cavern.
Yeah, I remember Season Tragics last season as well. They only had one shot on day 3 of semifinals to qualify, and they did it. So definitely interesting team to look out for as well. Another team as well, Sprite versus Redux here as well. We're looking at the Collider. Interesting POI. This talked about this a lot as well. It's new, it's exciting. A lot of players are drawn to it because a lot of rotation possible as well. Vivid, interestingly, this POI seems to be one that a lot of players do want to give a go in semifinals.
I mean, it's just so good. There's so much loot here, but the fact that there's so much loot here, it makes it worth fighting for. We saw yesterday plenty of times, Nounzy and Sprite versus Redux and Plague there, they were going to that south side where there's double slurp trucks, right? So it's something worth fighting for, but every single time they went there, it was kind of like this 50-50. So each team really only played like 3 games yesterday, but in each of those 3 games where they got off spawn, they both played very, very well. So if they come in today with a little bit of a new strategy SPG where one of them kind of beats out the other, it could work really, really well.
It could, and the blueprints there from Skittles and Users, we saw them qualify out of there in day 1. If they're able to take some notes and maybe go on the west side instead of 50-50 in that south side, it's difficult to get those materials once you're in the POI, but there's so much movement. There's the Collider, launch pads, siege cannons. You can quickly move out and get yourself a really good position. Interested to see how this plays out.
Indeed. Ultimately, it's all going to kick off. It's all going to kick off and get very exciting for us. Now, of course, here as well, we like to test the players sometimes, see about their map knowledge. This is a little thing called Where in the World.
All right, guys, we're about to drop in. There's gonna be an image on the screen, and you're gonna have to find it the fastest. Whoever gets there wins. Good luck.
Got it, boss.
Thank you, Cease. Thank you. Let's go.
Bro, what? I'm just following you guys. Where are we going, guys?
Hey.
Do you know where it is, Tuts?
Yeah.
Where?
I know exactly where
Just tell me.
I know a shortcut.
It's definitely like Covert.
There's no way.
Oh my god.
Nah, that's embarrassing. No. But you guys know slow and steady wins the race, right?
Someone just tell me where this thing is.
I think I have this one in the bag. No. No.
Oh my god. Oh. It's over.
It's over.
Oh my god, it's actually.
I won.
Man.
It's over. I actually got it. Bro, I just knew I'd be a goat at this.
No, if I didn't mess up the cannon, I would have got there before.
No, I won. What is that? I actually don't know where it is.
Can you give us like a hint?
It's in here. Oh, where is it? I don't know where.
I found it.
What?
Like? Dude, where is this at?
Oh, I found it. No troll. I actually got it. Woo! I'm crazy. I'm actually crazy. Oh, that's too easy.
That's easy.
Oh, that's way too easy.
Am I the only one that doesn't know where it is?
I think that one's in Chonker somewhere, guys. It's in Tilted Tower. Yeah, it's definitely in Tilted, guys. No, man. Bro, there's no way that rock stops my car.
I ran out of gas.
It's not even in Tilted. I'm in. No, man. I'm here.
You guys have such crazy map awareness.
Yo, Mako, you know where this one is, buddy? Yeah, it's in.
Oh, wait, I know where this is.
Do you know where it's at? Me? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Man.
I'm low-key almost out of gas.
Oh, man, my car.
Yes. Oh, it's Cease one.
Gives me more time. Creo's hit it. I'm
I stole his
nice.
Give me
Bro, I have no fuel. Yeah, we're all out of fuel. We're on foot.
You want to go to Tilted?
I'm going Tilted.
No sweat insurance. Where does that make sense?
Oh my. It's so obvious. What if I told you I don't know anything?
No, it's in here. I know.
Boom! No way. Let's go. Oh. Wait, is that it? I'm actually crazy. I'm actually crazy. Bro, I'm too good at this game.
Wait.
Oh, wait, I know.
No, I actually have no clue. Wait. Oh, wait, my name's Cease. I have no clue where it's at. I'm just driving straight at it, boosting. Yeah, dude, I have no clue. There's a chair here. Yeah, man. Is this it? No, man. Creo knows where it's at.
Yo, I'm getting there.
Dude, it's so obvious, bro. Think about whose chair that is. Whose chair, bro? Think of the Fortnite lore, man.
You don't know the Fortnite lore?
Watch the YouTube videos?
It's a doctor.
I actually learned this from a It's Jarian video.
Creo, please win. He marked it for you.
Well, I actually got to find the chair now.
It's somewhere in there.
Oh, wait, you guys can see my marks?
Yeah.
Bro.
Does anyone know where the chair is?
I beat you guys.
Where's the chair?
Bro, you're the luckiest person ever. It's seriously too easy. GG, yes. Fortnite is such a fun game, bro.
Oh, what?
And what other esport can you just have silly fun like that?
Genuinely one of my favorite games that we're in the world. Such a fun game there. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of game number 1 here, let's talk about Storm Surge quickly. If you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge, it's a threshold where ultimately you have to tag enough players, get enough damage, otherwise you start to take damage yourself from a storm. Going into semi-finals, day 3, game 1 SBG, are we looking at players being more passive and getting meds, or are we looking more aggressive and getting those tags?
So the teams that will be successful will be going for the tags. If you're sitting there healing off Storm Surge, you've already lost to it. It's really strong in game 1. We've seen 90+ lobbies in third zone. But Vivid, as a former player, what is your overall plan going into this game?
Know-how. Come on.
I've had a few run-ins with Storm Surge myself. We always had a strategy, my teams, everything like that. I love the strategy of kind of just basing up on a hill. We talked about it yesterday. Hufishi and Kaz, they had that great position over on Command Cavern where they're up on that hill, right in the center of the zone. It's so important to find those good positions, kind of maybe fight for them, try to get there first, especially on your rotations. But there is the other side of the coin where, there's aggressive players like Scope and Magnolia are coming in today. We saw them in the qualifying rounds, literally fighting for their Storm Surge. So 2 kind of strategies that you can kind of go for here.
Indeed, all about the strategy. Our strategy here to make this the most amazing broadcast ever is, of course, to introduce our casters to the action as well. Sundown MDF, come on out here, boys, let's go.
Bring them.
Here we go, here we go.
One more time, baby,
One more time, boys, let's go. All right.
Getting into it,
You did it again.
Can I get in here? I'll take it, I'll take it.
Every time. Fellas, we're just talking about, semi-finals day 3. I mean, this is what it's all about. You have to qualify today to go through the finals. MDF, how are you feeling going into this one? I mean, this is big.
Yeah, all in all, today's a great day, right? The map has really changed. Sundown and I were talking in the back here how the dynamic, especially on the southeastern portion, has tons of new faces, and then different teams deciding to clash up against one another. It's kind of affected, I think, all of our picks, and it'll definitely change the dynamic of today. So that keeps us on our toes.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, as you see it just going through, as you said, there's so many, and this is the last chance, right? If you don't go today, your season, your FNCS season is over.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the predictions here on the screen as well, folks. Our last opportunity to get some points between us as well. You can see I've stuck with my pick. I don't want to play mind games with myself. I've stuck with Me Too and Shadow after yesterday. It wasn't a great day, but I still feel now on the edge, uncontested. It could be a good day for them. Talk me through here, SBG. Why have you chosen your pick?
So I went W carrying Coop because they were just a couple of elims off. I was illest and Jack the last couple of days, but I'm superstitious. I don't want to jinx them. I don't want to put any curses on. So I'm walking away from them, not doing it for all 3 days. I hope I don't do it to W carrying Coop here because I hope they qualify as well. They're a really good duo that we should see in finals.
It's going to be so typical that Jack and Nils will definitely qualify today and you haven't picked them. So it's going to happen.
I'll take it. That's a good thing, though.
Vivid, how about you?
Knifer and Okus. Listen, I saw there right there. I didn't know who Sundown was going to pick, but he went ahead and agreed with me. I didn't do as much homework as I did yesterday because luckily I did so much yesterday that it was enough for today too. Sundown?
I mean, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. So, I mean, I let Vivid basically make the choice for me. We saw what they did yesterday. I mean, if I'm copying his homework, he's doing great.
Okay, finally, Monster.
For my pick, Yasin Kasker no longer contesting except in Voyo. There was a little fuss on social media when I was going to go with them with the battle, but they've done enough to push them out, so I know they're going to do well today.
Okay, well, you've seen our choices. It's time. We want to find out yours as well, of course, on the broadcast. Let us know in the chat exactly who you think is going to go all the way and qualify for finals. Remember, there's only 12 teams left to do so. Let us know. We'd love to hear from you guys. It is time. It is semi-finals, day number 3 here on FNCS NAE. It's over to Sundown and MDF to bring us all the action from game 1. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What an amazing top of show. But as they said, this is it in the East. It's the last chance to punch that ticket. We'll see 6 victors and the top 6 most consistent after that go through. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face.
That's right. We are here. We are back returning. A long weekend of Fortnite has already passed over, and now the players that have kind of began and have to continue that journey, they have to check in mentally to be able to really, kind of strap in here and pull through in this final moment. We have already seen EU conclude. There was a little bit of craziness even with the Des and Casa picks. But for us, a lot of success as far as the teams we've been thinking that are going to push through. So today now, I mean, like I said, I'm leaning into the Xcept and Voyo store here.
Yeah, it seems like we've each gotten at least one of the teams going through, but as you said, so many things have shifted up. People trying to find just a little bit more space. And as we said, that's because everything is on the line right now. If you can't find the advantage today, well, then you'll be sitting and watching next weekend.
And one thing we have definitely seen is the mind games, right? Especially that are happening at Command Cavern. I feel like for Season Tragics, there's this big pressure now to fight another team, another skilled team. Vert, of course, landing there, but it does sound like the battle bus is ready. Let's go ahead and get on into game number 1, guys.
And here we go, game 1 of 6, and immediately over to the Collider where it's living up to its name. Nounty and Sprite back at it again, getting the drop on Plague immediately. Redux on the other side of it, and you can see them prioritizing landing on the weapons over making sure they land on that slurp barrels. Has played a massive part in Redux, just barely able to get out. Top left of the feed, Knifer and Okus, a little bit of a slower start there. Season Tragics getting immediately on the board. Macwood gonna take out Noxy as well. There's action all over the map, and great shot from Sprite.
One problem with the cannon is, of course, when you fire your way out of that bad boy, you are going linear, one straight line. If a team is lined up with that one, you'll definitely get beamed there, and we have seen that happen round after round. We do, of course, know there's another team here. We talked about Macwood and Donnie potentially having the bugle to themselves. That looks like that is not the case. They have a team landing here in EZ2K, and you can see already one of the two are down. So if they can piece this puzzle together, put the formula all the way through, they'll be A-OK, and it does look like they're going to do just that. Donnie leads the charge. Macwood cleans up the business here, and just like that, they have themselves 6 points to kick off the competition. If it continues like that, these are some incredibly crucial points.
And Donnie immediately with that legendary striker pump, he's going to put that thing to work. And they've had tons of reps over here fighting against Bucky and Cam, who arguably look like one of the better Bugle teams on East, if not in the world, right? Like, we've seen some of those fights. They're able to get some ridiculous angles. And if I'm the team contesting them, man, like, at least you're going down quick and can hope they can get a victory right away. Let's see what Illis got up to right away as Nani trying to skirt his way around the corner, but gets caught out with no builds.
Not as a great player as well, so for them to go head-to-head this time around for Illis and Jack, I mean, definitely a team that I would not want to fight. They have a high success rate as far as coming out of this drop successfully, and of course, with all the loot that they need to continue. Creo and Vert, another team that is just scary, and they have decided to slide on into the Command Cavern, inject themselves into what is the competition over here, making this drop spot ever more dangerous. And you know, you start to really think about what goes through the professional players' minds. I mean, put yourself in their shoes. You had to choose a draw spot. If you have to choose, there are no easy draw spots. So you choose somewhere like Command Cavern where, you know what, there's going to be a lot of players here, but there's a lot of loot here. And if that is all that you're banking on, I mean, something can come from it.
Yeah, different divergent paths and trying to move over. Another team who moved over here, Danny and Clue. We've seen them landing over on the side, and immediately Clue gets taken down, and Vert and Creo trying to get themselves in the mix.
Notice that was only a single elimination there. So again, we talk about these team battles, the dynamics that are gonna go down. You know, you really have to get what you can and then go ahead and get out of here. So that's gonna be 3 points for Vert and of course Creo. You see the scan comes in, so cover's blown down low. Of course, that's Okis and Knifer up top. On over to Shoney and Polo. Interesting team. They left Greasy Grove after just getting dusted by Aoxy in the back half of the tournament, right? So it's like they say, okay, let's take a different team. Let's fight another squad.
Yeah, and they've been over at Greasy most of the time having the fight, so this is our first time seeing them in Coney, but they recognize the fact that Greasy, not only is it the one team that's there, but it's the two teams riding on the hill from either direction, and those teams have been very threatening between Jackson on one side, OMG Mitu and Shadow on the other. They end up being a pain. Now over in Coney, though, this is going to put a little bit of a different strain on Tieko and Enkas because they had a lot more room in the first 2 days and were really close.
Actions speak louder than words for NQs and Tieko. I mean, they have been putting up big sound for their performances the last couple days. A lot of, I would say, standout games for them as far as individual performances go. And again, riding the coattails of what is the bubble to qualify. Many times before we've seen them touch that top 5, top 10 position there, but it's about riding it out. I feel like now more than ever, the competition's even tougher for them, as Coney Crossroads being the battle of choice. And you can see Polo already kicking things off, but not before going down here. Shoney has to clutch up. Both of the opponents are in fact weak though. He gets the Siphon, there it is, and that's gonna give him the slight edge right now.
Yeah, trade Siphons on either side. Also saw Okis in the feed picking up one, so not all lost there, as Jock will also end up getting a knock. So kind of that second round of action, and the analyst did talk on the start of the show, hey, what's the pacing look like so far? This is the fastest paced game one we've had by a long shot.
I think we expect that in a day 3, right? You expect that so many teams entering in, teams that are pretty much antsy to get down and pop off. They start to watch what day 1 and day 2 look like, and they start to, formulate their own strategies. Sometimes W King is just enough. For Tieko, though, he's getting W keyed right now by Shoney. We already knew this team was going to give them a problem, or at least give them a run for their money, and this time they dig right in those pockets. They take all that cash out.
That was a great finish, but keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. 2 separate pink triangles are heading in. Those are full duos. So while Shoney was great to wrap up the 1v1, it took just a little bit too long, and they recognize they're going to be able to come in. Now, the only thing Shoney can hope to do is run these duos into each other, kind of draw their attention.
And they do that. Tyler, Flutto end up sliding on up, and then there's another duo just outside here looking onto the inside, and another duo now firing from the east and southeast, the southeast and western side. So shots coming in from all different angles right now. The attention has been drawn to the Coney Crossroad, and for now, everyone's going to go ahead and start to slow down those engines here and approach that red light. Just go ahead and pause for a second, as there's a little too much traffic going on.
Another team we just saw on the back of the feed there, my prediction yesterday, Trap Killed and Flow. Another one of those teams who's kind of been displaced, because as we talked in the top of show, Sprite and Magnolia, who were going toe-to-toe with Clicks and Day in qualifier number 3, they're dropping on the south side of that sanctuary, so they're going to get pushed out, as we're going to swing on over. Pretty much the southernmost part of the zone right now, Serbs and Picks, trying to put some pressure onto Voil and Accept, and Voil's down.
This is my pick right here, and it's not looking good for Voyo at all here, as Voyo's been taken out. Accept has to clutch up right now. This is a fight that they are familiar with as well. Serbs and Pikes have been battling here consistently against Accept and Voyo on the rotates. It's almost like Accept and Voyo have sort of banked on getting their Storm Surge off this duo right here, and there's another team looking from the far south. So with those shots coming in here, that's definitely going to offset them right now. And again, it's a follow-up from before.
Yeah, and right now we have seen 7 of our duos end up going down. It's Danny and Clue. Enkaz going down on the other side. We saw that one. Aimred and Inex being picked up. Mikey and Keys as well. So Plague and Redux, lots of duos who we've seen kind of have a little bit of a struggle off of the start so far.
And talk about the respect from Serbs and Pikes to back off. They get one elimination, they get some tags, another team starts to fire, and they say, hey, we're not here to toss our games. We are playing for endgame, and they give Voyo an opportunity to actually stay up and have a chance to get rebooted back in this game. So we'll see if Accept can actually pull that off.
And that's one of the things we're going to be keeping an eye on. So in the top left-hand corner, the number on the left is the number of players in the match. The number on the right is the number of duos in the match. And as I say that, the number changes from 80 to 81. So a reboot ended up going through. And one little quick little math situation if we want to figure out how many solos there are out there. Take the number of duos, multiply it times 2. That would be 84 normally. And you can subtract it so you know, hey, 3 people right now, they're running around solo. They don't have a buddy up. And Okis and Knifer are not one of them. They were able to end up getting the partner back up on their feet. That's going to be huge.
Really cool about this fight right here. Game 6 yesterday, Okis and Knifer would have absolutely, undoubtedly went to finals via consistency with the points. But what happened was AV and Eden sneak up behind them. Now, what's cool about this is that every minute they can scan the area. If they time to rotate, AV and Eden slide up. Before that happens, they can actually get there unsuspected, uncaught, right? And basically hidden. And that's what happened. That's how Knifer and Okis were bested yesterday.
And you do see on the left side of the screen, that second zone is revealed. We're going south, which is pretty much bucking the trend we've seen so far here in the semifinals. We've had a large portion of northern zones, but right now we're going to throw it on over to Vivid to catch us up on what we missed with Illis and Jock.
Yeah, guys, listen, a lot going on over at Tilted Towers, and this is surprising because I feel like the last 2 days, Jack and Illust has kind of been uncontested. They really haven't bothered the teams contesting them over at Tilted Towers. We can see that quick Elim all spawn, almost a 50-50, and then later on, Nani tries to get rebooted, but no, Jack and Illust are well too aware of that possibility, so they quickly pick up actually another Elim, so they are set up very well for the rest of this game with their Storm Surge.
That makes sense as well, as we didn't really get to see that full engagement. And talk about trying a different strategy, being a little bit more aggressive, getting those tags and saying, you know what, we're going to fight for our drop and maybe even push a team out.
I mean, basically, if Illust and Jock win this game, it confirms SPG is cursed, right? Like, that's how it has to go. He called it out right at the top of the show. He's like, I got to swap my pick just so I'm not kind of putting that little onus on them, and they're looking pretty good so far.
SPG, you need to come in here with a rebuttal soon. We'll give you a moment to answer Sundown at some point today. But, hey, man, SPG actually, funnily enough, he's serious about being superstitious. That's like a thing of his. So when he says he's
he's a baseball player, grew up playing it, so, like, it makes sense. You know how it goes. Everyone has a routine in that regard. You got to get it in there, but shout outs to him as Scoped and Magnolia throwing some shots on over towards Donnie and Macwood. You can see everyone just trying to fight for a little bit of space, as we talked about right before predictions. The Storm Surge strategy, what does it look like, particularly where this second zone pulled? There's no really large mountains that you can obviously post up on top of, so it's about just getting up slightly in vertical and then investing some generally brick. You don't want to build metal in this area because there's not a ton to refarm, and then trying to find an angle.
For Cease now, getting a move on here. What troubles face them? Command Cavern, highly contested, 4 teams over there in the loadout. Loving this right now. 12 Chug splashes to play with. That is so good. Upgraded Drum Shotgun as well in a burst.
Knifer and Av, the fight is going on again, the one you just talked about with the rotation coming through. Av got a knock onto Knifer, and you can see Teed now is actually going to be the one who ends up cleaning that up. So the rotation coming out from Command Cavern ends up getting Knifer picked up, and Okis, I was about to say, is nowhere near to be able to get the card, but instead just boxed up in metal directly above him, and maybe a little bit of stall there from the momentum yesterday after game number 6.
Let's not forget, they had 5 great games, so they've never seen this much resistance in an early game situation, early in the tournament as well. Yesterday was almost a perfect day for them where they just really kicked off, jump-started, and had, you know, again, so much working for them.
They did have that, I think it was game number 4, yes, so I have to go back and double check. It might have been 5, where Okis was forced to just bail deep into the zone and get the reboot, and they invested a ton of heals. Yes, they didn't end up getting it, but, he's looking to send. No, they're rotating away, so there will be an opportunity here, and, actually, great. Is that Okis taking him out?
Okis beams teed out the sky. This is what I was talking about. You travel so linear when you fly here. It's not looking good for Noisy here. Anything can still happen, and just like that, one of the big heals have to go into usage. Okis should be engaging here and now. If he can get to this box soon enough, I mean, he'll just explode and crash this open, or he can play it safe and go for the save. Instead now, it looks like he's coming in for it.
This is going to end up being a 1v2, you can see, but they're going to be able to get the beat on him like you just talked about. It's a straight line. He doesn't quite line it up.
No. Just delivered on a platter, and boom, he explodes. Noisy and Teed not only get the pick up there, of course, but they get the 3 points. Actually, make it 6, the elimination for the full team.
It needed to be a little bit quicker from Okis, but man, honestly, I gotta say props to him for trying it there. That is a full send if I've ever seen it, and it could have ended up going worse, but now we're gonna swing on over. Cooper and Nani got a little bit of space, 129 above. Storm Surge is active right now, and we talked about it, 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who haven't ended up doing enough, and you can see the feed lighting up as Boyle goes down.
Boyle's down, Polo's down, another one of the Chewies are down as well. Nani gets rebooted back into the game from Tilted Towers, that early Jack and Illust fight here, and all of a sudden now they have to fight. They're playing catch-up for the tournament. Although they are above the Surge, they have a player against the ropes here. They're looking for the quick clothesline right now.
Not necessarily going to end up being quick over on the other side. You can see Nani will end up finding it, so he'll get a pair to himself. Coop just trying to own the space, but Teed and Noisy, while all that was going on, ended up getting a priority rotation. So from the zone into a pretty positive spot, we'll swing on over as Flodo and Tyler are just barely above. There's only one duo who's currently being hit by that Storm Surge. Capilot ends up going down. We will just need 2 more confirmations for it to turn off, and right side of the screen, it's Yuz and Casker. So without that contest going down, without that necessarily Storm Surge strat, they're facing a little bit of adversity here.
Yuz and Casker were going head-to-head, kind of landing in the new drop spot where Polo and Shoney are as well. So they kind of all in that general area. These are new teams moving out of yesterday's drop spots into new and unfound territory. And now you can see what happens when the Surge is active here. It's just targeting him. He does have a lot of heals, though. Can he actually save himself here? 82 below the Surge. One big pot needs to come through, but no, he gets taken out effectively there. The Surge will do the rest, and whomever tagged him last will be getting the points pretty much. It just gets straight on over to those other teams.
And as the analyst talked about at the start, if you're forced to end up shielding in Storm Surge, you're already putting yourself at a huge disadvantage. I don't want to say it's already a lost cause, but every second you're shielding, you're not poking out, shooting at somebody. So that threshold is just going to get bigger and bigger as we're now going to swing on over. Xset, Cease, Tragic. And I mean, I think Cease at this point might be one of the most, if not the most veteran player in NA East who's still around.
Yeah, definitely. He's been around for so long, and you know, season to season, he pokes his head and say, hey, I can still pull a little top 5. You know, he's seen it in trio season, especially when it honestly could have been him on the podium taking it all the way if it wasn't for like the last 2 games where he was held out at the core. So, you know, we've seen Cease consistently stay in the money.
And I mean, going all the way back to the skirmish days, everyone talks about the performance that we're going through. I mean, shout out to Vivid where he was rolling through and winning the events. But when you actually looked at who had the most eliminations and was the one who was fragging out and going finding it, it was Cease back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. Just shows that he's been around for a long time. He understands the game much differently than some of these newer players. But hey, these new players are also equally scary. You got players like OMG Me2 and Shadow here just really rising up in the last year, continuing to find their own.
And one thing that they've been very good about is hawking these reboot bans and manufacturing eliminations off of it. But as we give Cease props, he's able to find enough onto Silence. There's a fight going down right on the other side. Me2 ends up getting taken down. That's Boyle just sending himself in there. But Shadow will get the retribution on that side, not before Me2 gets cleaned up.
Boyle could, like, honestly be setting a record here for the most times knocked, taken out, and maybe brought back. This is the 3rd time now, Sundown, but he has done it. He's come back, and he's made points from it. So, hey, that's all in the world worth it right here for Jack and Illis, though. They see the fight. They see what's going on. They jump on in, and they actually get to snipe up some leftovers of the loot, but it does look like OMG Me2 will be able to go ahead and continue to make advantage here, but hold up. Shadow has to put on this defense here, and it's almost like all working against him, right? The same strategy. He was watching that reboot van. Now he needs that reboot van to bring back his teammate, Me2.
Yeah, but so does Accept, right? It's not like Accept is leaving. You already know he's rebooted Voil, what, twice, maybe even a 3rd time. So he's saying, can we get another one more time? Let's go again. But you're seeing the rotation being forced out right now as we're finally going to pull back towards the western part. And there are a couple of those hoodoos in play. I need to correct myself from yesterday. Small desert rock formations that are smaller on the bottom, wider on the top. They're called hoodoos. Now you learned.
Fun facts here with Sundown. We love it. Keeping us all up to date. Expanding our knowledge and vocabulary a little bit. Scoped and Magnolia, fun team coming into the semifinals here. They had so much success before. 3 eliminations right now in this game alone are going to put them up at the top of this game in general. But remember, Scoped and Magnolia, their draw spot during the qualifying weeks was a huge, or came as a huge upset to teams like Clix and Day, who barely got away from them and have now managed to see themselves straight to finals. So if Scoped and Magnolia get to finals, that's going to be a major upset for Clix and Day.
Honestly, I think Clix and Day might be able to handle it if they played just a little bit tighter in the finals. We saw during the qualifiers, they were just kind of running at him, and Scoped is like, excuse me, don't you know who I am? He's one of the, like we talk about defensive fighting. I mean, Scoped is great both offensively and defensively, but now you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Shadow as a solo is below, but he's only 5 below, so this could be an opportunity for him to try and find something, and he's trying to knock down Illis and Jack.
We know Xep was up, and it does look like he was taken out as well. Crumbler is going to fall here. Mars and Crumbler, who were on fire yesterday, now looking to see themselves make a good day 3. Unfortunately, we're sniped out, but Shadow finds himself just barely below the Surge. Oh no, the numbers start to jump up pretty quickly. So right as it does reveal itself, the other parts of the lobby are getting active here. It's on to Illis and Jack, who's putting pressure here. Now, they have to go soon. This is not a place you want to stick around and fight.
Yeah, but right now, Shadow, only one more player will need to go down. We talked about the numbers going through for Storm Surge. You just need to remember 3, 5, and 7 activates in zones 3, 5, and 7, and then it's 70, 50, and 30 players remaining. So top left-hand corner, anybody going down, but he's gonna have to dig into his last 2 minis here if he wants to have the opportunity. That one tag will put him above, but it doesn't matter because another player will drop, and he's almost into the cascading placement points as we have the half in and half out reveal, and it is far for these teams on the southern side. He's gonna get the drop right on top of him. He's just a thorn in the side, and this one's painful there for Serves and Pipes.
He's basically storm holding him here. I think the goal right now is try to earn some points before you get sent back to the lobby. It's gonna be tough, but not tough for Shadow. He's gonna find one. It's a siphon. 5 points is better than no points at this point. Let's see what he can do here now.
He had 3 floppers and the med miss, so he can just chill. He's looking to try and figure out where the launch pad is. He's like, I know somebody took one. There he is. He's able to find it, but he doesn't cover himself from the side of the zone, and he misses out on a placement point as we head into our top 25. 1 point granted for him going down. Each duo that drops is an additional point, and Macwood is solo dolo.
Those 5 points made a big difference for Shadow. These 9 points Macwood and Donnie have managed to make before they get sent out of here have also looked pretty good right now because we are inside the top 25, so those are those placement points that do begin to add up. Macwood still has a chance here. Shoney is on the other side of this wall now as he has taken his time here. Cone peeking. I think they know he might be inside that cone. Remember, you can see through the artifacting there if you just again peek through the cone. You can see there's a couple of openings there, so just because you're in a cone does not mean you're completely hidden.
Yeah, they will be able to see you also if you're peeking out going through. It goes a little bit transparent, not as full opaque, but you can see Vizo Ethor way up on the high ground. Going to be able to have an advantage, and those shots, they just ripped it. They're at a perfect height to be able to swat these players down.
Watching excellent usage of high ground and honestly hitting your shots when it matters most, and that is a big ripper right there. It's going to take off all the shield from that opponent there. Fazo and Ethor, the first team to put themselves in a position that could set up for a victory royale here.
But on that wide, Bert and Creo have priority on the low ground, and no one is anywhere near them. We also saw Illis just pick up an Elam as we have our first cascading placement point given as we're into the top 24 duos. Zone is closing, and Storm Surge is going to turn on here, Monster. 15 seconds, and a lot of duos are going to be pressured.
Keep in mind, guys, the win is all that matters here to go straight to finals. Everyone else is just looking for points, but ultimately, any of the teams we see right now can cut this entire weekend short and go directly to finals. On high ground now, we have W, Carry, and Coop, a pick here from our death, so this is exciting.
W, Carry, and Coop sliding and driving, doing a good job of lowering that high ground because they were way up there. But you see on the backside, Reciprocal and Snazadon say, you probably shouldn't have dropped that early. Fable Taco takes down Trap, but W, Carry gets pushed down. He had a bunch of mats, he had armored walls, but they are going to be forced to drop and give up the high ground. Rogue Shark ends up finding a pair as well, as Reciprocal and Snaz now have the sole high ground control. But as I say, Sprout and Nounsy, they're going up.
It's like they never want to end this fight here. They fight at the drop spot. Now they take the fight to high ground in the end game. That's the true thorn in their side there. Sprite and Nounsy, they have really stopped their tournament life this entire weekend. Can we see them be the best now when it matters most?
But I believe it's Snaz only has 40 wooden builds left, so we'll need to see. And this is the duo I'm keeping my eye on because Creo and Vert have had priority control on the low side. If they can get 1 or 2 eliminations, grab the loot, get the refresher in there so they're ready to go again, it could be huge. And you see Nounsy and Sprite, they went up for height. They invested all the resources. They didn't get it, but right now, Knight and Rogue Shark, 6 eliminations.
It's looking like it's last year right now, running the mid and the low here, pioneering the playstyle, that low ground and domination for Elims, of course. Magnolia is a solo, though. 4 Elims for Magnolia, playing exceptional Fortnite right here and now. But it's also all down to the hero effort. So many solos are still up right here.
You can see 5 solos trying to run it out, but Reciprocal and Snazadon get the NAE special, where so far nobody is looking up, trying to rain shots down, but with dinner builds coming out, where the zone pulls for 9 is going to end up being huge. We'll see that in 30 seconds as all the low grounds trying to make work. Rogue Shark has been taken out. Knight looking for a little bit of room. Tahi looking for a little bit of room as well. And all of a sudden, our number of solos jumps up to 7 as these duos are getting cut in half.
This is so important right now. All these solos can definitely start to really disrupt the duos that are still up right here, like Boxer and Convicted. Those shots start to ring in from the side. Tahi's trying to stay alive. Shoney with 7 elims as a team now. Is starting to run out of builds here. He's going to have to fully commit here soon. He gets to the cone. His enemies underneath him. Is he going to edit down? Doesn't matter. Tahi on the other side is also fighting his way through the zone. Starts to favor him, but no. Gets shot from behind. Vert sitting deep in a storm now. He recognizes height going up. Got their guard down. Huge shot there. That's a 50. Can Vert crank it out? Yes, he can. He has enough mats as well. The high ground team gives it up to him.
He's going to be able to drop down. He got a key refresher on the backside of the zone. It cost him Creo, but he's pushing over. He armor walls him off. He's saying, you can't come back into the zone. Good job playing defense against second height.
This is a great job by Vert right now, really trying to flex out to the opponents that you guys are not going to get this for free here. Snaz and Reciprocal want it though. They know, hey, you're just a solo. How many mats can you truly have? None. They even climb on up. Snaz only has 6 builds here, and Vert is still going, still holding out. Here comes the chop. He is still holding on. A great tag there. Reciprocal is down to 1 HP. Vert runs to keep himself up here. Luckily, Snaz is going to have just enough mats, and that's a refresher for the ages. Reciprocal and crew will just have just enough to come on down on the low ground. Haji and the other solos are probably wondering what is going on up top. Mason and Jackson are just chilling here saying, hey, yeah, bring those solos down here. Just collecting loot.
2v1, V2, Reciprocal and Snaz up on the high ground. Haji gonna dip back into the storm, try and do something as a solo. Mason and Jackson, the thorn in the side of all the Greasy Grows team, is trying to get pulled out and put themselves into finals. But what? The chop ends up coming out, they get dropped down. Haji dropped the duo on top. He's gonna be able to go into a 1v2. Can Vanish Haji end up making this happen? He drops down. Jackson and Mason take the fight, but he's pincered between the two, and brilliantly done by Mason and Jackson. They booked the first ticket to the final.
Mason and Jackson have been fighting all weekend long, taking on teams, especially within the Greasy Grow. There finally it clicks. They make it all the way to endgame, and they managed to do it in spectacular fashion. Take a look here. It wasn't just a win. It was a 9 elimination win. A statement, in fact, one might say here, for CEO Mason and Moons Jackson J.
And their game plan has been all about just trying to get that one opportunity where everything ends up going right. They're able to find it. And I mean, honestly, game number 1 here on day 3, the most stressful, they're going to be super happy.
That's what I was going to say. Talk about the most stressful day. Players that have just been grinding all weekend long to finally get that win and go straight to finals. That's what you love to see from a team like Mason and Jackson.
I mean, they've been fighting right off of the rip. But to show us what else we miss and who else is on the leaderboard, we're going to kick it on over to the gentleman.
Thank you, boys. Mason and Jackson there with the first victory out of the day, going through to finals next weekend. This is looking exciting. We saw so much in that first game there as well. So much to talk about. From the get-go, we saw that aggression in general, like NAE usually didn't see so much so quickly, but Vivid, it was intense from the start.
I mean, literally me, SPG, and Adam were talking about, we were like, dude, these first games, they usually go crazy. The Storm Surge is always like 95 players alive in that first game, but like, no, there was already 80 left going into that first Storm Surge. So a lot of aggression. These day 3 teams really want to qualify. There's a lot of pressure on.
There was, and surprisingly, we were even talking about it before. Like, the drop spot map looked like a lot of teams were just open. It didn't look like we were getting the contest. We got a surprise contest at Bugle, and we saw a couple of other ones. But we got to talk about that win. Mason and Jackson J. That was incredible. Seeing them play that from the low ground, you love to see that. Jackson J going back to the finals. He was able to do it with Fable Taco last season. Another duo on the rise. Really well played on this low ground.
Yeah, we saw Haji as well. They're trying his best from the high ground to come down and take them on, but a 2v1 is never going to really work in your favor. Not at a level like this. Well, sometimes you could clutch up, but not on this occasion. Creo and Vert as well. One thing that the guys highlighted as well with the armored wall play as well. Sometimes if you're brand new to Fortnite, using the walls, the armored walls, incredibly hard to penetrate. They managed to he puts one down, Vert, to prevent anyone behind him coming through. Some great plays. And again, a team we've seen the last couple of days, and this is another fantastic display of it.
Yeah, you gotta love it. You know, Vert was a solo in that endgame. He was just causing so much chaos. We saw him build up, and at one point we were like, oh man, 600 mats? Like, can he really pull it off? Solo on high ground, but no. Ends up finally getting chopped down. Can't really finish it out. I think that was to like Reciprocal, right? Reciprocal was putting up such a good fight. Kept getting it, kept losing it, got it back again. Vert, though, man, listen, if he keeps playing like this, even as like a solo, if he can get Creo alive in the endgame SPG, we don't know what can happen.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best solo players. Just put him with a teammate. They'll be moving through. That was a really nice play. Unfortunately for him, our winners, or third place team, apologize, were able just to keep chopping and chopping and chopping. They knew they had the HP advantage. It didn't really matter at the end of the day, and Vert just had to deal with it as those guys continue to go.
Exactly. Vivid, walk us through the leaderboard right now. This is after the first game, and this is looking kind of tight, particularly in the top 10.
Yeah, no surprise here. Haji, a solo himself as well. We didn't really get a chance to talk about him, but picking up 28 placement points and 6 elims kind of as a solo in that end game. Incredible. And then Vert's solo performance as well, putting him in that 3rd place position. Huge names up here. And look at that. Knight and Rogue Shark, a day 3 team, putting up a good first game.
Oh, you knew they were coming in ready to play. But also shout out to Shonyi. He put the team on his back as well, getting a lot of elims right there. Huge first game. Then we see another team that someone may have picked is WCarry and Coop, playing solidly in that end game. 20 placement points, 3 elims. Have to pick up a few more to continue that consistency. We saw them go for the high ground. They were trying to take a play. Unfortunately for them, it was just a little bit too early because teams continue to contest them, and they were not unable to hold, but decided not to hold it. Now we'll have to see whether or not this is a plan for the day and if they're going to continue to play height.
Yeah, we saw a lot of teams there as well with a lot of eliminations in game 1 as well, which obviously accumulates every single elimination 3 points. We saw teams with 8, 9. I mean, this is how you start a semi-final day 3. You want to see all that action, lots of points on the board. This region in particular as well, we know gets very, very competitive, and it's so tight at the top as well. We have a history of it as well. Feeling confident about your pick going into this one, SPG?
Hey, after game 1, I've seen some solid game 1s for my pick. Let's get this dub here, boys.
Vivid, I mean, right now you are the king of Fortnite after yesterday's predictions. So again, you're feeling very, I mean, not a great first game for your team, but there's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, exactly. And listen, we saw yesterday Knifer and Okus kind of just running it back, right? They had 2 bad games yesterday, right? Let's just get that bad game out of the way. We got 5 more to play. Let's do it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we saw that amazing Siege Cannon play yesterday. We even talked about that yesterday as well. These guys love to entertain. That's one of the great things about the teams as well. They love to entertain the fans at home, us. And that's the best thing about this thing as well. Of course, we have got game 2 coming your way as well. It is all about to happen. MDF and Sun are ready aboard the battle bus, bringing you all the action. Let's head over and see what happens next.
Thank you so much again, analysts and hosts. I mean, it's game 1. We're kind of settling in. Normally we talked about like NA East was a little bit slower. That was anything but slower.
It was action-packed. You know, again, our analysts, shout out to you guys. They broke it down perfectly. What was it? 15 or so teams take it out like that, you know what I mean? Like tons of players down. A 5-player surge is not something you see very often in the semifinal stage, so it shows that no one's really afraid to battle right now, and that's probably the scariest thing for any team coming in, because if you were timid that last round, I think it's the introduction of our new teams that they're just ready for everything.
And I think it also talks to what we were discussing either behind stage and right after the start, how so many of these duos have moved around. They're trying out a new spot, and sometimes, hey, they're getting the jump in their success, but there's not those long drawn-out fights where everyone knows like, hey, I can get here and maybe like stall a little bit, or like, oh, I can get around this corner and get that much more shield. It's, hey, those fights, they happen and they're done.
And you know, you have these pop-off players like Shonyi and Polo like coming out where yesterday, maybe questionable. What's going on? Why are you guys fighting so much today? End game, game number 1, they show us what they can do. Big 7 eliminations, so surprises everywhere. Let's get into game number 2 here to figure out the rest.
Game number 2 of 6. We've seen Jackson and Mason go through the Greasy Grove Raiders, the ones who came over the hill and basically gave everyone a tough time. And look at that shot coming in. Hey, shout out observers. That one's real pretty. Let's see what's happening over here on the Collider as Sprite and Nounsy. Normally they're the first ones to the gun we've seen, and this time they're left holding bandages and not a whole lot else.
Redux and Plague are here to play today, and again, when you find these early game eliminations, it's so important, so crucial. Redux turns the corner with the pre-fire and just completely misses. That could have been a slight miscomm, or maybe Nounsy's brain was a little too big as he jumped off the rail.
And one of the things I love, and we're going to get a chance to look at it, the pistol early on is absolutely bonkers. The reasoning being it has some of the fastest rate of fire. And then you saw that 50 tag on him there, right? Granted, it was all bounty tags on Redux, but the pistol is one of the few weapons that still has that 2x headshot multiplier. So at close range, it is actually one of the most damage-efficient guns that isn't a shotgun.
That's what people don't actually recognize, right? There is so much use in those types of weapons and those very niche situations. When it works out, it works out. But no, the pickup happens. Sinetto and AKA take advantage of that. They get a free knock out the sky here. Sprite gets immediately bombarded with incoming fire. Luckily, though, Sinetto and AKA are like, hey, thank you for the free tags. Thank you for what could have been an elim, but instead back off here. They know how scary Nowzy can truly be.
You said back off, but Sinetto looks like he's coming right on. Oh, no, wait. Did they rotate through? No, yeah, they're flying in. I was just about to say, it looks like they're sending it. And I actually really like this because the slurp trucks are still in play, so they have the opportunity to just push this knowing they can back up and reset. Unless they get straight wiped by Nowzy, this ends up being a really good aggression, but they need to make sure Sprite can't get his HP up.
It needs to recognize, too, that Siphon loot, right? We have a lot of heavy material down at the bottom here for Nowzy and Sprite, as they did pick up all of the maps that get generated after the knock. So it's not looking too bad, but they don't have a full loadout. They don't really have a close quarter weapon to take here. And then no, they leave the little angle open and Sprite gets hurt. Sprite gets now taken out there. Nowzy is left as a solo. What can you do? Ranger and pistol in hand. He tries to make another hero's effort with the pistol there, and Sinetto and AKA will be victorious in the end. That is going to effectively jump them up another 6 points here. And what a way for them to kick off the drop, because now they have the collider to themselves. We already know there is so much heals there and excess, and we mean excess launch pads and everything else.
Macwood already taken down here over at the Bugle. So Donnie and Macwood were able to push out Noxy and EZ2KX, and to the point where I said, I'm like, hey, maybe, you know, just let them have the spot and let them get the dub. But they came right back and they're able to put some pressure down here, and they've been able to section off a lot of the primary looting spots. So it's going to be very difficult for Donnie to aggressively take this fight. And as I say that, he's trying to do it. Noxy pushing through, breaks the shield, trying to find more. Donnie retreating, desperately trying to get through the builds, throw up brick walls in the face, but now they're hip to hip.
No, what's crazy too is the double SMG here is perfect for hunting down a solo player. It'll just shred through those builds and make it that much more difficult. I want to talk about this a little bit. It just seems like no one, and I mean no one, is willing to give away the Daily Bugle for free. Like every region, someone's like, no, there's only one team there. I'm going there. I'm trying my hand at it.
It's kind of that catch-22 where it's really too strong to just let somebody have by themselves, because there is so much available loot where if you're not fighting over it, you're going to be able to get max everything, use the cobwebs to just get out of dodge, get up to a high ground and get surge. And like if you're another team in the Northeast, that just really frustrates you trying to rotate around the outside, trying to basically do anything. All of a sudden you slap two teams in there, and as we've seen throughout all of the qualifiers, almost all the semifinals, they'll just butt heads against each other like annoyed and young Rams, being like, no, this is our spot, no, this is our spot, no, this is our spot, and generally don't find a ton of success.
Yeah, a lot of fights going on there. Knight and Rogue Shark here, you get to see a little bit of their early loot pathing, if you want to call it that. Here's Illis and Jock doing the same thing as well. Again, Illis and Jock have already clashed against Nani and company, and you can see Nani and crew kind of spread out here, not really looking to take any of those early game engagements. The thing about Illis and Jack is they almost say like, hey, you cross this general area, you get into any of our game plan, and it's on.
Well, and you can see why, because as these players go through, we talk about looting paths and how much you're going to do. You have very set strategies, and you know, hey, if I'm able to get this many coolers and this many chests, I'm bound to at least get a portion or most of the loadout I need to then go to the next phase of the game. All of a sudden, somebody infringes in and they take one of those extra coolers and then dip. They take one of those chests, and the situation is no longer as positive. As we're going to swing over to what has been kind of our upstart duo so far in the semifinals. When it comes to finding eliminations, these guys have been going at it.
And, you know, they had a very cool story for game number one. They started here in Coney Crossroads. They honestly had their back against the wall as other teams began to rotate on in from the outside. Tieko and NQs being one of those few teams kind of edging their way around this general drop. And then, of course, the fact that they clashed directly into Tieko and NQ's last game and took them out relatively early, set themselves off with what was a momentous start there, picking up those quick 6 eliminations. Here's those other teams starting to slide in, though.
And one of the things to note as we're watching, they're being pressured under. This is currently our second place team, but looking at the leaderboard, looking at the duos who have dropped, only 6 have gone down. However, Monster, out of those 6, 2 of them were in the top 5. Haji and Suscript out, Convicted and Boxer out. So automatically teams get a little bit more room to move around, and Enkaz and Tieko are now taking it to our number 2 team.
And that's because that high ground team started to shoot them, the team that was onto the eastern side, and Tieko and crew get a little taste of that same bitter medicine that the other squad was facing, which was Shoney and Capilot there. You know, that is what happened to them. They got just beamed. So whoever's out there shooting inside is the real problem. That's actually Fable Taco, the young collegiate player himself there, just housing his way around this general area, currently in 10th place, so holding out a top 10.
And shout out to the collegiate players going through school and playing at this level. So no easy task, but right now Shoney and Polo trying to get in on it, and they find Tieko on the other side, continuing their run of just finding the eliminations, but the shots are raining down, and Shoney puts on the edit course, and that's another pair over to him.
And with every battle, we're starting to really see what this team is capable of. How far can they truly push it? To what extent do their box fight and honestly their aggression is, and it's pretty high right now.
And they're trying to make their first ever final here in the NAE. So when we talk about the veteran presence, we talked about how on day 1 there was like something like 314 finals appearances through all the teams here in the semifinals. They have none of those. And I think that goes to show they have the individual skill. We've seen it here. They're putting it on display, but you need a little bit of that patience, the discipline, and the experience to go with it. It seems like they're putting that into their repertoire.
Yeah, you know what? What a day to do it. Day 3 of the semifinals. You get day 1 and day 2 to
now or never, right?
Learn a lot though as well. You get to learn so much in these lobbies. People just forget that if you truly take advantage of the tournament setting, you don't just blow all of your, your early games to just clash at a drop spot, and you really just try to take in the knowledge. You can excel pretty quickly, and that's why I love that they actually switched up their drop spot, because they recognize, hey, why give it away? It wasn't working. Let's try something new today.
And one of the things you can see there, Game 1 winner Mason is going to his first FNCS finals ever. And I mean, go and check out the man's profile, because he's been placing more and more often. When you're looking at players and you're asking, man, how do I get better? How do I do this stuff? Look at the people who have started to get better now. Yeah, they've been playing a long time, but they are able to exact a game plan, as Vert and Creo are trying to do right here, getting up into a high ground position. But Vert, unfortunately, takes a solid amount of chip. He's going to have to dig into at least a big pot there.
Yeah, definitely a little minor setback, but he decides to hold off on it just in case he gets tagged again. You'll see players do this. They will really try to optimize their mini usage.
Yeah, trying to make sure that, hey, do I really have to burn this here? The one thing to note, and like while the snipers don't hit as hard, they're not the one-shot downs, you see players kind of greeting here, staying not necessarily above that max HP threshold. But one thing to note, that is a very far north zone. So we're going back to what the trends were, and we're dropping pretty much right on top of Sleepy Sound. A little bit of bugle in there, decent amount of water in play, but this is gonna be tough for those southern rotators.
Very unique end game looking to shape up and set up for us right now. And if you know Fortnite, and you know Fortnite well, you know land masses will probably be it. So you want to be just on that outer edge of Sleepy Sound.
Yeah, so one thing to note when you're going to zones and looking, and you probably hear us like, oh, it's going to pull that way. One, there's a little bit of zone inertia. So once the zone starts pulling, there's a slightly better chance it's going to keep pulling in that direction. However, there's an important thing to note that there is a minimal amount of landmass that has to be in play. So you're never going to see like a third zone completely over water. But as you get into kind of those 4th and 5th zones, and the smaller the area gets, well, you end up finding that, hey, the minimum amount of landmass can be not a whole lot of space. And we've seen some of the water zones. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up getting one here.
Talk about not a lot of space. I mean, this map is looking a little cluttered right now. We have 82 players up, guys. So within about 45 seconds or so, the surge will start to warn players, and we should start to see big fights begin.
Yeah, and honestly, that number in the top left, I've been keeping an eye on. It keeps ping-ponging back and forth between like 80 and 84, and that's everybody just kind of seeing, can I get another reboot real quick? Like, what's going on?
Yep, those back and forths there will continue to fluctuate the number and continue to add, again, additional pressures to the lobby here for Paper and Tahi. Currently in 6th place right now, coming out of game number 1, not bad at all. Looking like they're okay, so we have a little bit of downtime here. It's the perfect time to catch up, SPG.
Hey guys, wanted to take a look at uncontested team versus contested team. We see Jack and Illis are in a much better position in early game and don't really have to worry about anything. They're where they want to be heading into the mid game and late game. Versus a team that is fighting off spawn, we have Polo and Shoney that are just now finishing up a fight at the same time. They don't have the position they want, and they're still trying to figure out where exactly they want to be. Now, that's why you want to be uncontested versus contested, but they still have the Storm Surge.
I mean, that is a massive point going on there. And as we've seen, which is pretty atypical compared to past seasons, contested teams have been able to do it, but Jock is now trying to send because Illis has been taken down. Possess finding great shots there.
We're seeing teams just continuously figure out how to target players that are using those cannons for rotates. Yes, they are great, but they can also be easily, and I mean very easily, you know, figured out, right? The trajectory is, it's written in stone. You can't really deviate that far once you're off in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it is true to physics in that regard, and we've seen it when the cars were in as well, and even then when most of the cars ended up being removed. If you take a straight line towards somebody, this is the best of the best players in NAEs, minus the ones who are already going through the final. All of these guys know how to shoot. All of them know how to aim. If they get a straight line beat on you, they're going to be able to get the shots, and when you're in the cannon, you can't change direction, so you see how they're prioritized, trying to get over to the collider so you can get into this diving state, and even then, Jock's still finding shots.
Those tags are so important as well. He has to get comfortably above the surge if he even is dreaming about picking up his teammate inside the storm, because he will not have chance to do so later. He definitely won't have the heals either for Rogueshock or Knight. I mean, the pressure is on right now to just find a singular tag, and little does he know, there's tons of teams coming in from the outskirts here, so he's on the right track here, looking in the right general direction. Off to the left there, you see those fresh builds begin to come in. He spots it as well. He's catching a whiff for these players here, but no open line of sight just yet. However, Knight on the other side finds a wooden base, targets that, and shots are starting to see through. That's perfect for him.
Yeah, and you can see as soon as other players in the lobby are throwing it over, he wants a piece of it. That is 3 body shots into 2 more right after. Broken shield, and the other team trying to push him, he gets a piece of that. All of a sudden, from 82 below to 202 above, they're feeling great. Who feels even better? Silent, as he gets 3 right there.
And someone gets picked up as well. All while this is happening, Reboot goes down. So there's a lot happening here. Storm Surge will be on for quite some time unless players start to drop here. Creo gonna be one of the few there, and Vert and Creo all of a sudden whom had the mountain hold there. They had so much time as well. They were on a side of the map that was not as populated. Now are in a world of trouble.
And this is Cease, who is just raining shots down on him. Going to be able to hold them out, and I promise you, Cease is not going to miss these shots. Vert is going to be forced to break the distance.
My God.
But what did I say? They're not going to miss. Cease rips them apart.
Just a thread through the needle right there, like straight down the side. That's a difficult shot to hit, and Cease and Tragics make quick work of the opportunity. They don't let it slip by. This is why he's so highly regarded, and you know, again, consistent. He's been so consistent. He is still here.
And that was another one of our top 3 teams being taken out. And for Cease and Tragics, what's that number say in the bottom left? Team number 6. They're right on the line. You can see Plur also there, both 33 points currently being right around that area, but Plur is 337 below it. I mean, he's gonna try and get the Crow to extend it a little longer, but I mean, Tahi just wants a tag, he wants a piece. The last piece of meat will be eaten, and I mean, maybe food poisoning, but on the other side, Plur gonna find 181, and they're both sitting in. Wait, what?
Oh my gosh, he was just a couple of shots away from getting the full double elimination right there. That is why you cannot let your guard down. And one interesting thing, you talked about the tech, you can phase those cones. They thought they were safe, but they were so far from it.
And I mean, that's about as good as a last-second full send can go. You can see how Tahi and Paper recognized the player had to be completely desperate, but right now, everyone is rotating in, trying to claim as much spots as possible, despite this only being the 3rd zone. Why? Because we talked about the zone momentum, the minimum number, and how we could probably get a water zone this game. We're right on top of Sleepy Sound, so there is a ton of space that's going to be pulled out due to the water. That means land mass and the real estate there is gonna get pricey. You got to get in there and claim your ground.
Yeah, if any team is on this western portion, I mean, they're trying to play the middle ground a little too much here. And there is so much water in play, in fact, that it's really going to split this map perfectly in half. Now, what is definitely going to happen is there's going to be more teams on their southern area, like Knight, like Rogueshark, like Jock, right? Because they're just coming in, they're just entering in from the bottom portions of the map. So, you know, you can place a bet on it. Sleepy Sound is honestly gonna result in what will be a very difficult rotate a little later.
But odds are good right now if we're looking kind of where everyone is and pulling towards the south. We're probably going to go more east with the 4th zone. We'll find out here in 4 seconds, but so far we haven't even had that first round of placement points. I lied now. We're coming right over to where everyone is. This is going to be very weird for everyone who isn't already there. That's mainly the people who are on that southeastern part, but otherwise there's so much water in play. But look what's happened. Polo down, Shawnee trying to get to him. They're having another fight as Cease and Tragic. Yes, they're slipping down the leaderboard a bit because they're not getting as active, but their positioning here is huge. They're one of the few teams who's on this northern part, and they have a great line of sight towards everyone on the southern area.
Now the real question is, can they put pressure on those opposing teams on the south side? Because if you get them get too comfortable, they'll just peek on in and they'll focus you out the lobby if the zone doesn't pull your way. For Shoney and Polo, it does look like the pickup was successful. Polo's back in the game, but no white heals to bounce it back. Actually, he does have a little bit of med miss here, so just waiting out before they make a decision. 30 seconds, the zone will close, and then the real problems will start to happen when the half in, half out happen.
And another 3 eliminations for them there. That's huge. Like we said, they're going to be able to keep rolling those out. So very impressed to see that happening as they continue showing it. Shadow is going to get some matrix on matrix crime there, taking out the opponent and picking up another one. Knight and Rogue Shark, another one of those teams who were in the top 5 on their way in. They were able to pass kind of that first Storm Surge test, but we're gonna get a warning here in a second, and I would anticipate they're probably right around the line. That's where they're poking out, looking for shots. They don't have to worry about their positioning monster though, if the zone's on top of them.
We haven't seen a more challenging, right? A more challenging Storm Surge for this zone here, and it looks like it's gonna land directly on top of the bulk of the lobby. This is gonna be, again, more of a problem for Cease and Tragics if that zone does not go in their way, because there are so many players that actually successfully made it in. You know, normally players will get taken out before they even get in, but the way the terrain just so happened to work out, there was too much debris in the way, no open lines of sights. And look at how many new teams are starting to enter into this general area, and the real estate is rising now, almost literally, not in cost or anything like we were talking about figuratively. Literally, the bases are getting bigger and bigger. It's tall down here on the south side.
Yeah, when you run out of horizontal space, you build up vertically, but you see the investment of hard materials wherever you look. Everyone is using their metal, using their brick, trying to find a little bit of room. Right-hand side, Storm Surge turns on in 10 seconds. Aoxy and Swirl, they're below right now, 109, which means if they can get an opening, they need to take
third
it.
Place.
On the other side of the wall, Knight and Rogue Shark.
Huge tags right here. Knight and Rogue Shark need to defend, and they need to do it well. Aoxy and Swirl get punished big time. It's going to slow down the pressure. All that for 28 now below the surge, so they have done enough. Beast is going to fall there in the feed. Oh, Mikey 6 is down. Coop Bear finds another one as well with the full finish there. And so far, it is not looking good for the majority of Aoxy and Swirl's tournament here. Tagged once again. Knight and Rogue Shark are just putting up excellent defense here. Cease finds 2. Edan and AV go down, and that's huge for them. And the zone is going all the way east, so there's going to be huge movement shifts right now.
Yeah, now we're pulling back over to the eastern side. Like we talked about, more land masses going on over there. But what happens with the 6th zone, you can go up towards the top of the peninsula, so everyone is probably going to invest in movement now. But right now, Swirl and Aoxy only 29 above, still 2 duos being hit by the Storm Surge, and they're going to opt to try and get out of dodge, try and start moving. There's the zone moving, so you know players are on the go, and they're out of utility.
Does look like SVG's pick of W Carry is also down now as well, alongside Coop Bear. So we'll see who else from the Caster squad is still in this game right now. Yuz and Casker are still alive right there on the south side. Ritual X God in the mix here too. For Swirl and Aoxy though, 9 damage below the surge. They just need a single tag or 2 teams to go down. It will come through from the hands of Aoxy, who are leading the charge here for the rotate. And now out into the open. Limited builds are left here. Here comes the lobby focus. Oh no, the shield crack on both sides here, and a duo in this Layers hide and seek, 200 HP. I mean, anything can happen if you get in and slip right through. The shots happen first for Swirl. They do get the knock here from Aoxy, but look at the trade pickups now.
Trying to get him back down there, not quite able to get him away as Hide and Seek ends up finding it out. Aoxy doing a good job changing levels, just throwing walls up in the place. Will he get enough room? And that's exactly what I talked about. 6th zone, bottom right-hand corner. We're going up to the top of the peninsula, which makes this rotation. You're going to have to invest something as Aoxy goes down. We're into our top 25, so cascading placement points.
Yeah, things are going to start to add up. I see Xcept and Voyo there on the side. Sinetto and AKA from Greasy up on high ground there, getting nice and comfortable. Actually, no, from the Collider. Remember, they started off with those early tags. You can see it played well into their Storm Surge. This is going to cut all the way across the water now, and it's going to go to the next landmass and say, hey, you've seen this side of Sleepy Sound. Let's show you what's on the other side, see if you like this a little bit more. I'm assuming not, because you have to get moving now. The community launch pads are out. Players are getting to the sky here, taking flight. Can Jack here find one, because he is working by himself? No, he's going to have to go on ground. I love this rotate, though, all the way around the side here.
Using the dolphin swim around the side to create a little bit of space. He's going to hop, find the old builds, and a great refresh if Paper doesn't steal it away.
That was a big find there. Launchpad could have been picked up. Luckily, Jack's going to throw his own cone now there, so he's not being caught out. EZ2K is one of the ones on the layer. Sinetto and Jack go for high ground. Ball up. Jack here finds one in the box there. Full finish, and that's on to EZ2K, who is on the other team. And yes, it's a full refresh for him. He's got everything that he needs. Jack is incredibly popping off right now. Honestly, this is so impressive.
So many points to him, but as we say that, gets a little overeager on the rotate, doesn't cover his back, and loses a huge portion of his HP pool. He will be able to top that back off. Keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. 3 more duos need to go down. Jock will add 1 to it, as Rogue Shark is one of the ones he's above, but trying to find a little bit of room. He's a solo going right now. Sonato and AK on the high ground. Polo and Shoni making another endgame and running through as Voilo and Xcept find a pair onto Reciprocal and Snaz. That was another one of our top duos being taken out. The top of the leaderboard is basically wide open, as we've seen 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th all be taken out.
And players like Cease and Travis here are taking full advantage of it here. Still staying alive. Rogue Shark barely holding on. It's just a ledge that he is trying to balance himself on right now. He's got 40 HP, so he can't stay behind. He's got no AR to follow up with, so it's going to come down to 1 single striker and probably a pickaxe afterwards. If he has anything to follow up, it's going to be that. Here it is. Let's watch it here. Smart play. That's the 1 bullet. That's it. No more for Rogue Shark here. He's only got a striker now. Shots are coming in. It's better to just stay alive and squeeze out, play some points. That's what he's thinking here. The zone is right on his tail. Not much he can do. This could be a huge shot, though. This player is weak. He's tracking. He sees him, but no. Beef claps back there and takes him out. Sinetto and AKA are still on height. They're coasting now. Shoni is on the low ground, still alive. Shadow and OMG2 are turning up now, closing that gap that they left behind. So are Crumbler as well, and Mars here.
And we're going back to the Northern Peninsula again. Check the bottom right-hand corner as Voilo and Xcept end up getting it. Tahi trying to find a little bit of room. Does have that epic striker pump and 3 eliminations to his name, but because we're pulling basically back over the old builds, Sinetto and AK get a huge win condition. They've had to invest nothing. Oak is still up on his feet. He picks up Floodo. Mars with 5 eliminations, 30 builds. Wall to wall, that's Cascar and Yez on the other side. He's going to drop down, change the layer, and look for some space.
So smart. Mars actually just snatches away that win condition there. A couple chug splashes just to kind of cap off his loadout right before getting off that layer. It was clean, it was smooth, and that was nicely executed. It's going to allow him to stay up for a little bit longer. One of the solos in play right now. Voyo kind of in the mix. Mars still working those layers. Lawrence right above him. He saw him there. Will he go ahead and commit to the fight? Polo ends up sliding in. These are his builds. A quick double edit will be enough, but no, he slips out.
9th zone's going to be huge. Revealed here in a second. If we go back across the water again, we're across water the whole time. Whoever owns the bottom low ground is going to be able to clean up a ton of points and a ton of eliminations. There are so many solos, 5 solos running around. They'll be able to get cleaned up, but still AK and Sinetto will now finally have to invest mats, and they're on wood.
That's right, and honestly, you need mats if you're down on low ground because you need to build across. Otherwise, you will be just funneled into the water and cooked like hot soup right there. We'll see, though. Trap kill and flow here, just waiting. Mars OW knows this. He's like, no, I'm not going to go first. I don't have mats here. Me too. Waits behind there. Huge refresher here. These are the materials that you need to continue to edge your way out. Mars finally slides in. He's underneath their build, and so risky. And just like that, he gets slid up on by Voyo. Voyo snatches up 3. Cascar is running out of mats. He has to jump in. in. AKA is now putting pressure.
Voile dropped into the water first, and he's cleaned up everyone who came in. He's the shark trying to drop down and not allow people in. 2v1v2, and Voile's the one on the low ground, and this is what I was talking about. You can't drop into the water without him getting 2 free shots on you when he has that auto shotgun. He's going to be able to clean it up, and you can see OMG Me Too, he's dropping everything over. They're going to go for a 1v1v2. Soneto and AKA, though, they're out of builds. They have to drop.
This is it. They're going to have to come in, and you cannot go head-to-head with an auto shotgun with no build. Shadow slides in from the side, snipes up a quick 3, and Shadow now will be the last player alive here against AKA and Soneto, who have had a phenomenal game here. Shadow does have a couple heals, and this is going to come down to it. They have to commit together. He's got no builds. He's waiting, trying to play it safe, and just like that, AKA and Soneto actually secured the dub straight out of the Collider.
But so many elimination points given over to everyone else. Brilliant by them to hold the high ground. The zone's ping-ponging back and forth and raining shots down. They're able to capitalize. But if I'm every other team in the lobby who is able to pick up a bunch, if I'm Voile and Accept, if I'm Shadow and I'm Me Too, I'm looking at that and I'm being like, that's pretty good, but the most important thing, AK and Soneto, straight to the final.
And once again, we see a team that was playing relatively consistent, punch their way on up. And honestly, when you have big elimination games like that, it works out even better for you in the lobby because they're taking points and they're just grabbing them on out, right? You don't have to contest against those on the standings, making it harder.
And the biggest thing, and we called it a couple of times, our top 5 or 6 were basically out near immediately. So that whole leaderboard is going to change. So we're going to send it on over to the gentleman to break that down.
Thank you very much, guys. Whew, my pick came close. Super close. 2 days I've picked these guys. We're waiting for this game. We saw the wind shift towards in the north, the northeast direction again. They come from the south, but you know what? AKA and Soneto take the Victory Royale, go through to next weekend. I mean, fantastic from the guys there, managing to maintain that high ground. Shadow didn't have, you couldn't, 2v1 again. But Vivid, let's talk about the guy, OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. I mean, I'm going to kind of highlight them for a second here. We were looking for a game, I think 11 eliminations potentially there as well. Great start for these guys. Finally, they're in the game.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, and it wasn't even just like getting into the end game and final eliminations. They came into the end game. We kept watching the eliminations. They were just getting them throughout the entire game. So definitely something was working for them. But the most impressive thing, Adam, you said it before backstage, this zone was pretty much the furthest they could have possibly rotated to, and they still did so well, SPG.
Yeah, those rotates, they were the struggle in the previous days with all those north zones. They must have figured it out. They know, all right, this is going to be going north all day. We figured out our pathing, but this is what they did last season in order to qualify and be so strong. It's this low ground domination, just cleaning up everything. Sundown and Monster put it beautifully. They're just down here cleaning up and grabbing all those elims, the refreshes, and unfortunately, he can't 1v2, but still an impressive second place.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, exactly, to add to your sentiments there, literally, we saw the zone. I was like, come on, man, come on. Let's talk about Voile and Accept there as well. Obviously, Monster's picked today as well. Last couple of days, been really, really impressed by these guys. Of course, we know them very well, but today they are managing to get to that end game and get some points. Vivid, we suddenly see things have changed. My team go 27 places upwards, but we can already see there is a lot of teams at the top here with a minimum of 44 points in the top 10. That's massive.
Yeah, your team going up 27 places, but Voile and Accept also making sort of the similar run, right? Going up 22 places. I feel like, listen, we're already at 52 points for top 6 with the Capalot duo up there at 67 already. And look at that, after just like pretty much one good game, Shadow and Me Too pulled out like 66 total points right there. I think only in the first game they got like, what, like maybe like 6 points? So huge game from them.
It was a huge game and a big switch up in the leaderboard. Didn't seem like anyone besides Polo and Shonyi were able to have 2 consistent games here, and that's why we see them at the top. A really solid game, unable to put it all together, but when you have a great start like this is the momentum, especially on the final day of a semifinals. You want this. This feels good. This is what you came in planning to do. When everything's working like this, hey, you just got to keep it rolling, and they're halfway there.
Yeah, exactly right. Things come together, it's perfect, the synergy, and it happens like this. The Capalot guys have two great games there back to back here, but let's focus for a second on the winners, the Victory Royales as well. We're going straight through the finals next weekend. Of course, AKA's duo, very exciting stuff here. They had a great final, great end game there as well, managing to maintain and just play it out like pros, Vivid.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where, as Sundown said multiple times, the water zone was impacting the way that the low ground was working, so much so that all these teams couldn't really find a footing to kind of gather up eliminations on that low ground. So it was kind of just like pretty much like a cluster down there going on. But AKA and his duo, they were able to just ride it out on the high ground because nobody was really able to find those materials to go head up and contest them.
And the interesting note is, it seems like a back and forth. We don't have a game with like one contest. It's either 12, where they're just taking zone and moving and then chilling up there the whole game. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, interesting as well. I mentioned Cease and Tragic said in the show. I picked them on qualifier day 1, but it didn't quite work out. We can see now, currently in 5th position. Interesting, I think they had 35 placement points, 6 eliminations. So you can see again, like last season, they're thinking a lot more about positioning, a lot more getting those standings points, which are the real game changers here. SBG, do you think a lot of the teams were thinking the same mentality, which is like, it's like getting to that end game regardless of eliminations? Is that what counts?
I think that's the safer play, and then if you have a moment, go for the win. But you can't always have that victory royale, so going for consistent placement like we see from them is going to be the safer play, especially knowing there is no tomorrow if you don't qualify.
Exactly, and that's really got to be paying a toll on these players' minds, right? They're constantly thinking about it. With 2 games down, only 4 left, you know what I mean? If you're not kind of hovering around that top 10 spot by now, you might want to maybe start worrying, you know, like, oh man, we got a full send for that victory royale. Fully expect like more chaotic high ground, like possible takes to happen, because as it goes on, teams are going to want that victory royale more and more.
Yeah, we love a good high ground take. Guys, game 3 is ready to rock and roll. This is a halfway point after this as well on the final day of semis. What's going to happen? We'll have to find out, but MDF and Sundown bring us all the action over to the boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. As they said, we're closing in on the halfway point. And Monster, if you're still playing, sometimes you're getting a little bit of sweat, a little bit of nervous energy going on right now because time's ticking.
Yeah, and you know what? Well, I really want to talk about the dynamics at the Collider now. AK and Sonetto is very important that they just qualify because they get out of the Collider. That third team no longer there. Will a new team slide in, or will Sprite and Alzi decide, hey, let's back up, let's give Redux some space? I'm not sure how it's going to play out. There's some options now.
Well, the thing is, if you've been drilling one of the drops over and over again, do you have the ability, do you know the spots to be able to get to the other one? We asked the questions, but we'll get the answers right now. Game 3 is underway.
We're in the semifinals, guys. There is no more room for error. It's now or never. Day 3 is, of course, your final opportunity to make it to the finals here today for this season. Right now, the Collider's in focus because there is a very important narrative that we are waiting to unfold here. With one team exiting, will a new team enter? Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Sprite and Nalzi actually passively back off after yesterday's success and today's failures. They learn from it, and they say, hey, we need an end game.
But it is super interesting to me because, yeah, they've been flipping that spot, but they're very comfortable to then just slide over the other. However, if you acquiesce and just give up the slurp truck, you're kind of going to eat in. Yes, you get the extra clomberries over on the side, but
launch pad here, though.
Yeah, you do have a launch pad on the side, but you're not guaranteed the automatic 200-200 for nothing, for metal.
Right.
It's the best trade ever.
Yeah, you know what? And that is a very important exchange because if the other team is holding that grudge, they can come on over and take a fight. For Shoney and Polo, they've been going head-to-head against RNstar, Cinnaruni, and whatever other teams that have been in this general area over at the, of course, the spot that they land. But hold up, for Sleepy Sounds, though, it looks like there might be a little clash off here as I'm trying to just dissect what's going on. We have a few teams out splitting up here. RNstar and Cinnaruni down at the bottom, hide and seek up at the top. There's a new clash happening in a lot earlier than we normally see it or expect it, but could be off the backs of the storm.
And again, don't forget, we're seeing 12 new teams today, and RNstar Cinnaruni is one of them. They're the only one out of these new teams who has played in an FNCS Finals, who was in that last FNCS Finals. Out of the other 12, the best placement we saw was from the duo we talked about a ton, Scoped and Magnolia, in that qualifier number 3 where they're going head-to-head with Clix and Day. And you feel like if there wasn't maybe that world-class duo on the other side who was pushing them towards the back half of the game, they would have been fine. But a little bit of change of pace in the top left-hand corner as Macwood and Donnie, they're going to switch that fight back up again.
They finally get the quick elims there as well. You never really want to drag out any of these battles. It will only make your game more and more difficult and reduce your chances at success for Aoxy and Swirl. I mean, a complicated battle is about to unfold here as Aoxy and Swirl have had their fair amounts of success making it towards those end games, almost locking in a high ground in an end game win.
Don't forget, this was the team yesterday who was just getting run on from every possible angle, but to recognize now, Jackson is gone immediately. Jackson and Mason, they already qualified through, so you know that third party isn't going to become running over the hill as Nets gets a pair in the top left-hand corner. That's Sinaruni going down with RN Star in. The Chewies trying to get into the action a little bit here. Slow day for them so far.
Yeah, I am curious if any teams decided to take up the windmill that was straight up revealed to be free down at the beginning of the game. It does look like there's teams rotating down in that general area to snipe some stuff up, so that could play its factors into Swirling Oxy as, again, you're allowing other teams in the general area to just basically mega loot up.
Wait, if the windmills are free, where are Shadow and Me Too?
They gave it up.
That's super bizarre to me. They've been landing there for 2 seasons. I'd be very
Well, remember, Mason and Jackson had kind of claimed it first and then won. Shadow Me Too took a huge drop on the outside.
They were playing a little bit more towards like the northern side and coming through. I'm just very curious to see like if they're going to the game plan, or at least now if they're looking like if your main spot is open, you feel like they'd go back to it. But you know, they know a lot more from us. We're gonna hop on over to the Bugle and see how that initial fight in Mac would. Ooh, clip that and ship that.
Explosive, he jumps on up and he just wrecks Noxy there. That's how that one starts off and of course ends as Macwood finishes up the second player here. Once again, it's been back and forth here. It hasn't truly been one-sided for any particular duo here, so both sides still have, again, a claim to the drop, if you will. As long as these contested drops are even from each side finding their wins, they will continue to clash. For OMG Me Too, we wanted to know exactly where they're landing. They do still take this general area, but not exactly on top of the windmills, opting more so to where is the rifts and, of course, the little stations here for ultimately, you know, making it a part of their cruise.
Okay, so fair enough. So it's just less of a split because as we were seeing in, I believe it was the games yesterday, they put OMG Me Too on that spot initially, and then Shadow would be over and just grabbing whatever he can, having him group up. Right, but now they're just on top of each other. So we'll see if it goes. As so far, the resolution are 5 duos have been dropped. Nobody is a solo rider.
That's right, and with every team, with every game that continues, that lobby count will continue to lighten up a little bit. Teams will win here and move on. Let's go and take a look at the replay from Fabled Taco. CEO's Golden. They already had an Elim coming into this one onto Snazadon. The knock was quick. The finish was even faster there on the other side as they get the full elimination and then, of course, bounce back. So a quick 6 for them adds to their 3rd place cushion. They're now starting to, you know, break away from the pack.
We talk about how fantastic of a name Fabled Taco is. I guess just that is great branding on that side. It also makes me a little hungry when we go through in that regard. But
a little sauce in it.
Right, that's what I'm saying to you. So they put some sauce on that last fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. CEO Golden here is going to secure himself a nice little airdrop or a chest there to go ahead and play off. Jumping on over to Polo in Shoney, now in 1st place. That could be, of course, because they picked up an Elim. Yes, it is. Those standings are mega close, so we knew they needed to definitely have earned some points here. And that's because the last game, Haji and Sescript were taken out early, very early, allowing that position to open up on the leaderboard. Shoney and Polo here have managed to really figure out the Coney Crossroads and find success winning this drop.
Yeah, but Polo just took a ton of chip there as they were going out. It's interesting to see, and that's Flo and Trapkilled trying to get in on this. And we talked about Polo and Shoney looking a little skeptical the first time we saw them in qualifier number 3. Ever since then, each one of these fights has looked a little bit better. The mechs have looked a little stronger. They're a little more confident. If they can keep that rolling, I wouldn't be surprised to see them making their first final ever. But right now, Jock and Illis, they're trying to put it all together.
And just to touch on Shoney and Polo, you know, with how many times the zone have gone north, their drop spot just plays better because it's the same story for them. They fight, another team comes in, and it's been that same rotate, so they're used to it. But for Shadow and OMG Me Too, they're already on their move. They're rotating. They're trying to get to that new zone. It's going to that same general area. That's almost a repeat of the last game. One might say a little deja vu, feeling very familiar.
Yeah, right there you can see Shadow back to back back-to-back headshots, and all of a sudden, the entirety of his extra shield is down with no trades going out. But one thing I was asking, why would you leave that spot? It's open and all to success. Maybe they're looking at the zones, continuing to pull north and saying, we don't have time to loot down there. We got to get on our horse and go.
That is right. You do set yourself off. Those extra 10, 20 seconds can be the difference between you claiming your stake on the mountain, putting your flag down in the snow and saying, this snowy peak will be mine. For Command Cavern in this general area, it's not going to be the case here. Everyone's going to have to give it up shortly. Knifer and Okies really have been challenged these last 3 games, as they've only managed to pick up 28. Last game actually being their best so far.
And yet again, we saw what's happened pretty much the past 3 games, going back to yesterday, where Av and Edan come in just a little bit late, and they take that high ground pressure, and all of a sudden what was a comfortable position for Knifer and Okies, they lose tempo. And when we talk about tempo in even video games as a whole, it's when you're the one controlling the situation. You're able to decide, hey, this person has to move because we're either in a positional advantage, or we're raining shots down on them, or the storm is moving them. And as soon as you lose control, you become reactionary. And when you're reacting, like, yes, there's some players who thrive in that situation, but what you're able to do becomes less predictable. And if you're able to capitalize, awesome. But the difference is then look to somebody who's being proactive like Rogue Shark and Knight, who have built basically a porta fortress here on one of the highest points of view. It can see everything.
Yeah, looking very old school here with the base design, and just jumping on that reactionary kind of conversation. You know, it leads for quick decision making, and that leads to extra pressure. Game 3 winners Sinetto and AK are actually going to their first FNCS final. Just kind of add to that story there. Congratulations to them once again. Bold move of them as well to claim the Collider. If anything, that is one of the harder things to do. Get to a new drop spot, figure it out within what, just about a week's time or so. You know, just really playing out the meta season to season, and then finding success, turning that into a win. And you have crazy players. So you have Sprite and Nounsy, right? Vets that have been to finals too.
Yeah, and so far coming through, we've seen 3 of our 4 players who have automatically advanced. Hey, first FNCS finals, so congratulations. We'll see y'all next weekend. Don't forget, we'll be playing that out. It's on the line, but right now, Shadow in first. Total eliminations of 7, but we're going to throw it over to give some more context to that stat. Vivid, what you got for us?
Yeah, really just wanted to show how a team that's landing so far south of the map, constantly making rotations, kind of makes them and get Storm Surge at the same time. Well, OMG Me 2 and Shadow, they do it at the same time. In this example clip right here, you can see OMG Me is kind of rotating up, placing those builds, and then Shadow is just kind of holding back and taking shots at the players that are going to be taking shots at them, so that they can get some Storm Surge and a safe rotation in.
That was definitely clean, and you can see it's that timing, it's that team synergy that really matters most, and that's the reason Shadow's currently leading with eliminations. Working with one another is going to be the key ingredient to, of course, making those excellent dishes and hitting it on the mark here for Season Tragics in 5th place, just a spot off from Shadow, slightly above pace when it comes down to placement points. Are playing well today in Command Cavern. We talked about that was an addition of Vert and Creo. It didn't get easier today. It's as difficult as it was yesterday.
It's one thing we talked about is how, hey, with 2 of the teams who have one kind of moving there, there's a little more space, but immediately it gets occupied. You can see the players trying to rotate around. We're also going to keep an eye across pretty much all the regions, but NA East in particular. If you want to finish inside of that top 6, it's averaging just right around 25 points. Sometimes it slides down if players are able to eat up those points towards the top, getting eliminations and the victory royale. But as of now, if you're trying to keep an eye, that's what it is. Tahi trying to go some literal skeet shooting, but I actually don't necessarily value that if you're not going to be able... Oh, excuse me, I thought he was shooting at the birds. There's somebody in the bush.
Pause right there now. You pause. Give him a second. He gets 183.
You see something I don't, man. My.
You know what's crazy about that? We didn't even see Paper side, but he definitely hit shots as well because he only saw 60 from Tahi. So both sides just clashed onto that duo. And look, that duo is fully bricked up. Yeah, they're not peeking anymore. And just like that, they rocket their way on up. But Paper does need some white heal, so we'll see what he can do for Neverfire and Ritual X God. Here's a team that has a lot of success in these mid-game fights, but Storm Surge has been an issue.
Storm Surge is pushing him down, and unlike last game, we've seen most of our top teams be able to stay on their feet. That's the first one going down there as Knight and Rogue Shark, who are in 7th, get picked up way outside any of the first placement points.
Ooh, and yeah, that is true. We need 5 more teams to honestly fall here before you even get something for your hard-earned efforts in this game. Neverfire and Ritual, though, are slowly sliding up, poising to take this fight here. It's only 51 damage they need, but it's enough to say, hey, we have to fight, and we have 50 seconds to do it before the storm comes. Let's do it now before that extra storm surge comes here, and I like this battle. So far, though, nothing's going to open up for them as far as attack goes. That's a beautiful shot, and those walls are definitely Ritual X God, so it's clean. He also reclaims it now. This is more pressure on into the territory. All of a sudden now, Ritual X God and Neverfire looking pretty solid here, but they will need another tag. Surge is going to turn on in just 20 seconds.
Yeah, they need to take this fight very quickly, and if I'm on the other side of this as player and Bobby, I know, hey, these guys are real antsy. They're pushing into us. If we can just stall this out, assuming that they're above Surge, it should be fine. Bobby trying to find a little bit of a jump shot there.
Very smart from Bobby as well. The pre-fire, just to think about where this opponent might be. Hey, he should be here. Bam. He tries to go for it. Luckily, Ritual X God do a little better than to take the peek. But now, though, Surge is officially active. This is going to put even more pressure onto Neverfire and Ritual. They have to do something big here. Riley is still playing defensive, though. They're just holding the walls. This is a team that needs to get this tag right now, and it's so close, yet so far where the team is playing excellent defense. They have lost track. They go in. Left camera peek is not the way to do it, and Neverfire and Ritual will ultimately fall. 6 points now to fend their Bobby, and it's going to pick them on up. 2 more placement spots, put them in 14. Now they're within the bubble, and that's why Storm Surge fights are so important. They change the story so quickly. For Beef and Demon Paris, though, a top 10 team currently. Below the Surge as well, getting shot from behind. No time to defend there. Great tags across the board, though. Still not enough.
Just barely going to get above with that headshot as it updates over on the side, but they can't get complacent. They're going to need to keep throwing shots as just a single shot from the team is right there. You keep seeing the top left-hand corner. Players are dropping. Pose gets confirmed. Stacky gets confirmed at the hands of Vert, so we know there's some fighting happening on the northwestern side of the map. But right now, Demon Paris and Beef trying to capitalize on the momentum that the French Canadians had yesterday. I believe we saw 5 or 6 of them qualify through, as our hide and seek is 48 below and is being hunted desperately, actually trying to play hide and seek. We got one of the OCE transplants, Speedy, trying to get in on it. They've been making it to the half and half outs, but not necessarily finding the end game here. Here's an opportunity to pick up some much needed points.
These tags are intimidating, but they're not enough. The counterfire comes in and he just gets melted out the sky. And just like that, he is down and out. 3 points for Speedy and crew, team that needs it for sure. Beef taking these pre-fires.
It wasn't Speedy and crew, got that. Polo stole it away. He found it with an AR shot. So them being defensive, being like, no, we'll let Storm Surge finish it off. Well, sometimes it gets yoinked away from you. They have their hand out for the treat and they're like, no.
That's why you got to fight for it. You really have to risk it. You never really know what's starting to look on in. Big pickup right there for Beef and Demon Paris, though. 38 above now. The surge turns off. That doesn't mean that the pressure is off of them. They will definitely be facing issues in just a couple minutes if they cannot fix it and adjust their game plan now. So fighting here and early will be extremely important for Paper and Tahi. Same story for them as well. You can see their heals are really desperate right now. They have wasted them.
Yeah, they were really kind of eating into that utility, which is not going to set them up for success for the next Storm Surge, particularly because, as you note in the top left-hand corner, 70 players up, 35 duos. Everyone has a buddy.
Yeah, for sure. Tahi and Paper, though, edge their way to the zone. They will find safety here. And just like that, NQ's in the feed will find Beef top 10 team. Just the knock, though. The finish comes in, and just like that, they are dismantled. One piece of the puzzle down. NQ's and Tieko have been finding some success. Polo finds another one in the feed, though. Polo is just playing different today, and that's onto Speedy and his duo. They end up pushing on in. Joe2 Queen goes down, and Polo cap a lot. Shoney cap a lot, or not capping at all right now. They are putting up the elims here today. 77 points leaning into game 3, the halfway mark, and they couldn't be looking any better as they are currently leading the tournament here.
Macwood finds one as well on the other side of that, so still rolling. You can see my prediction from yesterday. Trapkill trying to get involved, and Speedy's actually still up on his feet, so only able to find one of them there.
He just went running out the side, did not.
As he should have.
Yeah, for sure. You want to just stay up here and try to edge your way towards at least the next set of placement points. That is definitely possible. Shadow and OMG Me Too on the other side, much different story for them. They have a short rotate to the zone. This is generally favored the western side where they come in from with the storm here. So this is actually working out well. I like that they're putting these builds down early. Don't want to be exposing yourself at all here. On themselves a little break, but nope, gets snatched up before they can even get it there.
I was about to say hop, skip, and a jump, and they're trying to path directly towards that big boulder, but honestly, big boulder the size of a small boulder, those get cleaned up every single time. They're so efficient on brick. I believe it's like plus 22, plus 30 for empowered swings, depending on the rock type. So often those are farmed out. You can see Tahi and Paper currently sitting in 4th now. We talked about leaderboard teams going down. We've had our first round of placement points given out. 6th, 7th, 10th have all fallen. However, 1 through 5, unlike last game, still plenty up on their feet.
3 top 10s now starting to really hover in this general area here. Trap Kill being one of the few of them. This eastern portion is about to get real congested real soon. And now, Paper and Tahi peak on a squad that is on the rise right now of Flow and Trap Kill, so you have to be extremely careful. They are 200 and plus damage below there, so they recognize, hey, that team was quick. They punished us. We're not fighting them. Let's find someone else. And it's then Tyler, who's now on the other side, who has to run away. And they don't want the battle, but the peak comes in. It's good, and Tahi's hurt here. Paper's also hurt. It is not looking good here. It's a matter of time now for Paper and Tahi. Can they find enough? They need the full eliminations. They don't even have heals here. Paper's down. The fight comes out of Tahi. It's good. That's a knock. This could be a game changer.
Yeah, but Paper did get taken out, and he's turning it back out.
Smart.
Some collapse shots going through there as well. Don't forget, with that auto shotgun, you are able to hit multiple players as they're lined up. You talked about Trap being good, but he gets a little bit of space here as Mikey and Keys push up on the back there and take out Trap, giving him just a little bit of room. The question is, as we talked about before, because they had to burn so much of the utility to even get here, Tahi has nothing. No minis, no med miss, no med kit. He has to get over to that loot if he wants to continue playing.
Seems like we're gonna have a problem right now. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow, who are on the west side, have to rotate to the new zone on the opposite side here. So are Voyo and Xset. They were also on that west side there. You can see in the peripheral. But for Redux and Plague here, they have to cut just shortly here to the new zone. They're well above the surge. For Shoni and Polo, it seems like they're just around that general area as well. Those are the players they'll have to battle through.
And this is basically the first time we have seen Redux and his duo make it to this stage, because they've been a part of just that 50-50 flip over and over again over at the Collider. So let's see what they can bring to the table, as we're also closing in on our cascading placement points. But Surge has been active this whole time. Somebody is just getting hammered with that 25 damage every 5 seconds over and over. So digging into all that utility. We hear the launch pads to the sky. We hear the one whip skirting over to the zone. The question is, how do Polo and Shoni, our current leaders, make this rotate?
They play like they're below Surge. I think that's the difference as to why they're leading with all these eliminations here. Of course, we know Shadow has the single most elims, but this team collectively have played so well. Every Surge situation, just because they're above, they never stop firing. They actually continue to put pressure on the lobby.
And it was Acro and Sin who were the ones who were below Surge. They got taken out. No eliminations going over them. Cooper finds Magnolia. One more duo going down, and we're into the cascading placement points. 5th zone closing. We'll have full moving in our transition to endgame after this.
15 seconds now. Clock is ticking. Magnolia is going to fall there to the hands of Cooper from Team Matrix. And that is going to be a big upset and elimination for him. Haji and Suscript, after having first place, after facing the Glory, are now in 9th, and they have the high ground here. So that second game might have just been a fluke, whatever. We all go down early sometimes. Now they're bouncing back. They could be one of those the successful high ground squads that do it early.
Yeah, some more than others. And when I say that, I'm referring to me. I have a very hard time of actually just staying up in these games. But yeah, I mean, more often than I like. You know, and I'll leave that there. As you can see, Suscript and Haji, who were leading after the first game, but then went down ridiculously early in game number 2, now have a great position over on the side. You can see they've invested a solid amount of metal into it. That's because, if you check the bottom right, players are having to rotate past them, but immediately they recognize the ability to utilize somebody else's pad and get back towards the front side of the zone.
One missed edit, though, costs each of them 30 HP, so that is the important part here, because now they're below, they're behind, and they need to get a siphon. I'm not looking at any heals inside the loadout. Ooh. Great chance to find something there, and he actually snatches a flopper. Talk about clutch, pretty much pickup right there, and the importance of having a harpoon. Voyo and Xset now sliding all the way across. Will they end up playing for high ground? Shadow and OMG Me Too going to the dubs and mega strategy. They say, hey, we're consistent, we're up in the top, let's play low ground, let's actually fight for this. And right now it's looking pretty solid, but they are below the surge. Polo and Shoni all above here, but still fighting. I talked about them constantly battling. They fight like they are needing it, and time again. And just like that, Polo actually snatches his way right past an opponent. He managed to stay up, but it looks like he's lost his teammate for a second. Now they get back with one another. Here they get to settle down and kind of reevaluate the situation. But take a look at Height now.
Their second place team up on Height. That's Fable Taco and Golden, and some great shots. And look at the tracking, finding the play immediately up in the sky.
Xcept gets one right there. It's another pickup for him. Fable Taco and Golden, though. This is the second time now we see them on high ground, but Taco with the fatal error there misses the build, and you can see the floors. He just slides and slips right through. Unfortunate for him, he is now down. CEO Golden has the biggest problem in front of him. It's fighting an uphill battle by himself now. Plague and Company recognize what goes down as he has to jump on down to save his teammate, and the high ground is theirs. They have been given an opportunity now to win this game. They have some material, not much, but they have something to work with early. A team, though, starts to come out to fight them here. Beautiful defensive tag there from Redux. We've seen him fight for this before. He's clean with it, but just how clean? The edit comes through. The player's gone, though. His teammate's down here. Plague, can you give him info? Can you give him anything? Redux is fishing right here. Beautiful tag and a follow-up there, but no. Okiss doesn't want any of that, and now he's on the run here.
But he was able to get the shot down, ended up dropping Nitro on the other side, so a little bit of retribution, but Xcept has been picking up plenty. Okiss trying to find it, and he will get one extra placement point before going down. But Nani and Cooper, after all the chaos up on the high ground, they're here, just 20 builds to their name, 45 seconds left, still on zone number 8, so they have a little bit of room. But Xcept and Voil have been lighting up the feed.
Definitely, and so have OMG and Shadow as well. They're down here in 0 Elans, but still fighting for it right now, staying alive, earning placement points, and edit comes through. It's Macwood on the low ground. Beautiful turn and burn there for him. Keeps him in the game. Polo and Shoney are just playing different, though. They crush out, essentially. Haji sent him back to the lobby. Polo is playing as a solo here. Bomb. Oh, that's a huge shot right there. Crumbler is down. The mantle comes into play. It's great here. He slips in. He just wants the points, though. He's happy with that. A great top 10 performance for him. And now look at this. Cooper on Height. Nani on Height after being contested in their early game. We're up and in the fight.
But the win condition is on Macwood. 5 chug splashes. He has the med mist as well. But on the other side, Yuz and Kasker looking to just throw a wrench in there, stick the stick into the bike wheel of Macwood, and Donnie saying, nope, this is where you end. You can see him dropping the splashes over, trying to change the angle. Tons of builds still on Donnie, as well as the armored walls. And Nani and Cooper are running out. Nani and Cooper need to go down. It's a 2v1v2 with Chikuga trying to be the last one to have a say in this. He's dipping into the zone, looking for more of the med mist, and he finds a pocket.
That's actually perfect right here. It's gonna like put some question in the air here. It's gonna make the low ground team wonder, where's this last player? The high ground team's gonna be thinking it as well. Chewy's gonna start coming in from behind. The siphon comes through. Those are free mats that they have to get. Otherwise, they are completely out. That's it. They will not get them. So it's gonna come down to low ground. But Macwood has armored walls. They have so many actually to play with here. It could just be enough.
The drop down's going to come right now.
They're ready.
2 builds up top and only an armored wall. No builds on the bottom. And it comes out. Donnie jumps out the side. Cooper finds the shot. Macwood down, but Donnie gets one. 1v1 Nani in the storm. 66, 56, 46, 36. Donnie gets the siphon, but the shot comes through from Nani. Donnie trying to find the room, and he does. G2 Macwood. Donnie, we said uncontested bugle. They get a little bit of a contest, but congratulations to the vet and his partner for making it through.
Donnie and Macwood have really fought hard for this weekend here to get this moment, and they pulled through with a big victory moment. Look at Donnie's exceptional play here. A 9 elimination victory royale in the end will secure them straight to finals, and all it took was for them to win that drop finally, quickly, and then, of course, win the game.
And I mean, if anything exemplified just veteran presence, you could see from Macwood and Donnie how they were playing up and setting for the win on the low ground. If you want a VOD review, hey, how do you win a 2v2 from low ground? Go check that out, because they did everything perfect.
They did. They actually played it very, very smart, and that could have been one of our picks, guys.
It certainly could. I was definitely considering Donnie and Macwood. We came to the predictions earlier on today. We saw Bugle uncontested. We talked so much as well about them dominating high ground usually, but this time around, the low ground comes in. 9 eliminations. They've absolutely done it. They've gone through. It wouldn't be a finals, SBG, without Donnie and Macwood.
Yeah, he had the most finals appearances, tied with everyone in the semifinals, and hey, he's going right back, add another one to this, and very opposite, even to what he said in the content piece beforehand. He's known for taking high ground. That's not what he did here. He must have been watching, must have been seeing someone just dominate this low ground. And not only did they dominate it, able to get that victory royale, picking up all those elims, those refreshes, just sustained down there, Vivid. And that's why you want to play down low.
Oh, this was played so well. It's, you know, it is crazy from a high ground team. We were expecting to see them all the way up there, but no, they're on the low ground, and we love to see it because it was that nice zone when there was about 2 minutes left, right? Something was like, they have the win condition. He had a full med mist, 5 chug splashes to work with, right? And in those situations, you can play in the zone, right? You can use all your mats, wait for the high ground team to start pressuring you, and then you just run in the zone and use all those meds. But no, they actually switch up the win condition here. You can see here in this clip, they are both 100-100. That is because they decide to use those chug splashes to heal back up because they're ready for the fight. And that is why, ultimately, they win this 2v2 head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, that's one thing as well. They highlighted as well, the fellas on the broadcast, the armored walls as well, having that in your inventory as well. When you go into those end engagements, when you have everything going for you, mats, the meds, the armored walls, you put yourself in such a great spot, SBG, where ultimately it becomes very hard to take the position that you have set yourself. Another team as well we highlighted before, Mars and Crumbler as well. We saw yesterday doing incredibly well, today as well. Again, entertaining us at home here and putting themselves in great contention, at least for points as well, being in that end game, getting eliminations and holding steady to try and get all the way to finals later on today.
And I want you guys to look. He's holding the auto shotgun. He's one of the few players that have prioritized the auto shotgun. We're consistently seeing Mars pick that up when everyone else is deciding to go striker or drum. It's clearly working for him. And much like he's figured out things in previous seasons while fighting in arena, this is the next trick that he just pulled out.
Yeah, the arena grind, it's really underrated, man. You're constantly fighting players in arena, right? Improving your mechanics, constantly getting in those engagements. And that's why we're seeing them rise all the way up the leaderboard. Look at this. 5th place. They go up 9 positions.
Wow, they certainly do. SBG, you can see her as well. First team as well to reach 107 points. I mean, the Capalock fellas there as well. 3 games, should I say. Yes. Consistency, we talked about earlier on the show, and how important it is. So good here. But 107 points, they're looking good right now.
Yeah, and they're about 30, 20 points away. It depends. We finished at 127 yesterday. It might be a little higher. Pretty close along most of the leaderboard. Shadow Me Too, they've been playing really well. They're at 4th place with 86 points. Fabled Taco and Golden, I mean, we saw Fabled Taco's former teammate qualify in the first game. They almost had it. I thought for a moment, they were going to take that win.
So close. But look at this. Voil and Xeb, a duo that we kind of highlighted, right? They are now uncontested. But look at this. I want to talk about the storyline here. Voil and Xeb and Yuz and Kasker, as you can see there in the 7th position. They were contesting each other in sessions 1 and 2. Now both of them find themselves with uncontested POIs, and both of them in the top 10 now. So working out great for both of these duos.
Absolute game change. You can see here as well. Voil and Xeb to a monsters pick currently in 2nd position. Mine in 4th position, Shadow OMG Me Too. But as we always say here on the broadcast, like, this is only after 3 games. We're halfway through, but there's still 3 more to go. And we saw yesterday, Game 4 was a special one for your pick, David, as well. Muzz and Avery going through here. But let's have a look here at Voil and Xeb one more time, because SBG, again, these guys are consistently managing to find ways to progress to that end game position and put themselves in contention here. Again, coming from the south side and looking good. Do you think they have today, they're going to cement that finals place, finally?
Well, my picks haven't been going too well, so I'm not going to do that to them. They don't want to say, yes, they will, and then all of a sudden something goes wrong. I'm not doing that, but they are playing well.
Yeah, and we really love to see that. We saw Victor Royale right there in that game, actually from the low ground, which is really impressive. It's not easy to get in the right mindset to win a 2v2 because ultimately, we always talk about it, higher ground kind of has the advantage in those type of situations. So to kind of put yourself in a mental state where you're like, listen, we can win this. Donnie and Macwood, great job, especially, you know, being used to being on the high ground. They got to have so much experience. They got to know what that other team is feeling, and they use it to their advantage, and we'll see them in the finals.
We certainly will. And if you're having a bad day as a duo now as well, now you know that the Bugle is currently open for business, okay? So that is a very important thing now. Suddenly, if a duo is not having a great day and there's 3 games left, maybe it's a chance to change. It's the last 3 games before we finalize the fantastic 50 going through to the finals there as well. So let's wait and see what happens here. Obviously, we have a Game 4 coming our way now. Sundown at MDF are going to bring us all that action, and it is really spicing up. Let's get to the battle bus and see how this thing concludes.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. And much like Fabled Taco, that spice is getting a little warm right now. Kind of wipe off the sweat there. We have 3 more matches left, 9 more duos to round us out.
Yeah, definitely. And a very interesting dynamic happening here for the Southern teams finding success. OMG Me Too and Shadow. You have to give them another just extra, shout out, right? And Voyo and Except, these are teams that are playing against all odds here and making it work. So there's no excuses as we've had so many zones plays north and northeast for the most part.
Yeah, and it's been a big thing where I feel like we have to give a shout out to the new bloods who are kind of coming in. I mean, Macwood talked about it there, but we'll get into that as we get in the game. Game 4 underway now. And here we go.
We can go.
Okay,
I'll take it.
I was just about to say, no, I got it. Because I just want to say, as we come in, you see the Collider over here. We'll see what goes on. But the new blood's stepping up today, right? I mean, Macwood talked about it in the interview. Donnie and that fantastic finish there. Yeah, Macwood was still doing it, but the players are stepping up. I mean, Shanye and Polo as well, seeing what OMG Shadow and Me Too can do. They're really putting the stamp on NA East.
What I like about Shony and Polo, of course, is the Coney Crossroads. It's a contested drop. They're finding success. They're in the #1 spot coming into this, and honestly, they're about a good game away from just punching it out off of points alone because they are really breaking away from the competition just that early. Sprite and Nownsy, a team that actually needed that last game to go well for them, had some mild success, which is all that you can really ask for when you have a drop spot like the Collider just in your favor here. Free Launchpad, this is, again, the benefit, the strength of this drop, but what they are doing is they're also allowing Redux and Plague to make it to endgame as well. And Redux and Plague actually make a bigger game out of their chance alive and their opportunity, and that's why they have rocketed their way on up. So we'll see what that ends up becoming for Drizu, though. He ends up taking out NQs early, so NQs and Tieko already facing some drama on their drop.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough time for them coming through after some really good success. As we take a peek, right-hand side of the screen, Voyo and Except down at the Synapse station, and pretty decent split going on from them, knowing that they got a whole bunch of space on this side. They're not worried about Yez and Casker on top of them. No OMG Me Too, kind of pushing over towards this side. But we do need to be wary because for the first zone, you see the bottom right-hand corner where that white line is. That's actually the safest and fastest, well, fastest route. I can't say safest.
Not
fastest route to the safe zone. And we're pulling super far east for the first time in a while.
The funny part is probably the non-safest way to get to the zone more often than not.
True.
Definitely the fastest. Just a little fun fact there. I think if you count the odds, it'll land up that way most times, or out of 10. But hold up for Nets and Hide and Seek. I mean, we've been here at the Sleepy Sound before. The first time of us now being able to really capture the fight, breaking out quickly and early here. Nets is going to go and swing his way around with Hide and Seek. They do an excellent job to single out R and Star, and every now and again, you got to just emoticon on top of your opponent there. Hit the little emo, hit the dance, ride the vehicle, do whatever it is you got to do.
I mean, nothing wrong with a little bit of celebration in that regard. Also got to give shout-outs to all the animators and the music people who work on those. Like,
so great.
Those emotes are sick. Like, a big fan of some of them coming through in that regard. I mean, my coworkers at Epic really put in the time in that regard. Shout out to them, the art team and all that, as they put it through. And we're hopping on over here to Hide and Seek at Sleepy Sound.
Yeah, we've seen some cool videos of those behind the scenes as well, whenever they do get to pop up on the timeline, which are always fun. And, those are the kind of things that we see time to time. But
and hey, if you're watching from Legends Landing right now, hit us with your favorite emote. What you got in there? You want scorecard? You got that? Maybe mine, Monster. Hit him with that T-pose, right?
Nice little T-pose right there. If I had a stance, it isn't in the game yet. We'll see if it ever comes in one day.
The thinking man.
The thinking man for Beef and Demon, though. They got to think long and hard here. It's a battle, and they don't usually have a fight here. This is why they've been a bubble team. They've actually been uncontested all day long, but all of a sudden, Ritual and Neverfy say, hey, you guys are finding a little too much success. We need Surge, and we need it now. And they claim that straight off of Demon Paris. And a bubble team here has some big issues from a team that just needs a W at this point.
Yeah, and I like that from Ritual and Neverfy because the success we've seen from them, whether it was in the round 4s during the qualifiers or the couple of good runs they did have in the semifinals, it's when they're fighting. It's not, hey, let's play for endgame and all this. It's Neverfy putting shots down for Ritual, and Ritual just running at people.
Yeah, he's got to get away here. Take a look at what went down from Ritual and Demon Paris. He just gets right in there. Neverfy is there to back him up. They don't waste any time supporting one another. Carries the body for the easy headshot. You're not going to escape at all. And that is how they get their first elim. Their first big tags for Storm Surge in the feed. A couple other elims going down there as Noisy falls out.
And I also think this push could end up being just deliberated by where the zoners are being informed by the fact that the zone dropped right on top of that extra Sanctuary Island. So if they can go over, kind of get the quick jump there, they're situated positionally very well. Because as we talked about, kind of that zone inertia and momentum going towards the side, odds are good it's going to keep pulling east and you will still be in play.
And this game will play out like none other we've seen, at least today here as game number 4. We're after that halfway mark. We're leaning into the late portions now. Fun little story right here. Possessing Chris land at the Daily Bugle. They say, all right, Donnie Mac, you're no longer here. Let's go ahead and touch base. They end up taking out the other teams that have been contesting this all day, and you might just be finding a little bit of confidence here today.
They got, wasn't it Easy2K and Noisa that was over here? Okay. On the other side, I believe the Elim was picked up onto Teed, so we see people rotating around. Shoney is very far separated right now from Polo. They're trying to snipe this out, but there's another team who's pushing over on top of him. This is very dangerous.
Crazy for him to actually fight for that launch pad. He gets it, just, again, puffing up his chest, showing Snazadon that I am here and I want this. That split might end up starting to play out for them as the side shots come in. Polo gets hurt. Flo and Trap killed, however, in a battle of their own as Zen Tyler falls there. So there is action everywhere right now and important fights going down.
Trying to make sure we pick that up, but we're going to toss it on over to SBG. What you got for us?
I got you guys. I wanted to give you an update as what happened at the Bugle. We saw a team land against Macwood in game 1. That was Noxy. Now this is Noisy. This is actually a different duo landing here. And we had 2 duos try and fill the space of Bugle. They saw both Bucky and now Macwood qualify from this POI, and they want to be able to grab it themselves. This is a really interesting note to see where teams fill after a team just qualifies and leaves their POI open.
So very interesting that we end up getting not 1, but 2 new duos opting to go over there. Really shows the strength of the duo, shows the strength of the POI, but also what I was talking about in the game before, how you can't really afford to just give that to one team because you're basically saying, here's a pass into endgame, particularly as zone pulls this far east.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have these very, very strong drop spots, but it comes down to the dynamic of the other duo that is there. If that's the type of duo that's like, hey, we like to fight when we land down because this is our way we get surged, then that's when you start to really face your problems. But for Golden and Fable Taco, I mean, they had an exceptional last game. Fable Taco was dropped a little early. CO's Golden actually manages to clutch up just enough to hold that second place spot for them, so they keeps them in the conversation here.
And you have to think it was unfortunate going through for Fable Taco because they had all the control. They're trying to ramp ahead and just make sure they got it as he waterfalls, hockey sticks down, whatever you call it, changing levels, just doesn't quite get the wall there. And there was even a little bit of panic. You saw him try and place the 4s very quickly. They were up 2 layers and he couldn't get it down, falls all the way. And what could have been a VR opportunity instead just shifts them being into second. But right now, second and third pushing each other immediately. These are 2 of our top 4 duos interacting very early.
And this is because, like we said, we have not seen a zone pull east. This forces the western landers of Shadow and OMG Me Too to go right through those southern landers of Voil and Accept. And look at this. You can tell they do not want to fight this battle. This is not a battle that they have effectively set up for. They don't even have max materials right now. There is no way they want to shut down their operations and begin fighting here. And that was a very smart disengage, but one that was necessary for Voyo and Accept. On the other side, we go far north now. Let's take this conversation deep into the storm. Let's get out of the dry desert here. Speedy's under some big pressure.
Yeah, ends up taking the shots from the side. PSG, TNA, Speedy. We talked about the OCE import yesterday who came through. Another one who's found some success over here. Also, really stand-up guy. Had the opportunity to kind of going back and forth with him. Really kind of an older brother to Muzz and has enabled him to find success over here. But don't discredit the fact that he was one of the best players in OCE, if not arguably second or third best. And he's the only other one who stayed over here. Now, him and Joe2 Queen had good success in last game. Can they find it now?
Literally a reason why they call him Speedy. He lives up to the name. Joe2 Queen, though, heads the hit shot. Big shot right there. Tieko and NQ's, man, after having a great day, too, just haven't managed to make the gears click here today. Maybe some rust in the sails, but hold up. Ritual and Never Fight in another fight. It's just looks like they have not stopped. This is up against Carried here, and 2 elims already for Ritual and Neverfy. We know they caught the first one out the gate there onto Demon, but now they're fighting here a fresh team. And again, these are the game-changing dynamics when the zone starts to decide we're going in different areas. Now it's going southern, so it's all new territory here.
But Drizzle was able to get him back up himself back up to 100-100. So now, even if they are able to get this refresher when your opponent drops all of his loot after getting an elimination, a lot of it has been pulled away. He's used the excess shields and excess white heals. Good 71 coming out from Neverfy, but every single time he has nothing to lose. So if he takes any damage, he's gonna burn that utility, because if he doesn't use it now and doesn't win this fight, his team is in dire strait.
Here's the thing, they still have that down body as well, so they might as well just go claim that and call this a win here. They definitely will not need the surge. Ritual gets baited though to the down body, and it's a trade between the two, but in the end, Neverfy will be able to play for the pickup. So now they net themselves 6 eliminations, about half a man worth of loot, which is not bad. Let's jump on over to Xcept and Voyu here though.
Yeah, they're gonna have a little bit of room, and as we get into the back half of games, this is game number 4 here, we're going to take a look at who's going down early. We'll keep informing you of the leaderboard thing. So far, the only team in the top 10 down is Convicted and Boxer, who continue their kind of alternating good game spree. But you see in the top right-hand corner here, Av, Eden, and Voil Xcept are the only duos to make every qualifier yet to make the finals. So a little bit of onus and pressure them. That's a whole bunch of Fortnite to be played to not make it to the finals.
Definitely, and they're here. And they're here now, and they're playing well today for Voyo and Xcept, that is. And they're still ghosting in the shadows behind OMG Me Too and the duo there, but I'm not going to say the words. I knew you were going to call me out there.
No, that's a good one, all right?
I was going to say, if you were listening, it's like one of those things where you could just fill in that sentence.
Oh, you know when we finish each other's
sentence. There it is.
I was going to say sandwiches.
Oh, okay. We'll see how that one ends up playing out. What would you have put at the end of the sentence, ladies and gentlemen? You can type it now. That's really But Polo and Shoney here are still on the rotate. They're above the surge, so no full elims. Love that they checked the bushes there just in case, and there is a team revealed.
Yeah, they're trying to find shots, but keeping an eye. I wanted to say, I told you, I wanted to see Neverfy and Ritual keep fighting. They just pushed into Speedy and Joe again.
That same clash happening over and over. And we know what is the result of that. Speedy and Joe pretty good when they get fired up and they hit those tags, but ultimately, it's all about placement points, piecing it all together, getting those end games as well.
And that first round of placement points will be granted out here when 3 more duos fall. You see Joe end up getting knocked against Speedy, doing a good job playing defensively. And if anything, to me, that probably indicates it's a longer range fight, and Neverfy and Ritual are just harassing them as they're trying to run back through into the zone. We do see yet another duo get full cleaned up, and that's Speedy being taken out. And hey, that's what, is that 5 or 6 now?
I was going to say, like, there's 2 philosophies here. You can win, right, and like get out of here, or you can use the next 3 games and just pop off and close the gap, right, and then all of a sudden come back via consistency. We haven't seen teams jump up that far back because it sounds like a harder thing to do, but Neverfy and Ritual just playing a different game right now.
But if there is ever the opportunity, it's in this type of format where you have the 6 games, you can try and play for that VR. But if one of those top teams, as we've been seeing almost in every single region, picks up the last couple of victory rounds and filters out because they're playing really well, that point total, the qualifier, drops significantly, and every single one can matter. Right now, currently 5 below, and only one of the duos who will get pressured is Silent and Jivvy, and you can see him making sure he gets off that med kit before the storm will take over. He'll have a little bit of bandages to help him out, has the shield keg, and Jivvy also has a med kit there, so they'll be able to buy some time as the feed lights up, and only one more player will need to go down. They should be able to pass this out.
Yeah, it's not just the Surge that's challenging them. It will be Snazadon and Reciprocal who are on the bubble, currently on the cusp of breaking into top 10. They're in the 15th spot or so, also eating tons of storm damage here. They're just adding it on, and it's costing them a lot of healing. You can see that there are so many teams on this border right now that it's really forced them to stop. So if Silent stays out in the open, the builds come in. This actually revealed them, and yes, now Snaz and crew are starting to look in.
Yeah, they got to pop a bandage. No other choice. I was going to say, you need to put that shield keg down. But if you see somebody shield kegging in the zone, you generally know they're having a tough time. 1 more, 2 more. You can see the shield keg doing a really good job of just barely offsetting it, but the push ends up coming in. Snazadon came around the backside, and will he be able to find the tag? Silent goes down to the zone, ticking him over. And unfortunately, I don't think any points. No, they just get confirmed to the zone. So the pressure and the reset, but we saw their loot. They didn't have much.
Hey, man, Siphon does reward them, though. At least they get a little bit something there for the efforts. It'll kind of bulk them up a slight bit. 6 points, though, unless they didn't get that tag onto Jivy there.
No, they didn't. It was the Storm. Just the Storm ticked both of them over. No tags going through, no points, no siphon, just whatever they dropped. And I mean, we saw they used all their extra utility. You get a couple builds. I mean, not horrible. Neither of the shots from Xcept.
Yep, Xcept and Voyu playing a bush here. OMG, Shadow and Me Too just behind the wall there. Great additional follow-ups. And Voyu and Xcept are playing like a finals caliber team right now. I'm feeling really good about the pick now. We knew there was a different dynamic for them. They were contested by Yuz and Casper yesterday. Now not having that team there to really bother them and influence their drop spot, all of a sudden we're seeing tons of different stories play out for them. But Vert and Creo here in 9th right now. They're finding some upswing here.
They're looking for a little bit of room. We also hit the 70 players. Storm Surge turns off, as we saw there. Also have the top 35, which means no solo riders right now. Everyone still has a buddy, and the first placement point is out. We talked about it a little bit yesterday when it comes to predicting zones. There's somebody who is the man at it in the Fortnite community who's done all the breakdown, Kinch Analytics. This zone in particular is very interesting because as you get into these late games, there's a couple of areas that are just full unviable for the zone to end up pulling into. If the players are aware of that information, they can use it to inform their next rotations. As we've seen in the top left-hand corner, some big names going down. Jock and Illis both falling. Okus also getting confirmed.
And that was after Jock had gotten picked up, and there was a back-and-forth struggle at Tilted Towers. You'll see if we get any kind of temperature check and update for those things that have been unfolding off-screen. But what matters right here, though, is definitely Rogue Shock and not playing pretty solid here, still inside top 10.
Ask and ye shall receive, Monster. On top of it on the other side there, as pinned in the zone, a top 10 team, Jock and Illis, desperately needing points to add up on the consistency they do get onto the backside to Scope the Magnolia, but a little bit of help from the rest of the lobby as Knifer actually gets a trade out onto Scope in the top part of the feed. We saw Okus get taken down, so had no confirm going over, so he might have been able to get the revive in. Those are some big fights.
Yeah, your pick of Okus and Knifer definitely have a little bit of a more difficult time today as AV and Eden have had some success here, really figuring things out in that last game yesterday and translating it into today, showing that, hey, this is not basically an invincible location you have set up here where you have a chink in the armor. We found the cracks. They're fighting right here for Cease and Tragics. They're fighting their way up. Now on their way up into 8th place here. C started off very strong today, and they're still maintaining that momentum so far. Remember, what we're looking for is consistency to push you through via top 6 or get what's left of the victory royales. There are 3 of them in front of them, to be exact.
Now we'll be seeing how Cease ended up picking up. I believe it's a second elimination here. Nope, that was the first one there. On the Scope and the refresh they get from it. And we use the term refresh all the time, and no, it's not a cool drink during the summer, though. The Chug Splashes sometimes opt that over. It's when you are able to get an elimination or somebody else gets the elimination, but you get control of their loot. It's basically your opportunity to say, hey, do we need top off on mats? Do they have any extra utility or upgrades on weapons? And players looking for that all the time, as right now what players are going to be looking for is to either box up and be defensive or find tags if you're underneath, which for the first time it feels like ever, Shoney and Polo are going to play like they're underneath because they are underneath.
Yeah, and that means that the drop spot of the Coney Crossroads no longer contests this game, and the difference is showing its weight here as they are 35 below. They have not managed to find enough elims this game or tags, and this is why they're under pressure, but the counter fire, they work well and they work together, and that's enough to go ahead and rocket their way on up and at least give them a little bit more alleviation for now. There's still 11 players that have to go down, and they're not just completely comfortable. They will be looking to reinitiate on a team here.
You can see on the right-hand side of the feed, going into full screen. 33 Vert. Creo trying to find some shots. Vert's going to find a pair 54 below, but they need to keep shooting because that number is dynamic. They'll find the knock onto Kyoto. Now they need to find the wall before his duo is able to end up getting it. Able to get themselves 65 above there as Inquins does end up getting taken out. Vert opens up and gets a couple shots thrown towards him. Right side of the screen, Mars and Crumbler trying to make sure they stay above as they're ping-ponging back and forth as well.
Yeah, Mars and Crumbler are here. They're inside the top 6. And this is a team that we could have easily picked as well. A team that had an exceptional...
I thought about it.
Yesterday, exactly. He was definitely up there. When we looked at, who we want to roll with today, I mean, they are in that conversation and no longer have Pamster and Thatch in that general area because they qualled up.
And this is what I was talking about, how you should have been able to know it was good that the zone was going, or odds were good, zone was going to pull to the northwest, but enough about the zone as Rogue Shark is under pressure, or Rogue Shark is down, excuse me. Knight is under pressure, trying to find a little bit of room, trying to save his duo and keep him up on his feet.
Polo's down.
To above. Polo is down. Easy2k finding a piece of that. Can Shoney do something about it?
And remember, Easy2k is the team that was landing there as well, so a contested team. All of a sudden, the story comes full circle. They fight back. Shoney here, though, has to fight back, too. He goes down to the hands of Bobby and Pure Riley there. They snatch up all that loot, and that is it. First place is out.
And that's a tough amount of points coming through. Yes, they did end up getting the 2 rounds of placement points, but they've done it on the back of elims and getting into this cascading placements. As you can see right now, 27 duos. We're not there yet. Knight trying to get himself there, finds a huge shot on the Fleur, looking the wrong direction, and Knight trying to punish him, pushes forward, and this is aggro by the solo.
He didn't hit the shot there, though. The shotgun wasn't loaded, and he misses a knock opportunity. He's going to run in to go ahead and tail his way behind these opponents. Riley does not have any HP. He recognizes this duo is hurt, and in the box he goes. Oh, no, though. The opponent comes around the other side, and great defensive support from Bobby. He comes in and saves Riley there, and that's going to keep their 13th tournament run alive.
That was so good between the two of them to have Bobby over on the side. Plur able to edit the cone to still allow Bobby to push through on the right hand with the triangle edit. Brilliantly done there. Left side of the screen now, we talked about Danny and Clue being able to come through. They're having a tough time so far with only 9 points. They're going to need a VR here at some point if they want to stay in contention. Somebody who doesn't need a VR and just needs to hold on, except in Boyle. They're doing great.
This is a game within a game at this point. Surge, and of course, maneuvering the zone right now. This is a difficult rotate to make here. Storm Surge ends up popping up. You see the lowest team is 190 damage below. Haji and Subscript just find themselves above there. The zip line play goes all the way through, and his teammate makes it to the zone. That was a very bold play, my friend, but it pays off, and now they find themselves working their way through some old builds here. OMG Shadow is still alive right now, and they are far below the Surge here. So many teams will have to go down. This is it for them. They will actually have to fight. They're the bottommost team here that have to claw their way back into this tournament here.
Cease ended up getting a confirmation there onto Aimra, but my eyes are pinned to the top right-hand corner because in 13 seconds, OMG, Me Too, and Shadow are going to be under pressure. And right side of the screen doesn't even need to be the top right corner. Both of them are underneath, and both of them are in the top 2. Crumbler, though, being on the receiving end of the aggression. You can see Sin and Acro trying to push in. They'll be the benefactors of that pressure, and Zone is going to pull back up into the north. Odds are good we're going to either go north or east as we continue running, but look who's all the way vertical. Lawrence and Blake have so much room.
They definitely have a lot of room. They have a lot of eliminations as well, and they are playing for the victory royale. It's going to start cutting way north here, so it's all of a sudden swerving everywhere. Except is out. Boyle's by himself. He's below the Surge. A monster shot right there. He needs to follow up, though. The Surge tags will start to alleviate soon, but no, 2 still have to fall here. He is starting to run out. He is just slightly above there.
Just 4 damage above, and I mean, he bonked into the other player in the zip line.
It actually swings to Shadow, so it's between the 2. They're the 2 teams. With every tag, it was actually putting that pressure back and forth, and that's their immediate competition.
And it gets turned off right there, and both of them are going to breathe a huge sigh of relief. But Haji and Subscript, we talked about them having kind of these polarizing games right now on second high, finding some room. Ritual gets taken out. Neverfy still going on. Danny Bad Bloom gets confirmed over by Possess. Neverfy lighting up the feed. OMG Me Too finds one. Neverfy gets his confirmation. Mars looking for some room as a solo. No builds left, but Shadow now well above, and let's see where 8 zone pulls. We're looking away. We're gonna go back down to where we just were, Monster.
With every team that falls, there's more and more placements given to these top teams that are just looking to hold on and continue to gobble them up on high ground, though. Lawrence and Blake just have it so easy. Tahi and Paper don't have it that easy. They're starting to run out of mats here. They're chopping their way through these old builds. Tahi staying close to his opponent or to his teammate here. They're working together. It's looking good. Marzo W is a solo. Anyone in sight will see that fire come out of him, and he's hitting very hard there. Haji's hurt on the other side of the wall there. Down he goes. That's a knock into the hands of Tahi. We just watched them trail right through that build there, and it's working out well. For Crumbler, they don't have anything. No elims for them, but look at this. Me2's down to just one build now.
One build, but also has the armored wall if he wants to opt the cover. Instead, uses the cone to just make sure he doesn't get edited down. I like that use, but now they have to play in this wall, and they also don't have the option to actually use that armored wall unless they edit up into a ramp. Marsh looking for a little bit of space on the side. He can't keep opting to break through metal. You don't have that much HP. Just a hop, a skip. He gets in. The shield keg is universal. Don't forget, anybody can take it, and he takes down Shadow. Me2 is also down as Paper and Marsh end up just pincering together. Huge point that he finds the refresh on the back with the med kit, but will go down as Paper finds some room. Tahi is down.
Definitely still in the game right now. There's a solo in front of him too. There are so many players that can make big plays here, and Paper is one of them now, just trying to rack his way up to the top. But for Blake and Lawrence, the story might just be written in stone. It might just be solidified here. Down in the low ground, everyone is taking out one another. There is only about a duo or two in play here. Possessed there is on one of these layers. He is just running right now. Paper finds him though. That's his wall. Quick edits. He's looking clean right now. And oh, that's a huge follow-up, and it's going to force him out for a second.
2 solo riders, 3 duos trying to run this out into the top 5. Possessed looking for some room. Chris ends up trying to find a little bit of space, but Av is the one who's putting in the work. He's going to find it, trying to carry him and Edan through. But don't forget, Lawrence and Blake up on the high ground. They're the ones with the win condition. Paper trying to find a little bit of room as one of the solos gets taken out. Low ground is owned by Acro and Sin, but honestly, my eyes are on Blake and Lawrence. They should be able to run this down based on where the zone is going. We're going back over to where a lot of teams work. Granted, there's not a ton of builds, but they shouldn't have to use a ton. 2v2, v1, v1.
Paper's crazy. He ends up sticking back there. No, he opens up the skyline there, and the sun comes blazing, and that sun is Blake and Lawrence there with big raining shots from up above. They have the ammo. They have everything that they need to close out here. Armor wall's going to come down, but they are 3 mats away from 0. There goes the drop, so Blake says, hey, that's it. That's a full split. This is all we have. It's all or nothing now. A 2v2v1 situation about to unfold. They open up the build. The low ground team is smart, though. They just baited it. AV is working around the side here. Lawrence is running out of time. Down he goes. That's a free siphon. Blake has to do something, and do something now. He gets a hit there, but it's going to be enough for the knock. He needs the full finish here shortly. The clock is ticking. What will he do? There's still a solo sticking around the side. There it is. The siphon comes in, and now it's a clean 1v1. But there, the zone finally closes here. He has to play for the full fight. This shot comes back, and Sid hits it.
Not quite enough. The heels going over. They thought they were going to be able to run it out, but the med miss ends up ticking it over, and we have our game number 4 winners. Another ticket punched through the finals.
And it's crazy because we really start to see how important that med miss starts to come into play there. You know, traditionally when the zone closes, what'll happen is you have more time if you're playing that zone all the way to the end. In the end, it's Sin and Acro who win there. And you don't really see those kind of clutches play out, but that's a unique situation where that zone was swinging back and he waited a little too early to start healing.
And then Av ended up just throwing a little bit in there, having the extra med miss on top of him and just being a pain. We thought Lawrence and Blake were going to be able to close it out, but not quite enough. To see what the leaderboard looks like, though, after the 4 games, we're going to kick it on over. Adam, Vivid SPG, what you got?
We've got so much for you here, Sundown. Sid and Acro, they're getting the victory royale there, pinching it away from Blake and Lawrence on the high ground. They're dominating the high ground, but they couldn't quite see it through. Blake coming down, trying to surprise them from the side, but it ends up not going their way. We see Sid and Acro progressing to finals next week, and this is really going to shift the leaderboard here as well. This is an interesting game for me as well. I mean, with the first Storm shift over to the Joneses, I think we've seen Vivid in the last, I think 3 semifinals.
Yeah, crazy. We were talking about like, oh man, finally we're going to see a zone pull over that way. But you know, it's been crazy. A lot of these teams still doing well, regardless of where they have to rotate to. So it really proves that some of these teams that are having to rotate all the way across the map are just doing so well. But Blake and Lawrence landing at Condo Canyon a little bit close to where that game had ended, so that's why we probably saw them on high ground.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit in that early and mid game, but finally able to take the high ground, and this is where they feel comfortable. They get put in the driver's seat and then just play height. We know most of these teams can play height and play it strongly. These guys played it to a T. Unfortunately, at the end, it was a few HP on the opponent as opposed to Blake. He goes down and not able to get that final elim, that final place. But this is going to be a big game for them. We see they're in 11th right now, but definitely going to be shooting up the leaderboard with that second place.
See, Vivid, as well, we were talking there a lot about the med mists. MDF was there, and you know, the difference between that and chug splashes. For our viewers who are not so familiar with the difference between the two, why is a med mist a very different inventory item to have than chug splashes? Because you can use it whilst on the run as well.
Yes. Yeah, the med mist is really, really good for that reason, but it's also the most amount of HP outside of floppers, because floppers, if you have 4 of them, you get 160 total HP out of that, but a med mist is 150. So we saw Blake right there with the chug splashes. I think he had 6 of them. That's only 120 HP. So the med mist does beat it out right there. But Blake also had the elimination and the knock. That siphon HP came in. That's why Blake was so confident that he was going to get that. But no, Sin was inside the zone a little bit longer, had the full med mist, and just held it out, hit away.
He played that last elim perfectly too. Like you couldn't have gotten more HP from that. A lot of times you see people go for that final finish too quickly, still able to get that 50 HP, but that's how much of that med mist. That's how important it is.
It really is. Vivid, walk us through the leaderboard here as well. It is looking very tight at the top. First and third place, only 5 points separates them now.
Guys, the Capalot duo up there has not moved at all. Like every time we come to it, they're just there. Absolutely amazing performance out of them. But Shadow and OMG, me too. Adam, you got to be feeling good, man. Like 106 points. I don't really think that they're maybe 100% solidified up in top 6 yet, but another good game. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to see them 100% go through in that consistency factor. Also great to see Voyo and Xep holding down their position. SPG, you saw Mars again with that auto shotgun in that end game.
Yeah, the only player holding the auto shotgun every single time. Yeah, and yesterday and the day before, he just loves the auto shotgun. But you talked about the Capalot duo staying in first place. We see Crumbler and Mars staying in 5th place. They're just locking in every single game. I love to see them performing well. We did see Fable Taco and Golden fall a little bit earlier in that last match, so not able to continue their success. But this is going to be a close battle as we go into the back stretch of this tournament. It is so close on that top 10.
One thing really interesting as well, rotation-wise, we talked about Void and Xep, we talked about Shadow and Me Too as well. Coming from the south side of the zone, southwest, and rotating, we saw them kind of back and forth together, go around the canyons all the way. And it's interesting to see them still at the very top of the leaderboard, despite not getting too many eliminations. They managed to hold steady, they mat up, they get round to zone, and manage to hold out. And I think at this point in the competition, Vivid, as well, you need to have the attitude with 2 games to go. You just need to get points at this point.
Yeah, very smart by them. You can see them, like Adam said, they were rotating like right by each other the whole time. That's because they land kind of in a similar location, so making those rotations always comes out to be like a similar path.
Yeah, but smart decisions there, first and second place at the time, knowing let's not engage, let's just chill for a second, maintain, get to the end game, and get those must-needed points for finals. Right, it's time for Game 5. We're excited for this one. It's back over to Sundown and MDF. Over to you, boys.
Tick tock, tick tock. 2 more games to go, and if you're still up on that leaderboard, everything's starting to look a little more stressful.
Yeah, and those points are very close. What you notice there from Polo and Shoney is that they actually had their worst performance so far.
Yeah, 2 points.
They should have been able to rocket their way up and honestly secure at least a series points just in the bag right now, but now it's become that much closer. So as we lean into this next game, we'll find out what will happen here.
Here we go. Now, Monster, you just mentioned, hey, the top of that leaderboard looks a little closer. Before Game 4, the difference between 1st and 6th is the same as it was between 1st and 10th after Game 4. So we saw a number of our top duos go down a little too early, not pick up the elams, and on the flip side of that, a couple of duos who have had maybe some less consistent games found another way up on the board. Somebody who's had very polarizing experiences so far, Redux and Plague, and they're going to get over and prioritize getting that Slurp Truck immediately.
Definitely huge, but just to jump on that narrative, that continued story, that means that the bubble teams, the teams that were maybe out of the conversation, maybe just having a bad tournament start, had an opportunity to jump back up, to really rocket their way on into the conversation. And that's what happens when teams like Polo and Shoney don't make points, when Voyo and Xep fall a little early when OMG or Me2 and Shadow don't necessarily get a lot of elims in the game. But as we start hopping over to highlights here, Drizzo and Carried is going to go ahead and pop off just a little bit there, get themselves some points.
We did also see Convicted and Boxer pick up a pair in the feed. They're another one of those duos who's had kind of good game, not so good game. Good game, not so good game. But if they're able to kind of just add those up, hey, 3 good games in a 6-game format, especially when the top 6 teams get removed, you're going to look pretty good.
Definitely weighs differently, that's for sure. We already know that when those top teams punch their way out, hey, your bottom teams start to get a little spot of alleviation up there. And let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. This is a little bit of a back and forth. WKarry trying to play some excellent defense here. He's putting down shots right now. He's got that high ground, and you can see this low ground team is starting to get punished. Drizzo is going to be the first to lose his HP. Coop is on the side there. Again, this is SBG's pick of Coop and WKarry. He's definitely looking for them to do well. So right now, you know, they start to get onto the bubble right here. They're in 18th. You know, they're not completely out of the conversation. That last game, one of their favorite. The game before that, went pretty okay. And all of a sudden, they're starting to rank up some points here. Teams that start to play like that, I mean, those are the ones that come in at the end and snipe up a victory, go straight to finals.
Yeah, with only 2 games left here, the spots are thinning. We have 42 teams who we know we'll see next weekend, where all the money is on the line. The new AXA champions and NA East, a whole bunch of clout. Everyone wants to be the one who has the content. Hey, how I place first in the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2. That's what it's all about. But if you're still playing right now, you got 2 games to get it done.
Yeah, there's something about winning an FNCS champion. You all of a sudden, or a championship, you all of a sudden feel like, I gotta make content. I need to share this experience.
Hey, if you don't, what are you doing?
Yeah, and you know, at this point, if you're not already, what are you doing? Don't wait until you get a win. Start now, guys. If you want to see your journey, this is why we cover you all. And now that the broadcasts have gotten to a new level, I mean, hey, no better time than to do it right here, right now, as we start edging our way towards finals. And of course, it will be a new season kickoff, all that good stuff. This is the time to celebrate here. But Voyo and XF, they slipped down 2 spots. They had a pretty substantial set of games to open up the whole day, and that last one was the first time that they weren't as good as they have been. Not bad by any means, but not as good as they have been.
But that's what happens when you end up trying, I don't want to say trying to qualify through the consistency route, because every one of these duos would love to win a game, right? But if you end up being forced into playing the consistency route, and you're just saying like, hey, let's make each end game, and you're not having those ridiculous elimination performances like Shawnee and Polo had, if you do have one of those not so good games where you're not able to make it into the top 25, get a couple of the cascading placement points, find an elim, it puts such a bigger dent on your overall score compared to everyone else, because you look at your averages now and you're like, man, that one really hurt.
Yeah, definitely. That can be the major setback there. And honestly, what it'll do is it'll put all the pressure on the final games, which no one wants, especially on a format like this. But Noisy and Teed, we already saw this fight happen before. They did not win it last game here. They have one of the, of course, new teams entering into this general area since Macwood and Donnie's departure. And Easy 2K also decided to step out of here for whatever reason. He was just like, yeah, no, word on the block is there's a lot of company coming over here. I'll try somewhere else. There's plenty of other spots that start to open up as teams begin to win. But here in Game 5, Game 4, this is the hot contested spot for Noisy and Teed.
And it looks like we talked about not necessarily getting those far eastern zones. We're going to get a repeat of, I believe, the one we saw in game number 3 as we're dropping right. Oh, no, it was just last game where we came all the way over here. We just saw this zone.
And those eastern pools also left for some interesting fight. We know that OMG, Me2, and Shadow end up rotating early into Voyo and XF, so that can be a storyline changer there. Drizzo and Carried end up reinitiating onto this fight. This time, it's Drizzo who has the most HP. That's new for us, but there's a 2-man team on the other side of the wall. Although it's their wall, let's see what Drizzo can do here. He's gonna fully face check 2 shotgun striker on the other side. You don't do that, my friend, and that is how you get sent back to the lobby as Carry and Coop come out with 2 elims, and now 2 more placement points up as they jump into 16th here.
Yeah, it's tough when you open that triangle or the peanut butter edit, as the Fortnite players like to call it, because, you know, most people will slice their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches diagonally, so you get that nice little diagonal there. But you think like, oh, I'll get the opportunity to have a shot. If both the players are already looking at you, that's so tough. We saw near the instant 180 come out, but that was an instant 78 tag onto Polo, and that doesn't feel good. It's something we've talked about with these players in particular. Hey, if you're going to post up and take tags, please cover your back.
Definitely want to cover yourself. that time around, you end up seeing what happens when you do not. And Polo doesn't waste any time now to start getting his heels on. He's going to start edging his way forwards, but no! Gets the attention of Redux and Plague and leaves his box open. Little mistakes there. You're seeing what kind of pressures weigh in on a team that's in first, especially when they're trying to make their first finals. All of a sudden now, you see little things start to come back to bite you, but a little replay here from Carry and Crew as we get their reaction. Happy that he's got a lot of water back there. Yep, drink your water.
Yeah, you gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. All about the hydro homies there, making sure you get it going is one of the biggest factors. You don't think about it. You're playing the whole time, you're stressed out. Your body is reacting. It's tough. That's why a lot of players talk about, hey, working out, making sure you're showering, doing all the very healthy things. It will help you perform better, regardless of what the topic is, whether you're going and trying to go for a run, whether you're trying to play professional sports, or whether it's video games at the absolute highest of level. Got to set yourself up for success.
Yeah, I found that the sun is very beautiful here in Denmark. I'm getting a lot of that as well, so get your vitamins in, guys.
Here.
Everything matters. Copenhagen, such a beautiful place to be. But for Shadow and OMG Me Too, talk about the sun, talk about beautiful environments. They're in one right now, just outside of the drop spot of course, the Rocky Reels. Shadow and OMG Me Too are on the prowl right now. We've already seen this play out once in that last game. This is almost a second chance at how it played, and they're doing it again. They're going up to high ground early, and once again, they're on the heels of Xep and Voyo, and the shots come in. It's literally a mirror performance. They almost adjusted. I like that Xep and Voyo are way ahead this time around, but still, they're getting punished.
And you can see how valuable these hoodoos, those big flat plateaus are in terms of positioning. If you're able to get up on top of them, you get sightlines over everyone else. And yes, they're going to look to try and rotate and do the same thing. But if you're running along one of the top of those, you create a great frame for these burst rifles, and they're able to put in so many shots on you. That's why you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, all of these triangles, they're facing outward. They're trying to see, like, hey, we know we went at least earlier than one other team. Where are they?
Yeah, definitely. Xep and Void don't want to wait around and allow Shadow and OMG to swipe around the backside, so they actually end up rotating a little early. That's a smart move by them. Mars and Crumbler here have to cut out of their drop right now. This is a play for positioning now. They want to get to a center spot. The fact that the zones come east here again, I mean, we just watched it play out. We know for a fact that anything can happen, but there's a couple very powerful spots to be in. And the cool thing about this is, you know, it's fresh in your mind. You start to think back, hey, how was it that the other team played? How did it work against me?
You can see we're actually going to go a little more north than we saw last time, which puts a lot more viable areas. Yes, a decent amount of water in play here, but pretty much as long as you're able to get centrally here, that should continue to be the goal. Unless you are on this far eastern side, then you just want to stay away from people and not get caught with Storm Surge. And you can see that's what Trap Killed and Flow, Crumbler and Mars, they're doing. They recognize, they're like, hey, we good over here? We want endgame. You want endgame? Cool, let's hang out.
And also, more importantly, they get there early, they get to refarm brick, they're not falling behind in material. There's a lot of little things that getting to a drop spot first can work well for you, and that's what they're doing well. I mean, there's a reason Mars and Crumbler are in 5th right now. Yesterday, they were on this pace as well.
And this is something that I've talked about a little bit when we're going behind the scenes, game prepping, checking the VODs. I feel like I don't see enough people fish, particularly in these winner-take-all type of situations, right? Where you can just kind of get through. But the fishing pool, when it comes to the loot available in there, is really strong. Like, really, really strong. And you can see they're able to grab the 2 jellyfish. Hey, just as good as the Chug Splash. This is AoE going through there, and you can utilize them in a similar way. And a lot of players will just opt past them because of the time invested. But if you have a harpoon, you might as well, because again, the biggest strength of the harpoon is grabbing loot later on, which doesn't eat a charge.
Yeah, and it's also important to note, like you said, the loot pool, weapon upgrades, guys, they happen pretty frequently there, and we see what I would say more veteran teams do. They fish, or not fish, but they loot the general area and then they stockpile the loot. You can do the same thing with fishes. You can literally stockpile a general area because you have time to do so most times out of 10. But hold up, Chewy on Chewy here, trying to get a run for it. This is all enemy builds. This Knifer, no, not looking good for Knifer and O'Keys. Man, we have 2 caster picks on this one, and it's been a rough day for them. But the more and more times we see them make it out of their early game and into these end games, the more excited it becomes, because we know this is a team of winning caliber. They're definitely one of those few teams that can snipe up a win and have done so before.
Yeah, you know how when you're like just really kind of struggling on a test in school, and of course I never did this because academic honesty, all that type of stuff. Yeah. But then you just look over, you feel like, oh, yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's C on this multiple choice. And like the person next to you, oh, they got C2. Oh, it's okay. I mean, that's how I felt looking at Vivid's homework. I mean, he's been doing good the entire time he's been calling it, but then you both get the test back and it turns out it was A, not C.
I was going to say, or you get caught in the middle of it and then, well, you both going down with the shit. That Sniper right now, he's in a storm here. He's got to take a fight here at 2v1. Not looking too hot for him as he's only 96 below or above here. Shots come in from the side there. It's going to add to the equation, make it a lot more complicated here. This is not a simple map. Another team coming from the collider. Another team shooting from the side. Chewy, he's got the world crumbling underneath his feet there. Both of them will be going down now. Knifer puts up a defensive shot.
And this is a byproduct of the zone pulling east twice, but also because the Command Cavern teams have access to just such an ungodly amount of loot and heals that and rotation that they can afford to leave basically whenever, as long as they know that, hey, somebody else is going to be trickling in. So it's this odd kind of circumstance and back and forth where if you're leaving Command Cavern, you either kind of want to be the first or the last. And as long as you're not in that middle row, you should be fine. As we see Nets pick up a pair again, that's on to Speedy and Joe2 McQueen, who will have one more chance to book a spot in the finals next game.
And that is definitely revenge from the last game as they were taken out that first time on that north side. So those are those same clashes, those same head-to-heads playing out. We're going to see a lot of those same clashes because these last two games are quite close and similar with the zone. For Suscript and Haji, man, from first place to 15th, back on up to the top 5. They've held on, and you'd love to see them coming on in here, but Teed and Noisy are trying to do that story as well. They're below the surge. They need to start fighting back. It's Bubble Team of Knight and Rogue Shark on the other side of the wall. Scary one. Lumber, Logjam Lumber, there is their job spot of choice, so you know they're super looted and kitted up here. Teed's hurt. He's on the run.
Currently, 3 duos under pressure, one of which was Suscript and Haji, who are in that top 6 qualifier. But right now, Teed and Noisy trying to get wall-to-wall here with Knight and Rogue Shark. Teed, just one more opportunity to take a Storm Surge tag. Noisy's gonna be the half the one to put shots down here. He finds some of them, and right now, it looks like it's just enough to back him up. 66 above, and 5 people need to fall. I don't think 66 is gonna hold.
For a second there, it looked like Knight just opened his shirt, opened up the box, said, hit me right here in the chest, and he just took all those bullets. He wasn't loaded up at all, and that's how the Storm Surge ends up exchanging back on over to the other side. So they should neutral out here, but no, Teed and company continue this fight here. They want to see if they can resolve the matter. Rogue, Shark, and Knight are in the lead. Now thinking about swinging it all back. They end up giving up all these builds in these walls. Some of these are theirs as well, so they have a lot more room to work with than it may seem currently. Zone's only just to the south, so a refresh here would be honestly welcomed.
And their Storm Surge threshold has fallen and fallen and fallen the entire time. There's still one duo there. And right as I say that, big shot. One team going down means they get a little bit more room to operate. And you can see how that threshold can sometimes jump up a ton. You're wondering, how does that happen? Well, if somebody else gets removed and you can't overtake them anymore, the number's going to go way up. So they're going to be totally fine in this regard here, as we did get one more duo to go down. So somebody is chugging potions right now.
Yeah, someone's definitely healing it out here, and it's only setting that duo back. You have to think about it that way, but here comes the rotate out and open. Very risky. It's going to cost them a few tags. Can they afford these tags? I'd say no, guys. They've already invested a lot into the last battle. Just having to stretch that fight out for Teed that needed those extra tags. Here comes some more shots from the mountains up above. 45 seconds until the zone closes. More often than not, that zone 4 will start to go center, as we all know. So interesting that we have tons of teams on the bubble skirts. Right? They're gonna all have to move there.
Knifer's still up on his feet, though. He ends up getting the confirmation onto Jivy, and we've seen how they prioritize getting reboots as we're gonna swing on over to Polo and Shonyi. They've been a little calmer. We saw them get the jump in the initial start because they were racking off Elim after Elim after Elim, and that's not the case, though. So I'm going to be very curious to see what their 5th zone Storm Surge looks like, because that's where they ran into troubles last game.
What we're seeing different from Polo and Shonyi, game 1, 2, 3, they were playing like they needed Surge every single Surge zone, shooting at everything, mowing down whatever moved, and then they stopped doing it. And ever since then, they haven't found as many eliminations. They haven't influenced the lobby as much, and they've been stuck on that point 110-ish that they're at right now.
Right now, Ritual and Nevify, we saw them go on just a tear last game. That's where they've gotten majority of their points, but a very interesting zone pull. You can just kind of see it in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right now, but there's basically one priority spot here in the zone, and Nevify, you can see the concentration, the comms, trying to figure out, hey, is there somebody up there? Can we take that space, or are we clear? And they're recognizing now, what's the rotation path here? Because this is a very tough choice to make.
EZ2K, that team that rotated out the Tilted Towers, came a little bit more south, and you can see they're right there in the home. Now they rotate out. Here comes a full split here, just making sure, hey, listen, we don't really have much. I need some ammunition. Let's go ahead and work together here, get ourselves comfortable. Nevify and Ritual are going to go first, leaving Crumbler and Mars behind them. That's a 5th place team, a team that's playing well. So cool to see that they wanted to wait for a second for Except and Voyo here, our 4th place team now, still 0 elims. All of our important teams have actually not moved. They haven't made progress with eliminations.
You can see maybe just a little bit of hesitancy. We know the stakes are ratcheting up. If you want to play next week, you have to finish in the top 6 or win this game or the next game. That's it. If you're wondering what's going down.
And those top teams, if they're not finding points, other teams are gaining, which means they're catching up. Haji and Suscript here play for some pickups. OMG, Me2, and Shadow are the team on the other side of the wall. This is 2nd place versus 3rd place right now at the Sanctuary. A not-so-safe spot currently. Shadow is going to get rebooted there, or picked up actually for a second now, and he's going to rotate out. He doesn't even stop to heal. The Storm is too close. Suscript's only 54 damage above the Surge here, so it is very, very close for him. He's looking for any opportunity to continue to fight.
And there's going to be 8 duos who are impacted by
they're rolling
surge.
up on Voyo. This is scary.
He has the sniper. They're waiting for the shot. They're waiting for the step. They know they're left-hand peeking, but when you aim down sights with those burst rifles, you don't end up overextending. What Suscript needs is somebody just open up, but he might say, I'm done waiting. He's gonna look to hop.
Here it is, the wall's weak, they go for it. 3rd place versus our 4th place team could potentially collide right now, but no, they decide to slow down for a second. Those are still enemy builds here, and they have to get those replaces here. This is a fight that will inevitably break out, guys. They are below. Voyo and Except will welcome this as well, because they do need some too. So anything can happen now. It's all gonna come down to these tags. If they don't get them here and now, it's gonna spell disaster for one of these top 10 teams. Let's see it here. The shots are coming in from the low ground. They start to fire back. The clock is ticking. They just find themselves up above. 9 more teams or players have to go down now in order for them to get alive for the rest of the lobby here, but we'll see.
But you can hear that they have no more extra shields. They're eating into the med mist, so one of their win conditions is being utilized right now. They're saying staying up is what we value here, and you can see them trying to find the shots.
Start to bring through those fresh builds there. Nothing comes out of it. Whatever team is just below them has not found any tags. For all we know, it could be Pikes. Pikes is still there. He's hurt, and now the Surgeons have trading over. He gets misted a little bit, fall damage, and no, it will be a Siphon that keeps him in and also saves his tournament now. He was above, now he's below. It's going back and forth. The Siphon turns back against them, or the tags do too. What is going to come out of it in these touch flashes? There was no time to hesitate there, and a med miss came out of the chest there. That's so unfortunate. It could have been his game.
Pikes and Serbs being too low. Yes, they ended up getting the elimination, but Storm Surge counts your damage. It doesn't matter, so only getting the 30 tag to clean it up. Yes, they'll get the points, but that's it. Storm Surge turns off with the 50 players. 2 more duos need to fall, and then we'll have our cascading placement points here in game number 5.
Except and Voyo are now officially inside the 3-digit mark here. You'd love to see them break that 100 here. So now they're starting to look around. What can we do for this game? They're halfway from the material count we once saw them at, so it cost them a fair amount just to get here on high ground. Tragics and C still in the game. Shadow, as a solo, loses OMG Me2 after Me2 actually saved him from Suscript and Haji just a few moments ago, and they actually claim that Haji and Suscript 3rd place spot now at 108 points, so already you're seeing the ramifications of falling before those cascading points. For Shoney and Polo, did they manage to find any elims? Not just yet. They are also frozen in time, stuck in time here.
Plenty of builds, a slightly better situation here, but not a ton of utility. You can see looking to figure out what's around them. Players are going to pull past them as we're now into the full moving zones. 107 below and immediately replacing metal with wood. Never a good side. Only 10 below now, as you can see them starting to try and dole out where the minis are. Everyone is taking the sky. The question is, who will continue to hold the high ground as Cease and Tragics are going late, except gets the Elim onto Nani, trying to find some room and catch back up with Voil.
Very important rotate right here as they have to make it all the way through. They still have a long run in front of them. They have the mats. They don't have too much heal. There's a team lurking behind them. There's actually multiple. Rogueshock is very lit. If he can hit this shot here, that could be Siphon to keep them in. Voil's still up, and there it is. Another player. He blocks him there. He leaves him inside the storm. He doesn't care to stop and fight. He wants to stay up right now. 9 players are still battling. Voil is actually knocked. Except is by himself, and still, he is alive here. A couple more teams fall. More placement points being given out. That's a huge crack onto Reciprocal, and that's a 4-point swing for him. 3 for the Elim. More for, of course, the placement points that he gains. What does he find here, though? Anything good? The zone doesn't bounce back. It's only becoming more and more difficult as it pushes on over. On high ground, we have Cease and Tragics there, too, getting comfortable.
Nevify and Ritual, 4 Elims to their name. You can see them navigating on the side, calling it out, trying to stay on the front side of the zone. 189 above. We saw Knifer actually end up still being able to run through, but Cease and Tragics are the ones that control the lobby. They're on the high ground, and we're pulling straight up the side. The number in the top left is going to drop super rapidly here, and you see them investing right now. Cease and Tragics are saying, if we can secure it here, it gives us our best chance to win. But huge investments.
They don't have mats. This is going to become more and more difficult for them. Cease gets a little split there, so they're about 200 a pop.
Down.
This is, oh no, Except is down inside the top 20. There it is. Golden and Fable Taco are still up, though. This is their chance to jump up and over Except and company. This is their chance to go ahead and get in the conversation. Finally, Polo and Shoni make another appearance for Endgame, but High Ground is under fire here. Tragics and Cease have a crew of jammies jumping on up to the high ground here, trying to battle them out, contesting their strong position. It forces them into a low material count now.
5 builds total between the two of them. Tragics holding most of them. Cease immediately reinforces his wooden build, and he's going to about face second and third. No, second, third, fourth, and fifth coming into this game has all dropped, but first and sixth are trying to put a stamp on it, and the veteran Cease finds it, but then he slips and falls, not being able to cover it up. Tragics will have to do it, and as I say that, Jamie takes him out, and another veteran standing tall at the top, Creo and Vert just above launchpad height.
This is a team that is extremely experienced as well. Vert and Creo in the final moment snatch up this high ground, looking to reinforce it. There it is. It's connected. It isn't going anywhere.
Back
Our
up the hill.
low ground teams will have to fight their way on up. Other teams that can do something big here that are still earning points. Polo, Capala, and Shoni. Shoni is still in this one right here. Hide and Seek is alive as well, fighting his way towards
Shoni
that
down.
top 10 here. W Carry still popping off there. He finds Shoni. That's huge for him. That's someone who absolutely needed it.
What a great angle we saw right there. We're going to swing on over. Golden and Fable Taco trying to find some room, but Ritual puts it down, and Nevify finds the other one. Ritual and Nevify trying to get going, but Ritual end up being dropped for that. Nevify will need to do it all on his own, but there's still a couple solo riders out there. Hide and Seek looking for some room, has the build, has 10 eliminations by himself. How did I miss that? He's the seeker in Hide and Seek. Nevify looks for one, trying to find W Carry. He dips, he dances, he dodges, and he gets it. A huge elimination back in the zone.
Oh my
Nevify,
God.
what are you doing? 1v2 for the clutch against Creo and Vert. Get this man the chance and the opportunity, but Creo wants to put a stamp on it.
Definitely a big showing here for Nevify. You cannot be upset for the amount of Elin
so much heals
he has caused. He's even got a win condition before him. High ground starting to run out of builds, though. They know what they need to do. They need to come on down and take this fight together. Otherwise, Nevify can do something crazy. But in the end, Creo and Vert go from just outside the top 10 into top 5, and now on to the finals. That's going to open up a spot for us.
That's just massive from Creo and Vert, and we saw for the second time today, Monster. High Ground was in control from a duo. A slight contest comes up, and they slip and they fall. And who is able to grab the advantage? Yet another veteran presence. Congratulations, 33 Vert. Creo, we'll see you in the finals.
Vert and Creo with a clean Game 5 winning performance right there. Talk about timing and honestly taking advantage of the situation that presented to them. They saw Cease and Tragic get pushed on high ground. They saw Jammies looking hurt there, and they just sniped it. They didn't waste any time, and that's the opportunities that'll send you to finals.
And they didn't try to go to the front. They went right up on the backside where it was already established to minimize the amount of mats. But two other huge stories there, Nevify, and then whatever hide and seek was doing. We missed a bunch of it, but who didn't? We're gonna throw it on over. Gentlemen, take it away.
Consider it caught. Thank you very much, Sundan. Do you know what? That was that was pretty special. I think Cease and Tragic's there on the high ground. We saw Cease armoring up, making sure he reinforces their base. We suddenly see him go down to full damage, then come through Creo and Vert. They solidify their place in finals next weekend, and this is going to shape the leaderboard up because, as the guys said, a lot of the big teams in the top half going down early. SBG, I mean, what can we say about Creo and Vert? We talk about them so much over the weekend. Finally, they're in.
Yes, another team deserving of moving forward, and the beautiful height take late in the game. A lot of teams don't have the materials, but we see these refreshes here. This is late in the 7th zone. They're getting a couple of refreshes. It gave them the materials to then get to this position, and we're at 40 mats, moving zone in 8th. That is a beautiful position to be in, and then hide and seek and Nevify, they just clear out the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, and that's pretty much why it was so easy for Vert and Creo, right? Like Nevify and hide and seek just clearing everybody out. Like, listen, you guys got it up there, but you know, Cease and Tragic, again, great to see them on the high ground, but ultimately just not enough mats, and great on Creo and Vert to kind of have that awareness to be like, oh, listen, they don't have any mats up here. We just got these refreshes. Let's go for it. Works out. Finals.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, we've seen a lot of team as well start to push through now, like Cease and Tragic, despite the fact they didn't manage to go to that far. They managed to still get all those points from getting there into the top half. So we have a leaderboard here now as well. Let's take a look. It has indeed changed considerably from the top 6 teams going through after this game on this leaderboard qualify for finals. Vivid, walk us through here. We can see the Capulet boys again continuing this amazing work, and at the top still after game 5.
Yeah, actually increasing the gap here, 16-point lead, but look at this. 4th place, 109. 5th and 6th tied with 108. It is so close right there, Adam. Shadow and OMG, me too, right there. They're doing some good games, but Cease and Tragic going up 4 positions right there with that performance that we just saw.
Yeah, and right now I'm looking at 8 and 9. We saw hide and seek just slay out. They have 42 placement points and 20 elims. He had 11 that last game, finished in 3rd. That is 26 points for placement plus the 33 elim points. That is in over a 50-point game. They have over 100 now. Right below them, Nevify and Rituals. Again, another team, 9 eliminations, a 2nd place. That's 28 placement points plus all the eliminations. I mean, look at this. This guy is going crazy right now. They had more. Okay, oh my goodness. Nets had 2. So that is a massive game. They went from not in contention for this consistency to now all of a sudden we have to watch out for this team because they are in striking distance of that top 6.
What does this do for a team, Vivid, as well? When you have a moment like this, like hide and seek, double-digit eliminations, game 5, semifinals, day 3. I mean, this is like a perfect scenario. If you're going to get if you're going to give yourself any chance, some wind in your sails going into the last game, that is exactly how you do it.
Listen, they're in 8th place right now. If you look just right next to that number, they went up 25 positions. We were just talking about it last game. I was just like, listen, if you're not kind of up in that top 10 area, you probably should start looking for those victory royales. These guys are like, no. We're just going to look for eliminations, and it works out. Now they're all the way up here. Very, very close. Only 6 points behind 6th place. But listen, Adam, SBG, we only got 1 game left. So I think now, if you're not up here in this top 10, for sure, you got to go for the victory royale.
Look at how close that is. Look at the leaderboard. 138, 122, 113, 109, 108, 108. It just continues. Everyone is right there. The only team that looks safe to me is Capulet and maybe Fabled Taco and Golden. Maybe. I don't even know that that's for sure because 122 was not enough yesterday or the day before if we played a 6th game.
We can also see as well, 11th position there, Blake and Lawrence. We watched them earlier on coming 2nd place. They're right there as well on 98 points. But look as well, 96 points. This is how tight this region is. This is why it's such a special place, is because it's constantly showing us that the caliber in this particular region is everything. It's so good. There are so many big players coming through, so many old school players as well. It's just fantastic. Of course, as you said as well, it is setting the scene for us here because we do have that 1 game left. Now, there's 1 team who will go through via Victory Royale. The 6 teams left on the leaderboard at the end of this, in that top 6, will be progressing through in that capacity as well. So we are looking at this is officially the last chance now. SBG, the teams in the top half of the table, how are you going to play this one? Do you play it? Do you try and just remain getting it to the end game for those placement points? Is that what's key here? Or is it all about elimination? I mean, how do you work this?
We saw so many teams are close. It's essentially 8th zone or bust for everybody. And if you're not within that, even top 15, you have to play for the Victory Royale, and those teams are going to have to go for it, Vivid.
Yeah, listen, last game of the day, expect to see a lot going on throughout these moving zones. A lot of teams going for the high ground, probably investing their launch pads to kind of just full send, go for it, one last chance.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to see a lot of teams in the bottom half of the table as well who are going to try and go for broke here, undoubtedly, and try and get that Victory Royale. This is it. We've had 3 days of semi-finals, and this last game, one Victory Royale winner will go through. The 6 top teams at the end of this will also progress to finals, and we'll have our fantastic 50. It is over to Sundown at MDF for the last time here in semi-finals. Let's do it. It's all about now. It's game 6. It's go time, baby. Come on.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he's, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between, comes down to this. One more game, one more Victory Royale, and then 7 duos total will punch their ticket. 38 will be leaving and watching next weekend.
The crazy part is the wide margin that we've managed to set ourselves up here. We have not really seen too many semifinals where you have 16 teams in the conversation. That just shows how competitive it has been. Let's get into game number 6, guys. Here we go.
Let's go. Here we go. And like Monster just said, like SBG, Adam, and Vivid covered on that leaderboard, hey, nobody is safe. We've seen the numbers go. Yes, somebody will get pulled out, but that somebody could be the team in 45th right now. Everybody has a fighting chance, but it's only a chance because this is it for NA East. We still got West after it, and they've had some phenomenal games, but your season right now is on the line.
Your season is on the line. Your reputation as well as everyone here is managed to put up such a valiant effort here in the semifinals. Again, so far to give us such a treat here to be a conversation of the top 16. WKarry and Coop Bear, man, wait for them to claw back into the competition. You know, after a not so hot start, after SBG, honestly, almost hanging his hat for a second, but not too close there as Coop and Carry say, hey, no. We're here. We're going to continue to play this one out.
Right now, Ritual gonna have to put it to work, needs a little bit more builds and needs to find an angle. He has some decent weaponry if he needs to make plays, but options are limited. You can see him grabbing the SMG as well. Still only 2 builds, trying to find a better angle, trying to find the opportunity to jump down if they get aggro on the Siphon, but Tieko and Enka is playing this slow.
The problem is Tieko and NQs have lost this battle all day today and never fight, and Rituals get taken out. You only need it one time, and you know what else you only need one time? It's maybe a southern zone, because it looks like it's pulling south as well for the one time honestly this entire weekend.
I absolutely love this variable call from OMG, Me2, and Shadow. Going out to the boat, recognizing it's landing by them, because whatever their usual looting route is, the zone dropped right on top of their head. So yes, they can hit up what they normally do, but if you come over here first, this is all just extra. And there's so many slurp barrels, so much extra fruit here that they're just going to have tons of shields.
And you see that actually caused an engagement between them, whom are in 5th place against Xcept and Voyo, who are inside the 3rd place spot again. None of them are safe, right? 113 points. That's not going to qualify you through. You cannot fall now. Just because you come into this last game in 3rd place, it really doesn't mean anything.
We saw Knifer and Okus yesterday, top of the table, entire time. Basically looked like they had a stamp on it.
Too.
Last game, Av and Edan shut him down, no points, and all of a sudden, that ends up being the difference maker. And we talk about tempo, we talk about control. You never want to be sitting there and refreshing the leaderboard, waiting and hoping to see. You want to be in the game, putting points up on the board and climbing higher.
What's crazy Vert and Creo exit the command cavern off the win. That gives Cease and Trazix even more room to work with. Second place has a man down though. CO Golden has been popped here, and Fabled Taco is left to play this one by himself. What happened? What unfolded as Fabled Taco now has the pressure on his back here to actually claw back in, save his teammate?
Ignore the hot sauce we saw earlier with Fabled Taco slipping from the high ground. Right now, this man has just ingested a whole bunch of Diablo as the pressure has been ratcheted up. It's past a 10, might as well be a 12. Not sure what the Scoville is, but man, if I'm on 122 and I got to do this as a solo from barely even first zone reveal, that's a tough question to ask of somebody.
It's very scary. One of the most important things he's going to have to figure out and micromanage is Storm Surge tags. He needs to do damage. When you are by yourself, most teams will turn and focus you. When you have 16 teams in the conversation for a #1 spot inside that top 6, they will focus on you, and that means more than half of the lobby, close to that amount of players, are ready to battle you at any time.
And he is the only solo rider up right now. Everyone else still has a buddy. So when we talked about how tight the top of that leaderboard was, if you're paying attention to the top left corner and you're any one of those teams in the top 16 and you see Golden taken out, all of a sudden you're like, hey, we got a little bit of room, we got a little bit of daylight. Maybe the top 1 and 2 are guaranteed. Well, that maybe is taken out. Now it's just Polo and Shonyi, who with a couple points could push themselves through.
Blake and Lawrence had that heart-wrenching, heartbreaking second place game, but they have not let that stop them from fighting. They're starting to get their loot together, but Drizzle's going to slide on up. This is going to be one of the more important fights right now as our #9 currently placed team is getting pushed on.
And one thing to note in particular is all of the space around here. These aren't fights you would normally take, but the reason this has become a power position, there's 3 rifts that naturally spawn here. And if the zone goes anywhere from here, as long as you have full control over those, it's a guaranteed rotation without you having to burn anything. So that's why you're seeing players start to try and trickle in. The problem is Lawrence and Blake already own this very handily. You're not pushing into full built metal up a hill. Sorry, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, definitely not. That little surprise attack from whatever duo that was trying to sneak around the side there has just been bursted. So plans up, the jig is up. Time to find something new to do. Hide and seek and nets here on the other side. We're just holding on to 7th.
Like you said, right in that 7th, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about what teams need to do in the top 6 and give you guys an update. Because, hey, if you're just joining us first, welcome. This is the final game of the semifinals. We have the finals next weekend, but the last opportunity for people to qualify. Now, we talked about how basically...
First and second
ignore me,
first
and second fighting.
This is a big fight here. Shonyi and Polo have found Fabled Taco out as a solo, and we just talked about this. Any of our top 16 teams, if they see a solo, they will crash on you hard like a wave hitting the beach on a cold, cold night. And here it is. Polo and Shonyi slide in. Look at the piece control. He looks clean. Fabled Taco has played an excellent game today, but your tournament is over. Will it hold up is the real question. Fabled Taco now has to sit at the edge of his seat for the next 21 minutes and see what happens.
And he's going to put his hands together like Zeke does and hope it's enough. But this honestly makes the point I was going to make even better. So thanks, gentlemen, for closing that one out. As we look at that top 16, we're going to note every time one of those teams goes down. So far, second place out at the hands of first place, really putting a stamp on it, saying, go catch us. Outside of that, Nevify and Ritual, who we saw charging up the leaderboard, they got taken down off of the rip. Outside of that, the only other team who was in touching distance of a top 6 spot got taken down, Convicted and Boxer, who have had those polarizing games. And unfortunately, this wasn't a good one. But now you see third place going right past 5th.
They have to be very careful here. Luckily, Shadow is not poising himself out in that general direction. He was looking off to the side, and he actually misses the third place Savoyo and XF slip on by, and they must have been holding their breath. And look at this. They're starting to look back towards him, saying, yeah, poke your head on up. Let's see what you can, see what we can get for this, right? Some big tags potentially could happen there. But again, as this starts to all settle down now, Vivid, please catch us up.
Just wanted to give you guys a quick update on how some of these teams are doing. First, let's look at Voyo and XF. They're going to be picking up a supply drop, which nets them that launch pad you can see in that trap slot. Also, Tragics and Seas have a launch pad themselves, and then also OMG, Me2, and Shadow as well. Listen, as we near towards this endgame, these launch pads are going to be a pivotal part in how these teams pick up some more points. And crazy enough, all of these teams are actually in the top 6 right now. So we'll see what happens.
Excellent breakdown, Vivid, on a very important team. I had to drag Sundown out of that shot for a second there, because we need to get back into the action, Sundown.
I admit, I got caught loading in. You saw the T-pose had to happen at least once, but Vivid sets the stage better than anybody else. I mean, he's been in these high-pressure situations, and just looking at it, except in Boyle now, this is kind of I don't want to say necessarily unknown territory, right? But they haven't necessarily seen this much space on the southern side of the zone with nobody around them. The other times they came to the south, yes, they had a little bit of kind of a dance around with OMG, Me2, and Shadow off of the rip, but it wasn't a ton, and we're going right over all of those variable high ground we've seen a couple times here over in East.
Yesterday, we had one game just demolish the lobby because no one was able to get up and over that hoodoo there, and you know, when that happens, there's nothing you can do if there are no launch pads in play. Those community launch pads can come in so clutch, and Vivid pointed out something very important here before we jump into this engagement right here, is that that launch pad will play its benefit. And honestly, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. And right now, Boy and Xcept seem to have had some this game.
And you can see bottom right-hand corner, what I talked about, the late command cavern turns. Seas and Tragics aren't covering their back. And as I say that, they immediately do because teams are rotating late. There's a team back behind them who's going to have a line on them. And you see about face, they find it immediately. Oh. And great shots from Tragics. What a reaction.
Such a clean turn and burn. Hits the headshot as well. That's much welcome surge tags that will surely become active. This team knows that they're going to need some fights here soon too. And they start to engage up, they ramp up, they poise up, they say, hey man, what do you want to do here? We're willing to trade some shots, but no, Seas and Tragics have too much riding on the line right now. They start to rotate across. Greasy Grove completely empty, so they were not going to have a single problem getting down to those southern parts. Rogue Shark and Night, though, these are teams that need a win. They need a win here to punch their way on in. It's the vets of Night and Rogue Shark, the duos that were once at the top, we know want to go to finals this weekend. I mean, they're going to need to pull it out the hat right now.
Pull it out of the hat, not looking for a white rabbit. Instead, ticket to the finals, straight into the box, but not finding the shots with that auto shock, and the ramp replace in his face, gets into the box, only takes a 40 tag and a great disengage backwards and up a level.
Doesn't work out for him just a little bit there. For a second, it looked like it might have been a Rasp, but no, the heels come off, the reset happens again. They jump right back in, and Knight is just willing to barrel his way into these boxes. Rogue Shark saying, no, 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 I'll play back, I'll follow up, I'll hit the shots, and there goes the knock. On to the races they go into the box here as well, and it's only a matter of time. It should be here before this player goes down. G5 still running though. Hey man, he's hurt, but he's still in it.
Yeah, T just trying to put distance away, burn through as many of his materials as possible, make this difficult and just stall it out. Because as you can see, Rogue Shark and Knight, they are way above the Storm Surge threshold. They're not worried about that. They're worried about points in the rotation, but points don't matter here for them. They're not going to push themselves into the top 6. They just want to make sure T can't be annoying and ruin their game like that.
Yeah, definitely. Now that they have enough tags, honestly, all they have to do is coast, play smart, get good positioning, open up yourself in distance between these opponents. G5RC gets wrapped up, down he goes, and just like that, the Siphon will be rewarded, and at least it gives them some moment to relax, right, as they get this rotate here to the new zone.
Yeah, and I mean, letting the Storm do the work, recognizing that they put the damage down, but as we close in on the Storm Surge, it's going to turn on here in a minute. They're only 7 above. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge, the gist of it, 25 damage every 5 seconds to the teams who haven't tagged players enough, haven't hit opponents with guaranteed. It's going to turn on here in 45 seconds, and right now, they're below. You want to see above on the right-hand side, and the bigger the number, the better.
The worst part about this is that there aren't many teams here on this western side. You would think there'd be a little bit more this soon getting to new zone, but we saw how far back they were. We saw what was happening back there. There were just fights, storm fights outside of tilted 3 and 4 squads in that general area, and that's why they haven't quite made it. So the Surge will be active soon, but this fight's more important. These tags are more important.
We saw Polo get a knock in the feed there over onto Flow, but right now, all eyes on Shadow and Me2, and this is what I talked about with those late command cavern rotations. It's the same thing. You're cycling over into Tilted, and now as zone continues to pull east, you rotate again. The problem is people get bogged down, and right now, 17 above on the left, 33 above on the right. This is massive for both of these teams. If they end up going below, it's gonna eat into a lot of their excess utility, which Voil and XSEP don't really have.
I'm not feeling too good about this. 10 players have to go down. 27 below now. No, someone has managed to find some tags there and is now forced our third place team into this unique position here. Shots come in on top of the Storm Surge, and you can see how much it hurts. And no, Voil tries to go for the trade. He has too much heals to be doing that, and it's going to cost him. Where was XSEP when you needed him? He was too far. They break it down. He ends up getting taken out, and we are watching what could be the slip away of a qualifying opportunity here from XSEP. He has to, and I mean has to get to these heals.
Season Tragic's taken out as well. Voil under pressure now with XSEP trying to get back over to the loot, knowing that he needs the heals, the chug splashes, and maybe even the reboot card. There's a lot of room here.
With Season Tragic's falling, he jumps back up above, so those were the teams that needed to go down. It is so unfortunate. They were that close. That means Season Tragic's had to take a fight, and you know what else works even better? They were on their heels. You need those other top 10 teams to go down just in case you need to hold on for dear life to that number 3 spot. And we know even Fable Taco wants that as well. He wants his immediate competition out. He's around 120 or so as a duo. They were like there.
Yeah, Season Tragic's were sitting in 5th, but didn't necessarily have that little bit of a boost, and we're closing in on that first round of placement points. There are 2 solos running around, so they could end up being under Surge, but Voil gonna double back and find a much-needed supply drop in. They were above Surge, but some shots coming in from the side, and it was the late rotate.
These Eastern zones can be very, very tricky. Shadow and OMG Me Too now slip into 5th here. They still haven't picked up any eliminations, but they are not worried as they have all the Surge tags that they have needed. They just managed to honestly position themselves better. So much, in fact, the zone has favored them here, and now they get this little drop spot to play off of and recap their materials up. What a game we are watching, ladies and gentlemen. This is Game 6 of NA East, the last game of semifinals. It's been a long, grueling weekend of Fortnite competition here. With every win, a team moves on. With every day, consistent players get rewarded and sent to the finals. And here and now, we have that still on the line.
And Nets and Hide and Seek basically vaulted themselves into the conversation last game, a 3rd or 4th place finish coming out. But the big story was Hide and Seek with 11 eliminations by himself, 13 total. Don't forget, it's +3 per each elim. And now we're going to take a look at where the rest of the top 5, top 6 are. First placement point given out, 69 players, 35 duos, 1 solo rider, and he gets taken down as Possess gets cleaned out.
It's an important placement point given out to Lobby now. We start to jump closer and closer to the end game. If you are Voil and XSEP, if you are Fable Taco, you are worried about 4th place teams earning points. You are worried about them getting any elimination at this point because they're just 1 elim away from jumping up a placement point. They are just 3 or 4 elims away and maybe a little bit more consistency to getting to that next area. And if yesterday was any indicator of where you need to be, that right there will be about 129. So if right now the line was drawn in the sand, 2nd and 3rd are not safe.
Yeah, and there's going to be plenty of points given over here, but also don't forget, any one of these top teams could grab a victory royale and open up the space. So there is a little bit more variability into what that line looks like because of the format we have here. But there's one thing we 100% know. XSEP has to find points. He has a solo.
He's looking around. He sees players in boxes. He's thinking, can I tag them? Should I tag them? It'll reveal my spot. He even has 2 launch pads, so he definitely will have big decisions to make here. Do you waste it just to get to the zone, or do you hold out to play for endgame and just clutch it in the end? For Paper and Tahi, they need to do a little bit more. They have a lot more digging to continue to make here, because they're in 7th. They don't have any elims. They have some tags, but they need more. Shoney and Kapla are going to get taken out there. Not before, of course, trading out for an elim, so that's going to be a little bit more points for them. But it does look like our #1 team has been halted, and their run has come to a complete stop.
And it should only end up being +4 for him. Depends when that elimination came out. If one of them was up, don't forget, elims only count if the player is still up on their feet. But 1st, 2nd, 5th, all down. What does that mean for everyone else? It means there's light at the end of the tunnel. The question is, how fast can you run?
Will you get there Will you get there? Will Lawrence get there? Will Blake get there? We've already seen them try this before. They know how to play these end games. But you need to pop off. And right now, they need to fight. They need to find tags. 15 players have to go down. That's a huge one. That can open up opportunity here. In 20 seconds, it will become even more scary. And now, Lawrence starts to look down, though. He sees a player down here. He says, hey, man, there's another duo here. Forget that armored wall stuff. We need a team that doesn't know we're coming. And they start to change targets.
I love just slamming down that armored wall, saying, nope, no entry on this side. I mean, 2K plus HP in the last.
How is
so much room
above right now?
I mean, just finding the tags over on the
full zone.
Look at the zone. The zone. Oh, that's nuts.
No way. XF just full zone.
They're
Not
below.
only that. Oh my gosh. OMGB2, Shadow, below the Surge right here. Our 5th place team has to take a full fight. They're actually getting tagged by the Surge as well. It's not looking good. The team on the other side is hurt though, but we know if there's a team to clutch it up, it's them right now. More pressure starts to come in from the other side. OMGB2 says, hey, we need to take this. These are our builds. A very dangerous jump in and they get taken out. 109 and they go down in 5th place. This is so heartbreaking. That will be such a difficult placement to hold and maintain here. Almost looks impossible.
We talked about how the entirety of the top of the table was open. Well, you might as well have just grabbed that table firmly in 2 hands and flip it. 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 10th, 14th, all drop before we're even near the cascading placement points. Paper picking up another Elim hide and seek, getting trap killed there, trying to put everything up on the board. 52 players remain, 1 duo under threat from Storm Surge, but we're closing in on the cascading placement points with some key solos up on their feet, except being one of them.
Remember, if you were inside the top 16, you really have a chance now. We might see 2 teams jump up from out of nowhere and hit the rim here. We will see if they can do it. Right now, Hide and Seek and Nets have one of the best chances and opportunities to do that. Haji and Susker in front. Will 4th place get taken out right now? There is no way. These guys don't have shields. It is not looking good. They're hurt. Storm is behind them. It ticks for about 7 right now. So that is nothing you want to be a part of. Hide and Seek here. Nets are feeling good about this one. They might actually commit. Those are wood walls. There's every sign right now to take this fight and take out this team. But no, the brick comes down. It might have been a fake, but it's enough to buy them time. And now the zone pulls south.
Far south pole, we're also going directly over one of those obnoxious hoodoos that the players cannot build up the underside. If you're on the high ground, you're great. If you're on the low ground, you better think about investing a launch pad right now because things are going to get weird here as the zone begins to move. There's the timer, 1 minute to make it, and straight to the sky. Av and Eden, Danny and Clue looking for it, but that's what I'm talking about. Left side of your screen right now, everyone has to make it up that. Haji and Suscript, get some room.
They're still fighting here inside the storm. What are they doing? They need an escape plan, and I don't see one in sight. They start to double back, though. There was a launch pad. Haji misses. He didn't have builds. He has to take it here, 60, make it 50 HP. Suscript is hurt, and they are just barely holding on, but they find a moment to heal now. Things will reset on high ground. Crumbler and Mars out of nowhere go on up. WKary and Coop are still in this game. Don't count them out.
Except get it
a
off.
full reconnect there. Except is still fighting here in this game. He is still holding on to his 3rd place. Can he close out here? Remember, we still have Fable Taco holding on to his 120. Except is just about there. A huge opportunity. He gets a huge tag. That's a knock. And now he needs to edit. A misedit there's going to cost him. And down he goes. No confirmed elimination. 120 will be where his train stops.
And he loses the 3 points, and we're going to get a bounce back, which means high ground has forever. They are chilling, but everyone else has to go back up and over again. Suscript is taken down, but Haji finds Coop Bear. That's WKary and him who are so close. Haji trying to put the individual stamp on it, looking for room. Hide and Seek trying to do the same. He had an amazing 11 elimination game, but he's running thin. 4 builds, a shield keg, and just barely a glimmer of hope.
This is so important. If Hide and Seek gets taken out now, I mean, Voyo and XF might be able to hold on, but no, he ends up getting just enough placement points to jump over, and now, just like that, that spot's on the line. They might just be in 6. WKary is alive here from 0 to hero, all the way back on up into the conversation he goes. Only a single Elim, but that is enough. Crumbler and Mars are still alive right now, looking to claw their way to some points. Hide and Seek, well, one of the biggest Elims of the day. He gets a little bit more points, but I don't know if that will be enough. And now, W Carry has the world in front of him.
And it was
right
Haji who took down Hide and Seek. Haji took down Hide and Seek, who was right on top of him. And Haji's puts himself up in a second, trying to find some room. He hits the Madness, but he can't stall. He can't jump. Tries to find the room with the build, the mantle, and he just barely gets in. 4 HP, but so far 2 more points coming through. 126, so he's pushed himself back up above. But there is so much daylight at the top. Somebody will take it away. And all the way at the top, Clue and Danny are going to the sky against Sinaruni.
Sin just tries to put everything on the line. That's crazy. Carry falls there, and that was falling just around 5th or 6th, so it's becoming more and more closer for everyone else. AV's behind the wall. You don't want to fight them, not at all. And down he goes. Clue takes damage. Danny and Clue all over there. AV and Eden have a real chance here. They have been given high ground for free, but they do not have material. One of our teams outside the bubble will be taking home this victory royale. 6 teams from Consistency will be hoping they did enough to win this tournament, to make it on through. Crumbler is still fighting here. Mars is still fighting here. They have done enough to go to finals. This will continue to solidify that process right there. But Jock, he needs a win. He needs to dig deep. It's all on the line here.
There's still lots of points on the table, though, as we see here. Hey, 5th place, 117. Honestly, right now, if I'm Fabled Taco and Golden, I'm smiling because everyone is dropping, and Crumble is doing just enough, pushes himself up to 119. Jock gets taken down. That's another one of the top 7 ripped away, and Eden and Av are looking to secure it with the VR.
Crumbler, though, now in 120. He has managed to fight his way this far. He's not going to give up yet, not without a fight. High Ground does not have any material. That is it. They have to use the man-sling mechanic to climb their way up. They have to think long and hard here, get innovative, because they've never been in a position like this. They have never had an uphill battle like this before, but luckily, there's climbing in Fortnite now, and they're up here. They're cruising. They're working their way through, but A-Red comes up. He puts it all on the line, and it's over. Just like that, AV Eden will go to finals off of a victory.
And honestly, with the way they game planned, the way they were able to really exert control over Command Cavern, I'm thrilled to see them in the finals because it's going to make the dynamic of that POI just so incredibly interesting. But Monster, could we have asked for a more frenetic, hectic, just absolute slobber knocker of a Game 6?
Not at all. That was an incredible Game 6. One way to close out a semifinals just like that. Congratulations to Eden and AV. We'll be seeing you guys in the finals. AV has been such an important part of this scene for so long. He's been competing since the earliest days. He was young when he started playing Fortnite. He's starting to grow into himself now, and it's great to see him make another finals.
And I mean, they were able to put in so much effort, the control going out through High Ground, and it can't be understated. When everything is on the line, they could not place top 6. They had to win, and they closed it out and did it as a duo.
Way to clutch up when it mattered most, guys. That was such an explosive game, but our top 6 is still a flag in the wind. We don't know who's going to take it, so guys, enlighten us.
Indeed, a rip-roaring roller coaster ride. I'm all about the alliteration, and that delivered the goods. What a Game 6 here on NAE. We wanted to see drama. We got it. Vivid, I mean, fair play to our winning duo there. We wanted to see a team come through. They've qualified for finals. But the leaderboard, as Sundown MDF mentioned there, so many teams going down so early in that top 10, it is going to really throw this whole thing out of whack.
Yeah, big question mark on the leaderboard. We have no idea what's going to happen. The only non-question mark topic here is AV and Eden making it through to the finals. They were in like 20th place on the leaderboard, it looked like, as we were going into that end game. So to clutch up here, find the victory out. And honestly, this was all on the back foot of recognizing that there was a team just building up. I mean, like, they were up there, SBG. They had no mats left. They ended up falling down. AV and Eden were just like, oh, we'll take that.
Yeah, a gift. And they loved it. They took care of that gift and brought it all the way home for that victory royale. I mean, how often can you win a game from high ground and take high ground with 0 materials? Like, what just happened there? Not even just this game, but I mean, what?
We're seeing it all, aren't we? I mean, that's the great thing about throughout this competition. We kind of see so many different ways, different strats, different outcomes in FNCS particularly, but this one was something that we weren't expecting, and I think that's the great thing is, as you said, the leaderboard here we're going to go through as a team together in a second. But these are the last teams now qualifying, going through to the next round. We saw Except there trying to solo clutch. We saw some of our favorites who we thought were going to go all the way just fall to the wayside there, Vivid.
Yeah.
Who knew this was going to happen in Game 6?
I mean, Hazy and Suscript here in the end, you can see right now in 4th position, but there was 21 teams left, so they have 116 points right now in this highlight. Big question mark, though, whether they are actually going to get enough points to solidify that top 6. But as you mentioned, Voyo and Except going down early. OMG Me Too, Shadow. Big question mark there as well. Season Tragics were coming in top 6. They went down early, so could work out in their favor.
Yeah, and Sundown put it perfectly. He was like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th. It was like literally everyone had fallen. And then we checked out the leaderboard before this game. We knew how close it was going into that match. And now we saw it all play out perfectly for anyone to shoot up the leaderboard or maybe somehow potentially stay within that top 6.
It was absolute perfection. C'est magnifique. Let's head over to Sundown and MDF to run us through all the teams that qualified through Victory Royale today. Boys, what a day it's been.
I mean, it was just such a fantastic day. And again, when all the pressure is on, my eyes immediately go through. But we're actually going to take a look at the standings. We'll see what that top 6 looks like. And like I said, hey, I guess the Z-Cans worked. Fabled, Taco, and Golden hold on. Voyo and Accept hold on. And I mean, what a chance.
Just incredible. I cannot believe Voyo and Accept did enough in the end. That hero effort from Accept. Hats off to you, my friend. That was incredible. What a play that was. Of course, though, we have winners from today, 6 in fact. And look at that. I mean, Sundown's taken from the top.
I mean, right away, Mason and Jackson being able to close out the game, we saw their ability in just the concerted team fight that went through. And I mean, High Ground won a solid amount of the matches today, but the straight up 2v2s went over to Low Ground like we saw with Macwood and Donnie in Game 3.
That was definitely impressive. All in all, though, these games were exceptional. If you are on this board, you, my friends, are going to finals. An exciting and honestly emotional day for some of these teams. I mean, let's be honest, that last game, Eden and AV, you log in, you get on that battle bus, and you don't give up hope. And that is why we appreciate the semifinals. That is why you deserve to go to finals, because wait for a team to be outside the top 20 and just say, we can still win. We got this. Let's do it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, guys, reunited back here on the stage. We started this 3 days ago together, and here we are at the end of semifinals day 3. Let's have a look at the final standings from day 3 of semifinals once more. You can see it on the screen right now. The threshold here, SBG, you know, 6th position there, 122 points just to qualify through the leaderboard. That is an enormous amount of points.
Fabled, Taco, and Golden had to be sitting on the edge of their seats that entire game. They fall early at 122 points, and they're like, oh no, I didn't think I did enough, and W Carry and Coop were coming up strong, trying to grab those last few points. It was impressive, but this entire leaderboard is all over the place. I have no idea how this was going to turn out.
One more elimination from W Carry in that solo clutch would have been +3 and +1, and it would have given them the tiebreaker on average elips. So when you talk about Fable, Taco, and Golden sitting there and having all the pressure on them, and we talk about every moment mattering, that's W Carry hitting one more shot.
It doesn't get better than that. And then you see like how close the other standings are. Like how rare of a situation you are in 2nd place, you fall, and you really think, am I going to make it right now? Like, this is wild.
Absolutely wild. We saw there as well. Your picks, SPG, for the last couple of days there. 7th and 8th position today. So close. But hey, it happens. These things happen. We saw so many great things happen today. Let's have a look at the teams that have officially qualified for FNCS NAE Finals next weekend. Here they are on stage right now. Vivid. There are so many exciting teams here. It is going to be one amazing weekend.
Oh, man. Finally, next weekend, we're going to see all of these players come together, all of the great plays we've seen through 3 qualifiers, 3 sessions of this semifinals format. Finally, all of it coming together. We got the likes of Booga, Miro, previous FNCS winners. Kanad is going to be in the mix. Obviously, all the teams coming through today, Voyo and Except. We got Crumbler and Mars. Great performance out of them today, too. Donnie and Macwood, right? We're going to see them send in some high grounds in the finals for sure.
I mean, we saw as well here, you know, we talked about Mira and Booga and the likes of Canada. This competition began with Qualifier 1 a few weeks ago now. This has been a long, it's been an adventure. And here we finally are, MDF.
And
we
got
have to
there. Keep secrets. We have to reveal the stage. There's so much that went into this. And we finally, you know, just, let it off our shoulders. We get to enjoy this moment. Our predictions, though, I had a pretty good 2 days. I'm proud of myself for my picks.
At least somebody
did good. You managed to punch through. I can't believe they did it, Adam.
I can't either. I mean, let's go through the predictions here. OMG Mewtwo and Shadow, amazing day. The final couple of games did kind of let them down. They couldn't quite go through, but 9th position today, I think. Vivid, I mean, Nitro and Okis, not the greatest day, but yesterday was fantastic.
Yeah, yesterday was fantastic, but yesterday is in the past. We are in the present, Adam. Me and Sundown, man, I don't know what happened. Nitro and Okis just really couldn't get their foot on the ground.
Where was the 5 hours you put in yesterday? That's why I copied his homework, and he was like, oh, I didn't even know what I was doing today. I'm like, oh, thanks. Already handed it in.
Next time we know, 5 hours at least, Vivid, of homework. Man. That is what we need to do. MDF, good day for you today again. Like, that's back-to-back now. You done good, my man.
You know, it was pretty clear, right? We saw the difference yesterday. Voyo and XM managed to play so well, and then I saw Yuz and Kasker decide, hey, you know what? We're gonna slide out of here. Let's go take this drop spot. And I knew at that moment, you know what? If they play good contested, imagine what happens when they have the whole drop spot to themselves. Those 3 or so Eastern zones, though, were scary. Yeah. OMG Mewtwo and Shadow rotating into them, watching those clashes. I was holding my breath, and I mean, for a second there, it could have all ended, and it almost did. But except, I mean, I gotta say it again. He played incredible.
Yeah. Insane work. That is it, guys. That is it. The curtain comes down on the semi-finals here. We officially have our fabulous 50 duos going through to FNCS Finals NAE next week, and it is going to be an incredible couple of days. You do not want to miss it. We will all be here bringing you all the action from right back here on the stage. It's going to be fantastic. NA West is coming your way next. It's been amazing. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week at this NA West next. Beep, beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have the rising star of NA West, Batman Boogie, here with us today. What's going on, my guy?
What's up, Panda? How we doing today?
So tell me a little bit about your name. We got to know the origin story of Batman Booga.
Okay, so back in like Chapter 2, Season 3, around then, me and all my friends, we like put superheroes in front of our names just as like jokes, and then I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna throw in Booga there, because I was like, all right, whatever. And I ended up placing in a DreamHack, and I got some like attention from it, and with my name, of course. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep sticking with it and see how it goes.
So tell me about the game plan here for Chapter 3 Season 2, right? Obviously, don't spoil too much, but obviously in Chapter 3 Season 1, it was the cavern, you had the llama. Now what adjustments are you making here with Wheels?
Now we are switching over to just the cavern because llama's gone, sadly. But it is kind of nice because it was a little bit of a grief of a job spot. So yeah, it's nice to like have an actual POI down, kind of.
So obviously last year, the entire year, we had trios, and now we have duos.
Yeah.
Were you liking duos more than trios?
Yeah, I am, just because it's like just you and one teammate, so it's a lot easier to get around and stuff, and there's more job spots and stuff.
What are you doing differently from the trio season here in the duo season that's made you so successful?
So far, we've just been getting like way more refreshes. We get more eliminations in the end games and stuff, so that we have more materials and stuff, so Wheels can tarp us to end game.
That's kind of the roles, right? Obviously, Wheels is more the IGL, you're more the fragger.
Yeah.
Tell us about what makes you a top tier fragger in this game and in this region.
I don't really like do unnecessary pushes and stuff. Like, I kind of just follow Wheels' lead and I just stick right on him, and we basically just like support each other as we're playing and not going off and doing unsmart decisions.
It's been a pleasure talking to you about all this stuff. Where can the people at home find you?
You guys can find me on Batman Booga on Twitch and YouTube.
All right, that's gonna be it. Go check him out on Twitch, YouTube, and until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. Beep, beep.
Coming up on FNCS NA West, 12 spots for the finals are on the line. Will fan favorites like Quinn and Defiable push through? Or will we be surprised by the underdogs like Diego and Cyphers? Experienced duo Kadenox and 4DR Storm had trouble reaching the end game yesterday with only one top 10 placement. They'll undoubtedly spice it up today to try and secure their spot amongst the best of the West. Haritos and Kytrex should be a shoe-in for finals. but it seems like they will be contested off spawn today in Camp Cuddle. The congestion there will be the first of many hurdles they have to overcome to make it into finals. Everything comes down to this. The bus to finals is almost full. Who will advance?
Welcome everyone to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2. It's the final region and the final day for 50 hopefuls to make their way into the finals. Everyone, NA West starts now. Eight of the best teams have already made their way into the finals next week, but now we have 6 more games and 12 more teams that will be joining them for the NA West Finals. Guys, I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and I am so excited to be here because it's the last day of semifinals. Everything has led up to this. And of course, I can't be doing this all alone on this big, beautiful stage. So why don't I bring out our 2 analysts, everyone? It's Panda and Clay.
How you doing, Kelly?
After what we got to see yesterday of Snacky and Favs, I am still just riding on that high. Clay, what about you?
Oh my gosh, it was such an amazing game there. Kind of set the pace for the rest of the games, Panda, so I'm excited.
Yeah, look, I'm super excited too. So many incredible teams still left to qualify. One of those being Cadeinox 40R Storm. They could be missing their first finals if they don't clutch up today.
Well, you can't forget about Trashy and EXE. Every time they grabbed height, they were able to hold it for so long, and then in the last moments, losing it, getting a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 5th place, and also almost qualifying through placement points, but missing a game. If they got all 6 games, we know that they would have been there, but maybe today is going to be their day. And speaking of days, let's actually take a quick look at our schedule because maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you're not exactly sure how things are run here. Well, we've already had our 3 qualifiers. That's where 5 teams have moved forward into the finals. That's going to be next week. You don't have to worry about that right now because, Clay, we're here for the semifinals. It's been 3 days. Today is the last day. But of course, Panda, these teams are going to have to play the format accurately to make it into the finals.
I mean, you're absolutely correct, Kelly. Now, here's the format, right? We've gone through the qualifiers, we've gone through the first 2 sessions of the semifinals, and now here it is, the final session. 6 matches will be played today, meaning that 6 teams will advance through that Victory Royale spot. Now, there will be 6 teams that also advance through consistency. So while it is important to get that VR, it is also very important to be consistent. But you may be wondering, how do I get points to be consistent? Well, Clay's got you covered.
I do indeed. Let's take a look at our points. Victory Royale going to be that 1,000 points there. That's for that auto qualification. We're looking at the 28 points for 2nd place, all the way down to 35th for 1 point for 35th place there. And of course, each elim, Kelly, 3 points.
So important. We've seen so many W key games, and with it being the last day, I'm sure we're going to be seeing some aggro plays, but who's even going to be making those plays? Well, Panda's got you covered with our team list.
I absolutely do. And so here's the deal, right? First team I really want to focus on, like I mentioned before, is 40R Storm and Cadeinox. This team is really interesting, right? This could be the first time that 40R Storm potentially doesn't make it to the finals unless they do something extremely successful today. Now, Cadeinox obviously doing pretty well leading up to this point, but unfortunately they're just struggling here in these mid-game fights, and I think that's why they end up going down so early.
Yeah, and there's just a lack of just synergy, right? They had it, they played together for a while, but really they need to get together, and play as one unit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think we've seen a lot of success from teams that play box to box. Clay talks about this all the time. When you are there and you have that synergy, you are not moving from your teammate, that's when you find them being successful. But Clay, who are you keeping an eye on?
Ooh, you talk about synergy, we talk about box to box. I'm looking right there, Defiable and Quinn. They are doing so well. Trending upwards, right? 32nd into 14th place. So I'm looking good on this. They're looking good as well. And honestly, what they need to do, find some more mid-game elims because their surge is the biggest issue.
Yeah, look, that's going to be the biggest issue for a lot of these teams, is making sure that they are handling Storm Surge effectively. So realistically, this is obviously one of the smarter teams. There's some veterans in the space here on NA West, and they know how to do a lot of things, but clearly Surge isn't necessarily working out in their favor. But we definitely did see a better performance here from them than we did see on day one of the semifinals.
We did. Now, I talked about mine, Panda. I think you got one more duo on your side that you're keeping your eye on.
You already know it's Doritos and Kytrex. Again, another set of players that are extremely talented from the NA West region. And let's be honest, right? This is a team that very rarely doesn't make it on to those finals days. So I would be surprised if we don't see them having a great day today, Clay.
Yeah, the issue with Doritos and Kytrex is that they go for the high ground too early. They try to go for high ground, try to go for that victory royale, but they rarely have the materials to do it. And when they do go low ground, they pop off. They find Elim after Elim after Elim. So they really got to figure out, do they want to go for height or do they want to go for low ground? But I'm looking at a different one. We talked about them a little bit. It's Bolton Crew here, Panda. They have been having good games. Yesterday wasn't their best performance, but I'm really looking forward to today to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with you, right? This was a team that I honestly expected to qualify in the first 2 days, and the fact that they're in the day 3 of the semifinals is a little concerning. However, this team showcased the ability to fight and fight effectively. This is something that a lot of teams were lacking, and that's why, like, for example, Quinn and Defiable were going down early because they were contested. They unfortunately weren't able to handle the fights that they were in. So it's going to be interesting, Clay.
It is, but I think Kelly's got something a little bit more interesting for us over there.
Clay and Panda breaking it down, and as we know, picking the right duo is a pivotal part of success. So we actually challenged a few of our players during our media day to see who they would duo, revive, and lobby.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have a little challenge here for the NA West players. They have to choose between Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale who they're going to duo with, revive, and ultimately send back to the lobby. Let's get started.
Epic Whale. Epic Whale? I wouldn't have any problems with playing with him, and I think he'd just be a great player. I think we're definitely winning FNCS.
He's won like 6 FNCSs. It's too many to count, so I definitely duo with him.
I think I'm gonna have to duo with Epic Whale though. 3rd place World Cup.
Duo because he's a 6-time FNCS winner and 3rd in World Cup, I believe.
For duo, it's pretty easy for me. Obviously, I duo with my man Rex.
To revive, I'm picking Arkham.
It would definitely be Arkham because he's a really good leader.
Because he's got the craziest aim. If I need to clutch up a fight, he's gonna get the best elimination we need to win the game.
I'm reviving my man Arkham.
Revive.
I'm gonna have to play with Rex, so I'm gonna revive him.
I'd revive Arkham because, you know, he is an IGL, but Epic Whale, I've just gotta say Epic Whale is better than him, so.
Rex, not because of his skill, I think he's super talented and he's definitely one of the best players in the region, but I don't think he's the best fit for me personally.
I'm picking Rex.
And then Rex.
I'm gonna choose this. Me and Arkham are both IGLs.
Because he's not really been playing the game a lot recently.
Only because the last couple of seasons hasn't played as much, so I think he needs to go back to the lobby, learn his lesson a little bit.
Rex, Epic Whale, not so much, so me and Arkham kind of, it's hard for us to play with each other.
We're sending Whale back to the lobby. Reason being, the last true FNCS, me and Ark kind of carried Whale, so, you know, we gotta revive my man Ark and send him out to the lobby.
Thank you so much to our players, and welcome back, everyone, to the beautiful stage here in Copenhagen. And you know, it's a little cold, so why don't we toss to a duo with the appropriate names of Sea Winter and Blizzard?
Yeah, look, this is a really interesting duo. We really got to focus on their abilities here and the ability to get eliminations. While this might be misleading, right? This is just a day 2 stat. This is not a team that's shy of going for those eliminations, but I feel like that's possibly why they're struggling. Another reason I think they're struggling, Logjam Lumberyard. It is not the easiest POI to work from when it comes to material.
It really isn't, right? You see Logjam, you're like, oh, I got a lot of wood. That's all you got, right? You don't really got a lot else to work with there, so they're really gonna have to look for those elims, Panda, but not the only duo we're looking at. I have a different duo I want to take in mind here. Cruyoir and Boltz. Look, I've been hyping them up, and for good reason, Panda.
No, look, for good reason. Now, again, Boltz and Cruyoir are a very unique team, right? They're not the team that you would expect to have this performance in day 2, which is why I believe they're going to come into day 3 swinging. They are not going to sit here and have a repeat performance from day 2. We saw a lot of teams struggle on the second day, which was a bit surprising. However, day 3, few new players, and definitely a little bit more time to strategize.
Indeed, and they got more players coming this side of the map as well, so they will get those early game eliminations that will help them with Surge as well. So that's great, right? Everything's trending well, but again, it's last day. There's gonna be a lot of pressure on these players to perform, but we got one more duo we're gonna take a look at here, Panda.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and it is Trashy and EXE. This team was very close to qualifying yesterday, like very close. So I have faith, right? However, they're operating out of Shifty Shafts. We talked about the importance of Shifty Shafts in the surrounding area there for looting. But Clay, will it be enough for them today?
Oh, I definitely think it will. I definitely think you'll see. I was very close to picking him today, but you know, playing a little strategic there. But yeah, Shifty Shafts is a great POI, almost centrally located for a lot of rotations there, Panda.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But look, we have so many incredible players that are going to be doing some big things. But Kelly, what are you thinking?
Listen, teams are important and their history, but even more so is the off-spawn fights that we're going to be seeing. And the first one that we're going to be looking at is happening at the Collider. It's going to be Ghosty versus Yuumi and Squishy. And I'm just going to say it, I might be a little biased. I love Yuumi and Squishy, Clay.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, they're one of my ones to, I put them up here for a reason. I want to see how well they do. You know, didn't have the best qualifier run, but they're here, semifinals, and we know they can pop off and get a victory royale.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, but you can't count out Ghosty's team either. Look, this is going to be a tough drop for these players, so I'm interested to see how it's going to go. Remember, the Collider is a brand new POI on the map. This is basically unmarked territory for a lot of these teams, so we see these players deciding to take over, especially after Snacky and Favs have now qualified from this POI. So it's definitely going to be a struggle, I think, in the beginning. However, they have 6 games to qualify and 6 games to prove something.
No, obviously the Collider is right in the middle of the map, and that gives you some opportunity to kind of rotate wherever you want with a bit of ease, but also meaning that you're going to face a lot of teams in the way. So Panda, in that situation, do you think being in the middle is a good point, or would you rather kind of start on the edge?
Well, I'll say this. Look, if you are in the middle, it is definitely advantageous, right? There's a lot of advantages to having that spot. However, when there's not a lot of material, which the Collider does not provide, it's going to be a struggle. There's tons of brick, right? But as far as metal, wood, you can't really loot that quickly. So I think it's going to be an interesting setup, to say the least. But the play is definitely going to be land, loot up, and get out.
Yeah, and they got the launch pads there to do so. They've got that wind tunnel essentially as well. So it has the ability to do that. They just can't be too greedy and can't stick around for too long.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at our next off-spawn fight, everyone. It's going to be at the Synopsis right there. It's going to be Baka and Amp. And we keep seeing Baka. We keep thinking that this team right here is going to make it into the finals, but they just keep missing the mark ever so closely, Panda.
So if you look at the stats, just sheer stats, right? It's very one-sided. Baka, Delta, just outside of qualification going into the first 2 days as well. So, look, I think this is a team that has potential, but if they continue to perform the way they did in the previous days, it's going to be a struggle, especially because Synapse Station is the furthest southern point on the map. It's not easy to rotate from because there's not any kind of existing rotational tools to use. So it'll definitely be tough, Clay.
But how important is dead side rotations? You know that once you're trying to make it, especially into Zone 4, Zone 5, that you're going to face so many teams. By being so far south, doesn't that kind of give them a little bit of an advantage of not running into anyone?
It does, and you can reveal the zone there as well. You've got one of those abilities to scan around, so it's up and down. Personally, myself, I'm not dropping there. Right? I'm dropping more middle map. I'm dropping Collider. That's where I would be because I don't trust my rotations. But Baka and Amp, I trust their rotations.
Well, Panda, what about you? Every time that we go through one of these semifinal days, 12 teams move through, meaning that POIs are going to be opening up and being available. So if you're a new team jumping in right now, are you going to drop where there's a contested spot, or are you going to pick up a spot that a team won from already?
So here's the thing, right? Obviously, these players are going to feel comfortable in a spot, which is why they're okay to land there when it is contested. However, in semifinals, it's a very unique opportunity to switch it up if it's available, right? So watching these teams qualify through that VR is kind of a big flag for these other players that are still in the lobby to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we make the switch because maybe the drop isn't working for them.
I mean, obviously knowing your drop spots and knowing your POIs is an important part of the game. And so we wanted to challenge our players a little bit. So we asked them, where in the world? Let's see what happened.
All right, they're gonna show us a picture on the map, and we're gonna start in Chonkers, and the moment we see it, we're gonna just race each other there, and the first one there wins. Okay.
Okay. What is that?
I know where that is.
Oh, yo, going the same way.
I'm on a dead end.
I'm about to go into the map.
My car flipped, are you serious?
Uh-huh.
It's over.
See, does Batman Boogie know the right building?
I got it.
No.
Wait, yeah, I found it. I'm on it.
Good? No, bro.
Yeah,
I'm out of fuel, bro.
Oh my God.
Where is that, bro?
Oh no.
Quiet right now, man.
No, I'm still thinking.
I'm going on a whim. I'm going with what I think.
Oh, my car about to be out of fuel. Oh my God, bro, this is terrible. Tyler, I need to hop in your whip, bro.
Hey, dog, I can't get you. I'm sorry.
Yo,
I'm sorry. I gotta leave you, bro.
Oh, this might be bad. Where's it at?
Bro.
I know exactly where it is.
Bro, my ID.
Am I there? Oh, yeah.
Bro.
Yep.
Where are they?
He's at it.
All right, round 3, let's get it.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Rick's griefing.
Oh, why can't I go through this little pool? Oh, the game's cheating me right now. Oh, they're cheating me bad.
Why did you mark it, bro?
Let's go. Oh, the boost of the century.
Reed, dog, what you doing, bro?
Yes.
They don't know what side it's on.
Yes.
No.
Got it.
Send him on the map.
Oh, we're all here, bro.
Nah, that's me.
We're bringing it back. How many more rounds? 2?
Care about that?
I'll tie first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we know where that is.
He knows where that is.
No, bro,
Tavern just ate that wall.
Bro, it's just not meant to be.
Oh, no, they're...
Oh, I can bring it back. I know the boost strats. Oh! No!
I honestly, I forgot what it was. No, I hit a rock.
It was a pizza slice.
I might have messed up here. I'm out of boost. I can't boost anymore or I don't make it.
Wait. Oh.
The wood fence.
Oh.
I'm out.
Wait, do I get it? I don't know where it is, that's the thing.
Wait. I got it? Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, by the cashier. Oh, it's right here.
You got lucky.
Dude, I low-key boosted right before I hit it because I thought it was going to happen. We're some nerds for knowing this.
That's why we're the best.
It's too funny.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the car's flipped. Okay. And it's gliding.
Bro, is that Bugle?
Yeah, it is Bugle. Oh, my God, bro. My car's not going straight. Look at my bad tower. Yo, this is a crazy game that we play.
Bro, is it tilted?
Oh. Uh-oh, a little shortcut.
The red one right there.
Is it?
I mean, where else should it be?
Where is Tavern?
I had a rough start, I can't lie. But I'm about to win still.
Oh, yeah, I think this has to be it, right? Hey, that's 3.
I can't even explain what just happened to me, bro. Let's go, Quinn. Congrats, Quinn.
Good job. Thank you, Tavern. Hey, thank you, Batman.
Rich Homie Quinn coming out on top for Where in the World, but will he come out on top today? Well, we're going to find out real soon, everyone. Welcome back to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 NA West Semifinals Day 3. That's a bit of a mouthful. Guys, this is going to be such an exciting day. 12 teams are going to be moving forward, and we earlier on predicted who we thought was going to be making their way into the finals, but of course, we can't be doing it alone. So we're going to be bringing out Jacob, and we're going to be bringing out Sundown, coming out from NA East.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Welcome.
Hey, man, long time no see, right? It's good to be back.
How we doing?
Can't complain.
All right, yeah, used to be an NA West native, going over to NA East, but you had to come back. You missed us, right?
I always miss you guys. I mean, the cast has been amazing so far, and don't get me wrong, like Europe and NA East, they show up, but West is where it's all at.
You know where it's all at? Jacob, with those picks, just coming back, man. How are you feeling? You think your prediction's going to do well today?
I think they are. You know, they were a little nervous yesterday, but the nerves are out the window. With only 12 spots left, it's like a dog back against the corner. He's not going to just bark. He's going to bite.
Well, everyone, right now I'm going to ask you, who do you think is going to make their way into the finals? Remember, it's 12 teams, those 6 VRs, and then our top 6 teams after that. So let's show everyone who we have for our predictions. And I talked about it at the top of the show, everyone. Trashy and EXE. They only played 5 games yesterday, and they still almost qualified through points. They got a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 5th place finish. So all eyes are on them. But Panda picking a different team.
Picking a different team. I strategically told no one who I predicted going into this because I wanted it for myself, right? It's actually Bad Kitty and Prism. So if you don't know, this team is actually a native NA East team. And their performance yesterday impressed me. They were just outside of the qualification, and they reassured me that the few mistakes that they made yesterday are fixed and ready to go for today.
Well, if you're ever going to pick a team that comes from NA East, you might as well do it while Sundown from NA East is over here. But Clay, I like your pick.
Yeah, I had to change it up. All right, I'm gonna be honest, right? I was in first. Takata came out of nowhere, showed me up. Now I'm in second, so I had to pick something different. Takata picked at the last second. He picked Trashy ESC, which is what I went with. So changed it up. I went with Angel and Nico. They're doing well.
Oh, without a doubt. But Cam coming in here, Sundown. What are you feeling?
Either or, but I mean, I'm repping Takata's pick, right? I've watched a little bit going through, but as everyone knows over on NA East, my predictions have had, I thought it was golf score. I thought it was lowest score once. So a little bit of a struggle.
Same.
And so I plugged in for Takata. I'm repping for him today.
Already with the chemistry, 10 years friendship here.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's already shining. But I'm a loyal guy. You saw me go Arkham and Epic at least 9,000 times before they finally made it.
They were gonna make it eventually.
And Crew, I'm gonna go with them again. I think they got it this time around. Like I said, 6 games. They got multiple chances. I think they got it.
And we saw them have great performances in round 3, but obviously those aren't set lobbies. Coming into a set lobby right now after 2 days, now is their chance. Now is their opportunity. Hopefully they've done some VOD reviewing, looked at their previous performances, and we're going to see them do well today. But speaking of today, I think we're going to be seeing a completely new meta. And Sundown, I actually want to toss that to you because you just came from NA East. Was today a more volatile day?
It was a little bit faster than we saw before. Usually in the first 2 games, teams in NA East were trying to feel each other out. West isn't necessarily that way. They kind of like to dive right on in. And I think as kind of you're back to the wall, teams are really going to want to get out to a fast start. Nobody wants to be down 1 game, 2 games right off of the rip. So those early fights are going to be so important.
They really are. And we know West likes to fight off spawn already.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So it's going to be that much more important. There's going to be a lot of pressure on those teams that are just landing contested and usually go for it. We see like 6 different teams being contested. So there's a lot more pressure watching them this time around.
Panda, what about you?
Listen, there definitely is. I really want to focus on the Collider today because like we were talking about before, a couple teams, they're obviously treating this as a first-time drop spot for them. So it's going to be a struggle to say the least. But I love to see these teams adapt. And NA West, they do a really good job at picking something new, trying it out, and making it work for them.
And Jacob, I'd ask you this question, but you know what? I think it's enough talk. I know that the guys are ready to go into game. So everyone, it's game number 1 for the semifinals, day 3.
day number 1 like this, that's so much on the line. There's only 12 spots, 6 games to do it. And even if you find yourself in 50th place after 5 games, you still have equal chance. And we've seen the strategy through day 1 and day 2. You take that second layer right below height and you wait for the perfect moment to steal it away.
Yeah, you wait for just the absolute, I mean, whatever you want to call it, the clown fiesta, everybody going up, the fracas, the hecticness that happens on high ground, because high ground has won games, but then you have other teams who just kind of buckle in and play for that top 6, but then that leaves the little bit of pressure there. And like we just saw on East, Av and Edan, they were nowhere and they come out in the final game and win it.
Yep, sometimes you just got to take where you're at on the leaderboard and really adapt on the fly. If you're at the top, in the top 10, top 6, you got to just play your game plan as you practice. And as we practice, game number 1, the battle bus is ready. Let's get this show on the road.
Game 1 of 6 here over in NA West. And I just got to say, as we get a little look at the drop where players are going, the contestation that goes down, you can see Kitechex, Jartrex right next to each other. I am so excited to be here and casting with PR. You mentioned a little bit at the top of the show, 10+ years of friendship going all the way back. PR and the Funky Bunch, some other third-person game, but here we are casting Fortnite, man.
Yeah, just that experience, that chemistry. I can already feel, if it's not the matches, we're just going to have such a great time today as Cypers landing over towards Camp Cuddle. This is something we've already seen them do along with Kitechex and Jarritos, and we've also seen Kitechex and Jarritos almost win games throughout the weekend already. They just kind of dropped down a little bit too early toward the end game. They think with this adjustment, with these adaptations, they're not going to go for any off-spawn fights. They're not going to go ahead and put it all into one game right out of the gates. They're going to try to loot up, farm up, see where the zone goes, and then make their move from there.
Yeah, particularly when you're looking at Camp Cuddle, a north-south split is very typical. There's a comfortable amount of loot there, but over at the Collider, you can already see a little bit of action going down. Player going to get cleaned up. That was Flame back over on the side, but Yuumi doing a good job making sure he cleans up those barrels. He's trying to get an angle because him and Squishy are working towards the outside right now.
Yeah, already have one launch pad. Seen him spot out another one in the distance. And this is something that's actually pretty amazing because on day 1, Aiden and Moose qualified from the Collider in game number 1 in day 1. Day 2, we got Favs and Snacky qualifying from the Collider as well. And you see, as soon as these players are qualifying out of this POI, you see more and more players try to take it and try to mimic that success. So I'm going to see and keep my eyes on both of these teams here who already Western and Echo yesterday were landing towards Sleepy Sound here, where you see Typical Gamer and Noah. They were getting aggressive right off of the spawn and actually winning a lot of those exchanges, putting Western and Echo on the back foot. So I like to see their adaptation. I like that we're already changing things up.
Hey, and really got to give a shout out to Typical Gamer and Noah W plays. I mean, somebody who you generally think of very big in the content world, but Typical Gamer plays in nearly everything competitive. He's been around forever. Some of his season and chapter launch YouTube streams are some of the biggest out there. And yet they're here playing for a spot, trying to make it through the finals. And you also can't discount the fact, I think Noah W has like 500-something crown wins on the season. He has the world record for the most crown wins right now, and that's nuts.
He's trying to set another record. It may not be a world record, but a personal record. And you know, sometimes doing it for yourself, doing it for your loved ones, the people close to you at home is just enough fire underneath you to kind of really take it at the end of the day. And Defiable, Rich Homie Quinn, they got the fire of almost a great amount of the West region. Rich Homie Quinn, one of the most notable figures that we have here. He still needs to qualify though, but I will say during last season, it was during the last portion of the games where they really picked up the pace, got a little bit more aggressive, in which that was the reason why they qualified.
Yeah, you can already see just stacking up on those chug splashes, trying to make sure he has the heals going out there. And I want to take a little bit of a break and talk about kind of doing it for your loved ones and all that. We are over in EU, casting the NA West, which means it is the 23rd. Got to give a little shout out. Happy birthday, Mom. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for enabling me and allowing me to trace this crazy dream as these players are chasing a dream of making it to the finals and extending their FNCS season.
How can they make this play? Great shots coming out from Squid. And with that, 2 great headshots. He's going to go and try to move up, finish this one off. He knows his teammate is close behind. But you see how they're being very, very aware. They don't want to get snuck up on Echo, who can honestly kind of tear the whole house down if he strikes while the iron's hot. But this is going to cause a little bit of a pause, a slowdown here in this exchange. A Squid and Lizard a little bit too separated for their own liking. They're going to get close together.
It's going to cause a pause as they break out the claws, but I'm noticing what's going on in the bottom right-hand corner as you have duos passing by and one who's hawking on this fight, where if they get bogged down, the line of sights here aren't necessarily great because there's a bunch of trees, but that chip damage is going to come in, and you see them recognizing it. They want to get out of dodge here.
And if you guys can't read, don't worry, I got you. That stat is actually impressive. This is the longest it has been before a team has been eliminated yet this weekend. That is just going to show the amount of pressure that is on these players with such few spots, with such few games in order to qualify here as Isu and Clone trying to get aggressive, trying to get the surge, possibly elimination if it really presents itself against Wukong and Josh, who honestly were having an impressive day yesterday as well.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of room here over on the side as Squid will get knocked in the feed there. You see that in the top left-hand corner. And we talked about right at the start how, hey, what did we expect from the pace? Hey, these teams like to fight off drop. Boy, were we wrong.
Yep, already trying to get things shaken up. Even though another player did go down, still 50 full teams alive being put to the test here in West. The second region here in terms of reboots per game. EU is going to be first. NA East is going to be second, so honestly, that can go straight back to up to 100 here because of the amount of time that is also left on each reboot.
Yeah, and don't forget, I believe it was the start of Chapter 3. It might have been like right as we change over from 1 to 2, but there is a couple of changes to reboot bans that made them a lot stronger. You no longer have to actually go over and physically pick up the card. You just need to run over the top of it. There's more reboot bans on the map, and reboot cards last longer. So particularly in a competitive game, we're able to kind of figure out and test the limits a little longer. We see people do some real deep zone revives, but right now this is the fight we're going back to where we can see the chip damage coming from the side. And that was more than just chip. Squid takes a ton there.
Yeah, and as soon as their opponents kind of see and know that he's weak, that's where they can try to get aggressive, but it's a third party. That's information you're not going to be able to gather unless you're playing very, very close attention. But Squid, Lizard, they're going to be able to buy the time they need by going to the low ground, popping in and out of covers, trying to get the edits, trying to get the shots to chop down their opposing team that is just one box away, but they have to be very, very careful. They're taking their time, center zone, or at least close to it. So there's going to be so many more teams just than the 3 that you see that have that triangle view on them.
And they're getting dropped on immediately. You can see another team just pathing over the top of them. They're going to take a look at this fight, decide, do we want to be a part of this? Odds are probably good no, because this is a significant investment of hard materials here early on. And yes, you're going to be a little bit safer, but there's nothing to refarm this in the area.
Yep, just trying to get themselves a little bit more of a center spot here. And then go for the surge tags. Trying to take over a location that's going to have some heavy rotation. This could be one of them. So if you get yourself some bit of high ground, that could be a strategy. You see players boxed up on a few different mountains, southern and eastern from this team right here, Vex and Apar. And I like the way they're not forcing this exchange. One team went down, but it goes to show 96 players alive. Storm Surge is going to be so impactful when it does present itself.
Yeah, and our first duo down. The first one's off the board to break that record. Well, I mean, the record still stands. It's the longest we've seen this season. But Sari and Photo were the ones who were taken out. But as we see, with still 49 duos up and 96 players, we got 2 solo riders running around there, and it's early in that regard.
Lizard looking calm, cool, and collected for now. He's not in a fight just yet. We'll see how that one changes if he does begin to get aggressive here. But the thing that's kind of worrying me right now is while these 2 teams are boxed up close together, they're not being able to get the surge tag. So they're going to be 2 of the duos, regardless of what happens here. They are going to be forced to fight for that surge once it does pop, once it does present itself. And that's why you see them trying to poke around, get the angles. Lizard's going to get chopped. 50 shields just about going to get dropped off in that moment.
Yeah, but honestly, if we keep this current pace, we're going to see 13 duos under pressure from the Storm Surge. Basically a quarter of the lobby going through. Honestly, more than a quarter of the lobby at this point. So you can see the top right-hand corner. Only one team that didn't play on day 1 advanced yesterday in NA West. So you can see having that little bit of experience playing around in the set lobbies in this format gave them an edge. The question is, does that hold up today? As you see, a couple shots thrown towards the side. Much needed tags from that team.
Another team that's going to be looking for some tags here, landing towards Greasy Grove. The thing about landing at Greasy Grove, it's going to be a good spot to kind of farm up. You kind of are on an island towards the outside, so if you want to take that early skirmish, you can go and get it with very little third parties. But if you don't take that fight and you don't get the surge, it's going to be dry. It's going to be hard. You got to have a Hawkeye in order to spot out these people in order to get the damage that you need. But somebody spotted something with his Hawkeye. Panda, what do you got for us?
So I actually want to add on to what Jacob was just saying there, the power of a POI. Greasy Grove is one of those special POIs, and Quinn and Defiable have found a way to use it effectively. They not only now have a vehicle, which is very limited on the map, but they also have exceptional healing for the in-game, which is a win factor when it comes to the VR.
That's absolutely perfect. I want you to like screenshot that. Take a picture of this right here, because Panda said it. Look at their loot, the amount of great loot they're able to get, besides maybe a common drum shotgun, but they lack the surge. So we've seen it throughout the weekend. Teams try to out-heal the surge at such a high number of players still alive. So I want to kind of tune in back into them later when Storm Surge is playing its role to see if those heals kind of mean anything, because Surge can really turn a game on its side.
And one thing to note there, you can see the med miss being passed up by Typical Gamer and Noah W, valuing that shield keg in what's likely to be a very large Storm Surge situation. You can already see teams heading past the outside the zone. You don't necessarily want to be stuck rotating into the third zone and be underneath Surge. So anybody who's being proactive here will be a little bit helpful, but we're going to swing on over to the fight. Kipple and Reigns, brilliant shot and drop in from Kipple. He's going to get a knock immediately.
From the top, he drops one, continuing with those double SMGs mixed with the burst, trying to get into the box with the blink of an eye, but shot from above. He's going to need this siphon to come through, and he's going to get it just in the blink of an eye, and that's going to allow them with the 2v1 situation here to kind of breathe in this moment. But nope, 2v1 no more. It's actually they both picked up an elimination of their own. That's going to set themselves up good for Surge and allow them to kind of play this situation a little bit different. That team can kind of rotate past, and they can let them rotate past and go ahead and move into zone almost unnoticed.
Yeah, it's only our second duo going down there as they swing on over. We see Kaitrax has actually been knocked. Jarritos trying to do what he can, but adios, senor, no mas para ti, as he gets taken down on that end. Good push, but the Storm Surge Special has been warning, so expect now players to get active. If you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge, the key rule to think about, the key numbers, 3, 5, and 7. It turns on in zone number 3, zone number 5, and zone number 7. In zone number 3, we go until there's 70 players left. In zone number 5, the number's 50. In zone number 7, that number is 30. Now, Storm Surge does 25 damage every 5 seconds to the team in the duo who has not done enough damage. So as of right now, we're going to see 10+ duos who are going to be under threat from that 25 damage every 5 seconds as soon as this third zone closes.
Not something that kind of goes hand in hand with something me and Takada were talking about yesterday. There should never be a moment that you're stagnant just boxing up. You need to always be proactive, looking for information, spotting out players, going for those tags, farming up. There's always something you could be doing, even something as simple as relaying the information to your IGL and formulating some sort of plan here as they pop the shield keg 65 below the damage threshold. And you see him looking for the shots. With the shield keg down, this is the perfect time to kind of trade those shots out because you're going to be able to regenerate the shield simultaneously.
Right now you can see 227 below here for C Winter and Blizzard. And like we said, keep an eye, bottom right-hand corner. When that number gets to 0, we will turn over to zone 3. That's when it will turn on here. And right now you can see Photo ending up getting a knock there onto Vengeance. As the number on the right hand just keeps dropping for C Winter and Blizzard. They're going to need to get wall to wall, and that's what they're doing.
Yep, trying to close the gap and the distance from them and the next available team. And Blizzard's going to get into one, trying to break through the pieces. Goes, drops into the box, but he does it by himself. He deals enough damage. I do believe he was able to get at least a knock onto one, but he goes down almost instantaneously. And that's why you see Winter not wanting to let up off the gas, taking one piece, going in with the drum shotgun, but it's just too much. Fizzy is able to make magic happen and save BQ25 for now because you already saw the shots coming in from the other third parties. If they know he's down, they're going to focus him with the rest of the lobby.
He was looking for the one piece, but unfortunately he only found dry land there, wasn't able to pick it up. And on the back side of it, as you said, Jay Fizzy, BQ able to find that now. As Vex and Apar under damage, 43 below, and the shots are just raining in on them. You see Photo get yet another knock there in the feed, and Chug Splashes going to be opted into. Generally, you want to use the Chug Splashes first when you're underneath Surge because it has the AoE, it can be applied to both of you, and it's faster. But right now, they want to try and get wall to wall. They're not going to be able to rifle this from a distance, and there it is.
Yeah, they know they cannot out-heal this one. They cannot put the shots from afar. Nobody is giving them that opportunity, and that's why they're getting aggressive towards the low ground. But a moment to breathe here. 5 below. It keeps dropping. 19 below. Vex knows he needs the shields and HP to continue fighting this, but the time is of the essence. It's not on their side, but the 15 above that damage threshold is going to be, and it's going to allow them to breathe in this one moment.
But only for a little bit, as still 3 duos are underneath the pressure. We still have 4 duos who have to drop before we have the first placement point. Let's see which one of those duos on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, Vibes, this is a team, a duo team throughout the weekend that is known to play a little too passive. Majority of their games, they have been a victim to Surge. They need to figure out a way to get the shots they need. On 128, that might look like a lot, but if you can get that Striker burst and kind of get a couple of shots back to back, that will be good. But Storm Surge is just tearing them apart. It's pulling them into a blender, and they're continuously falling below, not finding the shots that they need, and it's almost looking like it's going to be too late, but only 3 below. They still need just a little bit more. They need to breathe on just one team, but Storm Surge, shots coming in. Vibesy has one chance, and it goes all out the window. He's trying to pop the mini. He's not going to be able to get it off, and they fall victim once more to Surge.
Baka and Delta on the side looking over, trying to see if it's worth the investment. Elevated Ignite digging into the rest of their utility. We'll see what that number looks like. Nope, they're still the ones under, only 42 below though, so trying to swap it back on over. They do still have the med miss and the small pot as well. Will they be able to dig in and find the shots here? 68 below, so there should still be a solo under pressure right here, and they're even starting to split up the flop, so digging into the win conditions in order to just stay on their feet right now.
That's what I always said. It's just very, very concerning when a team tries to out-heal it. And it's all faults, finds elimination onto Squid. Like Sundown just said, 70 players, that number has been reached. It's going to turn off for now. But if you've seen any FNCS before, and even if you haven't, you should know that your job is not done just yet. You cannot let up off the gas, because he said those 3 numbers, 70, 50, and 30. So Storm Surge is still very, very an important thing to worry about and keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and honestly, they're going to get a warning here for the next one, and luckily for a lot of the southern teams, they're going to get a pull right on top of them. However, for the rest of the lobby, basically everyone on the east and the northern side, they're going to have not necessarily a hop, skip, and a jump. It's a little farther than that here. However, so many teams have been forced to really dig into the excess resources that we could see a little bit of a thinner mid-game here, as we're going to swing on over to Photo and Sari, and Photo really putting in the work here.
That's a good one. That's a good one right there. And you can see Typical Gamer just under the difficult conditions of Surge. He tries to peek, and that's what happens when you just wait too long. They have no heals. They can't out-heal it. Noah Play is also falling victim. But that's what happens, honestly, when Noah Plays and Typical Gamer. They were getting so aggressive yesterday. They were getting their Surge right out of the gate against Echo and Wester, but now that team's not contesting them, so they're not getting the same Surge that they did before, so they're going to have to adapt. And I think after that game, after going down in that situation, it should be enough to spark something in their minds.
69 players up, 35 duos. We got 1 solo rider and also 1 point being granted, 35 being the first placement threshold. Next one happens at 30, and then once we get in the top 25, each duo that drops is +1 to into the top 3. And of course, our winners go straight through to the finals. No need to pass go. We'll see you next weekend for your chance at that brand new Axe of Champions, all the clout, the FNCS title, and everything that comes along with it. But there's the warning we see on our right-hand side now. And I mean, similar to the first one, we got a lot of teams who need to drop.
Yep. This time around, though, they're not too far below the damage threshold. You can already see not too much damage being put on them in general. So all those heals really paying it off. And I think they went ahead and a few times either kind of traded off for tags or just simply try to out-heal some of the Surge simply because that empty spot, that was another heal that with Chromie Quinn had. And that's why I said screenshot it right before.
Yeah, it was, I believe he had 4 chug splashes the last time we had tuned into him in that regard, which having to dig in for that, not necessarily the worst thing, but you see here, they're still ping-ponging back and forth between above, below, and in 20 seconds, that next round of 25 damage every 5 seconds is gonna come through. And I mean, Jacob, we got 10 duos who are gonna be under pressure again. We've only just saw Storm Surge turn off, and Trolling KEKW gets to it right away. He's gonna thin it out with a double of his own.
Players peak and Defiable. Quinn still trying to get those shots. Delgato trying to go ahead and stay alive, trying to survive here. He's in the storm for the short moment. Gonna pop right back out, gets the elimination. A little bit of a siphon. You see the heal is going on over. He's just getting into that crevice, but unable to save his teammate. Should have splashed sooner, but now he's gonna have to do it as a solo, just like Kika and Kika here. Got a good spot in zone. Not too much to worry about, especially with the shield K going off.
You can see Zone pulling over towards the northwestern side where we talked about pretty much or northeastern side, the opposite of what we got with the 4-pull. So everyone now on the western and southern side has a little bit of a jog to get into the zone. It's going to be more like a slog here as the other players are going to be about facing and looking. And right now, I mean, you can see everyone is being forced to eat into their resources, just stay up on their feet because there's so many people on their feet.
Yep, you see Storm Surge going on Coxie, Nigel, Angel, so many teams taking damage right now, and it's just not looking good. A full team going down, and Cypress is going to go ahead and clean that one up, get 2 eliminations, and really take advantage of Surge, and that's what I love to see players do. Instead of just attacking normal players around the lobby, they go ahead and focus the ones taking Surge, and this is where you see they're trying to fire back, come back from 215 below the damage threshold. They're able to find one onto Wukong, end up in exchange for the damage, but Kika bites off more than he can chew. He's going to go down. So is Kika here as they both go down, trying to go for that Surge. Sometimes you just can't force the play.
Yeah, I mean, Trolling KEKW has just found duo after duo pushing into him is being hammered by the purple thunder from above. And now one thing to note, while we're able to see where those giant purple lightning bolts come down, the Storm Surge, the players don't see that. The hint they get is an audio cue, so they know when that shield is broken, and they're able to go. Storm Surge turns off, and we're closing in now as we transition into the late game. The full moving zones, we're going up to the northeast, and we're also closing in on our cascading placement points. 27 duos left, 5 solo riders out with 49 players up.
Yeah, and this is the Surge here on the next one where I feel like you can kind of survive it if you kind of have your route planned out, either up a layer, down a layer, because this is where you see a lot of players begin to drop like flies in the moving zones. But you can see that great loadout that Defiable and Quinn had was just enough for them to not really worry about Surge, even though they were firing off some shots here and there. It wasn't as impactful to them because they were able to use the splashes, use the big pots to kind of out-heal it. For this one, they only have minis left. So this time around, they cannot continue to out-heal 182 below the threshold.
But they will hope that players drop on the rotation coming through. We see Bolts getting a knock there in the feed. Both Reigns, Angel, and Kibble, the BMD members, all going down, but Kruger and Bolts, they find a pair themselves. Looking up, what's on the high ground? Gaspapong currently there. Nigel trying to drop down, hit the launch pad, misses it once, misses it twice, 3rd time's the charm, and he looks to see, hey, is there any pickings up there? No, instead goes to second height, tries to drop right in the tarpon, 135 below. He's going to take all the refreshers and a ton of minis, a ton of mats, even a big pot for his trouble.
That was like finding a loot llama in the open towards end game. That's a blessing you can't even wish for at a time like this. As Victim, Matten doing good, dropped a few days, but not good enough to qualify. They're looking for day number 3 to be a huge difference. They have the high ground, they have the pressure, and they continue firing the shots down to Kevin and Yasir, who's also looking like a good duo this entire weekend. But it's not how you start Sundown, it's how you finish.
Bolts finds a pair there, as well as Defiable getting one. You see, bottom left-hand corner, him and Quinn still up on their feet. Slick ended up getting taken down. Storm Surge will turn off here in a second as Exy also gets cleaned up by Bolts. He's finding a nice run. You can see Backety, the former NA West player now, him and Prism looking for some room, but he is one of 2 players underneath Surge. Only 98 there. It will turn off, so he'll get a little bit of respite if he can find the room. He still needs to pop the minis and take that med miss.
Now, I will say it's kind of a saving grace that he has the launch pad as well as Yasir towards the high ground. Make me wonder where Kevin is at. He's going to go down. 3 eliminations to their name. He doesn't have enough mats. Yasir cannot continue to hold the high ground unless he plays it smart and he's very, very resourceful of how he travels through the rest of this game here. Staying back, staggering himself, still trying to do what he can, sneaking up on a team for a refresh that he's desperately looking for.
Yasir looking to say, yes, sir, I needed that. He wants to be able to find it. He does on the backside of the zone. A much-needed refresh. Make sure he gets all the mats and the med kit so he has a little bit to run. But 40R Storm and Kadenox say, hey, wait a second. No one's above it. They hop right on up, and now they're going to be raining shots down onto Yasir himself.
Yeah, now it's there for the taking here. And you look, they have a ton of light ammo, so that pressure is going to be insurmountable for the rest of the players in the lobby if they want to go ahead and do it. But he's staggering towards the backside. Can that med kit pop off just in the nick of time, along with his travel time, as Backety is trying to go ahead and have a performance just like yesterday, but even better to scrape into the top 6.
But right now, as we're closing in on the top 10, there's so many solo riders out there. They're getting picked up left and right. 5 players are solo. Everyone else will have a duo up. Zuko being one of them. Reform looking for some space on the backside of the zone. Has plenty of builds, but he catches the shot in the back as he goes to go up. And the second he goes up and opens up, he takes a ton of damage, but then he finds somebody else, uses the Harpoon to drop down a level. That's back and he's 5 HP in a Dream, and the Dream is cut short.
And the solos are just dropping like flies, but the duo standing tall, still holding onto the high ground is Gord, one of the few solos remaining, trying to do it by himself, going towards the outskirts. The pressure from above is going to push him just another layer down, but sometimes enough is enough. He's going to have to stagger outside of zone. No HP to kind of heal it. He has to go right back in. Not a ton of options as he's getting dwindled down HP and shield-wise, finding a way in towards zone. Digital as well, trying to do it as a solo. There's only, I think, 1 duo team remain, maybe 2.
3 solos, 2 duos. 3 solos, 2 duos right now. Zeltic being one of the 3 solos will throw the armored wall down. He's looking for some space, and he finds it, and he cuts down one of the other duos.
That's how you do it, Gord. Sneaking away another placement point. Not even wasting time until he has to. Can't take a tick from the Storm, but he does. He goes down. Kadenox, 40R Storm, holding onto the high ground, moments away from advancing to yet another finals as Digital trying to find his way into the Storm, and he doesn't get that chance. Kadenox, 40R Storm, they might have waited until day number 3, but they're still going to get another consecutive FNCS appearance underneath their belt.
The veterans who have been around forever, they are no strangers to last-minute dramatics. 40R Storm waited until the final duos competition in the World Cup to qualify. He waits till the final day here to make it to the FNCS finals. But not the last moment, right? Gets it done in game number 1. He can go hang out, he can chill, he can relax a little bit. But congratulations to the 33 and Nova player, as we're gonna be seeing them next weekend.
I feel like they're a celebrity. They're like the type that is fashionably late at all times. Because even last season, in order to get into the qualifiers, 49th place. Once they actually played in the qualifier to advance, 2nd. Easy for them.
Yeah, able to make it through. But like you said, hey, they'll check out early. They at least showed up and they're like, hey, I got my gift bag, I'm good. Hey, we're leaving with that, and we will leave you with the leaderboard in the standings after game number 1. Kelly, Panda, Clay, what you got?
Thank you so much, Sundown and Jacob. And it wouldn't be an NA West Finals without 40R and Kadenox. And congratulations with that VR. 8 eliminations right there. Incredible. You know, I feel like over the last few days, we've seen a lot of height holds, and then it kind of crumbles at the very end. But they held that to a T.
Well, I mean, of course, right? It's Kadenox, 40R Storm. We kind of expect them to. Right, look at how well they're looking for these items, and that is a very crucial Harpoon there. They're going to get their mats up a lot and actually deny a lot from Defiable. And when we take a look, 100 builds, 6 zone on both of them, Panda.
Yeah, see, this is what's key, right? We talked about it yesterday. Taking high ground at the appropriate time is how to be successful. Unfortunately, here we go. Kadenox, 40R Storm, the veterans of NA West. They take it, they hold it, and ultimately walk away with that VR. But look, Nox on these incredible players. You see Defiable going down to Kadenox. You see other incredible players going down. Like, this team just knows how to win games.
And this honestly comes on the back of the lobby being a little bit more aggressive. They had an opportunity where they didn't have to have mats the entire time. Take a look, 1 minute and 30 seconds till the zone is closing, and we only have 6 players up. So they got very, very advantageous with the fact that, look, right here, only 2 other players are up, and they still have high ground with 16 builds. We don't see that often.
I also love their loadouts. Kadenox going to be the fragger there, and then you saw 40R being the utility holder. He had the Harpoon gun, he had the heals, he knew exactly what his position was in that team, and that is so important in Fortnite. Not just being able to play the game well, but being able to play the meta and being able to know that who's the IGL and who's the fragger is so important, Panda.
It really is, but we got to talk about this leaderboard. On top, KEKW and Reform, though. See, this is a team that we weren't necessarily paying close attention to, but now we have to, right? Top of the leaderboard, 45 points, but just below by 2 points. It's Zuko and Digital.
And obviously below that, we have Panadero and Zeltic with 3rd place, 41 points, tied for 41 points. It's going to be Victim and Matten. Kevin and Yasir are going to be holding out in 5th place, and then 6th place. And remember it, guys, that is where you want to be. It's the top 6 that move forward. It's going to be Gord and Miles. But hey, our picks there, EXE and All right, Talkin' Ben holding out quite strong in 7th place, only a 5-point difference. But let's focus again on Trolling Keck and Reform, because those 8 eliminations, we were talking about it earlier, that aggression is so important, Clay.
Yeah, and they already have 5 going into moving zones, which is a testament to how well they're doing. They find more on the backside as well, trying to just rotate through. Mind you, they are 600 damage above Surge when it turns off for the last time. That shows you how well they're operating. And look, together, drop a player down, get the Elim together. The entire time, I don't think I saw them separated except for when Trolling went down.
Panda, let me ask you this. Clearly, they are doing so well on the low ground there, and that's what's allowing them to grab so many eliminations. Do you think over the next 5 games, they're going to stick to the low ground because that's where they're strong, or are they going to try and get height and get that VR?
I think it's too early to call, but I think right there in that situation, low ground was key for them to get those eliminations. Maybe that they realized they weren't going to be able to take high ground. It could have been that they didn't feel comfortable going for the VR, so they said, you know what, the eliminations are more important in that situation, and that's why we see them at the top. So regardless, it worked for them.
And we've seen that height isn't the only way to get a VR. We've seen heel-offs. We've obviously seen low ground contention. There is a lot of ways that we can see the VR. But you know what? I want to see a heel-off in game number 2. I think that is where we can see some possible, you know, change up in the meta.
That definitely would be a change-up. We saw it a lot yesterday and the day before. But what I want to see is I want to see some more Harpoon plays, Kelly.
You just got one. Is that not enough for you?
No. Listen. We all know Harpoon is my weapon. We call it the Clay Classic for a reason, right? I want to see Harpoon off high ground, grab the player on the low ground, get a shotgun shot through the Elim. Like, that's what I want to see.
Panda, what do you want to see?
Listen, I want to see something other than high ground take a VR. That's what I want to see. And I think it's going to happen, right? I have a feeling game number 2 is going to be different. You saw actually Defiable and Quinn playing the low and mid ground pretty well. And I think if any team's going to be able to do it, it's them.
You know what I want to see? I believe it was during day number 1 where it was coming down to a heel off, a 1v1. And then we saw that one player about to lose the heel off, ran back into the storm and grabbed the final elimination. Obviously, there's only so many places you can look before you go down. But what an incredible play. What a great call, knowing that he didn't have the heel off potential. Guys, it's still just game number 1, or I should say game number 2. We have 5 more games to go before we find the final 12 teams that will be moving forward into the finals. You know, talking about teams, of course, Quinn and Defiable. Panda, I was kind of surprised that you didn't pick them.
You know, I was very close to picking them today, but I actually thought they were contested. Turns out, game number 1 shows they're not contested anymore at Greasy Grove, which means it's going to be a good day for Defiable and Quinn.
Well, remember, with it being so many games left, a lot of teams could be changing up their drop spots. Quinn and Defiable could potentially be contested in game number 2. And who better to find out than our casters? It's Jacob and Sundown.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Clay, and Panda. And for a second there, I was about to say, hey, don't put that bad juju on me. I don't want any more heel-offs. But then Kelly corrected herself. I want to see people go hunting for the heel-offs. I don't want to see people be comfortable. Like, close it out with the elimination. Give me that emphatic close.
Yeah, either if you're going to go down to a heel-off, I need like a double heel-off with the duos chasing them in, trying to get something to happen. Something exciting when it comes to a heel-off. Or maybe... I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Kevin and UC are our top team right now. I feel like they're going to slay out as well. No heel-offs. No heel-offs.
I mean, the one thing, too, like, I feel like West, particularly after that game, they're going to take it a little bit to the game. That one, they let the game come to them. Storm Surge did, like, 90% of the work through the first 2 zones. Players were happy to just kind of sit back. This is the last day. This is the last chance. You got 5 games to either get a W or get yourself up that leaderboard. And that doesn't happen by waiting. You need to go. You need to grab it, because if you don't, someone else will. And now we got game 2 ready to go. Let's hit it.
Game number 2, Sundown. The first game, Jitters, is right out the window. And honestly, that was the longest game without a team going down. That's a lot of pressure to put on a couple of people here after that one. As Notorious Coxie towards the Daily Bugle, trying to land towards the high ground, put the pressure on him from above. No matter if it's Kika, Coxie, Notorious, even when Defiable and Quinn was over on this side of the map, there was always that early off-spawn exchanges, trying to go for the early surge, because you know as well as I do, if you set yourself up with that early surge and elimination for the mid-game, you can kind of just go from position to position, just firing shots and everybody rotating around.
Yeah, especially in a lobby that's playing like this. If you're able to even get a little bit of damage, you should be okay. The problem is if everyone says, okay, we got a couple 1 or 2 tags, we should be fine. That's not always necessarily the case, right? Especially if people are able to stay up on their feet. But we do see Reeks and NG go down to the hands of Ghosty. So at least our pace is picking up a little bit here in game number 2.
Yeah, that must have been a doozy because you saw Flameback go down literally seconds before Ghosty's name pops up with a double elimination, and that's going to allow him to get that revive back on up, get the surge that we're talking about, 6 points to their name, and honestly, a huge confidence boost to start the game. And I asked the question, what really went down? Here's how it happened. Ghosty was honestly chasing the entire time. Flameback went down for just a second.
Yeah, nice little pressure there, utilizing the Epic SMG to get right on top of him. But so far, Saul Goodman Buzzo there on the other side, who was already able to cleanly take out a duo here in Command Cavern. You can see he's utilizing as much space as possible, trying to take it up, getting hip to hip because he has no build. They have to fight now.
You gotta be careful. Saul Goodman instantly becoming one of the fan favorites, and he's one of the top players who almost qualified in our earlier days, but under siege, forced to back up here. Command Cavern, one of our most contested, hottest drops that we have in any region. Is Saul trying to wait for that perfect moment, pops the shot, good tag, drops the shield, but it's just not enough in a 2v1. Sometimes all it takes is just a second of separation to kind of do you in, and that is what it's going to do. Saul Goodman and Buzzo.
Yeah, honestly, it was the reload there. He didn't necessarily have the ability. You saw he lined up the shot, but the extra half second to make sure, hey, I got a shell in there, wasn't enough to be able to change it over. So despite the early 2 eliminations, it gets turned around right away in a much faster paced game. We've had 3 full duos taken out in the blink of an eye.
It's not over just yet, though, from Command Cavern. We're talking about it being a hot drop. 4 total teams landed here right off the initial. Only 3 of them are going to remain with that team going down. But here's a replay of it, and that's instantaneous reactions as soon as they realize Saul Goodman's by himself, and Buzzo trying to go in and be the hero. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, but you saw the remaining HP on him. It was super close. If he didn't have to reload there, he might have been able to run that out and give his team just enough time. But right now you can see back at Ian Prism, double stacked on this right-hand peak, which I actually love because the player who keeps poking his head up, he thinks, oh, I'll just trade with one, not recognizing it's 2 players right on top of each other, and they break through all of his armor, get a nice 39 headshot tag, and that player is going to be completely backed off. This is going to allow them to safe rotate around the outside to the southern zone here.
Yep. But the thing is, right now, like you said, the southern zone, they got a couple of feet to go here before they get inside the zone, but they're going to go ahead and take the time. It is the
just
first
a couple
zone.
of feet, you know.
Just a couple, you know, especially, you know, if they just start running now. They have to start running right now. But honestly, if they have the heals, maybe a med kit somewhere, and I know they saw them bypass a shield keg, so I got to imagine they have a plan already to take the damage of the storm, stagger themselves in, and maybe look for shots on teams and players that might not necessarily know they're there. As typical gamer Noah plays, Sleepy Sound, that's been their drop spot all weekend long. But the huge difference coming in today, I already said it after game number 1, they're used to getting aggressive tags right out of the gate. They haven't been able to do that in game number 1, so it's going to be a real interesting sight to see how they adjust.
Showing Captavio trying to put the build course out there, get the disengage, close out towards the zone. We saw how his name was lighting up the feed, but Blizzard and C Winter, they say, hey, can you do it again? As they're pushing right on top of him. Heavy investment from the builds here and actually dipping into the brick pretty early, and they're on the back foot.
Yep, that's one thing though, Reform and Trolling, if they taught us anything after that game number 1, they're not scared to get their hands dirty and get into a box of another player, especially when you have that drum shotgun to go ahead and use, and especially if you're hip to hip. Find a little bit of separation and see Blizzard and his duo. They could be separated, but a third party slowly but surely coming in towards the edge of zone. This could be dangerous as Blizzard is from the high ground trying to take piece by piece. That control is going to be important as this battle continues.
Yeah, you can see there just barely on the left-hand side of the screen, the duo poking past, saying, hey, what's up? What's going on over there? Everything good? Anybody you want to just kind of step out a little bit up top? But they're actually going to make sure they're in the zone. And a nice little kind of mover on the backside here by C Winter and Blizzard actually gets sniffed out by the duo we were talking about, who had an angle on him. So some chip damage coming through. Got to invest the Chug Splash and make sure they're able to just slide and scoop their way on into the zone.
Yep, and as soon as they get in the zone, you see where they're looking, where their mind is at.
Straight back to that fight.
Yeah, low rotating in slowly behind him, but there's another team right in front of him as well. Did they spot it? I don't know, but they're going to find out here in just a few short moments. Spots him in the distance. The shots will trade off as Fizzy gets his shields dropped in the blink of an eye as BQtify is just a few inches below him. He has to watch out here as Blizzard's looking to get a little bit aggressive if he connects with just a few more shots.
But this is such an awkward fight to take because, yes, WTJ Fizzy was hanging out there being like, hey, challenge me, let's take this shot out. And while C Winter gave way better than he got, they're stuck between two teams. And yes, you're like, oh, they created a little bit of distance. Doesn't matter when you have the scope burst rifle. You can get a line on somebody and rip them apart, but Blizzard is going to try and make sure that that doesn't happen with back-to-back full body tags going through there, breaking the shield.
Threading the needle right there to really put those shots on him. It's just those little crevices, those little gaps.
Give me them toes.
He brought his protractor to make sure that he had the perfect angle to kind of get the surge, and that kind of alleviates a little bit of pressure because you know as well as I do that early surge allows you to rotate perfectly into the zone, and you don't want to go center zone too early. You still want to go into a spot, build some high ground, and get some shots on some players rotating around, and that's what you see Defiable Quinn landing towards Greasy Grove, business as usual. They're loading up and go ahead and get themselves enough heals to either get surge, or if they don't, it's not too much to worry about.
And while we kind of talked about, man, you should really kind of take onus on the game, make it your own, try and make the plays. We've seen those 3 initial duos drop in. That's about it. Everyone else is saying, nope, Sundown will ignore you. We want to stay in the match as long as possible. And that's a nice little upgrade for Zuko there. We'll see if he wants to opt in to that legendary auto shotgun compared to the common striker. But if he holds it, then to me, that says he wants the preference that comes with the one-shot capability of the common striker. If it was me, I'd swap it over, but you know, there's a reason he's playing and not me.
Yeah, he's trying to just spread out his loadout altogether. He's making sure that he can pop some shots to the striker, instantly get in the box with the combat SMG, and then for the tags, the surge that we see that is just so impactful after game number 1. He's going to have that striker burst to make sure that he can use it at a distance and even up close as Polar Bear and Taco Boy. That was actually the team that qualified while contesting Arkham and Epic, and that was a narrow qualification to see coming in during Session 3.
Right now, Digalito and Voss right on the northern part of the zone. They can hang out for a bit. Plenty of fishies in the inventory. Not going to be opening up a sushi shop anytime soon. But you see them splitting the pads. Honestly, it looks like they might consider high padding to zone here because there is another team directly on top of them. However, if they do that, there's 3 or 4 teams waiting in the zone on the outside, so the angle could be tough. Now, if you look on the left side of your screen, we're going to get a reveal on the zone, and with how far south it's pulling, you have to go now. The reason being, if you're not on one of those kind of outer raised plateaus that are called hoodoos, actually, you know that, the desert rock formations that are smaller on the bottom, larger on the top, but if you're not able to kind of get one of those, you're then forced to rotate past everyone who has, and those rotations are so painful.
Yeah, it's actually looking scary. Normally, I would bet against using a launch pad this early, but after seeing that zone, how far they have to trek, you might make it a possibility here as Polar Bear getting 2 different pieces, still continually trying to move in, gets denied entry once, tries to go up and above this time around. He's going to get the high ground yet again, gets the box, gets the piece, but gets a big shot landed on him, trying to fire back onto Voss. The health being dwindled because of Storm, but they have more than enough. 2 different med mists. They have chug splashes, but they do not have sight on their enemies just yet as Voss is trying to heal up. Buy time for Digalito, who's also trying to heal up. This is a prolonged battle inside of the Storm, and I don't think either one of them are going to come out victorious.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Taco Boy and Polar Bear are going into the utility belt, saying we need to invest this now, we need to win this fight. They will end up getting the wall replaced, trying to potentially look and see if there's an edit down, want to get wall to wall. They want to fight with these high rate of fire weapons, but doing a very good job of just denying them that entry.
Last of the med is going to be used. Again, I'm back up to 87. Still looking around, and this is where maybe they're saving the launch pad for this moment. Or at least after this moment, the piece control is going to go over. Digalito and Voss, just another layer down, so that piece control is going to mean absolutely nothing unless they drop down and get a little bit more close into this fight. And this is where I think that loadout is just going to be a little bit better. The splashes, like you said, going into close proximity, able to regenerate the health along with a launch pad. They could, in theory, outstay, but they're going to use everything they have just to stay alive and get to the next zone.
Do see some bandages over there on the right. Might need to make like Zexo and pop them in the zone to just get a couple of extra seconds, but We will see the second zone beginning to move, so don't forget, we are way north. Like, we are going way far south. We'll get the Storm Surge warning now, and both these teams should be relatively fine with what they're able to trade back, but will they get the confirm? Finally, they're able to open up and find him on that side, but Digalito ends up going down in the return, so neither team are really picking it up cleanly.
So basically trading down, going for the revive in this short moment, but has to be careful, because going for the revive leaves you open for an attack, as Taco Boy honestly doesn't have very many options here. His health is being dwindled as he gets taken down by Voss, who instantly goes, edits in the box, and this is where you see the two launch pads. One of them better be used here in order for them to stay alive and make it in towards zone, but you got to be lucky that you do have two, as Trolling Tech and Reform. Reform takes a big shot. They're forced to play a little defensive here as Trolling try to edit around, catches Fizzy slipping. The down's not going to come through, but Trolling is going to get dropped, so Reform, he has to do it by himself. 20 HP in a dream.
But it's a 1v1 because Trolling Tech W was able to get the knock onto Jay Fizzy, so he gave Reform just a little bit of a room. And now what Beautify is doing, rather than trying to go and press and get the siphon on Trolling Tech W, instead he's prioritizing getting the revive, knowing that the fight put them above Surge. So he's saying, hey, that's fine. We're good. I'll get the knock. I don't need the points as long as I get to advance in the game. And that's a very disciplined decision.
Yeah, and you can almost guess, since he wasn't continuously attacking, trying to take the piece control over, went revive for revive. That puts him in this situation here. But they don't have the time just yet to put the mid-miss. That's why you see them extending outward, building two boxes wide, putting a ramp right behind them to create that separation between them and the other team. Just like you said, take what you can get in these moments. You don't have to force a fight at every turn.
10 seconds till Storm Surge turns on, and we got a lot of active duos who could potentially be under pressure right now. Bocross, 100G, I Sweat looking for an opportunity. They do have plenty of chug splashes as well as armored walls, so they have options available to them. Reset on the bottom there as they'll get 44 above. What they want to do now, honestly, maybe invest the armored wall and just sit on top of this loot, because this is enough to advance you.
Yep. With so many other teams going to rotate all around you. You can either look to recycle a launch pad. You got to guess with 1, 2. I'm trying to count. I'll let you go ahead and do that, because
no, I'm good. Like it's a lot. There you go. A lot.
That's the lobby
answer.
On that side of the zone. Honestly, I would think to launch pad that would possibly be unsafe with the amount of teams staggered around. But Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable, consecutive games looking like they're going to try to out-heal the Surge in order to stay alive. And that's exactly what I was alluding to kind of start the game. A great switch up in their draw spot towards Greasy Grove. They can find a team on an island and try to attack rather quickly, but if they don't find that opportunity, they're going to be on the back foot for Surge for quite a while.
And they want to try and get box to box with this team next to them. But one thing to note, you talked about everyone packed in on the northern part of the map. They're stuck fighting, but Rich Homie will end up getting the confirmation onto Sulegana. That's because Storm Surge likely finished him off. In fact, you can see it. You see the damage going through. They'll get this as long as they did any damage to him, but it won't necessarily keep them that far above, as they're only 12 above, 4 below now. Left-hand side, see the number, 23 below. Right-hand side, 35 below. They're all taking damage, and most importantly, nobody is near them. Everybody is stopping to fight and not rotate through to the zone.
Watching that damage threshold, looking like a game of Fortnite ping pong. Up, down, up, down. Cannot figure out where it's gonna go. You gotta be able to control your own destiny, and this is what you were talking about. Just sit on that loot. You can go ahead and do enough to try to out-heal it, but the shots coming in, they're not wanting to let the big shields pop, and this is where it's going to get just a little bit more dangerous as they're trying to run simultaneously, pop the splashes, forcing out the launch pad, flying through the sky, trying to get themselves, and they have to cut their journey short in order to minimize the amount of damage they're taking from everybody else in the lobby, because they're still being attacked by Surge up until this moment where a couple players go down.
It just got turned off, but take the launch pad is scary there, because when you're in the air, you can't do anything. You can't pop shields, you can't throw a chug splash. You're at the mercy of what happens in Bocross. Just 1 extra second will do it. But while all of this is going on, the far pull south is massive, because this entire time there were 2 duos in the zone. Everyone else is on the outside. That's what you're seeing. Look at the bottom right-hand corner. Everyone is rotating in late. We still have another concentric safe zone. So there's going to be another one of these mass migrations inward before we even get to the half in and half out. So real estate towards the edge of the zone is going to be primo expensive.
You guys want to go ahead and make your guess. You guys have 20 seconds. I need to see everybody in the chat. Let me see your Fortnite IQ. Where is zone going to pull? 4 choices. Left, right, top, or bottom?
My bet would say, based off of where we're going, we're probably going over to the southwest. generate a little bit of momentum, but there is possibility for a due north pull as well. That's kind of where my two guesses would go. We'll see how good I am, and I'm wrong. We went over to the eastern side there, so a little bit of room, a little farther south, but everybody who's on that northwestern side, which is basically everyone, needs to get going. We see 1, 2, 3 duos basically inside the safe zone. Everyone else is outside. Zuko lighting up the feed there, finding the kick-up pair, and 6 points.
Yep, and if you're one of those lucky person in chat to really kind of call the zone, I hope you made a quick rotation banking on your guess here, because that eastern southern style of pool is going to force a lot of that action like you talked about. So many teams stacked up on the north side of the map, including Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable, who are already trailing on Surge just a few moments ago. As we pop in the replay, let's see how they're able to pick themselves up from the Surge, catching Flame back from behind, catching him slipping, trying to stagger himself back.
Yeah, I never want to get caught slipping there, and even able to find some tags on the player in the zone to kind of scoot that number up a little bit, because as we've seen, it's not just the first surge that ends up being a problem. First surge lasts so long, you basically then rotate and then deal with second surge.
Have one long consecutive surge throughout the game, the way these first two have been going as Miles over Peaks gets taken down. That's Wavy Jacob and his duo Vanillas, who's also now known as North Benji Fishy, who qualified. So he's trying to mimic that success here. And Wavy Jacob giving a huge shout out to Foxity, who's honestly doing his own viewing party, probably shouting at the screen every time Wavy Jacob gets a kill.
I am going to complain a little bit here just because these players are so good, and you make our job so difficult to give you the credit for how amazing you are. You got some sick branding. Utilize it so we can give you that kind of love. I mean, we talked about it with Mira over on NA East, but just like, let us rep you, let us give you the call-outs, let us tag you in all the tweets and the cool things as it comes through. And Umpgord trying to make some play now. Trolling Kick W getting his name up on the left side of the feed. Again, continuing the momentum from last game. We will have Surge maybe turn on here, but this is what I'm saying. Players taking it to the game now as we have 25 seconds and only 3 who need to drop. Compared to last time, we were at like 68 at this phase.
Sharing is caring here. You see the double split coming out. And what they just did, Digital and Zuko, if you guys at home are watching, they both stood in 2 different corners. They split both of their mats half right down the center, and that gives them a rather equal playing field. It won't be exact by any means, but it goes to show that you're splitting it right down the middle.
It's pretty much exact. What do you mean?
You think so?
That's how math works. I mean, it'll be a +1, -1 the other way, but if I drop half of my stuff, you drop half of yours.
An odd number.
Okay, yeah, so +1 either direction, but it's fine. As now we'll see, if like you're saying, you can't half an odd number, that means we either have one solo or we have a full duo who is being hit, because you look in the top left-hand corner, 51 players up, and as soon as I say that, a pair goes down and we go to 49.
Yep, you said it. It was a duo all together as Baka and Delta picking up some great eliminations here. And throughout the qualifiers, they were one of the teams. They win an early game. They do good in the second one as well, but they slowly kind of fizzled away. And that's why I kept saying that it's not how you start. It's really just as equally important that you do finish strong here, because so many other teams are battling through 2 different win conditions.
Yeah, and one thing to note, we are pulling super far over the east. So again, that western side, as we've seen, is going to have a long way to go. Also important to note, as we see Noah W and Typical Gamer take to the sky, first, third, fourth, and 8th coming into this game have all dropped early, so there's a little bit of room for the duos still on top of the table to be able to extend that lead. Or if you had a rough first game and you're still up, you can put yourself onto that front page.
I know it's about to be summer, but it looks like every one of these birds flew south for the winter, using the launch pads to try to get into the zone here as Rich Homie Quinn loses Defiable, but gets all of this loot and figure out how he's going to do it by himself while simultaneously getting that elimination onto Dunks. 39 players left in the lobby, and he has to do it by himself. This is going to be one big journey for him, but if anybody can do it, it's him, sitting inside of the bubble, currently at 5th place, and you got to imagine sitting good on that Storm Surge as well. That's why he's not over-peaking. He's not risking taking a shot and really revealing his position as a solo.
And now we get a little bit of a break as we hear the confirm come through. The full moving is revealed. We are inside the cascading placement points with only potentially a little bit of a warning here on the Storm Surge. 4 duos will need to go down. We'll take a look at some of the action we missed here, and Zuko actually getting on the wall and finding what a great wall replace to get both of those. And I mean, No scar on his eye in that situation. He came out super clean, and look at the inventory. He's got plays to be made for days, and most importantly, the whole lobby is rotating past them.
Yet again, I'm thinking everybody's getting their steps in today, trying to rotate from one place to another in the blink of an eye, while simultaneously battling not only so many other full teams and solos in the lobby, but battling against Storm Surge as well. And just like that, multiple players hop into the same box. Dagalito and Vasco down, making short work here, and that's not something we want to have happen. You see multiple players also looking backside of zone, making everybody's journey that much harder. Zuko, Digital, that good load that you said, not having to use the heals just yet as they continue to stay front side of zone.
So Shieldfish, so incredibly valuable in the late game. One of the quickest way to apply shields to an individual. Yes, not quite as fast as the Chug Splashes, but a great opportunity there. No Storm Surge will be present. 2 solo dolos, otherwise everyone else has a partner up on the high ground right there. You have Ignite, JG9, and Elevated looking down on everyone else. Plenty of flops, plenty of Chug Splashes, and plenty of room to operate as we swing on over. TG, Noah W, they're in the thick of it on the backside of the zone.
Build, a bad build at that as Noah plays, accidentally builds that ramp over Typical Gamer, but he quickly knows the situation cannot be the hero today. He has to continue to try to move through and trek as a solo by himself.
And one thing to note, the 7th zone, we pulled directly back from where we just were. So for a while here, players will be able to recycle their old builds, and then we're going to pull out of the space. So there is going to be some room, but the team up on high ground will be able to extend their time up here longer than they should have because of those old builds.
Yep, I was even thinking that same thing. They were looking so good on many different variations of ammo to put that pressure from above. It was the concerning part was the builds that they lacked. But you can see they already have that plan set in mind, chopping down a few layers, trying to connect here, making it safe as can be, and making sure nobody can connect towards the backside. And without a ton of builds to end up in a build fight, that is such a smart play.
Speaking of not a ton of builds, well, Quinn has a big 0, but that wasn't a 0 tag. He slipped, he slides, and he finds the home. It was Baka being able to get it. We called him safe, but the question is, what else can he find? He finds Caesar on the backside of the zone. Can he get the confirmation? There's a med miss there, but a player immediately to his left, and he doesn't quite get it.
Picking up some eliminations, though. Gotta at least be saying, hey, we did just enough in this game. Points, placement, consistency. That's what we can be playing for as Noah plays finally goes down. The team formally towards the high ground. They get dropped. That was because they lacked the build. But you see with the splashes, the med miss, they're staggering backside of zone. Gonna use this as an opportunity to try to sneak up on players that might not see them coming.
But the med miss only delays. You can't actually gain HP. It slightly offsets it, so it's gonna depend on the pull. And Elevated gets a little bit of room to breathe, but right now Prism and Bakity, they're slow up as well, finding eliminations. Courier goes down the backside of the zone. Elevated finds some flops, much needed in Prism. We'll also have the 2 med miss and a brilliant pre-fire on to Kevin.
Peekaboo takes him down. 5 teams remain. One of them's a solo as they're getting dropped. That's Physics picking up a double. Zuko doing what he can. The shots fire off. He's trying to make magic happen with the harpoon. Breaking through covers. Sneaks up on yet another player. But he knows he cannot tunnel vision. He has to continue to move forward. He's done just enough to get that first place for now. How long can he hold on to it, though?
But Zone is bouncing back, which is so critical. If it had kept going, he only had 2 more builds, and High Ground knew exactly where he is, but he gets a little bit of space. High Ground now is the only duo left. Everyone else is a solo rider. 2v1, v1, v1 as they're trying to close it out.
Yeah, the team from NA East playing on NA West. That's Prism going ahead and trying to stagger, but he realized he doesn't have a lot left in either one of those med miss, so he has to move forward. But the team towards the high ground still putting that pressure as Prism trying to find another way, and he lands a big shot onto Zuko. No build, unable to build above, over peak. Zuko takes him down. Second place up for grabs, staggering backside with the heals, picks up a med miss, and that is going to be his play. Can he heal off? This is going to be his only moment here left in this game to advance to the finals through a victory royale, and he's simultaneously trying to lead himself back in towards zone, looking for any other heals. 1 med miss left. Biz, Flux, they're not chasing backside of zone because they don't have the HP. Zuko finding a way in. He's going to make it with 110 still left on the med miss, but that's going to force Flux and Biz to try to drop down slowly but surely, because he will have enough if he finds another med miss to continue to out heal, but he might have popped it just a little too early, Sundown.
I was about to say, he needed to find his way back into the zone because we still have 40 seconds until close goes. Like, yeah, the med miss are strong. You can offset about 10 seconds in the zone, but we have another 30 of those. The key difference being now, Flux and Biz are going to have to drop down through very crowded area, and Zuko still has 18 builds. If he can force them into a 1v2 and he can drop one early, there is a play to be made. However, the onus is on him to find the one immediately, and that's a great shot.
That was a fantastic shot, dropping down Flux, putting him backside his own. He gets the second one as well. He's gonna get the siphon. He still has to go ahead and out-heal it. Go ahead, they get the siphon, but he doesn't have any heals. He has to chase down Flux. He has no other heals. Flux has the heals. Oh my God! Zuko does it! He catches up and carries Digital to a final.
He will avenge his family's name as he takes down the abandoned son. No more Zuko. We said it at the beginning. What's the heel off? We want to see none of that. He goes hunting, he goes hawking, and Flux gets taken down with a brilliant, and I mean brilliant, 1v2 clutch there for the Flu duo.
I hope he recorded the last 5 minutes, because that was probably a perfect 5 minutes of Fortnite. The way he bobbed and weaved in and out of the storm, going through 2 different med mists, and finally ending it with a huge chase to get the victory royale.
Honestly, I'm a little flabbergasted. I thought we saw some of the best solo individual efforts over on NA East a couple weeks ago with Rokane, but what Zuko just did, that was gross, that was disgusting in the best of ways. But also we saw a number of our top 5 and top 10 teams go down early, so another leaderboard shakeup. We're gonna send it on over. Kelly, Clay, Panda, what you got for us?
Sundown, I told you, all right? When we come down to the heel-offs, it's the best kind of heel-offs you could have. That's what NA West has to offer. That's what Zuko has to offer. Solo VR on the low ground, 1v2, and grabs the eliminations. Absolutely wild. But before we can go into those highlights, guys, I know you want to see it. We have a few other players that we need to look at. Let's take a quick look at Quinn, because Panda, I know you want to be watching this team right now.
You know, I do enjoy Quintifiable, but Clay, we were talking about it behind the scenes. Clay actually has some pretty interesting takes here on this team.
I do. I got some pretty interesting ones. You know, I'm glad to see Quinn stepping up, right? Because we always put a lot of pressure on Quinn, and it always seems to come back to him. And in the moment, sometimes he doesn't make those plays. But today, he made those plays. He clutched those points up, Kelly.
How much is that because of this uncontested drop spot that has kind of fallen on their lap?
Oh, 100%. It's 100% because of that, right? Like, you get to play a completely different game of competitive Fortnite when you have nobody in your drop.
I mean, incredible plays there, and obviously we have to talk about Prism as well. So many solo runs there, Panda.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of incredible stuff going on. I think it's hard to tell how impactful it is until you see them with an uncontested drop spot. And like, again, we spoke about it yesterday. We had great confidence in both Defiable and Quinn, but until you see them uncontested, not having to worry about that in rotation, it just changes.
I mean, guys, Zuko's play was just so wild that I think some things might be a little overheating in the back right now. So we're actually going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to review the highlights of game number 2.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. So a couple of unfortunate instances of fortunate things, but we do value competitive integrity, making sure all the teams who are supposed to be in the games are in the games and running it out. With that being said, we are going to be redoing the entirety of that session. So the 2 games you just watched, they never happened, honestly. We're gonna be able to run it back so we get to get a little bit of the chemistry going. So this will be game number 1. We'll hop right into it. There are still 12 spots up for grabs. Anybody can have it, and it's a fresh slate. So here we go. Let's get it underway.
A fresh slate, a fresh set of chances, and a brand new moment to kind of reset, honestly. For the majority of the lobby, this is a little bit of a godsend. You can kind of take what you got, you can see everybody's hands, how they're dealt, and kind of figure out what adaptations you need to make, because we saw in the first 2 previous games, it was kind of very, very slow pace, especially the first one, setting a record for most time spent before a duo team was dropped off of the map. And you can see how that's already going to change with multiple teams and players already going down right out the gate.
Now hopping on board here, Squishy and Yuumi trying to find a little bit of space on the glider with the initial fight. Shots coming through. Nope, that's actually just the AI putting some pressure down on him. He's going to be able to clean that up immediately and then actually scout out what's going on around him.
Quick moves here towards the Collider, which looks like it has a little bit more activity this time around than the last, both directly there in the POI, maybe on the outskirts. There's a couple teams floating around. And that's what you got to do on that fresh reset. Honestly, you pull out a trick underneath your sleeve. That's what some teams are going to do, switch up things here and there. But you're going to have some other teams that are going to continue to play their game. Business as usual, like nothing ever changed, nothing ever happened here. As that's what Squishy's doing, just rotating around, grabbing all the splashes that he can. That's going to be 8 total, but you know he's looking for more because this POI has a ton of loot.
Now we'll see TG right off the bat will be able to grab the burst rifle and...
Oh, man.
Wait, what?
Did he get both?
No, I think he just ended up finding the one there off to the side, but real impressive shots there from a typical gamer. Andre looking like he hit the aim training right before this.
Yep, that was Wavy, Jacob, and Vanillas who kind of go north side of Sleepy Sounds, and that's what you do when you go to the north side, and that's something Typical Gamer has been looking for day after day going into this 3rd and final day. That floor loot spawn on top of the roof of Sleepy Sound, and then going for shots at anybody that is still floating into their own POI. And he was just really looking for damage. He got granted that knock.
Now that's 3 points coming over. One thing to note, because of the full restart, the points that you see towards the bottom, those are not going to be accurate right now, as well as the team numbers on the side. We'll do our best on the in-between sections to catch you up, keep you informed of what's really going down. But luckily, right, the stakes are pretty much the same. Win a game, you're through. We'll check out what the leaderboard looks at the end. So right now we got Rich Homie Quinn defiable in what seems to be one of the chiller splits that's been going on over here in Greasy.
Yep. Just kind of trying to loot up, grab all the splashes that they can, get some mats, and judging by that first 2 games so far, they just try to rotate in. They don't go for surge too much. They go for a spot, a sweet spot in towards zone before anything else. But this time around, like I said, the godsend, the restart, they're looking for the shots and the surge very, very early on, because you know how good their loadout can be, but how good is a loadout when you're wasting all of your heals just trying to out-heal the first surge?
Good shots, though, from Quinn, just trying to make sure they're well above it, because as we've seen, West is kind of packing the bus a little bit. They're playing for the 0-0 tie, but the pressure is on. There's Angel trying to find a little bit of success over here, making sure he's farming up the immediate metal around, and this is some of the most efficient metal to farm on the map. That isn't a chain link fence, but you can see him looking for the player. He hears him around him.
Just trying to right now get the resources. A little bit over farm before he places the build, but instantly trying to take that high ground back, not wanting to give it up rather easy. Looking for some pieces that he can take. Piece control, definitely important for him. That's Trashy, that's XC towards the low ground. 2 of our analysts on the west picked them to qualify either through top 6 or a victory royale. And for us analysts, you know as well as I do, there's stakes on the line for us, so that prediction means oh so much.
Hey man, I'm just here repping Takada, all right? He made the pick going through. As we saw over in NA East, I got confused. High score, low score. I mean, I'm a little bit of a golfer. Not really, let's be honest. If you see me out on a golf course, you know I'm definitely not there for the golf, that's for sure. As XC and Trashy looking to also hit as much of this metal as possible. Now, you want to generally be farming those in the train tracks underneath to kind of jumpstart the immediate you have. Though I'm a little surprised. I would expect XC to maybe try and get a little aggro, having one of the legendary SMGs in there, but instead, it's Trashy just trying to take some shots, and he finds a double dink headshot, 78 damage immediately.
Yeah, a little bit of a reward there. And
a little bit of a reward? That's a great reward.
I mean, it's a great reward early on, but you know as well as I do, you want to be like 400 or 500 above the Storm Surge threshold. Maybe not by the first one, but the second one for sure, and that will give you that sense of comfortability. I see Kevin Yasir haven't found that sense of comfortability just yet. They haven't found their groove, but I think they're going to find it here soon as they continue to look for the shots.
Yeah, that's another thing where we talk about kind of the 3-5-7 rule when it comes to Storm Surge. Damage kind of works on there depending on the game. Like, yes, NA West, it's not necessarily true, but 300, 500, and 700 accumulated damage is roughly what will keep you going in all the way through if you can hit it. Granted, that will change in certain circumstances, but it's a nice little rule of thumb to follow if you're unfamiliar with the system. We're going to swing on over. Kaichex Jarritos trying to get a little bit aggressive here over on the western side of Camp Cuddle, but this is a little bit of an awkward fight.
Yep, all the way from Camp Cuddle, still going towards the western side. The high ground is going to be taken for now as Jarritos runs out of build. He gets dropped, and the Blink of an Eye trying to catch up to Kaichex, who now has to do it by himself. He had all the materials for his team, but as soon as his teammate drops, he sees the way to get out, and he's going to take it. No way to be a hero here, but with so much time left on the reboot, he could easily try to backtrack if he survives, but so much damage. In fact, he's going to get eliminated.
So there's one thing, as somebody who makes it to Champion League every single season by doing boating routes, it's almost impossible to boat away from people when you have the Striker Burst AR. Generally, that seat gives you a nice little kind of block, being like, hey, it's tough to hit me, I won't eat some shots. If you get a line, though, on the back of their head, you can only hit headshots, which is exactly what we saw right there. The first couple dinked in the back, they found the line, and bink, bink, gone.
Crosshair placement is so important. And there's a little tip right there for you guys that are trying to land those extra shots for Storm Surge, or maybe just the beginning shot so you can go ahead and get aggressive if you're playing Arena, because you know as well as I do, Arena breeds those aggressive players in terms of just really wanting to be at the top of the Arena leaderboard. As Matt and Victim, they had high ground a few games the entirety of this weekend, but their one big flaw is they kind of take it a little too soon, expending a ton of mats.
Yeah, because in order to hold high ground in a winner advanced situation like we've seen here in the semifinals, you need a sizable amount of mats. And if you don't get that, and you basically are asking the zone, hey, please bounce back over where we just were, and the second it doesn't, then you get put into a very awkward situation that's tough for you to control. Right now, Josh LOL Legana, will he end up winning? OMP Wukong on the other side. This is a defensive fight, which you've seen before, where they get stuck hip to hip, and then Monkey and Yaz try and push in on him. Monkey and Yaz already have 2 eliminations to their name this match, so they're plenty kitted out.
Especially with the amount of light ammo that Yaz has, if he wants to keep putting that pressure on from above. The choice is definitely his. You see him peek and flirting with that idea, going right back towards the high ground. Probably getting the call from his teammate that a rotation is probably going to be necessary, and that's where you see his teammate quickly taking that same high road around the covers and trying to meet right back at him. But one of our active POIs is always going to be towards the Daily Bugle, where Kika and Kika do have a little bit of advantage with popping that shield keg, trying to get their shields all the way back up. It looks like both of these players are playing defensive, but they're just really trying to take away the pieces and get that control.
A little bit of time here, a little bit of chill. You can see shield keg strays coming on either side, but with still 91 players up, the main idea is look for tags and not overcommit and get picked off. Kika is holding the shield keg. They're trying to get the far wall replaced. You can see both holding, but not quite able to get it. We'll reset the one in their face, and they're just going to back out, recognizing that, hey, 1 try, 2 try, not getting it immediately. Don't necessarily want to stay in that regard, but they might go right back to that same wall, see if they can't get a replace, and then they're looking to replace 1 grid space away so they can quickly edit it into a 3rd wall and catch one of these players out. However, Quexy and his duo seem like they're on to the tricks, and they're just going to move away from that layer.
Yeah, right now. They are fighting in one of the buildings, but you can see one team right outside the Daily Bugle. That's Bocros and Sweat possibly trying to look in, but as soon as they don't get the shots, they know that's going to be a little bit of a pull. Not a far pull for them, but a pull to where they want to try and go get a slow side of zone, get some high ground, and then that's where they're going to get their tags here as we jump on board Defiable and Quinn. They too found their sweet spot in towards zone, trying to refarm as many of the mats as possible, while Defiable stays towards the top and looks for zone. That's the roles that they're playing, the give and take that you have as a duo.
You see right now, everyone just trying to look for a little bit of room. We will get the storm surge warning here in a minute once that third zone close is revealed. The real question is who's in a good position to capitalize. Looking right now in terms of where Quinn and Defiable are on the southwestern part, there's a solo and 2 duos nearby. Potentially looking to get shots directly on top. You have Squid over on the other side. We saw TG pick up a very early knock. Unsure if he's able to actually get the confirmation onto that. Yes, he was on that side. So already owning that on this end and owning a decent amount of space in the Bugle as well.
Yep. Taking over that spot that Bocros and Sweat was just in. Wanted to go ahead and challenge and go for the surge shots with the highest point towards the Daily Bugle, as high as they can get here. Without putting themselves in such a weird position, but because of the zone moving down and a lot of those teams that were already in the position, the ones that we saw, like I said, Sweat and Bocros, Bolts and Kruyor, like a lot of those duos on the northeast portion of the map have already tried to rotate in because they are looking for surge. They're trying to put themselves in a spot that is heavily traveled, where a lot of teams are going to try to also look for the spot in zone, and then that's when they're going to start firing off so they can get their surge, so they don't have to worry about the mid game.
Right now you can see TG putting a mark down here, and you have to be careful hitting these trees. The reason players generally leave them at 50 is because, hey, if you're swinging here, somebody breaks them, they'll be able to get that information. They'll see the tree disappear over in the distance, and honestly, I thought he was going to go down and just kind of like fish out of the pond, but they need to be careful as the supply drop has dropped next to him. And because the guaranteed launch pads in those, that's basically a signal beacon for anybody who's like, hey, you need one of those? And everybody needs one of those.
Just staring, I'm trying to see how many pieces are actually holding up that cover. For a second, it looked like it was maybe just a wall and a ramp. I started to get nervous, but seeing that it's actually a full set of builds holding them up, Bolts and Kruyor performing very, very well throughout the qualifiers. Not well enough to get into the finals, but semifinals day number 1, semifinals day number 2 wasn't their best performance, but with only 12 chances left to get in the finals, they realized it is all or nothing. You can either win Victory Royale, no matter where you're at in the leaderboard, qualify that way. But Bolts and Kruyor, they have the potential to qualify both of those ways.
And Kruyor, somebody who came onto the scene during the Streamer Bowl, was partnered up with Nick Merckx and Mike Evans, and there was even at one point, it's like, hey, Nick, what are you doing? They're like, hey, we don't know. We listen to Kruyor. The kid's fragging, and I mean, hey, you can't blame him as they were able to make an absolute charge. I believe they finished top 5 in that regard. He had a great performance in NA West last season, but can they make it now? He needs to make it into the finals with Bolts, and currently sitting 46 below. They got a little bit to be doing, as 25 seconds, the 25 damage every 5 seconds will come down, and that'll do it right there. 27, 27, 27 from Kruyor.
Finding the shots he talked about, saying, hey, Nick, Mike, this is how you get the job done, along with Bolts, who are trying to really just kind of will themselves back into it as Polar Bear, Taco Boy. They're not able to do it as a solo. Polar Bear went down early. Taco Boy's being forced back little by little. The piece control is going to be his as he's peeking through, trying to put the shots and fire back, but it takes a big tag himself without dishing out the damage. That's going to allow them to get a little bit more aggressive and make it a lot aggressive as he gets dropped.
Yeah, and I mean, Surge would have finished him off there, was exactly on the 25 damage, but good job by Nate and Vengeance to close that out. Zidane and Physics, they're underneath pressure from Surge. It's 262, so they need the full knock, +1, one more tag on either one of them. You need to eat those floppers, you need to do it immediately, and there's the tag from Reeks. They'll find one, they'll get the second, and just gift it over.
Yeah, it's just another example of you're switching up your POI altogether, or you're not. Sedna and Physics, they go towards Chonkers Speedway, but through the first couple of qualifiers, through the first couple of days of semifinals, they were contested, and that's how they were getting their surge. So even though it's great, you get an uncontested POI, you get all the loot, but if you don't adapt your surge path to kind of match that uncontested POI, you're going to have a lot of trouble. You're going to burn through your hills, and you're going to be forced with your back up against the wall to make a play you might not want to make.
Yep, and as we see here, unfortunately, we are going to have to exit out of this game yet again. We're going to kick it on over to a break real quick. We'll sort out what's going on the back end. I'll give you an explanation when we're back, but we will be right back, I promise. What's up, Fortnite fam? Are you sick of me yet? So, I got some good news and I got some bad news. I'll hit you with the bad news first. We're gonna have to invalidate those first 3 games. We want to ensure that all the hard work our competitors put in over the course of the season is viable and everybody who qualified has the opportunity to try and compete for next week. With that being said, let's get to the good news. We got 6 more games. I'm hyped about it. I couldn't be more excited. We're gonna kick it on over to the analyst to set it up for us before we get right back in the game.
Thank you so much, Sundown. And who could be sick of you, man? You're the face of Fortnite. And guys, we got to talk about some more faces in Fortnite. In fact, let's take a quick look at the 12 new teams that are going to be joining us today. Because, you know, we like to talk about a lot of the veteran teams, a lot of the teams that we've already seen, but there's going to be 12 new teams joining us right there. We got Vax and Ghana. We got Amp and July, Zeltic and Zeltic. Love the duo name there. Diego and Cypress is going to be joining us, Bizb and Vlux. And of course, we talked about them earlier, Yumi and Squishy, Frades and Cripwalker. We got Walk and Jakey, Scary and Polar Bear, Mizu with Nate, and then Aper and Vex. And finally, rounding out the 12th team, it's Wolfpack and Paulo. Now, out of all the teams that I just listed right there, Panda, do you got a standout team?
Well, listen. If Nate's teammate LeBron is anything like LeBron we know, then yeah, you know what? They're going to stand out. But no, so many incredible teams joining us here in day 3. And just because they're just now joining us does not mean they don't have the opportunity to walk away on top. So I'm super excited to see how these new teams are going to be able to compete. But Clay, any names popping out to you?
Oh, for sure. Yumi and Squishy, we talked about at the top of the show. I'm excited for that. I really, really think they could do well. And a lot of people don't know, Nate's been around the NA West scene for a while, repping that S2 tag. That is a very, very big throwback there to World Cup qual days here in NA West. So Nate's he's got the footing, but can they find the games?
I mean, you really got to ask that question to all of these teams right here, because a lot of them obviously coming in for the first time here. I mean, this is their first appearance in the semifinals, but a lot of them didn't even really get to play in the qualifiers. Maybe they got through 1 or 2 qualifiers, but not all 3. So with that being said, Panda, what are they really looking towards right now jumping into this game? Are they going to try and compete with the players that have been playing for the last 3 days, or are they going to play a bit more passively?
You know what? It really depends on the studying they did over the course of the first 2 days, right? For these new players joining us today, their best game plan and strategy is to pay attention to the players that are still in it and watch closely in day 1 and day 2. Now that it's day 3 and they're coming in for the first time, they're obviously at a bit of a disadvantage. So it really boils down to how effectively they prepped for the day.
Well, then Clay, talk about that a little bit. What are you doing for prep? Are you VOD reviewing? Are you looking for drop spot maps?
Oh, I'm VOD reviewing, and I'm going for the victory route. Like, let's be real. They haven't had as many opportunities as the rest of the teams. We said it there first. So their best opportunity, go for the VR. Go for the game plan that they set out. And if it's not a VR, like, that's understandable, right? Play your game. Don't let anybody else affect it. But, yeah, I'd say just go for the VR right now.
So going for the VR, you know, a lot of people would look towards height then, but we also see a lot of people going for utility at the end game, that potential heal off. What would you do, Panda, in this situation?
Well, listen, I don't want to encourage the heal off, but prep for it, right? We see a lot of teams like Richomi Quinn and Defiable. They were going in with 12 chug splashes, and while it could work for the heal off, it actually worked more favorably for Surge because they were having to heal off against Surge. So that's another factor in these games. Will they be able to gather enough heals to, number 1, potentially go for heal off at the end game and get the VR, or will they need to use it early for those Surge tags that could inevitably come for them?
It could be a low ground win, a high ground win, or maybe a potential heal off. Well, everyone, game number 1 of the day 3 semifinals is going to be starting right now.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Chapter 3, Season 2, Day 3 of the semifinal. And man, deja vu. It feels like we were just here. My name's Sundown, joined by PR. We got 6 games to go.
You know what? Honestly, the name of the game is adversity, because please, name me one champion through sports or esports that didn't get there while facing adversity. And it's easy for these competitors to get down on themselves. Honestly, it really is. But the best of the best will prevail at the end of the day.
I mean, Kobe and Shaq were pretty dominant, but who is going to be the Kobe and Shaq here in the West? And honestly, if you get a blank slate and another opportunity to show up and put your name on it, if you did get to have a little bit of a redo and you're every one of those duos who was towards the bottom, this is a fresh opportunity. And honestly, yes, you're towards the top, you're probably a little frustrated, but you already did it once. What's doing it again?
Yep, go ahead and have your game plan filled out. You already know what you're going to do, and let's see it, because game number 1 starts right now.
Here we go. Let's go again. Let's go again. Game 1 of NA West. It's all on the line. We got the proper duos in here, and it's the last chance to put a mark on it, to put a stamp on it, to advance to the finals. My name is Sundown, joined by my longtime friend, Jacob XPR.
Long time friends here. Glad. Check this one off my bucket list for sure. Casting
me too,
with
man.
friends is
awesome.
definitely going to be a dream come true, just like for these players. Qualifying for the finals is going to be a dream come true, as Yumi and Squishy landing here towards the Collider. Many teams towards the outskirts, that's something they already know, as they're able to adjust their game plan and figure out what is going to be the best move for them. For the past couple of games, past couple of days, it's been loot up, farm up. That's going to be the biggest step number 1.
A little bit of space. It's been slower than a lot of the other Collider fights we've seen, and it generally is because teams are more than happy to give over those slurp trucks to another team, saying, there's more than enough shields on the map, we'll find them somewhere else, and I think it puts you in a nice position, and some great shots from Yumi that really just showing off how strong that 2x headshot multiplier can be on the pistol, but it's just an AI. I need to calm down a little bit.
Hey, sometimes those AIs do pick up some eliminations of their own.
Hey, we saw Sloan got a pair. I believe it was yesterday on NA.
Pair?
Yeah, got a pair. Full wipe Sprite and Nouns. He wanted to make sure. Sorry to throw that little bit of shade on DL, but I wanted her 6 points up on the board. That was pretty impressive.
51st place goes to Sloan at the end of the day.
Well, not in that circumstance if she gets a full wipe.
That's definitely going to be great for them, as you see Leo creep. Butter Barn is going to be the name of their drop as they try to loot it on up. And 40R Storm and Kadenox, they're going to be the first of 2 teams really facing that adversity. Like I said, it's really easy for them to get down on themselves, but they have been in worse positions before. But they just want to keep that streak of advancing to the finals alive, and they have still 6 games to do it.
And honestly, I have the utmost faith in this duo in particular. We've seen Kadenox dominate, whether it was on console when he swapped over, flipping back over to PC. Somebody can play with near any input. The other duo who we saw end up winning a match was Zuko with that absurd individual clutch. And if I'm one of these duos, I'm okay with running it back. Yeah, it's tough and you're in that circumstance, but you're going to have an opportunity to make the same amount of plays, and you know you've already done it once, and they're trying to set themselves up. And I also like them prioritizing these fishing routes. It is very strong, and you already see them pull the rare burst AR.
Yep. And that's something for them that I hope he recorded that last 5 minutes. Like I said, that was just perfect gameplay in all facets of Fortnite. Bob and weaving in and out of covers, inside of zone, outside of zone, that med miss, and the way he chased down the elimination at the very end was just so impressive. But,
I mean, might as well have been hit with a memory wipe, though, because none of it matters, so let's live in the moment. Now, one thing to note, the points you see next to the players' names, they might be a little bit all over the place. Some have reset, some hasn't. Doesn't matter right now, as we are still in Game 1. We'll have the leaderboards after the fact for you to see. What you care about as a viewer now, who wins the match? They get a ticket to the final. After that, it's do you finish in the top 6 to claim one of those last 12 spots? And right now, we have Josh and Wukong in yet another fight over in the islands east of Sanctuary.
Yep, you see them trying to get aggressive right out of the gate. Almost business as usual for these guys. They go for the early surge damage. They go for some early eliminations if it presents itself. That way they don't have to worry about it through the mid game, but the people they were just trying to take advantage of go ahead and get out of dodge. They take the rift and immediately try to get out of there, but you can see they're looking to the sky. They know they rifted, so they were trying to attempt to go for those tags, and they definitely know the situation. They cannot continue to follow them through the rift, because then they will be the ones on the receiving end of some possible tags.
And I mean, once you're floating down there, yeah, you can kind of dive, pull the chute, create a little bit of distance there, but it still ends up being a tough situation, as we'll see. Yaz trying to create a little bit of room here, moving around, dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, and he'll find a bush to kind of just settle himself for a second and then move along.
I thought you were about to play some dodgeball. You were naming all the 5 dodge, dip, duck, dive, dodge tips to staying alive in Fortnite.
I was about to say, just watch out. If a wrench comes flying your direction, it was me.
If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge Storm Surge. That's something that we can kind of teach.
Hey, not here in West, man. Everyone's been under threat of it, especially given the pace we have right now. Only 2 players have gone down. We got 2 solo riders up there, potentially looking for the reboot, but all of our duos still up on their feet.
Yep. That's why I see Yaz. He knows how stacked this lobby is at the current moment. Has to be careful, though, because this is one of those players that usually ends up taking exchanges towards the Joneses, towards the Sanctuary, so he knows every single team, every individual player that lands on this side of the map, and as a solo, he's treading with the waters, playing with the idea of how to get in. He possibly, I will say, possibly does have the reboot.
He's treading water, but the question is, can he hold on much longer? Only being a solo and going to definitely have to fight Storm Surge here. With a relatively central zone, there shouldn't be too much dramatics around the outside. Nobody has too extreme of a rotate. You can anticipate then a little bit more equal spacing as we swing on over. No, this is not Fox City. This is Wavy Jacob with Vanillas over on the other side, and they're boxed up directly on top of a team already.
Yeah, I was actually pretty impressed with Vanillas and Wale, the former duo, for quite a while. They stuck together, and you know me, I'm the type of guy, I like to play with friends. I like to see how far you can get before something else happens, but enough is enough. They split up. Wale is already in the finals. Now Vanillas with Chris, or Wavy Jacob, I should say, trying to get their own qualification underneath their belt. And instead of going for this early fight where, you know, honestly, it could crumble, things could go wrong, it looks like they're trying to rotate out. Go a little bit towards that slow side. Maybe try to sneak up on some players towards the Daily Bugle, but he turns in the quick of the hat, grabs some shots, but takes some shots himself. That's some early Storm Surge tags, so even though you did take the damage, at least you're getting something from it.
Yeah, but they need to be careful about not getting too far away from each other. I like that they're able to then get back, hip to hip, and break the line of sight, head over to these Clonberry bushes and just kind of top back off on shields. And notice, too, how they're only really investing their wooden builds, which are very quick to then go and refarm right back up.
Yep. Resource management is going to be very, very important throughout the course of the game, because so many times, exactly that, you see the hard maps come out, the brick, the metal, very, very early on in the game. Those are much harder to find, especially when it comes to the metal when towards the end game, so saving it as much as possible. That's why you see teams using launch pads, the geysers, as much of that rotation that is on the map as possible. But you need to be careful as well, because especially at a POI like the Collider, if you try to go in and use those sorts of movements, you're going in towards center zone. You're going into where a lot of activity is at, and you're going to have shots fired at you from all around.
If anybody is able to get a beat on you, they're able to put down damage very, very, very quickly. And despite having 6 players go down, it's only been 1 full duo being wiped so far. You can already see how teams are trying to position themselves around these little changes in verticality, use the natural terrain to not have to invest too much, and then ideally, if possible, you only invest wood so you can very quickly farm it back up. Now you can see 40R Storm, in the bottom right-hand corner, they have a couple duos rotating around them. They need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, they definitely do, but you see it was actually Cadennox trying to put the shots on a couple players into the distance. Get that early surge, the comfort that they can travel through the mid game without having to kind of peek and spin around and make it happen at the drop of a hat, because Storm Surge has definitely been such an impactful thing here throughout the day, and it's going to continue to do so throughout the weekend as Reigns and Kipple at the high ground. CZR just right below. They're all looking for surge tags with the high ground that they possess right on top of a mountain. And Sanctuary, Jones's, Daily Bugle, all around them, you'll have teams rotating.
We're going to continue relatively on the center pole. We are a little bit towards the south side, but Tilted is in play, so a decent amount of refarm materials coming through. Reigns and Kipple are boxed up directly on top of the duo, but Reigns taking some chip damage from the side. The chop comes through. Some BMD on BMD crime there. Scissor drops him down. Slick tries to take the sky. They want the high ground position right here, but is it worth the investment? Can they find some tags or some damage? And so far, the answer seems to be no.
A little bit too slow to take advantage of the chop. Kipple dropping down to the perfect spot. to build and catch himself and maintain that position on the high ground, but because they have to heal, that gives up the high ground to Slick and CZR. They're going to be able to hold on to it and try to put down that surge. Since there's not a lot of distance to cover to go to the next zone, they can actually spend a lot of time on this high ground, either fighting the team directly below them or just looking all around the map trying to get surge of their own. As you see, Reigns taking shots from another third party in the distance who's has to watch out here, spreading the love, spreading the joy when it comes to those big pots, making sure if they are going to get into a fight, they're in tip-top shape.
You don't necessarily want to get chipped past what your utility has available, particularly the time investment to grab that big pot. One important thing to note, while they are on this little outcropping, there's still a couple teams above them. You can see that green triangle kind of just cheating into the frame there a second. We'll still have at least 2 or 3 duos who are going to rotate passes, and this is a lot of builds invested here.
Yeah, it's a ton. You already see a couple of these players have less than 20 remaining, but Slick looking very, very healthy when it comes to this resource. That's that resource management that we keep talking about. And he's still continuously not only looking below him for the shots, trying to take the pieces, but like I said, in the distance, when you contain and have access to this much height, you got to make sure that you're taking advantage of every single avenue of it.
And keeping an eye on the map there, we see 2 of those duos moving over. There is yet another one who will be coming past them. And don't forget too, they're still not in the zone, so there's going to be a number of players they're going to be forced to rotate into. Keep an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. Win end up getting a knock there. We'll see where the confirmations go, because we're down to 91 players up. We're up to 93 again, so we've actually gained players, and we will get the Storm Surge warning. It will not activate for another minute and 40 seconds, but we'll get an idea of where everyone is at. If you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds. Think of 3, 5, and 7. Those are the zones it turns on. And then you reverse the order for the number of players you need for it to turn off. That's 70, 50, 30. So right now, as we get a look in, Reigns, Kipple, 280 above, they're sitting pretty.
They put big shots onto Caesar and Slick, dropping them to only HP at one point or another. That puts them well above the damage threshold, but as they are too distracted by each other, these two teams, everybody else around them is slowly but surely taking that real estate right away in towards the zone. But because they're so high, they have to be very, very careful when they drop down. As they continue to drop down below the damage threshold, CZR lands just a good amount of shots here in the nick of time to bring them right back above the damage threshold.
We can see there, as soon as you're hanging out, you take too many shots from an exposed position, somebody else will start throwing them back to you. And while the line of sight on the rest of the lobby is great, it also puts you at a high vantage point. You get kicked out just a little bit. 70 above, not necessarily the safest, but still. When we initially checked in, we were at 91 players. We're back up to 95 players, so West just wants to stay on their feet. Storm Surge is going to do a whole bunch of damage here with 320 below on Nevitz and Clutch. I mean, they're going to have to go, like, now.
Is that like 4 reboots? You're counting 4 reboots in this game
since I started paying attention, yeah.
With over 90 players still alive in this game, goes to show how much they're willing to test each other, how much they have left in the tank here after this one. You see Cypher is still holding on to the high ground. Clutch, Nevitz battling layer by layer, trying to take away that high ground, because they realize a great spot in Tilted means so much. As Cypher's putting the shots down, Nevitz is going to do just enough, but he drops and loses his teammate Clutch. You can see the heal is going left and right, trying to spread it out. That way, if he is under siege, he can continue to splash him, keep him at a great amount of HP even while down.
It's going to get super awkward because he's 202 below. He wants to try and stick the revive and run away. The duo above should recognize what's going on. You can see him dropping over the splashes now. If Storm Surge is what finishes off Clutch, there will be no reboot card in play. However, if he does tick over just from the natural down point, they'll be able to pick it up. And Nevitz now 221 below. He's got to get going. As I keep an eye on the feed, you see Nate, Squishy, Matan all getting on the other side of it. Lux, Remy finding a pair as well. Kruger ends up picking up Slick. So Storm Surge doing its job, thinning the lobby out.
So 10 more players need to drop. Nevitz might be one of them unless he makes a big play. I give him an A for effort as he's able to get a knock onto one. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to really execute and get the elimination, so he's going to go back to lobby with no points during that exchange. You see Typical Gamer and Noah, 47 above. They know that's not anything you can really hang your hat on. That's why they're getting proactive, taking these angles, trying to take away the opportunity, and they took away Lizard's opportunity to send him back to the lobby.
And a great timing there from Noah to push up, but if you had just a little bit more awareness, they should have been able to push the other part of that duo who was also underneath Surge. However, they're going to be happy with whatever they got. 151 above, access to a taxi, not under Storm Surge threshold, have some fishies in there as well. I mean, it's in a pretty good spot. As you see, right-hand side, though, Squishy and Yuumi, they're still underneath, and only one player needs to go down, so it might end up being worth just sacking one of the other players in this circumstances. They're just barely able to get back above.
I don't know who they land the shots on. Obviously, Trashy and Exy towards the low, but you see everybody else trying to get the spot in towards zone as well, while simultaneously taking that damage from the Surge. That's where we talk about that proactivity. Always be looking for something to do. Add value to your team at every turn. As Defiable and Quinn have a good amount of the high ground. 2 eliminations, but only 74 above the damage threshold. That's enough for them to sit comfortable now towards the high ground, but they still know their work isn't done just yet.
It's comfortable for this surge, but again, don't forget with these longer surge extending and going through, I mean, we're going to have 4th zone reveal here in a second. We're about to rotate directly into the next surge. First surge will turn off. 69 players remaining. That is less than 70, but we do have 36 duos up, so still haven't seen a placement point being gifted over.
Not just yet. Everybody's just trying to outlast every portion. Vibesy, Slicksy picking up some eliminations there. Slicksy going down as well. Getting a little more active in this one because one of their downfalls throughout the earlier semifinals and qualifiers was their passive gameplay. Led them to be a victim of Surge very, very early on. They're trying to change it up. They're doing their darndest here. As you see the replay of Slicks, CZR. This is where they go down, but how did it come through? In fact, it's actually, no, they find the elimination and stay alive. That was that Reigns one early on.
Some great shots there from Slick and being able to catch his opponent. Looking, Mizuko pushes in yet again. He'll get taken down, but Digital was able to save him there. So good pushes on either, and then we'll see if the Flu Duo is able to get back up on their feet now. For DR Storm, Kadenox, one of the few duos, you check the bottom right-hand corner, they're inside that next safe zone. A lot of people aren't, so we're gonna be moving over him with just the bridge and some slight hills in play. A lot of hard mats are gonna be utilized by the duos.
Peeking through every nook and cranny as Yaz. Early on, we saw him lose his duo. Now we see him lose himself. Back to the lobby. Once again, an opportunity to kind of rethink everything that you've done up until this point and how to make those proper adjustments to have a better game next time. As 4DR Storm and Kadenox still sitting good in that box. Not Surge to worry about here as Leo just, wow, such a great shot onto Yisu. And this is how he was able to get another one. Just all those pieces that he was able to control made it to where Yaz had very little options on how to defend.
Yeah, and that first 161, brilliantly done there. Currently sitting on 4 eliminations, looking to put themselves towards the top of the table. Been probably the most active duo here. If you are just joining us, welcome. I know it's a little bit later than usual here, but we are into game 1 of NA West. Closed out some of the issues that were happening. We're starting fresh, so we will have 12 duos round out the rest of the pool of 6 winners, and the top 6 most consistent after the fact. We will get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side, and then we'll take a look at some of the duos here as Creep and Leo, they're well above with their 4 eliminations. Maton and Victim, 97 above with their 2 elims. They're not sitting too bad either.
Yep. Putting down that armored wall, knowing he needs it. But he's going to get attacked towards the right side, tries to peek at the perfect moment to try to get aggressive to catch somebody off guard, but that is not going to be successful. Back to business, though. Once again, trying to get that revive. Creep, Leo, they know he's there. They know he's around. Unable to find that peak, so they're looking for something else. That's NG. That's Reeks, not too far off. Elevated and JG. Just one more layer right back, so many players congested in this one small area.
Yeah, Maton and Victim actually just got cleaned up there. We saw for a second how Victim had bit down on Maton trying to just slam down the armored walls, but he'll get picked up, whereas Kekdug and Reformed, they'll get a pair themselves, dropping yet another duo. We're inside the 2nd placement threshold, so 2 points if you made it this far, and 3 more duos will drop till we're into the cascading ones. That basically signals the transition from the mid game into the late game. Now we have the half in and half out revealed. We're starting to get there in. Noah W and Typical Gamer, they're below Surge, trying to find some much needed shots. He opens up, but he gets traded out. If they're not able to find tags, they will go down. It's all going to be on TG as Noah has to pop a bandage, but it's too late. Couldn't buy himself the extra seconds right as TG ended up getting him above, and no reboot card to be grabbed either. 50 players down. Storm Surge turns off, and TG will have to do it all solo here as we're 1 duo away from that cascading placement points, and he is 1 of 2 solo riders.
Yeah, he's going to have to turn a pirate and look for that loot because he does have a harpoon, so he doesn't have to travel far if he sees a good pile. Maybe join in on the fun, focus out a couple of players, a couple of teams to try to go ahead and make a down body and a loop pull happen, as you see so many of those players in that southern eastern portion of the map forced to rotate across. But you see the first launch pad going out, and judging by every one of those arrows flying through the sky, they're going to go ahead and recycle it.
Yeah, basically everyone on the eastern side found somebody's launch pad to use. A couple people slamming him down right away. Everyone else looking for him, but as they take this guy, Typical Gamer drops, he misses the placement point. Everyone else gets +1. Trashy finds a knock onto Vanilla. Sol also getting into the feed. You can see the confirmation going through from Exy, so that's a pair of 3 points onto him. An additional 1 for the placements, and everybody is going to tuck in now as we will transition into the late game. Full moving zone to be revealed here in just 20 seconds, and Kika and Kika take a ton of damage from the spray on the backside of the wall there.
Yep, you see 40R, Storm, and Kadenox. Good layer towards the low ground. This is what's going to allow you to save as many of those builds as possible. And as we enter this 6th zone, the 6th moving zone, this is where we typically do see teams try to make a play for the high ground. And if they have the mats to hold it, they definitely will. But that resource management for those players at the high ground is going to be important to watch for.
And with this due west pull, we're going straight up one of the few changes in verticality. It's going to give priority to the people who are already on the western side of the zone. But as you see the circle there, that's not many players. So the question is, who will get above that little lip first and then be able to about face and hold everyone else? If you are late to the rotation, well, you better be prepared for the Clown Fiesta on the backside of the zone.
That's why it's very, very important that you're very proactive with your information gathering, how to make that rotation in, who's using the launch pad, who can I recycle, who can I go ahead and use those builds to get an easier travel. You see everybody launching through the sky, using the same launch pad, forcing out their own. You see her going back in towards the storm. So is Kadenox taking the damage. He does have a chance to outrun it though.
Trying to see. Poppy Blast about facing. They do have the high ground control. They were one of the first ones up there, but they're also still going to have to go across. We'll see if they opt the short pad. Yes, they already set it up ahead of time, but Poppy covering it off, knowing he'll be able to drop down and reconnect with his duo. Squishy ends up picking up Reeks, who was the first one across the side, is able to catch himself, and now they're going to go across. But you see July drops directly on top of Show, and Show gets ripped apart. That's what you get for trying to split it away, and Poppy Blast is going to be forced all the way down the low ground.
Yeah, just a second of separation from your duos. All it takes. Kind of regret what just happened, but Poppy Blast does have still a good loadout. That Harpoon with 3 charges in it to gather loot when he needs it, but he still has a med mist. He has some minis, as NG does have a good loadout as well. He just needs to be able to survive and stay ahead of zone here by himself. Saul Goodman, another fan favorite, making noise and catching the eyes of so many.
Has a decent loadout, has a little bit of room and builds, but it's mostly wood after just 17 metal. Trolling Tech W finds another one. Ghosty finds another one in the feed. Closing in on our top 15. Let's take a look at the wide. We have elevated up on the high ground, but a chop came through on what was connected, and most importantly, he's got a big 0 next to his build totals. Chop does come, but it was a self-chop, so he's able to lower down the level. Yuumi now hits the short pad. Blast is also going to hit it. Tries to hit the jump shot on the way down. Going to about face, see if there's anybody else sneaking around, and he bit off more than he could chew. July will take him down there, and then he will short pad all the way down the front side of zone.
Yep, front side indeed, as Poppy Blast does go down. Saul Goodman once again traversing through this dangerous battlefield as a solo, but more than enough mats to keep himself safe for now. Med Mist as well, along with 2 minis just in case he does get dropped, as Lokes is going for a play on the high ground along with Cypress. They are looking healthy when it comes to their materials, so they can hold on to it. Adding to the fact that they just dropped down Wolfpack. 3 more points with that elimination.
Has plenty of floppers as well. Now you can see 40R Storm on the low ground, finds one, has to knock in the feet. Kadenox now he's just sprinting over the other side, saying, these are all builds, right? I can get in there, right? And he does. He finds a little bit of room. And Kadenox finds an Elim onto Trashy on the other side. And now 40R Storm with the reverse peanut butter edit, going to be able to put shots in here. None of these are his builds. He's just praying the player doesn't take him down. But Flameback recognizes that, and he finds 1, 2, 3 immediately. Will swing back on over to Saul.
A hat trick of eliminations for him as Yasir goes down to creep. Saul Goodman doing a good job here as he goes against Cypress. Finally, he goes down. Cypress doing a good job now, trying to move through. Remy taking down Leo. Creep's going to get dropped. That duo's back to lobby as 5 duo teams remain.
EXC, 5 duos still up. We got 2 solo riders out there. Everyone has a partner. Yuumi eats a huge blast. It's Flameback putting down the damage. Ghosty has his legendary striker pump, looking for the shots, looking to see, do they utilize the chunk splashes now to top themselves back up? He's holding his builds out, but he doesn't have any, as Ghosty just jams that burst rifle into his opponent and pulls the trigger. Will find the knocks as they get up to 7 themselves, but on the high ground, they have chunk splash, they have floppers, they have medbits, they have elims, and they have the control.
They have the full recipe for success. It's all about execution at the end of the day. As Cypher's staggering himself back, he does have the flopper, he has the med miss, so he can go ahead and find his way in towards zone while trying to sneak up on a player, but they see him from a mile away. They're gonna take him down. 2v2, Ghosty gets dropped. 1v2 situation. React and Remy are gonna come out on top and go straight to the finals.
Drop it down, 11 elimination victory royale, but the points don't matter. The placement is what matters as they punch the first ticket through here to the finals. And I mean, what a way to close it out. And it was all about making sure they kept control of the high ground with their limited amount of material.
Talk about adaptation. They did it from a whole different drop spot in which they landed in semifinals day number 1. And you get to realize as these team qualifies, POIs open up, and if you plan and play your cards right, it's definitely going to be a chance for you to take a game just like that.
There's always an opportunity to find it. You get the 1 bounce back, you get the 1 refresher, you find just enough materials to get over the hill, sometimes figuratively, sometimes literally, and this time, as soon as you crested it, they saw the finals and they went straight to it. Congratulations to Remy and React, but that's just game number 1. We got 5 more to go, so we're gonna send it on over to Kelly, Clay, and Panda to break it down.
Thank you so much, Sundown. And I love what Jacob said there. It's all about adaptation, and especially when you need to adapt that drop spot, because again, 11 or 12 teams moved on each day, leaving up so many POIs. But of course, we have to give a big shout out to Ryak and Remy there. 11 eliminations. I love starting it off with that double-digit elim.
Hey, that's the way to do it. Come out of the gate swinging, secure that final spot right away, Kelly.
Yeah, look, they did a great job. Obviously, I don't know that they were necessarily playing for the win, but as soon as that win condition presented itself, they took it, right? They literally showed why high ground is so dominant. They got great eliminations, and then from the moment that they had the high ground, they were able to control the players down low.
And they did it at zone 8. I mean, Elevated was holding height for a little bit there, but it looks like the elevation was too much for him. So Ryak and Remy jumping up and stealing that height away. And we talk about it time and time again. These teams that try and take height from zone 6, it's just a little too soon. There's too many variables to face, and typically it gets stolen out from underneath them.
Right, you could do it when it was trios. You had that extra person with extra materials, but now we're in duos. You got 150 less materials overall throughout the game to work with, and a lot of players are still going back to that. But look at that final elim. It just looks so great. And again, congratulations for winning that game.
I also just love the loadout there, that they made sure that they had floppers as well, because you never really know how these games are going to end, whether it's stealing height, whether it's holding the low ground, whether it's going to be a 1v, 1v1, 2v2, and then of course the heal off potential. So they pretty much had the whole situation set there. But let's take a quick look at our leaderboard right now. Locks and Cypress with 53 points, but right behind them, Flameback and Ghosty. Yuumi and Squishy are going to be holding it out in 3rd. Leo creep in 4th place. Of course, EXC and Talking Ben going to be in 5th place right there. And then in that 6th place spot, it's Vax and Ghana, and that's where you want to be, chat. The top 6 are going to move forward to the finals next week. But we have to take a quick look at Flameback right now, because there was some incredible plays there, Panda.
Yeah, there definitely was, and it was incredibly close here for Ghosty and Flameback. You see them obviously just on the leaderboard in 2nd place, but you got to understand why. This team is a scrappy team. Despite being at disadvantages in different moments here in the end game, they still came out to work, and they played very well together. You see them box to box here and just trying to focus these players around. And there it is, the armored wall play. I know Clay loves the armored wall, but I'll say this. Without that armored wall there, they could have potentially went down a little sooner. So great awareness from them to be able to defend in that moment and then ultimately walk away with several eliminations and the 2nd place.
Yeah, I love the armored wall because it's the ultimate denial, right? You think, oh, we're running out of opportunities. We don't really got a lot to work with. Armored wall, right then and there. Not really much that you can do As we're taking a look here at that leaderboard, Kelly, I just want to take a look at team number 10 right there. Nigel and Angel doing really well.
That's your pick, and I love to see them doing well. Of course, we also have Wolfpack and Paulo in 9th place, and then Trolling Keck and Reform in 8th, and then 7th place, that team just on the cusp, just on the edge there. In 7th is Amp and July. But that's just game number 1, everyone. We still have 5 more games to go here, and it feels like it's deja vu. But you know what? When it comes to Fortnite, I am all for the action. And guys, game number 2 is going to be starting in just a moment. But before we can get into that, great team's going to be competing today. Who do you want to get the VR in game number 2? Don't say your team that you picked.
Okay, can't say the team I picked. All right, K-Nox 40 Storm. I want to see them get that victory royale. They're playing so well already, putting up a lot of points, and you want to see them.
Listen, I'm going to have to say Leo and Creep finishing in the top 6 here. This is a very special team. We love Leo. We love Creep here on the NA West region. And so to see them be so successful is pretty exciting, to be honest. I know we talk about them all the time, but they are truly an incredible team, and I'm glad they're getting showcased here today.
Not only getting showcased, but also getting that much needed practice. These teams that are able to play in days 1 and 2, now competing in day number 3, have 12 games under their belt in just the last 2 days right now. And more importantly, that practice going into the finals. So let's say they get into the finals. What are they going to be doing over the next week to make sure that they can solidify a top spot?
Oh, they got to be VOD reviewing, and they got to be hopping into those scrims. If they're not doing that, then they're not going to compete well.
So, let's say that there's some new players watching right now, and they don't even really know what VOD reviewing is. What are you supposed to be paying attention to while you're doing that?
So 2 tips to VOD reviewing. Number 1, the thing you're going to pay attention to is genuinely the mistakes that you may make. However, when you're solo VOD reviewing, sometimes you overlook key elements to why you weren't necessarily successful in a game. So that's why I always recommend, if you are going to VOD review with a third party. Pick a friend, right? Pick somebody else from the Fortnite community to help you go through that, because realistically, you're not always going to catch everything as a solo or even a duo VOD reviewing together.
No, I love that objective eye. And also something that I heard a pro player say once is that always blame yourself. Even if you know it's not your fault, by blaming yourself, you're allowing to look at yourself objectively. Being able to be critical of yourself is a huge part about being a pro player and making those improvements in the game. Speaking about making improvements in the game, Panda, was there any teams there that you saw that you're hoping maybe changes up, maybe a new POI, maybe some different loadout items?
I may be saying somebody else's pick here, but Nigel, Angel, I want to see them continue to be successful, and it's a great start so far.
Definitely, Nigel and Angel have a possibility of getting that VR in game number 2, but so do all the other teams, everyone. So with all that being said, let's head on back to the casters. It's Jacob and Sundown.
Game number 2, and our analyst broke it down perfect. Practice makes perfect, and what you do with your spare time is entirely up to you, but if you want to be a champion, you got to put every single ounce of what you got into it.
And while practice makes perfect, it also has to be efficient practice. Like they said, you have to know what you're looking for. You have to be able to accept a little bit of criticism, whether it's your duo giving it to you or whether you're able to apply it to yourself, because that's how you grow. You got to be able to look at that and be able to apply the improvements. But first, in order to do that, you have to recognize your mistakes. With that being said, we have 5 games left to go, and there's not a whole lot of room for mistakes left, so let's get to it. Game number 2 is underway.
Game number 2, the pressure is going to start to set in for some of these teams and some of these players, realizing you may have started, depending on where you start in session 1, 2, or 3, 18 chances, 12 chances, 6 chances. Now it's down to just 5 to make the finals here. Whether it's consistency or getting that victory royale, they are going to be tested.
And don't forget, our top 6 afterward will be going through as well. But if you don't advance to next weekend, that is it for your Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS. We will see you next season, and Elevate might take an early exit here in game number 2. He eats a ton of shots on the way in, but immediate, even faster, Rich Homie Quinn being taken down by Vax.
Yeah, That's going to be a big one for Rich Homie Quinn, going over and contesting that Greasy Grove along with Defiable. Yet again, overstepped his boundaries from what he was going ahead and playing just moments ago here. So that's going to be a real learning lesson for him. But splitting up that Chonker Speedway yet again, NG and Reeks have a chance to claim as much of this loot as possible, simply because the amount of damage they just put on that duo team that's contesting this.
And it looked like NG and Reeks had a great opportunity there when we got into the first move, and we talked about whoever kind of was able to claim the top of the hill would have a good opportunity to then kind of advance their score further. Unfortunately, that didn't end up coming to fruition, but right now, a contestation everybody knows about. It's generally one over at Coney, and there's one over at Greasy, and Polar Bear and Taco Boy are on the opposite side of Squid and Lizard.
Yep. Like I said, these teams, they barely edged through just to make it to the semifinals here in session number 3. And it was while contesting Arkham and Epic, and one of the greatest runs, and it took me a little bit to kind of get that prediction right, but I definitely got it at the end of the day. But that is a hard-fought battle, and that kind of allows them to kind of get a little bit more game plan, a little more chemistry, and work towards Coney Crossroads, because when you already go up against the best at a certain POI, and then they leave and another team goes there that might not know it as well, you're easily able to push them out, just like you saw.
And it's something we've seen, honestly. I thought it was a little bold of you to pick Arkham and Epic Whale so early, because I feel like the past couple FNCSs, they've been using these round 4s, even sometimes the round 3s, to just game plan and strategize. They know, like, hey, at some point we can turn it all on, we'll be able to put it together, if not be in the top 6 and just outright win a match. But they got so many extra reps out of that, and I'm sure they'll be a little happy with it. However, Arkham was kind of vocally like, maybe I need to play a bit more.
That could be
that helps generally, yeah, right?
A little bit, a couple more practice, because we're talking about it makes perfect. But in days like this, where you have 6 straight games, when the finals happens, you have 12 games split out to 2 different days, you have to realize it's a marathon. It's not a race. You can't get winded sprinting in game number 1. You have to be able to catch your breath in these moments. And you have to know, honestly, especially in a game as volatile as Fortnite Battle Royale, nothing is going to be perfect. You're going to win situations that you shouldn't. You're going to lose situations that you shouldn't. But it's about how you adapt and face that adversity.
Battle Royale? Battle Royale. I mean, we're leaving the cheese off of the sides, but it's the Royale, baby. It's all good. No, it's all fun. As we see Blizzard and see Winter looking for a little bit of space here over in the Joneses. Now, we do have a southern pulse, so they're very close to where the next zone is. The thing is, you kind of have to take this fight because you can't rotate right in front of these. It's also important to note that they have a duo above them and a duo below them.
Yep, already getting a little bit more active, but that's no strange thing to this side of the map. They know exactly each and every person. They know the loot path. They know the strategy when it comes to trying to go for that surge. As Josh with a great beam from above. Only 1 tag, but it's definitely something to kind of get you warmed up, get things going, and start to build that confidence as you see them trying to get another angle, going outward. This is the same thing that we did see last game. They ended up on those islands, fighting a whole different team when we joined in on them.
Yeah, just being island boys hanging out over on the side, but honestly, you need to kind of get yourself into the middle of it, because right now we've seen Storm Surge has been the biggest threat off of the start, and no one has gone down. We are still sitting on that nice little 98-49 of 49. Remember, we did remove the winning team from the first one, so everybody's got a buddy.
Yep, including Defiable, who gets his buddy right back into it. Immediately rotating out of Greasy Grove to make that a possibility. And they still have a good amount of heals and everything as well. They don't have the splashes, or at least Witch Homie Quinn does, that they typically do from landing in Greasy Grove. But when a player does go down, you got to be happy to get them back into the game, let alone with the amount of heals and loadout that he possesses. He has a launch pad as well.
Launch pad plus that chonkers up Whiplash. If you're able to get the tires onto it, makes it for such efficient rotations. You can see Cypher's trying to make sure he gets all the fishies. They don't want that flopper run away. Mr. Locks is going to grab that. We'll pop that right off of the bat, and you can see they're already occupying a little bit of this command cavern space where so many teams rotate through.
Yep, one of the most active battlegrounds, command cavern through all the regions, but it's also, I could believe, one of the POIs that does net a good amount of the Victory Royale winners. We have a good amount of our people in West playing through Command Cavern, EU, and NAE. So if you're able to survive this chaotic fight right out of the initial, you could really set yourself up with everything. The great loadout, the surge, the high ground rotate with the cannon right on top. You get everything you want and more.
That Walkstar Two-Tone got caught out there just trying to be a little bit of a tadpole saying, you can't see me, I'm not here, but able to find it as Cadenux and 4DR Storm. They're posting up, investing a little bit of metal there, but they should be able to refarm it up if they need to. They are just south of Tilted Tower. It's going to put them on the primary rotation path if we keep pulling south with the current zone, as we should. We're pretty far south with the first pull. Generally, when you see that, 9 times out of 10, you'll keep going south. There is sometimes you can bump back up to the north and stay central. And 4DR Storm and Cadenux, they got plenty to do. There's the refarming I was talking about. Make sure they get that freaking metal into their inventories.
Yep, and if you're having that feeling of deja vu, it's because they have this exact same strategy throughout the last game. They kind of loot the Tilted Towers, POI, grab as much of it as possible, and then they either go on one of the two mountains, the one that you see here that they're on, or the one just a little bit northwest where you see another team boxed up on that mountain just to get the surge. Like you said, it's a center location, center POI. It doesn't matter which zone actually pulls first. It could still net you a ton of damage through surge if you play your cards right. That's Poppy Blast and Show, waiting in a bush. That's another sneaky way to get the shots. If your teammate boxes up, they don't necessarily always look in the bush, and that allows you to get the free tags without having to edit open a cover.
There you can see Vanilla's has been downed over there on the side. Flameback, no, he's there trying to use the harpoon to get in. Wavy Jacob trying to fight defensively on the other side of it, and then gets caught. Somebody runs right through the foundation of that house. The broken building letting him through, but a good disengage from Wavy Jacob, but that's on Flameback's wall. Immediate wall replace. Will slam it down. You know he ran and was forced over to wood, but some shots over from the side, giving him a brief respite. And he's actually looking to take this as an opportunity to turn it back, and Flameback gets down. Ghosty with just 10 HP. The shots coming in from the side could do everything. Miles is going to be the one who gives Wavy Jacob enough room. He should be able to double back to Vanilla's now.
Yep, that double revive coming out, using that third party as a huge distraction to try to keep their teammates in the game. But Ghosty, he cannot necessarily be that sung hero here because he has to worry about himself. 10 HP is absolutely nothing, but Flameback instantly dropping over those two floppers, making sure to get him in tip-top shape, allow him to heal, which would allow him to get the confidence to get that revive onto Flameback. And it does look like Vanilla's and Wavy Jacob are going to be able to get back up as well, or at least I believe so.
Tip-top on the clock, but they're not blowing any speakers up right there. They're just trying to get the revive in a little bit of space. As you've seen, very patient and slow game here from NA West. Very much similar to what we saw in game number 1, where nobody wants to fully invest into these fights thinking, hey, we get a couple tags, we should be good. The problem is, if everybody thinks that way, a couple tags is no longer enough, and that Storm Surge number gets artificially inflated up. But right now, Noah W trying to fight what I thought was a 1v2, but it seems like he was able to get TG back up on his feet, and this is a 2v2v2, all within the same grid space. We see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's actually 4 duos right on top of each other, way away from the next zone.
And then you have 3 more outside of that have the possibility of joining in on all the fun and action, either trying to steal away an elimination or trying to get that surge that they want, that they need, as Bo Crows knows it's not done just yet. He sees a couple players fall left, right, and center, and he's trying to take advantage of any players that might be standing not at full health and HP, but as he knows the players are getting out of this position, such few are left in this spot that it is going to slow down.
And you already saw Noah W and Typical Gamer, they're like, we want nothing to do with the catacombs down here. We're leaving Paris, we're getting out of Dodge, and they're going to head straight to the center zone. And I love that call, because if you get bogged down in that fight, especially as I talked about, zone inertia still pulling down south, still going to the southeast, directly over where all of those Hoodoos are, the changes in verticality, you have to go early. If you don't and you're stuck fighting both surge and the rotation, you are just in an awful spot.
Yeah, especially that you're talking about if all those other players that rotated early take every high ground position, you kind of have to box up with low ground, and if you're down surge, it's going to make it near impossible. So difficult for you to find the shots that you need, but as the zone begins to close, we cannot see every bit of the action, but our first place team right now, Cyphers and Lokes, you can see they're just hunting down that player that is left alive, and Cyphers just goes in by himself. But that's what happens when you take a 2v1. It allows you to bait and switch, go in and out, and use that overpowered mentality.
Yeah, you're able to kind of just adjust based on your loadout, knowing that, hey, if one player dives in with a high rate of fire weapon, you can take what I call a fight of attrition, where you're like, I'm going to get knocked, I'm going to take some damage, but they're not going to be able to confirm it before you clean them up. right? And that's the similar thing we see with the auto shotguns, with the Stinger and Striker SMGs. It doesn't matter. The high rate of fire weapons in a 2v1 generally are the play, because the only way they get beat is by the huge one-shot potential of the Striker pumps, and even then you can often offset them. But right now, wall-to-wall, 40R Storm, and Kadenox, 61 above. Great wall replacement for 40R Storm. He's moving forward in the grid space every time. It did get him a harpoon, so now they have the option to potentially break a build. They also got the 3 med kits from that, so it gives them an additional option to try and heal this out. But one thing noting, though, no excess shields on Storm, and you have to think Kadenox doesn't have a 50 pot, maybe some minis on him, because he's sitting below 50 shield.
Yeah, right now, and you can see they're still trying to be proactive, like you said, box to box, trying to take away the pieces. 21 above the damage threshold. They have it in the back of their minds that they still need to find the shots, and because there's 3 teams here, nobody's really able to solidify that high ground, and there you have it. They fall below. They go right back above. Ping pong continues as Kadenox and 40R Storm are still looking for the shots that they need.
You see on the right-hand side, Coexi and Notorious will take out Chentex, and I love you dunks. I also love my dunks on that side now, but we'll get a nice little replay in that regard as Notorious gets a great drop-down angle and the hip fire with that burst into the immediate swap. And Coexi did go down, but he was the one who was able to put in a lot of the work. Notorious living up to his name, finding the pair, and puts him well above the Storm Surge threshold with 198 above now. We'll swing back on over 40R Storm. Kadenox at 2 veterans, 20 below, but like we said, right on the threshold, and also wall-to-wall with Physics and Sedna.
Still.
Locks down.
Yep, Locks, that's first place. Cyphers might have to do it by himself unless he's still down as well. That could be something that's disastrous for the team, and the consistency as they're trying to still break through the boxes, continuously falling below the damage threshold, but they have Wavy Jacob in their sights. They don't want to let him go. Possibly could be an individual as Vanillas is nowhere in sight, and the pieces, the time is running out, but he's still on the run, finding a way out, and you know as well as I do, if there's a will, there's a way.
I mean, just cue the Benny Hill music. He's continuing to keep sprinting away, throwing walls back up behind him, knowing one shot could end up being the difference, but it looks like Kadenox might have been able to chase that player down. We heard somebody end up taking off. No, it's just the damage coming through, so they're gonna keep ticking, and like we talked about, them having exit shields. There goes Kadenox popping into the supply of the minis. 40R Storm doesn't have any, might need to drop them over, but with 52 below and still 7 duos who need to fall in this circumstance, they're gonna go deep into their only utility they have. Is what, like 3 or 4 minis on either side and 3 medkits. They gotta find shots like pronto.
And the only team that was close enough, that was Sedna and Physics. They immediately get out of dodge. You talked about the audio indicators of Storm Surge. They heard it. They about phase to get themselves a better spot. It might be at the edge of zone, but it's a much better position than so many other teams in the lobby. You should have listened to Sundown, because now 40R Storm has to do it as an individual.
And I mean, he doesn't necessarily have the time. We talk about this every time you take a mini, you're not shooting at someone. You can only gain back so much time. He's gonna get the edit down. He finds a huge shot, but was the connection enough? Looking at the right-hand side of the screen, it updates, and he's just barely above, so he gets just a whisper as Cyphers gets confirmed going down. That's our first place duo on the leaderboard, cleaned out before the first place point coming through. Angel will also get a pair as we swing on over Typical Gamer and Noah W. They're under threat from Storm Surge, but luckily for Typical Gamer, he goes down not via Surge, so there is still a reboot card in play potentially if they want to try and grab that, but Noah doesn't really have the time, the space, the resources, or the opportunity. Has just 43 HP, 15 builds. He needs a lot here.
Yep, definitely needs a miracle happen here. His builds are being dwindled down. Doesn't have any consumables to kind of regenerate the heals, the HP, the shields, and that's where his story does come to an end. He does get dropped. Flameback Ghosty now sitting in second place, trying to move in towards the zone, get themselves a sweet spot, but looking back, they knew a player got dropped, and with that harpoon, they're gonna get their spoils.
And you'll see just topping off there, trying to find the builds that aren't wood, and unfortunately only able to find the ammunition in that regard. So topped out onward, we're gonna swing on over. Ghosty and Flameback looking for some space on the side. I also don't necessarily hate the loadout from an aggressive perspective, but not having shields above 50 is gonna make this very difficult. And now we're gonna get a nice little check-in and see what went on with Storm Surge, because there's no way we didn't miss something.
This is what you called out. Storm Surge ticking. Lokes trying to run through the storm and just Cypress, he goes down. He's a victim of overstaying his welcome. Slow to rotate. Luckily for him, there's still 4 other chances for him to make it to the top of the leaderboard and add 40R Storm to that list of having to go again the next game.
Here we go. Now we'll swing on board to mine, aka Tokata's pick. Also, if you're in the chat, hey, wish Tokata well, all right? Make sure he gets back so we can see him here next week and he feels a little bit better. I don't mind filling in, but I also love listening to you and him. You guys have definitely grown as a duo throughout the course, as we can see right now. Exy and Trashy trying to find a beat on these players.
Yep. Peeking in, sitting center of center zone here. So they're not going to get the next pull, but they're going to be one of the teams that might have an easy rotation no matter where it does get sent. But will they make it there is going to be the big question, as they're under siege. Flameback with just a sliver of HP. Mini's going to be popped, but not up to full shields. Launchpad is in the inventory of Ghosty, but he needs to be able to stay alive long enough to be able to use it for this next zone.
You can't really launch this zone, though, unless you go to the opposite side. The issue is if you check the bottom right-hand corner, they're, like, within touching distance of it. The problem, there's already duos who occupy the top of that, and you're not going through this scrum in the mid-ground without at least taking some chip damage, and Flameback can't really afford that.
Yeah, because of that little bit of high elevation in the northern eastern portion of the map, that's going to allow a couple teams to kind of sneak in underneath the mountain through some of those builds because of the different terrains that you do see there. Is Flameback 8 HP, 58 total effective shields and HP. Not something where he's going to feel very safe, but he knows the journey will continue with or without him in the lobby. 56 above the damage threshold. That's at least something they can set their hats on, but Flameback does go down. Ghosty trying to toss the body in, but he knows he cannot see a hero in this situation. He can only take what he can get as he tries to pop a shot from above, and it's going to be closed as Ghosty now has to think of something else here. Building out, expanding a little deep here as he's looking like he might be able to turn back and get Flameback, but not opportunity is right out the window as he goes down.
Yeah, they tried to full tarp their way in, but too many angles looking at him. This is what we talked about. The Hoodoos, the small on the bottom, large on the top, desert rock formations provide such a positional advantage for the teams who claim them early. The as zones continue to pull in. Anybody who's not there is forced to either burn hard mass, burn a launch pad, or just eat a ton of damage, and in some case, all the above, as now you can see Quinn and Defiable just whipping shots towards the outside. There goes the launch pad, and he barely even gets it off before it's destroyed, and everyone is just raining shots towards the butt. A little bit of respite there as the shots get thrown back. Defiable and Quinn get back down. They will pop the shield keg as they're 15 below, and we need 3 duos to go down with 55 players, but Defiable finds some huge shots that should take them off it, and it does.
And perfect opportunity to peek with the shield keg going down. That's going to allow you to trade off those shots, especially if you look at the rest of his inventory. Plenty of heals to go around as you see it's 5 below the damage threshold. Zone getting a far pull from where they're currently located along with everybody else on that north side. So even though they're still being terrorized by Surge, they're going to have a far rotate combined with that.
Yeah, and there's only 3 duos who have already occupied themselves in the zone, so minus those 3 and maybe the little pink triangles above them, all the power positions have been taken. This is going to be a really tough rotate for everyone on the north and southern side, which is basically 85% of the lobby at this point. You can see Defiable and Quinn, they drop in, and that is all of their Chug Splash and White Heels to just survive a 5 damage surge right now. They need to find the tags as they're one of 2 duos who are under pressure, and with open shots like this, you can't afford to miss. But as I say that, Storm Surge turns off, so they get a little bit of extra breathing room, a little bit of extra damage coming down from this 25 ticks, but they should be okay as we do see the Flu duo end up going down. We're into the top 25, which means cascading placement points, Defiable and Quinn, and the rotation transition into the end game as we have the full moving zones in 30 seconds.
And just like you said, though, Storm Surge going off for now. And I say for now because it is going to pop back up again. And when that does, Rich Homie Quinn and Defiable will once again be forced to try to look for the surge damage. You pointed out no more chugs to go around. So it's down to minis. It's down to their big pots if they're going to try to out-heal it once more, which I don't recommend. This Physics Sedna have a little bit of that high ground. 5th zone, not moving just yet. And if you look at their maps, though, is this going to be healthy if they have a zone that kind of lets them take it.
Yeah, you might be looking at their maps. I'm looking at their eliminations. They're sitting on 7, and there's still 25 duos up. That's a number and a half coming through there. They've only ended up having 3 placement points, but 21 points alone this game from Elims. You saw them struggle in game 1, where they're kicking the door down so far, trying to push themselves into that top 10 and onto the front page. And also, note, the zone is pulling back over to the northwest, back over the top of not 1, but 2 Hoodoos in that regard, and past Physics and Sedna. They're going to have a huge, look at that, they've invested so many hard materials that everyone has to go past the guard tower.
And for them, they can late rotate and still just make everybody's game that much harder, but they can try to hold the high ground as well to try to reclaim a top spot on one of those mountains later on, as you see the shots being fired off in every direction. Now looking backside of zone, shots continue. Physics landing a couple to stay above the damage threshold. 500, 600, 700. He continues to count these high numbers as he's putting down the damage, but not too many rotations. That's because he held on to the high ground until the very last moment, putting that launch pad down. They're high padding as well on the high ground, which gives them a max amount of pull using that launch pad.
And you can see they're trying to connect to the next one. They're trying to skip over. They're saying, we want nothing to do with that down, up, valley, mountain stuff. We want to go straight to the next point. Might as well fly like the bird does, and they get there. Now we're hopping on board. Rich Homie, you talked about the next surge potentially being a problem. No problem from him there, but he is a solo. He's trying to throw himself through the air. It will turn off here in a second, but the tarping is fantastic. He's found a great route, and now he has priority on zone.
Yep, and then you talked about it, launching through the sky, setting on Physics. They get the connection from one high ground layer to the next, and all metal. That's gonna be hard to break, but Delta's trying to fall, but he gets the elimination. He will not break. He will not falter as they pick up a couple eliminations. Yes, sir, gets one of those. Lagana goes down. Eliminations going haywire right now as players in the lobby are getting dwindled left, right, and center, but this is the perfect time, waiting to the perfect moment to take high ground, just like it looks like they're trying to do.
We're getting some more hoodoo voodoo going on here as we're pulling straight up another one, but Sedna is just putting up numbers, ripping them down. But speaking of ripping there, Exy gets a great line of sight. He'll about face, he'll calm those numbers over to his teammate and let him know. And they're even gonna slam down an armored wall, just cutting off that path, saying, hey, you gotta go around, no entry this way. And look what's happening on the low ground. That's what I'm talking about, the hoodoo, the change in verticality. You have to get up and you have to go up now.
And Rich Homie Quinn takes a big shot, trying to get in towards the zone. Storm still doing wonders.
No builds.
He's finally going to be able to squeak in. You called it, no builds to his name, 2 minis, but he's trying to fire back, get the siphon, knows he cannot get it just yet, so he's continuing on with his journey with Storm just on his back. He cannot take more than 2 ticks as Nigel towards the backside. The siphon is going to be able to come in. Rich Homie Quinn needed it, but he goes down. Huge flank from Yuumi and Squishy in the Storm.
And look at everyone just piling in around the backside, saying, hoping they can just get a little bit of a window, find a siphon they need on the backside of the zone, because we're pulling again down and back up. And what does this mean for the entire time? Sidna and his duo have been sitting up on the high ground, and they're like, this is nice. Back and forth pulls, nobody looking upward. As long as the 9th one doesn't go away from him, Physics and Sedna should book the second ticket.
Yeah, and because of this back and forth
10 elim.
It still has over 300 wood, but they're going to drop down, try to conserve some of those mats to give themselves that layer of separation later on in the game, as Kevin lost is here early on, still trying to do it by himself. A couple eliminations, just like Yuumi and Squishy. They found a perfect flank to stay alive this far.
A little bit of space for Exiom on the side. Ops out of the med kit. Does still have a lot of med miss, but needs some space. Only 5 builds. He has to pop both the minis and at least try and top off his HP. He is one of 2 duos still up. Otherwise, everyone has a partner. You can see Yuumi underneath him, just trying to find a little bit of room. He has barely any HP, but Exy is looking to drop down and take advantage of the backside zone. He'll have a window here.
Perfect time, waits for the moment, he can get it. He's gonna strike. Exy go ahead and gets the elimination. The siphon, the men miss is there, but he has to pop it now. It's the Storm, his ticket in 13 HP. If he gets a moment to breathe, he can use it, get his HP back up, use the minis, get his shields back up as well. With only 3 teams remain here in this game, this is gonna come down to the wire, and this could send him directly to the finals if he plays his cards right.
But it's important to note, only 13 builds, and eventually he will have to go up 8 more builds. You have Exy as one, but the duo up top, Physics and Sedna, are finally going to be pulled away from the high ground. It's the first time in forever. 1v1v2 to try and close it out. Can Exy find an opportunity? Can Kevin be able to do it? Who will clutch up? He finds the 1v1 and Kevin takes it 1v2, but the drop down and Sedna and Physics, they put a stamp on it. We had 11 elims in the first game, 12 elim victory route, a bunch of points pulled off the table, but they don't care about that, PR. They care care about one thing, and that's the trip to the final.
Yep. And starting off, you know, the qualifiers, semifinals, switching up their drop spots. They have faced adversity. They were tested, and they have prevailed to get themselves a spot into the finals. And with 12 eliminations, if they didn't get that Victory Royale, you best bet they're probably first.
Oh yeah, they would have been absolutely fine, particularly after we saw so many of the top duos end up dropping. But what a way to exhibit high ground control. And we've seen this in particular, the South Central zones. If you can get up top early and you get a couple pulls back and forth, you're in a great spot to catch a dub.
That's what you got to do here. And resource management was absolutely important there throughout that game. I got a couple things I want to break down, but we can't see it all. There's 3 people that can. Kelly, Panda, Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Sundown. And guys, that was game number 2 right there with Sedna and Physics coming out on top. And you know what? I think that might have been some of the best height control that I have seen so far in the NA West competition, Panda.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They quickly identified the fact that the zone was actually pulling towards a natural high ground spot with that rock that was existing there. So smart on them to be able to get ahead of that, but also we got to talk about it. EXE on the low ground, clutching up as a solo player. Unfortunate to see him go down, but just exceptional plays from him. But Physics and Sedna, though, again, just great control.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at that, right? They used that harpoon really early, and I think Cam called this out perfectly there. They used that launch pad early so that they did not have to worry about recycling materials and possibly getting taken out of high ground.
But look at this zone 5 right here. They hold height, and we always say that that's a little too early to grab height. But they said, no, it's not. We got this with ease, grabbing so many eliminations from other players that are at least trying to attempt to steal it. But look at this also, the views that they have right here.
Yeah, they did a good job here, like we've said before, just controlling the narrative of this game. They said, you know what? This is our story to tell, and we're going to take that place in the finals, Clay.
That's what they wanted to do. Take a look at the final elims coming through. They did that perfectly, right? They let them take each other out on low ground and just secured the Victory Royale. That's really what you want to do. You don't want to leave it up to chance.
Absolutely beautiful. And they're going to be joining Remy and Ryak in our finals next week. But guys, we still have 10 more teams that we need to find that are going to be joining them in the finals, because this is it. It's day 3, the final day, the final region, and 1 more or 4 more chances, I should say, because we got 4 more games to go. But we got some other great highlights as well for you guys. And I mean, just there were so many highlights in that play right there. So many solo clutches, of course.
Yeah, look at Yuumi and Squishy. They did really well. For a while, they ran out of builds pretty early on into Ace Zone. We're able to find some eliminations on the backside of it, and this is what's really going to propel them up into the top of the leaderboard. You see, they were currently sitting in first place right here during this game. So, but just look at that reaction time there by Yuumi to get back with Squishy. Unfortunately, that's what causes them to go down eventually, not having that extra bad miss and being a little bit separated. But overall, great gameplay for them for just to stay up.
Yeah, it really was. Squishy as a solo player here, trying to do everything that he can to continue to clutch up, try to take the VR. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out in his favor, but it was still a great effort, and that shows me that they know what they need to do to be successful in the end game. It's just about the execution, having the right end game for them to be successful and potentially walk away with that VR.
Can we talk about, though, that they are a team that is just joining us right now and how well they're performing? We were talking about it yesterday, that all of the teams, I think 93% of the teams that won from coming out of day number 1. So for them to come out of day number 3 with presumably not that much experience or not that much practice is an incredible performance. Let's see where they are. Of course, up on top, moving up 2 spots, it's Yuumi and Squishy. Right below them, though, it is EXE and Talking Ben. Leo and Creep their way up. Speaking of creeping their way up, we have Kevin and Yasir in 4th place, Lock Cypers in 5th, and then, again, that coveted 6th place spot, Flameback and Ghosty actually dropping down a few points, but still, we kind of saw them towards the mid-game there. It's not like they're completely dropping off, but Nigel and Angel so close in that 7th place spot. And in fact, 7th through 10th are all so close to each other. And this is it. They don't have another day. They don't have another opportunity. They're going to have to change up their game plan if they want to make it in. So, Panda, I'm going to have to ask the question right now. Are they going for height and going for that VR, or are they going to stick to the low ground and grab eliminations?
Look, I think if you're any of the teams in the top 6, right, it's about consistency. Let the VR come to you naturally if it's there, but focus on being consistent, right? Calculated aggression, like we talked about before, is going to be a huge factor in that as well. Clay, what are you thinking? for some of these teams.
I'm going to agree. You have to keep playing your game. You cannot let anybody else affect that, whether you're going to get contested or not, whether you're not having the best of games. Stick to the game plan. You got here for a reason. You're here for a reason. Keep it up.
But we've seen teams change their POI in the middle of a tournament and it be successful. Is it too little too late for that, though?
You know, it really is never too little too late when it comes to a semifinals format, and that VR gets you a spot in the finals. So realistically, take these next few games, understand what mistakes you may be making, and really focus on the VR for some of those teams that are outside of that top 10 spot in contention.
Well, let's say that they're in a contested drop spot right now, Clay. Is there a certain POI that you know is a pretty safe pick where they could be potentially landing?
Safe pick this
right.
season? I don't know. I would say maybe Logjam. You can disengage pretty easily out of there.
Okay, what about you?
I would say north of Logjam, there's that hill area there. It's got a vault. It's got great rotational tools around it between the zip lines and the spider webs close by. So lots of great stuff that could be used in that area. That's the safe pick, though. Like, that's if you absolutely have to, because there's not a ton of loot to work with.
Well, it might be safe, it might be dangerous, but of all things, everyone, it's going to be action-packed. Game number 3 of NA West starts now.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Clay, and Panda. 2 games down, 4 to go. We're closing in on the halfway mark, and we only have 10 more duos who are going to join us here in the finals next week.
You see me clenching my fist, just punch. That's exactly what a lot of these guys are going to do. They're going to have to punch through the competition, because this is where it's really going to start getting rough for a lot of these teams. They're going to realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and sooner or later, they're not going to be able to control their own destiny outside of that victory royale.
And you don't want to end up in that spot. Right now in game number 3, if you've had 2 tough games in a 6-game qualifier, as we've seen before, you can afford to drop 2 games, but you need to then string 4 together. If you're on the back half of the leaderboard, you get it going now. If you're on the top half, you just kind of keep where you're at. But enough from us now. Game 3 is underway.
Game number 3, just like Sundown said, almost to that halfway point where the pressure is really going to set in as the adrenaline does come to a halt. Yuumi, Squishy, Ghosty, Flamepack, Echo, Western, Triple Con towards the Collider. Ton of loot, so it can make out if you go ahead and get that great loot, but sooner or later, that luck will come to an end. A couple players towards Tilted, Greasy Grove, or Defiable and Quinn have put as their new home.
You can see right now, will there be a potential fight right off the rip? So far, Greasy over here in West has been played a little bit slower, but you can see Quinn, he's checking his loot drops, and unfortunately not a ton of weapons hopping down, trying to make sure he gets the priority, hitting on this rock right away to pick up the 12 brick builds and gonna get right onto the chest there.
Yeah, you can see him and Defiable just instantly splitting that loot for the POI, and Lizard catches Reek slipping. Takes him down. Squishy with the high ground, just getting that audio, getting the information, not wanting to let that second player escape, but that's where you see him stopping in his tracks, not wanting to give up that audio anymore, but they know he's somewhere around, and if you look at him, he's just trying to mat up, get the resources to fight the eventual 2v1.
Really enjoy the use of the cone there to make sure he breaks the cooler, not taking the time to interact because he needs to get the shields down if he wants to win this 1v2. He does have the common auto shotgun to be able to jump. There is the shield cake towards the side, though. If he can pull that away, he might have the opportunity to go. Instead, just going to disengage away from Squid and Lizard.
Yeah, depending on if he was able to get that reboot or not, he could still continue to disengage. You got to be careful. Another team, slowly but surely, landing on the outskirts of Chonkers Speedway. Kind of where Reese drops in his solos. I stole it away. Lots of loot over there. Lots of coolers for splashes. That's Elevate. JG landing towards the outside, getting their part of their surge tags. That's something about Chonkers. When you're that 3rd, maybe 4th team landing towards the outskirts, there's a grand amount of opportunities to get the tags, just like that show. It was his build the whole time. Quick edits to go in, and trolling W goes down, and there goes 2 quick eliminations for Poppy Blast and Show.
Man, you even saw Show pull out the harvesting tool there for a second. He wanted to whack him with the shovel and really put him 6 feet under, but instead they'll take the 6 points as now Slick and Caesar trying to get the push on to the other BMD duo on the opposite side. We've seen this fight happen a couple of times. But yet Seer ends up knocking Jake in the feet. Will he be able to find this and close it out? Good job maintaining control, staying up above and tracking the player through the builds.
Yeah, and as he reloads, you see him try to separate himself.
Nice.
But Rankin goes in by himself. Kipple's gonna have to do it by himself now. One solo, 1v2, one chance to really make it happen, but jumping towards the side, that's CZR landing a great amount of damage in the blink of an eye. He has him on the run, and only one chance. He's not even gonna get it here as CZR and Slick get another 2 eliminations starting here. Game number 3 on fire.
Really good tracking there from CZR. You can see how he knows this spot, able to move around, hop around, change the angles instantly, and just get an advantage. And yes, it was a little bit of a 50-50 there on the triangle edit, but he was prepped and he had way more of the HP lead. So good on them to close that one out. As we see here, we got a number of duos pretty much right on top of each other, right outside of Chonkers.
Chonker's great spot here for a lot of surge early on, if players do contest it because of the wide open playing field. Once you leave the actual POI, as Blizz is going to drop that shield keg. Perfect time to try to go for those tags and trade shots, but he doesn't have a striker, he doesn't have a ranger, he doesn't have anything for that long distance. So doing it with a Stinger SMG would be literally fighting an uphill battle.
Now Blizzard showing off the edit tricks here. Looking at that, he's not even confirming a single one of them, just kind of showing you. Oh, there it goes. All right, as I said, he confirms a couple, throws it out there, looking good in the tracksuit, but not going to necessarily do anything with that, just making sure nobody's sneaking up around the side as we sneak on over to the Sleepy Sound, not trying to wake anybody up here as typical gamer Noah got to wake up a little bit. Maybe the thermal will help him put some of that damage down. Nope, he's actually immediately going to swap that back over to the Striker Burst, but then Squid gets taken down. That's the right side of the feed. Lizard trying to turn it back. Great shots with the auto shotty to back that player up.
Yeah, trying to finish it off. High ground going over, but that's not going to matter neither here nor there as Lizard gets the elimination at the end of the day. The saving grace. The reboot card intact, especially with everybody rotating out of Chonkers. This could be the time to go for the reboot, but hearing that in the distance, Blizzard and Winner, they about face, because it looks like they were going east just moments ago. They heard the shots, now they're trying to take advantage.
Yeah, they should have noticed that a little bit went down over there, and if they recognize which duos that were, they should know it's a 1v2, and potentially will be able to push down it as we go over to Log Jam Lumberyard. Let's see, Baka, Delta in a fight right now. Will burn the Chug Splash. Trying to find a little bit of room, wants to make sure he has the health advantage in this fight. They're trying to track the players out, and a nice little sneak shot through there. Not a ton of damage, but just tagging them, letting them know what's up.
Separating each other. Going up layers, down layers, trying to keep each other guessing. Fighting for that piece control is going to be important. But you still have to be careful for those third-party attempts as Baka loses a ton of shield. The Surge goes over to the wayside, as they're also trying to fire those shots onto Delta. That's Matt and that's Victim, who've honestly, throughout the course of the weekend, they have been doing a good job of getting the high ground. It's holding on to it and getting the victory out is their missing steps.
Yeah, it took me a second because I'm looking down the bottom right-hand corner. There's no extra triangles over there. I had to actually check the extra little map that we have over there. They got tagged from like way over Narnia. Like there was nobody even anywhere close. They had to go all the way through the closet, through the wardrobe, and then the shots ended up tagging and hitting them. But that was just forever away.
And that's where you see Vibesy, Slixies. This is one thing that I kept saying about this dude. I was talking to Vibesy, trying to really get a feel of his play style, what he likes to do in a lot of these games. He's more of that passive player. So getting a Storm Surge is not going to be the easiest thing for a team like this, but if they're able to get the Storm Surge and make it to the end game, it's going to be a great time for them.
I honestly feel like that's been most of West right now, but to catch us up while we got a little bit of time, Clay, baby, what you got?
Thanks so much. Yeah, I actually got a piece on Yuumi and Squishy here. I want to talk about how they're getting Storm Surge. You see Squishy, this is very early on, build all the way up on top of the Collider and immediately just start looking around. He's looking north, he's looking south. He's gonna find a couple tags here to the south, which is gonna put them above where they need to be on Surge. This is kind of what you have to do when you're playing this POI. You've got to look for new and creative ways to get these tags.
Thank you so much, Clay, and we know, in particularly here through the first 2 games on West, how thick that first Storm Surge has been, which means those tags are that much more valuable.
Yeah, and because of where the Collider is at in the zone, there's going to be a lot of rotations. Then you mix in what the actual POI has. So many rotational tools, from launch pads to the wind that takes you up to the cannons that are around. So it's going to be a great spot for players to try to rotate in, and that's why you see Yuumi and Squishy building so high up there. If they get those shots, they can take a page out of Tavern and Nico's playbook yesterday to where in one game, they didn't move for 3 straight zones, but when we joined in on them, they had a ton of surge damage.
very similar to what we'd see out of teams who landed at the agency on the Chapter 2 map, where you just build as vertical as possible. And you bank on the fact that you're central on the map and you have so many sight lines that you'll get shots on somebody eventually, right? As long as you're accurate and able to put them down. It's a similar strategy. Obviously, typical gamer, no OW implying. And here is another prime example of it, as Yasir has built out almost his own little porta-fortress right here on top. And going to be able to look down. The benefit of this spot in particular is that you can kind of just utilize that scan repeatedly to know where people are. You don't have to guess. You don't have to be pixel hunting. You know.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering, hey, I might have seen this strategy before, but I didn't see Kevin and Yasir do it. Through the earlier qualifiers, this is the same exact thing that Batman, Bugha, and Wheels would do to get their surge. And you guys know them. One of the favorites for the Rest region. They played absolutely great by getting their surge, using the cannon on top to rotate thereafter to get themselves that sweet spot in zone. And if they can go ahead and get granted zone on this side of the map, they're just staying with high ground, with rotation, still being able to put pressure all around the lobby.
Yeah, because in particular, again, we've talked about it, how Command Cavern teams are almost notorious at this point for rotating late and just utilizing the resources they have there. And you can kind of time it. We talked about it over on NA East. You basically either go early from this position or you go late. You want to be the first one or the last one. If you're in between, there's always going to be somebody in front of you and someone behind. I mean, yes, that's how that works, but it's such a dangerous rotation path to be in that circumstance.
Yep, it's dangerous here, but not too dangerous. It's only second zone. You know, with med miss, med kits, honestly, any variation of HP heals, they can go ahead and get back up to 100, especially with the launch pad in hand, just in case things do get dangerous. They can pop it out at a moment's notice, but they're not too far away from zone. I do think they're just going to travel on foot, business as usual, and then assess the situation from there. Do they have to go ahead and go north? Do they continue going west? And that's the one thing about this squad, that you're traveling late, all your routes are gonna possibly be taken. You have to be very, very careful the choices you make from here on out, as they're deep into zone, firing those shots. And this is another one of those things that it's gonna be hard to overcome if they turn and burn and take you out in a moment's notice.
Yeah, and those situations are so awkward because you basically have to be able to pull up from an area where you can get the first shots on them, but if they about face, you have to be able to disengage. Yeah. Because if you pull up from a spot where they can then get a line on you, you're now in zone with somebody just raining shots. Typical gamer, no W, in a great spot here, but important to note just how many other duos are around them. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, as that gets pulled away, we'll go on the wide and we'll see literally exactly how it is. Those triangles are representative of other duos. The more triangles in the area, the more duos who are right on top of them. So we're gonna swing on over to our current 10th place team, Vex in APAR.
Looking very, very healthy when it comes to splashes, I believe. They have roughly 18 or more between the two of them. Shield keg, minis, all the heals they can ask for and more. 192 above the damage threshold. And honestly, it looks like there's even more loot down there. You see them dropping it, trying to put it on one central location in a box that is theirs, that they control. So they don't have to worry about players editing in and out to try to steal away their prize. And honestly, that is huge for them if they continue to pull zone.
And look at that, even dropping down to grab the extra minis, which if he can get back up to the shield keg and top himself up, totally worth. If he's not able to get himself above that 50 HP line, we'll talk about it after the fact. But now swinging on over, Ignite Courier, 33A bolts, somebody who needs to kind of pick the pace up a little bit. Currently sitting in 15, 27 points through 2 games. Not too bad, but they really need a solid endgame performance to rocket themselves into the top 6 conversation.
Yep, we see them get in the zone.
Great shot, Cyphers.
Right next to that launch pad. There's Lokes and Cyphers. They did go down very, very early on, but they did such a good game throughout the course of those 2 games that they are still in the bubble. They're still in 5th place with a chance to qualify. So as long as they stay consistent, they'll be in a good spot. The only thing that worries me right now is 56 above the damage threshold. It's not too worrisome because it is above as a blunder hits the tree, stopped short, separated from Lokes, and the shots begin to fire in.
And fall damage can end up coming out in that circumstance if on the way down you clip one of the sides and move horizontally. If you go straight down like we saw with Cyphers, not taking any damage. The part that worried me is because that's basically max distance for cannon. Like I talked about, anybody who rotated before you, it's basically are going to be posted up in that cabin. But right now we see Notorious hitting some great shots and basically getting his team single-handedly back above Storm Surge there.
Doing a good job here from the Daily Bugle, sitting in 9th place, 1 elimination. We said 118 above. Looking around, they're one of the only teams still actually near the POI of Tilted, but they're on the mountain just above it as he still continues to take the shot. Sooner or later, he's going to stop peeking in that direction, stop giving up that free surge, and maybe look elsewhere because he may not know it now, but 4 teams towards the south, 1 team towards the northeast of, or northwest of Tilted that has to rotate in. And you make it too as you see just the edge of another team.
Yeah, but where they're located, Notorious and Coexy on the left-hand side, they're not going to have to move, unlike Beautify and Fizzy, who they got to get wall-to-wall with this team pretty much now. I guess not.
That's what happens with Storm Surge. Does half the damage for you. Is now forced to play defensive. Still has to find a way to get some damage. 69 below. Not done just yet. Still needs to be hungry. But the players are still getting aggressive, getting proactive, not allowing him that opportunity. Faking the med kit, going and pulling it out, trying to make something happen, but he goes down. Him and Fizzy back to lobby. And as the games dwindle down, so does the opportunity to control your own destiny.
And so do your options in terms of playing more FNCS Fortnite this season. If you're on the back half of that leaderboard and you get in these back half of games, all of a sudden the pressure ratchets up just a little bit more. You're like, man, we're having a tough day and we gotta pull a win out. Momentum is a real thing when it comes to any form of competition. And right now, Quinn and Defiable are trying to make sure they stay on the right side of momentum, but with no more utility, just any defensive battle here should be able to take them out. They can only survive 2 more cycles of Surge. That gives them 10 seconds to find it, and they're the only duo under threat.
It does look like their time might come to an end. Nobody's giving them that opportunity to peek. Down goes Defiable. Down goes Quinn. And yet again, the only part of their game is just Surge.
And that's one of the circumstances where they're both under 25 HP. You know a next tick is coming in. Throw one of yourselves off the build. Have one of you guys at least have a chance to get through, because if you drop down under 70, nobody will take damage. Storm Surge turns off. If you're both on 71, you both go down. We have the circumstance where, hey, 69 players, Surge still turns off, but you're back in lobby.
Yeah. That's really thinking outside of the box, and that would actually need a very, very selfless teammate. But as the 3rd game in a row, all those heals from Greasy Grove, Quinn and Defiable, I think coming into game number 4, 5, and 6, they're going to have to start getting proactive and aggressive, so that Surge very, very early on isn't a problem. Because you've seen as soon as they get past Surge in the mid game towards the end game, they play very, very well, even as solos, as Noah plays is a solo here. 6 splashes, 2 floppers, good amount of minis, and a launch pad. So even though he's a solo, he does have a good loadout to kind of make a run.
TG taking down there, but like you said, plenty of floppers going through. We'll get a quick little replay, see some of the action we missed, and it was actually TG dropping right down on top of the head, but he ends up in the box of the opponents. He got some good damage down, but Noah wasn't necessarily ready to react, and that's actually a little unfortunate, because if they hadn't coned and floored, that would have been a bunch of damage, and that could have been a play and a half, but I like the fact that he sent it.
I like that quick reaction from Coexy and Notorious. As soon as he broke it and accidentally popped into the box, in the blink of an eye, they cone floor right above him again, box him up, deliver him right back to the lobby. As Noah plays just right next to him, building 2 wide. So even though they may know he's a solo, he's just building 2 wide to make sure nobody else knows he's a solo. You see a box that is 2 wide, typically you do think it's a full duo inside of there, and that's not something you typically want to mess with. Just like Yuumi and Squishy sitting in first place, a team that has shown throughout consistency they can hold on to that top spot through at least 2 games here in the 3rd now.
It's the same thing. If you ever encounter a bear in the woods, make yourself look big. Well, actually, that depends on the type of bear. Won't get into the specifics of it as you go through, but hey, nobody's going to attack a target that they think is bigger than them. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew, and right now, Yuumi might have done that as he opens up the edit and gets popped real quick.
I was gonna say, I don't only do that against bears. I try to do that against everybody. I make myself look big.
You are big. What are you talking about?
Right? It's the camera. It's the camera that makes me look.
I know. I'm just. It's just like, you know, forced perspective. I'm just standing closer. PR is really 6'8". He's 11 height.
Exactly. Me and Levin same height. We were actually balling the other day. A tie game. We had to call it a tie. Let's just call it that one. As QR
I mean, he needs to save face in that regard. I mean, we've all seen you balling right now. Like some of these teams out on West. As we take a look in here, decent amount of surge coming through yet again. No surprise here for West. 67 players up, 36 duos up. We have the 4th zone revealed. We're pretty much right on top of Tilted, so a lot of excess materials here if players want to refarm. But Nigel's gonna need to get a little bit busy, and without one of those burst rifles, it could get difficult.
And depending on where this zone does pull, Tilted is surrounded by different elevations through 3 different angles. The only one that is not surrounded by elevation is open water. So no matter where this one pulls, you gotta start getting that information of where these duos are placed at, because more than half of them are on the southern portion of that circle. So it's going to be really interesting to see if it does not pull south. Anywhere but south is bad news for more than half the lobby.
On much needed tags coming here from Mr. Locks, trying to get the shots over towards the side. Noah W actually picking up a solo Elam by himself. That's a nice little +4 going through. Zadu hit the top 35, and right now, Lux and Cypher 2 an amazing game 1, tough game 2. They're 6 below that surge. It's turning on right now.
And more than half of the teams have to travel north to get in towards the zone, but luckily there's 2 supply drops nearby. You got to imagine so many teams possess at least a launch pad to try to make it through Tilted Towers. But I will say, because of the pre-made build, Tilted Towers isn't going to be as hard for some teams who are quick to react and quick to move through those builds.
Working your way through the terrain that's already on the island, or being able to refarm it does get a little tricky though when players have replaced everything around this all. Inside this interior right now, Buzzo is desperately trying to get over to that launch pad. They know that's their way out eventually, but it's covered from the top, and somebody came barreling through the back of the box with that drum, making it sing. And now Saul Goodman is gonna try and find a way. Might need to phone a friend, but he's not gonna be able to find it. And actually, he just tosses Buzzo up on his shoulders and he says, yeah, yeet, let's get out of here.
And that is why he's becoming a fan favorite. Not only is his name Saul Goodman, he's making great play after great play. Might as well call him Saul Greatman at this point. What he's doing for his team as Yasir is trying to move in, lead the charge for Kevin, who's trying to use the mid-miss, and hell, right behind him. 2 eliminations so far to their name, 613 above the damage threshold. All they have to worry about is finding that sweet spot. One of the many teams on the southern portion of the zone that do get that max pull, so they're gonna expend a ton of materials. But if you look at them, they were very, very healthy in terms of materials before the rotate, so they still have more than half left.
Noah does end up going down as one of the solos who gets picked up. There's 3 other solo riders out there right now. Cascading placement points will drop when 2 other duos have gone down. Storm Surge finally turns off with Amp picking up Kika, and we got one of the toughest pulls as we're going north over towards the islands here. So that means on the back side of the zone, you're launch padding. On the front side of the zone, well, there is no front side of the zone because it's water. So you're probably just hanging out and looking for the other launch pads as well. You're not going to tarp this. You're probably not going to swim this, as somebody will take a look at you. If you don't have a pad, then let me know how you do.
You're gonna have to turn into Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy at this point and get across those treacherous waters. The zone begins to pull. You talk about a launch pad. You see a couple of teams place it down. The recycle begins, and so on the left side as well. Everybody trying to stay ahead of this madness, because even when you launch and you get your spot in towards zone, you're going to have to travel and build and lead the path for your duo. As Yumi Squishy sitting in first place, they get ahead of it, and they're trying to fire back and pressure the rest of the lobby, and they have to do it. They're sitting below that damage threshold, so they cannot have the comfort to continue to move forward just yet.
Into the cascading placement points, 25 duos remaining and going up towards that island. It's going to get difficult, but you see they're able to just barely bounce themselves onto the positive side where they want to be for Surge. Up in the high ground, we have Show and Poppy Blast. You can see players being like, hey, can we maybe go take that? And instead, they're actually going to pad all the way to the far side. Things are going to get real interesting now, depending on where Zone 7 pulls. We'll see where it is in 10 seconds. As Zuko ends up knocking Backity, Foxity, or AKA Wavy Jacob, gets Sulagana. Nate gets Angel and Show, continuing to look down and range shots, still 80 below, and Surge is turning on.
Yep, 6th zone, moving into 7th. You know what that means. A team is beginning to start and make a play for that high ground. Can they hold on? We'll figure out that in a few minutes. It's 22 duo teams, 38 players remain. You see the elimination feed lighting up. 6 more players need to drop before Storm Surge turns off.
And we're going farther north, which honestly not one of the worst pulls. We're going back over water, so the reinvestment of a lot of pads, and actually bumps his head a little bit there for Yumi, trying to catch up. Coexi gets an elimination onto the partner. Saul picks up a pair, but still, Blast and Show uncontested on the high ground, keeping an eye on second height though, as you've elevated in JG9, looking for a window. Kadenox and 4DR Storm also in a pretty good spot, but starting to hurt on builds as they're just going to hurl themselves through the open.
Good job leading the charge. ton of heals left. The only thing concerning right now, or at least on K-Doc, is the build's not looking too healthy. Probably try to figure out a way to get a refresh, but there's multiple teams facing that same issue here in the game as the tree comes tumbling down, making it harder for them to traverse through. Just like Chen Texter finds a flank onto one, and I like how he just takes a few shots and continues going, but that's going to be the end of him. Back to lobby he goes.
See, in the feed, Digital picking up Kytrax, Vex picking up Slicks, Yuumi and Squishy find one of their own, but they're rotating around the outside. A Show ends up getting another one, but the chop comes down in what feels like for the 8th or 9th time today. Fall damage, or Height takes a bunch of fall damage and could end up being the difference as Show gets slapped back down as Yuumi and Squishy who yoinked that one away.
Already sitting in first place. They want more than just that. They want that victory royale. 40R Storm ends up in the perfect situation to get another elimination. That refresh. Matt's looking oh so healthy as the players, the final teams remain. And it's only one team that's a full duo. And it's Yuumi and Squishy towards the high ground.
Oh, the misedits there on 40R Storm cost them a couple seconds to just pushing through, but July actually now has the high ground, and Ghosty hanging out on the backside of the zone, looking for space. We got 4 solos. Actually, no. We have 1 duo, 4 solos, and July is a solo up on the high ground trying to run this out. He's looking to find Yuumi in the backside of the zone. Yuumi's going to go down. Coexi trying to drop right on top of his head, but July's got a fly swatter.
Still, one duo team as healthy as can be. The stagger, backside of zone.
He saw him. He had
trying to make a play. July does see him. He takes the high ground away, but JG and Elevate towards the low ground. They have an opportunity here at the full duo to try to chop these players down that might not be looking healthy when it comes to materials as he's continuing with the pressure. July trying to create that separation. They don't have builds, so they're going to have to fire up from above and not let these players just shoot down. As July gets dropped down, just another layer. 2v1. The pressure is insurmountable as he's trying to hold on to the high ground. He hasn't been able to fire shots just yet, but it's not a worry as he's creating the distance only if he has a chance here as Elevated puts the final shot in, and they're going to the finals.
And you saw him there on the left side of your screen. Elevated screams, yes, oh my God, we did it, and he did it right there. Brilliant decision making to check back in the zone and cut off the angle, changing the way July had to approach. I mean, look at this. He's hawking him the entire time, and this is huge because JG9 can't go back into the storm, and he can't realistically challenge because if he gives the siphon over, July has a way to do it, and I mean, if I'm Elevated there, I'm as pumped as he is.
Yeah, and you got to imagine for him to fight for the high ground the way he did, he just didn't have the build to continue to stretch outward. And that was that final thing that they did notice. And that's where you could see they did get confident enough to start attacking that high ground.
And they said, hey, they wanted some low ground dubs. Well, there it is. We saw all the solos say, my play is for Height. Well, when everyone goes up, the other two are like, all right, we good. They'll take the VR, and now we're into the back half of the games. 3 more VRs, and then the 6th consistency. But to set the stage for the back half, we're going to send it on over. Kelly Clay Panda.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Jacob. And my goodness, what an ignited flame that was in that game right there. Definitely an elevated level of play. All right, I'm done with the pun. I know. I had to do it. Elevated and Ignite joining Sedna Physics as well as Remy and Ryak in our finals next week, everyone. And it really goes to what Sundown was saying. Like, yeah, other players can take high and everything. We'll stick to the low ground and grab all those eliminations, Clay.
Yeah, just look at how aware they were of everyone above them. At no point in time could anybody drop down without them seeing the players. That's just perfect from Elevated. He waited for July to make the mistake. It wasn't like, oh, you know what, let's go ahead, let's hurry up, let's get this heal. He waited. You can see him patiently looking. He let Ignited do the job, saw him drop down, didn't panic, waited for the shot, and that's how they got the victory royale.
Yeah, look, a great victory royale at that. That was a beautiful execution there from Elevated and Ignite. Jay, now here's the thing, right? We obviously got to see Elevated's POV. We love those player cams, and it got us hyped, right?
Oh,
we're sitting here, we're watching those final moments, and to see his cam, see his excitement, man, it makes me just that much more excited for the next 3 games.
I kind of wish we got to see the cam for July as well once he stole Height in Zone 8 right there, because you know they're going to be feeling really good being able to take Height, especially away from a duo.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this. They were a solo all the way on high ground, and no one really contested them. Right? We saw one player go for it, but they were able to find the Elim there on the Squishy, able to get that, and onto Yuumi as well. Yuumi tried to go for it there, but ended up going down and didn't. Look, you're padding late game in Fortnite, you're gonna get eliminated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was definitely a bit of a misplay, right? Especially when it comes to these later zones. But for July, they're just going to take advantage of it. Look at that. 7 eliminations by himself. Ooh. That is an incredible feat in its own.
And of course, July doing a great job here. 7 eliminations, 2 eliminations for AMP. Definitely going to be shooting them into our top, or potentially shooting them into our top 10 leaderboard. But speaking about the top 10, we have to look to our first place team because Yuumi and Squishy were doing a pretty good job in that game as well. And still sticking up strong in first place with 113 points right now. I believe the qualification points yesterday for the top 6 was around 115, 125. So the fact that they're this close after 3 games is a great sign, everyone. Flameback and Ghosty are going to be jumping up into second. Coexi and Notorious breaking into our top 3. But speaking of breaking in, AMP in July, we just watched those plays right there. 12 eliminations total, jumping up 15 points. Locks and Cypers are still going to be in the same place. And now jumping up, it's Poppy Blast and Show.
Yeah, you know, I like to see Poppy Blast and Show in the top, man. Listen, they're incredible players. They deserve to be showcased, and here it is. That talent, hard work, dedication, it's showing today.
It is, and it's still pretty close from 6th to 10th, though. We're only about 8 points away, so it's still anybody's game, Kelly.
And obviously, we like to look at the positives, but I do want to look at the downside as well. Vanish, Leo, and Creep doing a great job, but now dropping down 6 points, as well as my pick, Trashy and EXE. So let's talk about it. You're dropping down right now into the leaderboard. You're still within the top 10 right now. What are you doing? Because clearly your playstyle isn't working out.
I don't know if it's not working out or it's just you had a bad game, right? They're still within the top 10, so they still have a lot of opportunity. You got 3 more games after this to really get in. They did well in the first 2, so just because they had a bad game this time doesn't mean they have to change everything up right away. But now we get into game number 5, that starts happening. Then you got to look at drop spot. Maybe we go aggressive, maybe we go somewhere else.
Well, what about you? What do you think, Panda?
Or you have to focus on the VR, right? If you get to game 5 and game 6, and you have to focus solely on the VR, then that's what you got to do, right? Obviously, the VR being that win condition, that thing that could potentially get you to the finals without any consistency, right, is going to be super important to think about in those final moments. And that's when I would say make a change, right? It's obviously very different than the qualifiers and even the finals, which we'll see next week, but it's going to be interesting regardless to see what happens.
I mean, this is the halfway point right now. We just wrapped up 3 games. We have 3 more games to go. So in my opinion, if you're going to make a change, you need to do it soon because you don't want to wait until the final game. Because then if you can make an adjustment, it's too late at that point. And speaking of adjustments, guys, we got to make some adjustments to our predictions. I'm just kidding. I love my prediction, guys. But what are you thinking about your prediction right now?
We're chilling. We're all of us right here, I think, except for Panda, are sitting in the top 10 right now, Kelly. So I think we're chilling.
Well, what do you think, Panda?
Listen, I think obviously Baggity, Prism, they've been making it to end games, but they're struggling to survive there in the first moving zone. So I think they're going to have to make some adjustments to the way that they play the end game. However, I'm still confident they can walk away with the VR pretty easy in the next 3.
Well, you know what? I say this show needs some adjustments because we need to watch some gameplay, everyone. So game number 4 for NA West is going to be starting right now.
And here we go. The back half is underway. We got 3 more. We got 9 more spots. And that's it for the semifinals. We got finals next week.
Yep, like you said, 3 more games to go. And Kelly just said it plain and simple. You want to act quick. You want to change your game now because you don't want to wait until that 6th and final game to change up your strategy and rely on a victory royale. These games have showed how hard it is to rely on that one metric to advance to the finals.
On the flip side, if you're already in the top 6, just keep doing what you're doing. You're on the right track. You're closing it in. One more solid game could put you into tournament management mode where you no longer have to worry about pushing up the leaderboard, but instead just holding off everyone else. And as we generally see, matches 4 and 5 are a little bit looser. You know, can almost throw a little one of the bonelesses in there because players know that, like, hey, we got to get on our horse and get going.
Yeah, and you can already see a lot of the early game, a lot of these teams are going down because they're not proactive in getting the surge tags, one of them being Quinn and Defiable. They switched up their drop spot all the way. They were getting coached by Reet and Rex a little bit yesterday. I'm just hoping that they make enough adjustments in this game so it's not a worry. And talk about this game, game number 4 starts right now.
Game 4 of 6. As we said, the last 3 victors will go through. So far, 6th place is averaging right around 25 points per game as they climb up there. So that 150-ish mark or so, we'll see if that holds up. We know it can go up or it can slide down depending on who advances. But, I mean, Yuumi and Squishy, they're well on track here over at the Collider. That's what that little orange around their name means. They're the current leaders.
You know, outside of Command Cavern, and this is just a feeling, not an actual statistic, I feel like the Collider is already producing a great amount of qualifiers. You had Aiden and Moose, you had Fabs and Snacky, you have first place right now, and you have second place right now, all in that POI. So it's going to be very interesting to see when finals do roll around, who is going to be brave enough to try to claim that top spot.
Yeah, and it's super interesting because I feel like in the other regions, with the addition of the Collider, there are a lot of duos who are like, we're all going here, we're all going here. Nobody really found a ton of success there, and whether it's not you haven't had the ability to drill it as much as some of the other routes so you know where people are going, or the fact that these fights right off the rip are just a little bit unreliable, but right there, Wukong extending the staff out and gonna find it there, sending that player back to the lobby in a very quick 3 points.
And just like that, just keep that name in mind that you mentioned. You said Wukong. We're watching Chonkers Speedway. So already you see a team changing up the drop spot completely in order to get some points, in order to catch some teams off guard and have a much better performance. Because even though some would bet against going away from a drop spot that you practice time and time again, you also got to remember where you're at in the leaderboard. And if you're at the bottom half, doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result, is the literal definition of insanity.
I like that one, though. I will end up saying, if you are on the back half of the leaderboard and you have to win a game, how well do you know one of these other spots to get a W, right? Like, I understand if you're playing the whole tournament out from one spot and, hey, the first couple of games aren't going your way. But if you are going to get a win, I think your best chance of doing that is from a spot you know, and then maybe it's just changing up how you game plan initially. If you're playing it a little slower, looking for tags, throw that out the window. 50-50 a drop right away. Try and get that initial jump start because, hey, you're not winning it the slow way. Might as well try the fast way before you go somewhere else.
I mean, either way, if you take my plan, Sundown's plan, all it shows is don't do the exact same thing at the end of the day. You got to start doing something just like here, Vibesy and Slicksy. They're needing to start getting aggressive. And what is Matten doing way out in the ocean by himself? And players that aren't scared to get their hands dirty is this one at the Sanctuary. But it's Reigns and Kipple who go down early yet again. They're going to have to rely on a victory royale. But Slick and CZR, if they continue to play this way, they're going to boost up the leaderboards in no time.
And we'll see how Slick ended up picking up those elims early on. We do see he has a striker pump, and it isn't a 1v2. Going to end up finding the first one, and he's playing the angle. Oh, wow. Hey, clip it, ship it, Slick. That was gross.
You can see what's going to be in the replay package at the end of this one, especially if they pick up a victory royale or if they just play well, get a lot of points. They're already 10th now, easy enough to pop into the top 6 the way they're playing, especially with their consistency. But already you can already see that a team that would contest them on this side of the map, Wukong and Josh, are no longer over here, so they might have an easier road to get themselves a good spot in zone.
And with a relatively central circle for what feels like the 3rd time in a row, yeah, well, odds are good. We'll probably go a little bit more south. I really want to see Courier and Bolts kind of get going. When they end up playing aggressive, they do incredibly well. It's something Courier has seen success with. However, getting bogged down in these fights, trying to take the long-range situation hasn't worked for them. I want to see them get hip to hip. I want to see them get on walls and try to go for these fights. And instead, they're going to opt the head center and go straight towards that supply drop, which I don't necessarily disagree with either.
Yeah, especially if you don't already have a pad. They're just setting themselves up for later in the game. As great it would be for them to try to take that fight right there, start to build some confidence and build some points, quite to be honest, for the rest of the game. But if they can get that supply drop, get that launch pad, that's a huge tool for success because we see how important launch pads are in the end game.
Taco boy, you know I'm not talking 11-2K here. That's him and Polar Bear trying to get on the wall on the side. Great shot from distance 72 and straight into the rift. The player says, I don't have a choice, but how good is your pixel hunting? 28 once, and then a little bit of hesitancy is gonna go out and land on the boat, but they're saying, nope, you're not on a boat. I'm gonna head over there, and they're following right away. Taco boy is gonna drop right on top of C Winters.
Yeah, another team that's switching up their drop spot, formerly up Corny Crossroads, trying to change things up. Like I said, Some may not agree with it, but at the same time, what would you rather have happen? The same exact thing over and over again as Taco Boy trying to steal away that high ground. Going and lands a massive shot onto Seawinner. Blizzard and Seawinner go down. They only have 2 more chances.
Yeah, and that was a great follow-away shot there from Taco Boy. Now we understand why one of the players was out here way in the ocean potentially trying to hit up that boat, but it's a difficult spot to just straight land on and then kind of variable your approach, especially on the southern part of the map when so many people are landing towards the outside, and if they see you going in late, they're just like, okay, and those just start raining shots over. We see the trees yelling timber, and actually Western is gonna have to move out of the way of those giant pines.
And just like last game, you've seen a couple teams here, because the Collider is in a good spot in zone, and because there's so much rotation around and in this POI, it's going to have a lot of teams trying to travel through. So once again, just like last game, you're going to see a bunch of teams begin to box up and try to put down those shots of Surge.
You see in the top right of your screen, NA West teams have averaged more eliminations in their victory royales than either EU or NAEs. They're 2 above EU and 1 above NAEs. Everyone has a nice little 0.2 at the end, making the math easy. I appreciate that. 6.2 for EU, 7.2 for NA East, and then NA West has picked it up. But it's important to note too here, because the teams in NA West who are winning have the most eliminations on average as they're coming through, that means they're also pulling the most points out. That means in order to get top 6 on this leaderboard, it theoretically should take the least amount of points in each one of the regions. That means even with just these last 3 games on the line, there's always a little bit of a chance. If that top team gets pulled out, if Yuumi and Squishy win a game, they have a lion's share of the points right now. That kind of shoots the rest of the leaderboard.
And that's one thing that we've seen throughout every region so far throughout the weekend, is those teams that are in the top 6 in Game 5 and Game 6 that are getting those victory royales and auto-qualifying to the finals are essentially gifting a spot to those teams underneath. They're closing the gap and making it that much harder and tougher for these teams to try to qualify. As Sundown broke down, it just requires less points, and it makes for an interesting games at the end of the day as teams vie for a spot in the bubble. As Notorious and Coxie well-traveled already all the way from the Daily Bugle, but I don't see an elimination, so it makes me wonder where they're at in terms of Surge.
Well, even if they aren't necessarily okay in terms of Surge, with 2 shield cakes, they will have the ability to post up and trade, but they need to be careful in terms of rotating and having to invest one right now, because now, yes, they will be able to top themselves off here, potentially even invest a Chug Splash, but that's 1 less shield you have to deal with the Surge now, so we're going to swing on over to Creep and Leo, who are currently sitting in 8th place at 69 points.
He'll dance off if he wants it. I don't think he's going to take it. Pancake has some sweet
I was about to say, you see him hitting that, man? He's like, hey, breakdance battle, bro. No, I'm good. You win. Done.
Sweet moves with the sweet syrup that he has on top. That's not something I would want to mess with towards the Butter Barn. But July and Amp, 4th place. They did wonders a couple of games ago, and they really made every team that went against them in height regret that decision.
You can already see posting up on top of the Hoodoos, on top of these plateaus, because it is impossible to push one of these. You basically have to ramp from a far out angle because of the concave way these are built up. It's very similar to Polar Peak back in Chapter 1 when that was first introduced. Before that was there, pretty much every mountain or hill that was on the map was able to be built on. But to catch us up on where we're at and what we got going on is Life with Panda. Panda, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. But real quick, wanted to update you guys. If you look here in the center zone, while it's obviously good to have good positioning, you also run the risk of being contested and focused by a lot of teams. So be careful out there, players.
Always got to be careful. You never know what's going to go down. And the biggest thing is, too, we see players, hey, build up, get a high vantage point, throw the shots out there. But you also can't be a little bit of a gargoyle. I've just seen, hey, players have gotten a little bit too used to just standing full scoped in and throwing those shots out there. And we've seen a couple times the highlight reel plays of a random sniper bullet coming through or a random 3-2-1, and players just throw a bunch of shots your way, and it can be very dangerous.
Yep. And correct me if I'm wrong, is the Butter Barn the one that has the launch pad that you can grab? I know you know a lot better than I do, but that's why I think we're seeing a lot more traveling through this side of the map, is because they want that free launch pad. They want the rotation to make their end game that much easier. And if worse comes to worse, if they're stuck in a hard spot and focused by the lobby, that's also something they can use to try to get out, as long as they short pad it, because I don't suggest that high pad.
Yeah, the two most valuable NPCs coming out right now are the guaranteed launch pad and then the next zone revealed. The key thing being, though, is you have to be able to accumulate enough gold, and sometimes that can be variable whether or not you end up getting the things that are there. So it's not 100% guaranteed, but if you know the routes, you're able to put it all together. Right now, we're hopping back on over to our first place duo, Yuumi and Squishy, and they're looking to try and find a little bit of room. They're actually going to be able to find Wavy Jacob over on the other side. Not sure if that was their knock. Yes, it was. Yuumi getting that in the confirmation and all the excess loot there.
Yep. Med miss, minis, chug splashes, floppers, everything they can want and more, including the damage for Storm Surge, so they don't have to worry about it. And honestly, they've been one of the most sound teams today. They've placed top 5 in each game. No other duo has even placed top 10 in every game.
I mean, you can just take the one of out of that sentence. They have been the most consistent duo, and there's a reason why. They are so far up that leaderboard compared to everyone else. Coming into this game, had an 18-point lead on second place, but if you bump it down to third, that goes up to a 27-point lead, which is not an insignificant number. Now you can see a little bit of the trying to gauge the distance, right? Pull the shoot, don't pull the shoot, pull the shoot, don't pull the shoot. They want to land right next to this duo, apparently.
Interesting enough, not until the tail end of their journey, they do get tagged out of the sky. That is just such efficient use of that launch pad to get inside zone, as Noah plays typical gamer. Inside, outside the edge of the zone, 103 below the damage threshold. But even though they're right next to zone, I think more importantly, they need to find these shots, because just like a couple of our other duos, it's Storm Surge that's really doing them in. So that has to be the biggest adjustment, is to see them getting into the box, wasting no time, trying to get the surge. But Noah plays, gets tagged heavily. His shields get dropped. That's going to force them to kind of take a step back, breathe for a moment so they can get their shields back up.
Yeah, but I didn't hate that push. I like being proactive about it, taking it to them. If that team wasn't able to quite box Noah out and isolate him real quick, they might have had a chance of taking the 2v2. But I also like how TG isn't scared to get in the mix a little bit. Yeah, Noah has been the one doing all the work, but he's going to throw himself in there. He's going to be able to get up, and they have a little bit of room now right on the edge of zone. There's a ton of duos right next to him in 10 seconds until Surge turns on. So they're going to need to find something, but I like how they're not waiting. They want to take this to Digalito, and will he be able to find a TG in the box? Swaps to the drum shotgun, finds one, finds the shots on the other, needs the Siphon to tick over, will end up getting it, but Noah gets back down and he gets knocked. So now it's all going to be on typical gamer to find it, but the player was back behind him in the zone, had an angle, and he cleans him up.
Yep, that's what happens when you take just too much time trying to get the surge, trying to get that box-to-box fight. Third parties come in, even though if they don't deal a ton of damage to you, that's less damage your opponent has to deal.